Upon transcending into an alternate realm, Lin Han finds himself in an era where the boundaries between gaming and reality converge. Here, countless dungeons, forbidden lands, and secret realms abound, all while monstrous creatures reign with unrestrained ferocity. In a bid to fend off the invasion of otherworldly beasts, humanity is compelled to embark on a path of the extraordinary, embarking on a journey of professional specialization. On the day of his class change, Lin Han narrowly misses the opportunity to assume the warrior profession of his dreams. Instead, he awakens to the singular hidden profession, life sacrificer. What fills him with despair is that this vocation is not only replete with healing abilities, but also presents an exceptionally arduous path to advancement, forever shackled to the first transition. This is indeed a hellish commencement. At a pivotal moment, the system chimes, awakening the ding, 10,000-fold amplification system. Ding. With no restrictions whatsoever, anything that belongs to the host may be amplified 1,000-fold. Thus, life magic guardian angels, death magic necromancy, order magic corruption intervention, and chaos magic turbulent domains are summoned. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Han experiences 1,000-fold enhancement in all attributes, with his foundational skills elevated to the level of forbidden spells. Years later, as Lin Han, now renowned as the nanny of the battlefield, ascends to the pinnacle of the world and sweeps the ground clean with his limitless forbidden spells, the myriad powerful beings of Blue Star stand in stunned silence. To unleash forbidden spells with but a flick of the wrist, there is something amiss with this auxiliary profession. Chapter 1. The Day of Awakening, a Nation's Class Change. Huiwa City. At Huiwa No. 2 High School, the Awakening Square, a line of youthful students, their faces reflecting innocence, forms a long queue, guided by their instructors toward a raised platform at the center. Outside the square, a throng of eager parents awaits, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Today marks the annual Awakening Day of the Star Dragon Empire. The hundreds of senior students from No. 2 High School will undergo a unified class change. Not only parents are present, but also several societal dignitaries have come to witness the emergence of promising talents. Su Kuan Kai, class change successful, profession chicken farmer. Yang Shulin, class change successful, profession gunslinger. Zhang Liang, class change successful, profession hypnotist. As the class change formation activates, a luminous veil envelopes the platform, with twinkling starlight cascading down, continuously merging into the students' beings. One after another, students complete their class changes. At last, the day of class change has arrived. Whether I soar like a dragon or crawl like a worm depends on the nature of my awakened profession. At this moment, standing at the center of Class 6, Lin Han takes a deep breath, eyes gleaming with expectation. Having traversed into this world for a decade, he possesses a clear understanding of all that surrounds him. This world is also known as Blue Star. Centuries ago, the gaming realm descended, intertwining with reality, resulting in 1,000-fold expansion of Blue Star's territory and a profound transformation of world rules. Accompanying this were endless waves of monstrous invasions. In the absence of effective modern weaponry, humanity was forced to tread the path of the extraordinary. After several centuries of evolution, humanity has developed a path of professional specialization with a 100% awakening rate. Upon reaching the age of 18, every inhabitant of Blue Star undergoes a class change awakening, thereby gaining unique, extraordinary powers. This world is rife with dungeons, forbidden lands, and secret realms, with monstrous creatures asserting their dominance. Hence, clearing secret realms, conquering dungeons, exploring forbidden lands, hunting monsters, and engaging in warfare can yield vast experience, essential for elevating professional ranks and learning vocational skills, thereby growing ever stronger. Lin Han has eagerly awaited this day of awakening for a full decade, looking forward to his own profession. Lin Han, the robust physique you've prepared for the warrior profession will finally have its utility. A hand claps on his shoulder, and Lin Han turns to find his close friend Wang Chong. MHM. Lin Han nods. In this world, professions are categorized into 3 major types. The first category encompasses primary combat professions, characterized by high combat prowess, such as warriors, knights, archers, and mages. The second category comprises life professions, which represent the largest demographic, including bakers, blacksmiths, and miners. Once awakened to this category of profession, one is destined to remain an ordinary person for life. However, due to their intrinsic connection to daily existence, life professions have given rise to numerous industries of immense wealth. As for the third category, it consists of auxiliary professions, such as enchanters, magical tool artisans, potion masters, and healers. Although this category has the fewest practitioners, its significance cannot be underestimated. Some powerful auxiliary professions are highly sought after. Whether in dungeons, explorations, or clearing secret realms, auxiliary professions are indispensable. Some exploration teams would rather forego a main damage dealer than be without an auxiliary. However, the cultivation of support-type professions necessitates an immense array of resources, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary families or lesser factions to nurture formidable support warriors. Among the three principal categories of professions, Lin Han harbors the greatest anticipation for the frontline warrior class. This particular profession, centered on close combat, boasts extraordinary vitality and commendable damage output. Capable of transforming into a ferocious combatant or stalwart bastion, it is indeed a profession synonymous with slaughter. Lin Han had encountered a theory in his readings. Although the awakening of a profession is significantly influenced by one's innate talent, it is also swayed by a portion of one's own willpower. Thus, from the second year following his transmigration, Lin Han embarked on an exceedingly rigorous training regimen. 9 years later, he successfully metamorphosed into a muscle-bound behemoth. Presently, he stands at a towering height of 2.16 meters and weighs 190 kilograms, possessing immense strength, with muscles so pronounced that they surpass even the most exaggerated physiques of the bodybuilders from his previous life. Even the principal of Hui West Second High School has remarked that Lin Han is a natural-born warrior. It is now our class's turn for awakening. Everyone, please remember not to resist the pull of the formation's power. While awakening into combat or support professions holds immense potential, life professions are not devoid of promise. Have you seen Su Kunkai from Class 5? He is destined for a bright future. From the platform, dressed in professional attire, with an exquisite visage and a striking figure, the homeroom teacher Yang Shuwei fervently encouraged her students. The Su Kunkai mentioned by Yang Shuwei hails from a lineage of chicken farmers. The Su family chain of delicious chicken restaurants has thrived for over a century in the Xinglong Empire, amassing a loyal clientele. Even before Su Kunkai completed his class transition, he became a sensation throughout the empire due to the catchphrase, "Chicken, you are too beautiful," solidifying his status among the elite. He is a prominent figure within the life profession realm and serves as a veritable exemplar of professional ascendance. Yang Shuwei frequently invokes the achievements of Su Kunkai and his family to inspire her students. At this moment, the awakening of the last student from Class 5 has been completed. Yang Shuwei, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, approached the platform and bowed to an elder responsible for activating the formation. "Director Wang, I entrust the students of Class 6 to you." The elder, Wang Jian, is the head of the senior year and a level 60 mage, as well as a hidden profession, meteorological mage. He possesses the ability to manipulate magic pertaining to wind and rain, making him a formidable presence even among frontline professions. Wang Jian chuckled and said, "Let them come forth." Yang Shuwei produced a list and announced, "When I call your name, step into the formation for your class transition." Gao Chong excitedly ascended the platform. The formation illuminated with a radiant barrier, scattering twinkling starlight, and soon the class transition ceremony concluded. A line of text appeared above Gao Chong's head. Frontline profession, rogue. Gao Chong's complexion flushed with excitement. He himself had not anticipated transitioning into a frontline role. What the heck? A frontline profession? Did Gao Chong take drugs? A rogue. In the future, transitioning into a shadow assassin or even a shadow thief lord would be splendid options. So envious. Amidst the praise from the crowd, Gao Chong descended from the formation. Next, Wang Chong. Yang Shuwei's voice rang out. "Lin Han, wait for me, brother. I'll awaken a beastmaster profession and help you soar." Wang Chong comes from a well-off family, where several generations have produced frontline beastmasters. He dashed into the class transition formation. The barrier rose and fell. Frontline profession, cardmaster. What the hell? Not becoming a beastmaster, but a card dealer instead. Wang Chong approached Lin Han, wearing a dejected expression. "All right, at least it's a frontline profession. Don't be picky." Lin Han smiled. Over the past 9 years, he had compiled awakening statistics, revealing that among 100 individuals, only 15 achieved a frontline profession. For Wang Chong to become a cardmaster is already quite commendable. Neo Gully, ma dad on. Duh. Before long, the majority of Class 6 students had undergone their class transitions. However, aside from a few additional support professions, most classmates awakened as farmers, miners, and other life professions. Alas, this year's Class 6 has very few promising candidates. Wang Jian sighed from the front of the platform, noting that Class 6 is a key class, and in past years, there would typically be at least 5 frontline professions by this stage. Ahem. Director, the next is Lin Han. After a couple of coughs, Yang Shuwei pointed at Lin Han. She had imparted all her teachings, but with underwhelming student performance, she genuinely felt helpless. "Oh, is he the natural-born warrior that the principal mentioned?" Wang Jian's face flickered with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Han. He had heard that Lin Han had already completed courses in battle technique analysis, close combat, rage meditation, and human anatomy, ranking first in his grade and being hailed as the top genius of second high school. He is the most likely candidate to awaken a rare profession in this cohort. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Priest, one of the most useless professions? Lin Han. Once you become a warrior, we shall slay monsters and level up together. Wang Chong patted Lin Han on the shoulder. All right, wait for my glorious return. With a smile, Lin Han ascended the high platform, and the awakening array commenced its operation. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, as countless dark clouds gathered, plunging the heavens into an abyss of darkness. Simultaneously, a tempestuous wind surged from all directions, threatening to unsteady the onlookers below. The darkness, entwined with the howling winds, felt as if the end of the world had arrived. This phenomenon had never been witnessed in the awakening of the hundreds of students before. What on earth is happening? In an instant, the once bustling square fell into a profound silence. All present struck dumb with astonishment. Director Wang, could this be a hidden profession? Yang Xuewei gasped, articulating a thought that had crossed her mind. Indeed, this is unmistakably an anomaly unique to hidden professions. Wang Jian replied calmly. In this world, apart from the three primary categories of professions, there exists a rare classification known as hidden professions. They are more elusive than rare professions, and even scarcer than some legendary ones. Each time a hidden profession manifests, it is heralded by an extraordinary phenomenon, a tribute from the heavens. Goodness, does this mean Lin Han is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse? The excitement flushed Yang Xuewei's cheeks, causing her to tremble with exhilaration. Not necessarily. Although hidden professions are rare, their greatest flaw is the overwhelming uncertainty that accompanies them. Wang Jian maintained his composed demeanor. Historically, there have been instances where a profession awakened amidst celestial phenomena, yet ultimately proved to be exceedingly weak, fading into mediocrity. Just as Wang Jian concluded, a radiant pillar of light erupted from the awakening array, enveloping Lin Han's figure in a dazzling display that shot upwards toward the heavens. In that fleeting moment, light and darkness became the predominant themes of the universe. Starlight Pillar. Everyone was once again astounded. Generally, when an awakener ascends the awakening array, it merely emits a sprinkling of starlight to signify the emergence of a profession. The denser the starlight, the stronger the resulting profession. However, a student like Lin Han, whose starlight coalesced into a pillar, was exceedingly rare throughout the entire history of Huyu High School, or even the entire Star Dragon Empire. Shortly after the appearance of the starlight pillar, four elements, green, black, blue, and purple, manifested around it, exuding an immensely potent aura as they spiraled upwards. Goodness, what kind of powerful profession is he awakening to? Lin Han's talent is truly terrifying. At that moment, all students, teachers, and parents gazed upon the transformation array with eyes filled with envy. Ultimately, guided by the starlight pillar, the four elemental rings surged skyward, dispersing the ominous clouds that had shrouded the heavens. The world regained clarity. Simultaneously, the light of the transformation array dimmed, and Lin Han's figure reappeared atop the platform. Unique hidden profession, Life Priest. A line of text appeared above Lin Han's head. Staring at the profession he had awakened to, Lin Han was left dumbfounded. He had aspired to be a warrior, yet he had transformed into a priest. Moreover, it was the only hidden profession. This meant that in this world, he was the sole bearer of this profession. Such incredible luck for Lin Han. Our school has gained considerable prestige within the Star Dragon Empire. Upon the revelation of the profession, several teachers from Class 2 expressed their admiration. After all, the Ministry of Education of the Star Dragon Empire evaluates schools annually. The emergence of a hidden profession in Class 2 might elevate their standing, allowing everyone to bask in its glory. Alas, how unfortunate that he became a priest. What a pity for this child. However, unexpectedly, beside the platform, the grade director Wang Jian sighed, his face reflecting profound disappointment. Instantaneously, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent. Many were perplexed. Given the remarkable anomaly Lin Han exhibited, it was evident he was destined for a powerful profession. Why, then, was there a sense of regret? Priests belong to a distinct category within the magical professions. Unlike most magical professions that harness 10 elemental forces, they support allies through the chanting of battle songs. Different battle songs confer various enhancements, making it indeed a remarkably potent support profession. However, each transformation to a priest requires not only reaching a requisite level, but also absorbing a unique source of elemental energy to fully complete the awakening. This elemental source represents the primal power of a world. The most accessible way to acquire it is by entering the heart of a calamity to seek the elemental core. It must be noted that even a level 60 king-tier powerhouse would not dare to venture deep into a calamity. How could such a condition possibly be fulfilled? Thus, throughout history, no priest has ever surpassed level 10, rendering it one of the most useless professions. In light of the puzzled gazes from the crowd, Wang Jian elaborated. Calamities are formidable natural forces comparable to forbidden spells. In fact, I've understated it. Even a level 70 supreme tier professional may not emerge unscathed when confronting a calamity. Hence, upon seeing Lin Han's professional information, Wang Jian felt such disappointment. Even if Lin Han had transformed into an ordinary mage, it would have been a far more favorable outcome. Lin Han, do not despair. You are still a hidden profession, even at level 10. You are on par with some level 20 lifestyle professions. At the very least, your future life will be devoid of worries. Perhaps you may even have the opportunity to pursue an elemental source and become a formidable force. With a sigh, the homeroom teacher Yang Shuowei sought to comfort Lin Han. However, as her words trailed off, her voice grew increasingly faint. Deep down, she understood that it was merely a fanciful dream. To enter even the lowest tier of calamities, one would require a supreme tier powerhouse to lead the team, otherwise, only death awaited. It could be said that upon discerning Lin Han's potential, others would be reluctant to guide him in leveling up, sealing his fate of mediocrity. After all, with ample time and resources, one could effortlessly cultivate several Saint-tier mages, rendering the perilous endeavor of nurturing a priest profession entirely unnecessary. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Despite being somewhat prepared, disappointment crept onto Lin Han's face. At this moment, he had come to understand that his future held little promise. However, having lived 2 lives, his mindset was far more resilient than that of an average student. And he did not crumble on the spot. It is worth noting that some lifestyle professionals may never achieve even level 20 in their lifetimes. Today, although he had not transformed into a dragon soaring through the skies, he was not a mere insect. He could still undertake some fundamental tasks in the future. With that, Lin Han descended from the high platform and returned to his class, which had already completed their awakenings. At this moment, when some classmates looked at Lin Han, their expressions were tinged with pity, though more so with schadenfreude. After all, people are often more inclined to witness the fall of a genius than to witness their rise. Chapter 3, Fundamental Skills, All Heaven's Blessings. Upon returning to the team and standing at attention, Lin Han instinctively directed his gaze towards the newly unveiled class panel following his job change. The panel was divided into attributes and skills. Name, Lin Han. Class, Life Priest. Next phase level 10, job change requirement. Absorb an elemental source. Level, first transition level 1. Stamina, 100. Agility, 30. Mana, 50. Endurance, 110. Strength, 120. After scrutinizing the attribute panel, Lin Han fell into contemplative silence. Among the 5 attributes, 3 exceeded the century mark. To be candid, his foundational attributes were significantly superior to those of an average individual. Had he awakened as a warrior, this starting point would have been nothing short of extravagant. Alas, he was a magic user, incapable of engaging in close-quarters combat. Lin Han then shifted his focus to the skills panel. Magic suppression, exclusive talent. Capable of suppressing magical elements within a 50-meter radius, converting them into his own magical power. Song of Healing. Chanting the hymn of the goddess of life. Releases a healing aura, infusing allies with renewed vitality, capable of mending certain injuries. Song of Souls. Reciting the hymn of the god of death, releases a deathly aura, diminishing enemy strength, with the ability to randomly summon an underground undead creature. Song of Seduction. Chanting the hymn of the goddess of corruption, releases a hypnotic aura, randomly inflicting blindness, hypnosis, madness, illusions, and other negative effects. Song of Blessing. Chanting the hymn of the god of chaos, releases a blessing aura, providing allies with a buff. Effects random. With 1 exclusive talent and 4 initial skills, the Life Priest truly lived up to its reputation as a hidden class. Presenting 4 initial skills right from the outset, it is noteworthy that typical classes only possess 2 skills upon their first transition. However, why all healing skills? Lin Han exhaled deeply. He had hoped for some semblance of salvation, but it now appeared that, without teammates, even leveling up would pose a considerable challenge. Lin Han, do not despair. In just a few days, various academies will come to recruit at number 2 high school. Your grades are commendable, so with diligent effort, perhaps you shall be accepted by an academy. Once graduated, you can still support yourself by assisting others in hunting monsters. At that moment, sensing Lin Han's despondency, Wang Chong approached him, offering encouragement. Lin Han replied with a resigned smile. Wang Chong spoke truthfully. In this world, monsters dropped materials, equipment, or skill books upon defeat. And aiding monster hunters was indeed a viable occupation. Regrettably, he would never achieve a second-class transition in this lifetime. After all, at level 10, he would need to seek an elemental source, which felt akin to seeking his own demise. Silently, Lin Han sighed within. Indeed, as the grade director Wang Jian had stated, the densest elemental sources were found within the core regions during cataclysmic events. Yet, at merely level 10, he would likely last but a second before being obliterated by the forces of calamity. Ascending to a second transition was an impossibility. The path of job transition was, quite simply, a hellish challenge. Damn it, others traverse worlds and start with golden fingers. Why, after a decade, have I yet to encounter a single strand of such fortune? After struggling to awaken a class, I find myself with a healing role that nobody desires. Others arrive with godly pets, esteemed family backgrounds, charming beauties vying for their affection, an invincible gear that recognizes its master automatically. Yet here I stand, impoverished, destined to remain at first transition for all eternity. Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. A profound resentment welled up within him. He loathed the fact that he had awakened such a lackluster healing class, feeling it would have been better to be an ordinary vocational worker. Ding. Detected host in a state of confusion. System mentor officially online. 10,000-fold amplification system activated. The system. Lin Han's body trembled. As a seasoned reader, he was well acquainted with this unlimited, game-breaking golden finger. Composing himself, Lin Han meticulously examined the details. 10,000-fold amplification system. The host can select any aspect related to themselves for a one-time 10,000-fold amplification. No restrictions, no conditions. All amplified 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Lin Han's face lit up with joy. His earlier despondency vanished. Just from the description, it was evident that his system was quite extraordinary. He had perused countless tomes in his past life and had encountered various systems, yet typically, to reap the rewards of such systems, hosts either transformed into task-obsessed zealots or became puppets catering to the system's whims. Ultimately, they were merely tools arranged by the system. However, this system of his was unconditional and devoid of limitations. This was indeed revolutionary. System. Could you amplify my class panel 10,000 times? Lin Han inquired cautiously. Ding. Of course. The class panel belongs to the host. There is no reason not to enhance it. Shall I proceed with the 10,000-fold amplification immediately? Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Han could not help but swallow hard. Ding. 10,000-fold amplification of the class panel successful. Please check promptly. In less than a second, the system's melodious voice chimed. Lin Han directed his gaze back to the attribute panel. Name, Lin Han. Class, Life Priest. Level, First Transition Level 1, Job Transition Requirement. Elemental Source not achieved, Amplification unavailable. Stamina, 1,000,000. Agility, 300,000. Mana, 500,000. Endurance, 100,000. Strength, 200,000. Lin Han quickly opened the skills panel. Magic Suppression, exclusive talent, capable of suppressing magical elements within a 500-kilometer radius, converting them into his own magical power. Guardian Angel, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the goddess of life, capable of automatically resurrecting a portion of fallen beings. Mechanical, elemental, and undead creatures cannot be revived. Undead Resurrection, forbidden spell level, reciting the hymn of the god of death, ensures the summoning of demonic beings. Upon victory in battle, 30 of slain enemies will be converted into undead and join the host's ranks. Corrupted Intervention, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the goddess of corruption, guarantees the infliction of 2 negative states, can accept enemy surrender without their consent, with a 15 probability. Chaos Domain, forbidden spell level, chanting the hymn of the god of chaos summons a domain, granting allies 2 buffs and randomly unleashing forbidden spells such as ice arrows, chain lightning, meteor shards, doomsday judgments, and more. This Lin Han rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was hallucinating. However, upon reviewing the panel multiple times, he confirmed that the class panel had indeed undergone a substantial transformation. Good heavens! As a first transition mage, I have acquired 4 forbidden spells, and my foundational attributes have been amplified 10,000 times. With these, I now have a genuine chance to delve into the heart of calamity. The second transition is no longer a mere dream. Clenching his fist, Lin Han felt an inexhaustible brightness illuminating his future. Once I complete my subsequent job transition, who would dare to label my class as useless? Haha, Wang Chong, are you jesting? Lin Han awakened the most worthless class, and yet still hopes to enter a university academy? To become a mere errand runner? Suddenly, a chorus of derisive laughter resounded. Lin Han looked up and discovered a group of individuals gazing at him, adorned in opulent brand-name finery that exuded an air of grandeur. This clique within the class comprised several well-to-do students, and at the forefront stood Gao Chong, who had recently transitioned to the rogue profession. Throughout their academic journey, Lin Han had consistently outperformed Gao Chong, inciting a deep-seated envy in Gao Chong towards Lin Han's exceptional talents. Lin Han, I have always maintained that good grades do not equate to everything. Someone like you, born in the slums, is destined to be a failure. No amount of personal effort can alter your fate. Gao Chong's eyes glimmered with mockery. Initially, he had hoped to compete with Lin Han in the forthcoming entrance examination, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary to regard this pitiful creature as a rival. Gao Chong, please be quiet. So what if you've awakened a primary combat profession? What is so impressive about that? If you're unconvinced, let us settle this with a duel. As Gao Chong's companions rallied against Lin Han, Wang Chong stepped protectively in front of Lin Han, admonishing Gao Chong. Having awakened as a card master, Lin Han perceived no significant threat from Gao Chong's companions. Save for Gao Chong himself, it's nothing. Ignore this waste. Just then, Lin Han halted Wang Chong, casting a glance at Gao Chong before gently shaking his head. To the onlookers, Lin Han appeared to regard Gao Chong as mere barking dog. Presently, Lin Han felt rather content and had no desire to engage with this buffoon. What are you posturing for? Do you really believe yourself to be the top genius of the second high school? With your pathetic profession, I could easily crush you with one hand. In an instant, Gao Chong's expression turned ferocious. Throughout 3 years of high school, he had loathed Lin Han's arrogant demeanor above all else. Crush me with one hand. Gao Chong, are you so sure I cannot handle you right now? Lin Han glanced at Gao Chong's menacing visage and clenched his fist, his muscles swelling intimidatingly. His strength value was a staggering 2 million. If a confrontation were to ensue, he could likely reduce Gao Chong to mere pulp with a single blow. Were it not for the presence of several teachers from the second high school, he would not hesitate to ensure Gao Chong's demise at the onset of his professional journey. I won't stoop to your level, you pathetic excuse for a profession. Let us see which naive school will accept you in a few days. Gao Chong sneered coldly. After awakening as professionals, individual strength remained paramount until level 10. This meant that the gap between him and Lin Han had yet to widen, and he might very well face setbacks. However, his family had already secured a leveling dungeon for him and sufficient funds for skill books. He could only hope that by the time he reached level 10, or even advanced to a second class, Lin Han would still be able to speak so boldly. Lin Han, in a few days during the entrance examination, I will inform the invigilator that I wish to battle you. I look forward to witnessing you begging for mercy on your knees. With that, Gao Chong departed with a dark expression, accompanied by his cronies to train. Chapter 4, Legendary Equipment. Please call me Melee Healer. Lin Han, don't take Gao Chong's empty threats to heart. You still have me as a brother. As long as I have food, I'll make sure you never go hungry. Once Gao Chong and his entourage had left, Wang Chong puffed out his chest and reassured Lin Han. Just a barking dog. I'm not bothered by it. Lin Han replied with a smile. At this moment, as the last student exited the awakening array, the awakening ceremony for Class 6 came to a close. Yang Xuewei, having tidied her wind-tousled hair, approached the students with a smile. Students, the awakening ceremony has concluded. Congratulations on graduating and embarking on your professional journeys. Those who awaken life skills can now integrate into society. As for combat and support professions, I have stressed numerous times that you may train independently in the novice area. 7 days from now, we will gather at the city center square for the university entrance examination, where various vocational universities and factions will be recruiting. Remember, the strength of your profession is merely a fragment of your life. A fulfilling life is something you must create for yourselves. As her words echoed, the expressions of the Class 6 students varied. In any world, the sentiments of joy and sorrow among people often remain unconnected. The combat and support profession students cheered exuberantly, while those pursuing life skills wore downcast expressions, departing the school to return home. Lin Han's parents did not hold esteemed professions. His father was a cook, and his mother a blacksmith. Even on his awakening day, they had no time to celebrate. Thus, Lin Han and Wang Chong parted ways at the school gate. Lin Han's home was located in the eastern district of Huinyu City, the oldest area with the highest concentration of life skill practitioners. This region was notoriously congested, with dilapidated infrastructure and chaotic management, commonly referred to as a slum. In Jianghe Community, Building 4, Apartment 504, a cramped 2-bedroom unit awaited him. Lin Han had expected to find the house empty, but upon opening the door, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of food. Lin Han, you're back? Today is your awakening day, and the boss let us off an hour early to celebrate your professional awakening. From the kitchen emerged a woman in simple attire, her gentle features reflecting warmth, and in her 30s, carrying a bowl of rice. She stood at 163 centimeters, with lustrous black hair and a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. However, her hands were calloused, clearly a testament to years of hard labor. She was Lin Han's mother, Shunmei. Smells delicious. Dad must be showcasing his culinary skills today. Lin Han exclaimed as he stepped inside, changed his shoes, and immediately grabbed a piece of meat from the dining table to eat, tossing his backpack onto the sofa before heading into the kitchen. Hey, wash your hands before eating. You've graduated high school and are still so careless. Shunmei chided lightly. Got it, Mom. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Han found his father, Lin Zhongtian, busily cooking. The spatula in his hand danced as he cooked. His face lean, perched with a pair of brown glasses, and his forehead creased with visible wrinkles, strands of white hair interspersed throughout. Lin Han, your homeroom teacher has already informed us of your awakening results. Though you did not achieve your dream of becoming a warrior, the life sacrifice profession is still a magical support role. Don't be disheartened. Lin Zhongtian turned to Lin Han while stirring the vegetables. Don't worry, Dad. I have a strong mental fortitude. Besides, my life sacrifice can still reach level 10. The materials from a low-tier monster are worth at least half a month's salary for you and Mom. I won't be discouraged. Lin Han had no intention of revealing his true circumstances to his parents. After all, in this world, the prospect of amplifying his abilities 1,000-fold was absurdly far-fetched. If it drew attention, his parents, aware of the situation, could be placed in grave danger. All right, wash your hands and come eat. As the last dish was plated, Lin Zhongtian beckoned Lin Han to the table. The meal was lavish, filled with a variety of meats and dishes to celebrate Lin Han's graduation. Lin Han feasted heartily. After dinner, as Lin Han prepared to return to his room to further hone his enhanced attributes, Lin Zhongtian called out, "Lin Han, wait. Your mother and I have a gift for you." Lin Han felt a twinge of confusion. Given their modest economic situation, most of his parents' salaries went towards daily expenses. What kind of gift could they possibly have prepared for him? As he turned to see, Lin Zhongtian made his way to the secondary bedroom of their home. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling a long box that was shrouded in dust and appeared rather antiquated. "Dad, what is this?" Lin Han was taken aback, having never known that such an object existed in their household. "This is a relic passed down through the Lin family." With a cloth in hand, Shinmei diligently wiped the dust off the long box and continued, "It's an heirloom." Lin Han was astounded. "Really?" "Indeed." Lin Zhongtian opened the box, revealing two items neatly arranged within, a brown-blue staff and a white mage robe. "Wow, mage equipment." Lin Han gasped, utterly surprised to discover such treasures in his home. "This is golden mage equipment. My boy, don't be deceived by our current impoverishment. Our family was once a golden lineage in Guiwa City, flourishing for many generations before falling into decline. This artifact has been lying idle for over a century due to the absence of a suitable practitioner among our ancestors. Now that you have embraced the magical path, it is most fitting for you." Lin Zhongtian handed the long box to Lin Han, overcome with excitement. Lin Han grasped the robe and staff, deeply moved by his parents' willingness to entrust him with such a valuable ancestral heirloom. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." He bowed respectfully. The gratitude swelling within him was beyond words. "Oh, what are you thanking us for? Tomorrow, take them and level up. Although they are not a complete set, they will certainly expedite your progress." Shinmei gently ruffled Lin Han's hair. "Yes." Nodding eagerly, Lin Han rushed into his room. Upon entering, he donned the mage robe and grasped the staff in his hand. After his awakening, Lin Han had begun to wield a modicum of magical power, a benefit of his profession. There was no need for tedious training. He merely needed to level up to acquire skills pertinent to his class. As he infused magical energy into the two items, their information materialized in Lin Han's mind. Name: magical blessing. Location: robe. Rank: golden level. Description: wearing this grants a certain amount of magical shield, which can absorb damage in place of health points, with a maximum shield value equal to 5 times the wearer's health. Name: magical blessing. Location: staff. Rank: golden level. Description: contains dual elemental effects of earth and electricity, inflicting an additional 8 earth damage, with a 10 chance to deal an extra electric damage, both offensive and defensive. After reviewing the attributes of the equipment, Lin Han inhaled sharply. The highest bonuses listed were merely 10, applicable to others. But for him, system, amplify these 2 pieces of equipment for me. A smile flickered in Lin Han's eyes. Ding. Amplification of both items successful at a rate of 10,000 times. Please check promptly. Once again channeling his magical energy, he observed. Name: Law of the Mage God. Location: robe. Rank: legendary level. Description: wearing this grants a substantial magical shield, which can absorb damage in place of health points, with a maximum shield value equal to 100 times the wearer's health. Name: Law of the Mage God. Location: staff. Rank: legendary level. Description: contains dual elemental effects of earth and electricity, with a 100 chance to inflict either earth or electric skill damage. Note: due to equipment limits, the maximum amplification is capped at 100. Legendary equipment, and completely at 100. Haha, I've hit the jackpot. In that moment, Lin Han was brimming with joy. Generally, legendary grade equipment is the domain of supreme level experts at level 70, making it exceedingly rare. Moreover, his health pool had now surged to an impressive 1.2 million, and the robe's shield value equated to his health. This meant that, in the foreseeable future, beings below the diamond tier would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Although he was a mage, he could readily engage in melee combat wielding his staff. Wasn't he this reminiscent of the melee mage Gandalf style? Chapter 5. In the wilderness, casting the sacred healing spell at the first strike. Haha. Cloaked in his white robe with staff in hand, historically, many mages have engaged in close combat. From this day forth, refer to me as the melee healer. Shaking his staff, Lin Han's smile grew ever more exuberant. The title of melee healer suited his physique and character perfectly. He was genuinely excited to see how rapidly he would level up the following day. After carefully storing away the robe and staff, Lin Han perused some information related to the calamities before lying down to sleep. The next day, Lin Zhongtian and Shun Mei had already left for work. Lin Han heated up some leftovers for breakfast. After eating, he donned his mage robe, grasped his staff, and prepared to set out. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Han, should we team up to level up together? It was a call from Wang Chong. No way. Lin Han promptly declined the invitation. Why not? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Wang Chong exclaimed, "What the heck? Do you look down on me? My family has prepared a dungeon for me. Don't worry, the monsters are all level 1 to 5, weak as can be. In response to Wang Chang's inquiry, Lin Han shook his head with a smile. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that leveling up in a team is too slow. Besides, you've awakened a primary combat class, and you have a great chance of entering a top-tier university. You know soloing is more efficient for leveling. On the other end, Wang Chang fell silent. He understood that Lin Han's reasoning was sound. Experience in a team is divided among members, and the time taken to clear dungeons is fixed, which indeed makes soloing faster. Don't worry. My priest class may not reach the first transition, but I can definitely solo a dungeon before level 10. Once you hit your second transition, I'd be more than happy to join you to take down intermediate monsters. Lin Han added after a moment of thought. The level 11 to 20 monsters are silver tier, classified as intermediate monsters, and defeating them would yield significantly more experience points. Alright then, we have an agreement. After your second transition, I'll take you. Ultimately, seeing Lin Han's unwavering resolve, Wang Chang had no choice but to end the call. After pocketing his phone, Lin Han smiled. Truth be told, he would have loved to team up with Wang Chang. After all, with his current attributes, soloing some beginner dungeons was a piece of cake. However, he needed to break through to the first transition at level 10, which required finding an elemental source to absorb. Thus, the best place for him to grind was the wilderness near the Forbidden Zone. There, calamities were likely to appear. Yet, it was perilously dangerous. Lin Han did not wish to bring Wang Chang along. He could certainly fend for himself, but with Wang Chang being only level 1, there was a genuine risk to his life, a situation Lin Han wished to avoid at all costs. After stepping outside, Lin Han headed straight for the teleportation square. In Huiwa City, regulations stipulate that each student is granted a single opportunity to utilize a teleportation device upon graduating from high school. Lin Han has chosen his destination to be a newly explored area known as the Sea of Hay-Ice. Centuries ago, the entirety of Blue Star expanded, resulting not only in the emergence of forbidden zones such as the void rifts and abyssal chasms, but also in a dramatic increase in oceanic territory. This expansion birthed countless monsters from the depths of the sea. It was only after centuries of relentless warfare that certain Saint-tier powerhouses from the Star Dragon Empire established a marine defense line along the Empire's coastline, successfully mitigating the incursions of these sea monsters into the Empire's interior. Huiwa City stands as a bastion for humanity along the coast. As centuries have passed, the professional pathways have flourished, and humanity has begun to actively reclaim the oceans, developing numerous regions for formidable warriors to enter, exterminate monsters, and conquer secret realms and dungeons. The Sea of Hay-Ice is the nearest maritime expanse to Huiwa City, teeming with monsters along its shores. Additionally, the ocean is often beset by fierce storms, frequently unleashing unimaginable natural disasters. With a flash of light, Lin Han found himself on a lush island. To his left, there was a sign reading, "Caution, beware of monsters. Tears of Kin, Silver Poison Frog Dungeon. Entry forbidden for those below, second transition." Amused, Lin Han smiled and ventured into the forest. At this moment, he felt no need to heed the warnings. Based on the information he had researched the previous night, he knew that a volcanic eruption was imminent in the central region of this island, which would trigger a cataclysmic disaster combining a volcanic eruption with a tsunami. Indeed, Lin Han was resolute in his quest to acquire both elemental sources. Furthermore, he had no intention of passively waiting for the volcano to erupt. He intended to provoke it. Following a path carved by predecessors, Lin Han advanced towards the center of the island. Soon, he encountered a creature resembling a frog. It was called so only because this monster exceeded 1 meter in length, possessed wings, and was encased in sharply defined ice armor, with its back bristling with numerous poisonous spines. LV-10, Ice Poison Frog. Upon noticing Lin Han, the ice poison frog unfurled its wings, emitting an eerie wail akin to a crying infant. Lin Han furrowed his brow. Apart from its ice and poison attacks, the ice poison frog was capable of sonic assaults that could disrupt the mental faculties of its foes. Channeling magical energy into his robe, Lin Han conjured a brown shield that enveloped him. A smile graced his lips as he approached the ice poison frog. As the frog perceived Lin Han drawing near, it opened its mouth, gathering a swirling mass of ice blue energy. Subsequently, an ice blue arrow shot forth, while simultaneously, the frog's back erupted with a torrent of black venom. The venom splattered on the ground where Lin Han stood, corroding the earth and withering the vegetation in an instant. However, when the venom and ice arrow struck Lin Han's shield, it merely shimmered momentarily. His shield's value displayed 800. No wonder entry was prohibited for those below level 10. Even this single assault would leave a novice of level 9 in a fluster. Continuing forward, Lin Han stood before the ice poison frog. At this moment, the frog seemed perplexed. How could this human appear unscathed? Before it could process this, it saw a brown-blue staff descending upon it with force. This would be the last sight the ice poison frog would ever behold. Ice poison frog slain, gained 100 experience points. An instant after the ice poison frog's demise, the surrounding forest erupted with the sounds of numerous infants wailing. Soon, 8 ice poison frogs materialized within Lin Han's line of sight. Observing this, A smile spread across Lin Han's face. He raised his staff and closed his eyes. Streams of magical energy began to surge around him, gradually coalescing towards his position. Magic suppression, a unique talent of the life sacrificer, capable of suppressing magical elements within a 500-kilometer radius and converting them into personal magical power. In that moment, Lin Han's magical value on his attribute panel fluctuated wildly. 500, 000, 1, 000, 000, 5, 000, 000. Whirling dust and bewildered travelers, the god's fury and the star's call. Wicked intentions and the rebirth of order. O great god of chaos, I am your most devout follower. Ultimate spell, chaotic domain. Lin Han intoned the hymn to the god of chaos. Before long, upon sensing that his magical value had reached the threshold for releasing an ultimate spell, Lin Han slowly lowered his staff. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A sphere of energy expanded outward from Lin Han. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated across the island. A colossal meteor, immense beyond measure, hurtled downwards. Chapter 6. Tremors from above. Receive the blessing of the gods. Is it truly this terrifying? Lin Han stared in disbelief at the meteor plummeting from the sky at an alarming speed. Though he knew that after a myriad of amplifications, the effect of his ultimate spell would reach a truly formidable level, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. At this moment, the atmosphere was thick with an aura of death. Anyone who witnessed this scene would feel as if the apocalypse had arrived. The meteor, ignited by friction with the atmosphere, was enveloped in flames, resembling a harbinger of doom as it descended towards Lin Han's trial location, an overwhelming pressure gradually encroaching upon this testing ground. In Huiwa City's detection department, the head exclaimed, "This is bad. The magical fluctuations in Huiwa City have reached critical levels." At this announcement, the entire detection department fell into a hushed silence. Everyone ceased their activities. Sun Hu, who had been leisurely sipping coffee, sprang from his chair upon hearing this. Tossing aside his mug and rushing to the detection equipment, having managed the detection department for over a decade, he had never encountered such a situation. What on earth was happening? As he scrutinized the fluctuations on the screen, Sun Hu's expression turned grave. The entire detection department had shifted to a red alert state due to the values hitting their peak. Nearby, a young intern who had just entered the department was swallowing nervously, his eyes wide with fear. He stammered, "Sir, could this be an enemy attack? The magnitude of this wave is simply too terrifying." Sun Hu, exasperated, delivered a swift punch, scolding, "Can't you be a bit more competent? Huiwa City is situated centrally along the coastline, surrounded by countless large towns. If an enemy attack were to reach here, you wouldn't even have time to escape. Hurry and connect me to the higher-ups. The situation is dangerous." Before long, he was on the phone. "Hello, this is Lu Changlong. What is happening in Huiwa City?" The call was handed over. "Commander Lu, this is Sun Hu, head of the detection department in Huiwa City. We have detected an extremely strong surge of magical energy. The readings are comparable to those of an ultimate spell. I must inquire, are there any human powerhouses capable of casting ultimate spells currently in the vicinity of Huiwa City?" Sun Hu seized the phone, his voice tinged with urgency. An ultimate spell? On the other end, the response was one of astonishment at this revelation. Indeed, the magical fluctuations in Huiwa City have reached an unprecedented peak. Such a level of magical energy can only be conjured through forbidden spells, indicating that there is undoubtedly a mage within Huiwa City capable of wielding such power. Sun Hu stated emphatically, "Minister Sun, you must take responsibility for your words. Forbidden spells can only be unleashed by a supreme mage of at least level 70, and supreme mages are exceedingly rare across the entirety of Blue Star. In light of the pressure from above, I stand by my assertion, and from my observations, the intensity of this magical energy suggests it may have already surpassed the strength of a level 70 supreme mage, potentially reaching level 80 holy tier." Sun Hu gritted his teeth and declared, "Minister Sun, I have received your message. I hereby announce that the entirety of Huiwa City is to enter a state of emergency preparedness, swiftly locating the source of the magical energy and awaiting further instructions." After a moment of contemplation, the voice on the other end of the line responded, "Understood." This was precisely the outcome Sun Hu desired. He needed to rush to the scene to ascertain what had transpired. If it was one of their own mages, that would be acceptable, as long as there were no malevolent actions. But if it were an enemy, then as the minister of this region, he had a duty to act for the people. Boom. A meteorite slowly embedded itself into the ground, its radiance instantly flooding the entire trial ground. Lin Han instinctively shielded his eyes. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire arena in an inferno. Countless beings were reduced to ashes in that moment, and as the explosion intensified, the small island instantaneously collapsed, shattering into pieces. Numerous secret realms began to crumble under the impact of the meteorite's fall. Even the most elite platinum-tier realms on the island could not escape annihilation. For Lin Han, this was but a mere flick of his hand. As he gradually lowered his hand, countless experience points surged toward him. In the blink of an eye, his level reached the critical threshold of 10. However, upon reaching level 10, his experience ceased to increase, seemingly stagnating at this juncture. Indeed, after reaching level 10, experience points no longer accumulated, indicating that a second transition was necessary to transcend the barriers of leveling up. Lin Han confirmed the knowledge he had gleaned from his studies. Once a top student, he found this information to be effortlessly comprehensible. Now, it merely served to validate his understanding. At this moment, Lin Han was indifferent to whether he could level up. Before him lay an abundance of equipment and skill books scattered across the ground. In this world, there existed a shared ability. Slain monsters would cause dropped equipment and skill books to converge before the slayer. This significantly alleviated Lin Han's burdens. Otherwise, amidst the destruction of the island, merely attempting to collect equipment would have been a formidable task. Without hesitation, Lin Han gathered all the equipment, among which was a skill book that brought him a sense of joy. Initially, he thought the chance to loot equipment was remarkable, yet he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a skill book as well. It is worth noting that skill books are truly rare commodities, often deemed priceless in the marketplace. Even the weakest skill book could fetch millions in rewards. Lin Han examined the attributes of the skill book, and a stream of information unfolded before him. Name, silent chanting. Type, skill book. Rank, intermediate. Description, once learned, the user can chant any skill silently in their mind without the need for vocalization. No need to vocalize? Lin Han found this satisfactory. Such auxiliary skill books are incredibly useful. Their market value is exceptionally high. While they may hold little utility for warriors, they are of paramount significance for mages and assassins alike, especially for certain assassin skills that require chanting. Mastering this would allow them to bypass their most vulnerable moments. The chance of assassination could be significantly increased. System, amplify for me. Ding. Skill book amplification completed. Please check quickly. Lin Han looked once more at the attributes of the skill book. Name, blessing of the gods. No chant required. Type, skill book. Rank, forbidden spell. Description, the user can cancel all casting delays for any skill requiring chanting and can release the divine grace bestowed by the gods without needing to show reverence to anyone. How magnificent. After the amplification, the effects of this skill book astounded Lin Han. Just reading the description confirmed its uniqueness. Chapter 7, Source of Fire Element, Tsunami Erupts. Canceling casting delays may seem trivial on the surface, but in battle, it can prove immensely advantageous. For instance, when he previously utilized the Chaos Domain, he needed to chant a hymn to the god of chaos. However, for his next usage, Lin Han might only need to stand still, doing nothing. And perhaps a meteorite would descend from the sky before his opponent even realizes when he had invoked such a spell. This alone showcases the formidable power of this skill book. Though merely an auxiliary skill, after amplification, it is undeniably classified as a forbidden spell level skill book. Suddenly, the entire island began to tremble violently. Lin Han quickly steadied himself. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the island quaked even more violently, and in the distance, a volcano had begun to spew forth lava. Indeed, the recent meteorite's descent had ruptured the entire island's geological structure. As a top student, Lin Han quickly deduced what was occurring. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, the impact of the meteorite created waves that soared into the sky, sending sprays of water soaring thousands of meters high, while winds began to gather over the surface of the sea. In an instant, the entire island and its surroundings were plunged into chaos. Lin Han's eyes narrowed. It worked. The eruption of the volcano triggered the arrival of a hurricane. This was precisely why he ventured into this forbidden zone of the Hei's kingdom. At that very moment, the volcano erupted violently, accompanied by a massive tsunami that swept forth. At this juncture, the buff from the Chaos Domain had fully activated. Breadth of buff, damage immunity 30, movement speed increased by 50. Seeing this, Lin Han no longer hesitated. While the tsunami would indeed pose some challenges for Huiyue City, he must now obtain the source of the elements, leaving little room for concern about anything else. Dodging the calamity's onslaught, Lin Han gathered all the equipment into his possession and then plunged deep into the heart of the volcano. Though danger loomed, with his health and shield at peak levels, coupled with the newly acquired buffs, he felt no fear. Only here could he acquire the elemental source he sought. As Lin Han ventured deeper into the volcano, he found it devoid of any monsters. He gradually advanced to the depths, the heat intensifying. Yet for Lin Han, whose shield was at maximum capacity, this sensation felt no different than enjoying a sauna. Suddenly, a brilliant light ahead caught his attention. The source of the fire element. Lin Han immediately recognized the object before him. He had encountered it in his textbooks, and thus, its unique characteristics made it easily identifiable. Gradually, he approached the item, undeterred. And without a moment's hesitation, he collected the source of the fire element. Even though he had anticipated this moment, he was astonished by how effortlessly he had acquired the materials necessary for the second transition. Next, all that remained was to complete the second transition task, after which he would be able to evolve into his second form and continue his ascent. Without lingering, Lin Han swiftly departed from the volcano, for his ambitions extended far beyond this singular achievement. Above the ocean, the source of the wind element awaited him. The so-called source of elements was a manifestation of natural disasters. Presently, volcanic eruptions and tsunamis constituted two of the most formidable calamities, aligning perfectly with Lin Han's aspirations. For the second transition, he required one source of disaster, while the third transition demanded two. Given the rarity of such sources, obtaining them at will was no straightforward endeavor. Even for someone of Lin Han's current stature, he needed to seize every opportunity. Upon exiting the volcano, Lin Han wasted no time. He maximized his speed and plunged headlong into the tumultuous tsunami. Faced with such a colossal wave, he felt no fear. To acquire the source of disaster, these trials were essential. As he absorbed the movement of the tsunami, Lin Han promptly sought the origin of the tempest. Textbooks had indicated that the location of a disaster's source lay within the deepest and most perilous depths of the calamity itself. However, bolstered by various buffs, Lin Han navigated the tsunami with relative ease. Moreover, with his health and shield combined, he boasted a total of 2/4,000,000, which fueled his confidence in collecting two sources of disaster in one go. In no time, Lin Han pinpointed the location of the wind element source. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the command office. Director, it's bad. A tremendous tsunami has struck the border of the CZ Kingdom and is expected to reach Huiwa City shortly. The entire Huiwa City was thrown into disarray. What on earth is happening? Who is battling near Huiwa City? Sun Hu pounded the table, his brow furrowed in concern. Director, the strength of this individual is terrifying. It has reached the Saint tier. We cannot afford to provoke them. The scout quavered as he spoke. Such formidable figures existed only in legends for them. They had never encountered such power. Of course I know that. Sun Hu replied, frustration evident in his voice. Why must they engage in battle near Huiwa City? This level of disaster poses a significant threat to our city. Just the cost of repairs alone will be substantial. What irked him most was that even if they knew who was responsible, they could not demand compensation from such powerful figures. This was a bitter pill for Huiwa City to swallow. Director, it's Officer Liu on the line. At that moment, a scout rushed over, respectfully handing the phone to Sun Hu. Director Liu, this is Sun Hu. Sun Hu seized the phone and spoke. Director, what is the current situation in Huiwa City? What is your detection department doing? How could you have no information regarding this level of tsunami disaster? From the other end, Lu Changlong's robust voice resonated. Do you really think our detection department is omnipotent? Our funding is limited year after year, and the demands are endless. If you have the ability, then come down and take the position of director yourself. I certainly don't want it. Sun Hu rolled his eyes, thinking, of course. Yet, he maintained a respectful tone. Director Liu, this disaster is not of natural origin, but rather man-made. Lu Changlong responded with confusion. Man-made? Sun Hu elaborated. Based on our observations, the tsunami's origin appears to be near the CZ Kingdom. This aligns closely with the location of the earlier massive magical energy release, leading me to suspect that this disaster is likely a result of the battle involving that mysterious strongman. The most plausible explanation is that a human powerhouse is confronting a formidable monster in the waters near the CZ Kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changlong slowly asked, what do you plan to do next? Sun Hu decisively replied, our detection department has already contacted a powerful individual from Huiwa City to head to the front lines and combat this tsunami. As for the human powerhouse, we are unable to assist. Huiwa City cannot withstand further turmoil. Chapter 8. The Wall of Life, Defending Huiwa. Alright, your suggestion has been approved. Although we have anticipated the movements of this human powerhouse, the safety of Huiwa City remains our highest priority. This tsunami is approaching with great ferocity, Director Sun. We must safeguard Huiwa City at all costs. Lu Changlong issued the final command. Rest assured, as long as the city stands, its people shall endure. Sun Hu responded earnestly. As he spoke, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed. Tossing the phone aside, Sun Hu declared firmly, you all heard what Director Liu said. This human powerhouse is facing the monster up ahead, and we shall handle the logistical support. Everyone above level 20, follow me. At this moment, outside Huiwa City, countless human powerhouses gathered along the shore. Have you heard? This tsunami is a result of a conflict between a human powerhouse and a monster. It is said that the monster's strength has reached the supreme tier, a level 24 warrior remarked amid the crowd. Supreme? How terrifying. No wonder it could trigger such a tsunami. Does that mean the human powerhouse has reached the Saint tier? Just then, a mage scoffed derisively. What else could it be? To instigate such a calamity requires at least a forbidden spell. If they can continue fighting after using such magic, it is clear that they have attained the Saint tier. Not to mention, you warriors are inherently brainless, unable to comprehend such simple concepts. While warriors are universally acknowledged as the mightiest in offense, they often endure jibes from other professions. The most frequent taunts claim that warriors rely solely on brute strength and lack intelligence, with some even asserting that all warriors share a single brain. Hearing such remarks, a warrior immediately hefted his great sword, ready to charge at the mage, intending to cleave him in two. Enough. Can you not see the gravity of the situation? At such a critical moment, you still have the gall to jest. A voice rang out. It was Sun Hu, the director of the detection department. As a bona fide level 40 mage, he was among the elite in Huiyue City. Upon his arrival, the crowd settled into respectful silence. As the saying goes, the people do not oppose the officials, especially since Sun Hu maintained a good reputation in Huiyue City. Amid such turmoil, many officials had retreated to their homes, reluctant to involve themselves. Yet, Sun Hu's willingness to stand alongside them signified his resolve. Sun Hu harnessed his magical energy and leaped atop the wall of life. Constructed to withstand waves of sea beasts over the years, it had endured countless assaults without faltering. However, the sheer magnitude of this tsunami filled Sun Hu with trepidation. Such a colossal wave was truly overwhelming. As the tsunami drew ever closer, Sun Hu hastily leaped down from the wall of life, joining the others in solidarity. He shouted, "If the wall of life cannot withstand the force, we must collectively activate the barrier. Should we falter, the city of Huiyue behind us will face catastrophic devastation." His resonant voice stirred the crowd, igniting a fervor among them, for this dire situation was intimately tied to their fates. Should they fail, they would be among the first souls claimed by the deluge. Suddenly, the tsunami crashed heavily against the wall of life. In that instant, countless fissures spread across the structure, with torrents of seawater gushing through the cracks. Recognizing the imminent danger, Sun Hu urgently commanded, "Everyone, lend your strength. The wall of life is on the brink of collapse." In that moment, the formidable individuals present rallied their powers, forming a protective barrier that adhered to the rear of the wall, propping it up to prevent its complete downfall. Sun Hu could distinctly sense that if they were to withdraw their energies now, the wall of life would crumble in an instant. He had anticipated the possibility of its collapse, but had not expected it to occur so swiftly, within a mere 10 seconds of the tsunami's impact. The wall, which had withstood countless waves of beasts, was now on the verge of shattering before the might of the tsunami. The powerful warrior battling ahead was truly a monster. Within the barrier, people were beginning to collapse from sheer exhaustion. None dared to hold back in the face of such a natural disaster. Even Sun Hu, standing at the forefront, was drenched in sweat. "Hold on. Victory is within our grasp," he urged, intensifying his magical energy. Gradually, the tsunami's onslaught against the barrier began to wane. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Hu sensed that the force of the tsunami had dissipated. "Everyone, on the count of 3, we will withdraw our strength together," he proclaimed. 1, 2, 3. At the moment he called out 3, everyone retracted their powers, and the barrier vanished in an instant. With no support, the wall of life crumbled as well. The city wall, which had protected Huiyue for centuries, ultimately succumbed to this tsunami assault. Yet, there was no sorrow in the eyes of the people, for the tsunami had not surged forth again. They had emerged victorious. Witnessing this, Sun Hu let out a sigh of relief, as there were few left standing. Had the force of the tsunami been any greater, Huiyue might have truly fallen. Meanwhile, Lin Han had arrived at the teleportation array, blissfully unaware of the events transpiring outside. He had successfully acquired the source of wind elemental power amidst the tsunami. He was quite satisfied with the outcome, having not only obtained 2 elemental sources from the calamity, but also amassed countless pieces of equipment, which would yield a handsome profit at the trading post. Now, Lin Han had a clear goal. Next, he could embark on his second job quest. A sense of urgency welled up within him. The secrets he harbored were too significant, and he needed to elevate his strength swiftly for self-preservation. After all, despite possessing 5 forbidden-level spells, he still felt apprehensive when confronted by the top-tier powerhouses. With this thought, Lin Han teleported back to the city of Huiyue. Upon reaching the streets, he found the townsfolk engaged in fervent discussions. "What profession do you think that powerhouse belongs to have unleashed such a tsunami? It took so many strong individuals from Huiyue just to barely hold it back. Even the wall of life, which has stood for over 100 years, collapsed. Who knows? A being of that caliber probably transcends humanity. To them, we are merely a swarm of ants." Chapter 9. The Job Change Hall, Second Job Quest. The wall of life has been destroyed. Lin Han felt a pang of guilt as he listened to the conversations on the street. The wall of life had long been a landmark of Huiyue, even featured in their textbooks. He had not anticipated that the tsunami he had triggered would lead to its destruction. Would he expose himself? However, he quickly reassured himself upon hearing the crowd's interpretation. The official stance was that a battle between a human powerhouse and a supreme-level monster had caused the disaster. No matter how one analyzed it, they could not trace it back to him, a mere first-tier healing profession. As evening approached, Lin Han returned home obediently. "Xiao Han, you're back. Your mother was just about to call the Public Security Bureau. That tsunami was terrifying. We don't know which human powerhouse caused it, but I'm glad you're safe," Lin Zhongtian said, carrying a plate of food toward the dining table, his face beaming with joy at Lin Han's return. Feeling a bit bashful, Lin Han replied, "Don't worry, Dad. Such misfortune could never befall me." Just then, Shinmei emerged from the bedroom, her tone somewhat irritated. "These powerhouses fight without regard for the lives of ordinary people. You should be cautious when going out for a while." All right, Mom, you can rest easy," he assured her. Lin Han changed into his slippers and hurried to the dining table, grabbing a pair of chopsticks to devour the food. He quickly shifted the subject, saying, "Dad, Your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Zhongtian smiled with satisfaction. Of course. Just look at who your father is. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. After dinner, Lin Han returned to his room to rest. The next morning, he set out for the job change hall. Having acquired elemental power, he had reached the pinnacle of first tier level 10. He merely needed to visit the job change hall to accept the job change quest. Upon arriving at the hall, he found it bustling with people. This period marked a peak for awakenings and job changes, resulting in a considerable crowd. Lin Han quickly found an available window and stepped forward. A warrior? The receptionist girl instinctively assumed, observing Lin Han's tall and robust physique. Life priest. Healing profession. Lin Han clarified. A priest? The receptionist girl paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of regret for him. With his physical prowess, had he been a warrior, he would have been a true prodigy with limitless potential. Yet, alas, he was a healing profession priest. Nonetheless, she still handed him a form. Please fill out this profession information sheet. Taking the form, Lin Han noticed it contained various attribute values. He quickly filled out his information, ensuring to embellish certain figures slightly from when he had just awakened. If he were to disclose his actual values of over 120,000, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Priest profession. Have you obtained the source of elemental power? The receptionist inquired while perusing Lin Han's form. However, upon seeing that his awakening had occurred just the day before, she was taken aback. You leveled up to level 10 in just one day? Are you a monster? Upon observing Lin Han's various attributes, it became evident that they were far from those typical of a standard priest. A pang of sympathy welled up for Lin Han. Such statistics. It was likely that even some exceptionally gifted warriors would struggle to attain them. Having already acquired the elemental source, Lin Han responded. The receptionist nodded. Internally speculating, perhaps he is a young master from a prominent family, having reached level 10 in just a day and obtained the elemental source. While reaching level 10 was not surprising, many families with a bit of background could achieve that. Acquiring the elemental source, a treasure of immeasurable worth, was not something easily attainable. In that moment, her curiosity about Lin Han's identity deepened. May I now accept the second job transformation? Lin Han inquired, noticing the receptionist's silence. The young lady snapped back to attention, smiling as she replied, Of course, but there are certain prerequisites I must explain first. You have two options for the job transformation, a designated task, which you can choose, or a system-generated random task. Designated tasks typically range from B to A level, with the possibility of C-level tasks, though the system determines this, and it is beyond our control. Random tasks, on the other hand, are entirely at the mercy of the system. They could be lower than C-level, or even as high as S-level, depending on luck. Given that your class is a healing priest, I would recommend opting for a designated task, as the success rate would be higher. Listening to the receptionist, Lin Han responded without hesitation, I choose the random task. Taken aback by his response, the receptionist confirmed, Are you certain you wish to select a random task? After Lin Han affirmed his decision, she reluctantly produced an energy orb, instructing, Please place your hand upon it and infuse it with energy. Following her guidance, Lin Han began the process. Gradually, energy flowed into the crystal ball, which was connected by a wire to a display screen behind the receptionist. Name, Lin Han. Class, Life Priest. Level 10, First Transfer, Job Transfer Mission. Proceed to the dungeon, seek out and slay the Abyssal Apostles, and obtain the Heart of the Abyss. Mission level, S-level task. Is this a stroke of bad luck? Lin Han thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated. If not for the tenfold amplification system, it would be utterly impossible to complete this second transfer mission. However, with his possession of forbidden spells, he had no cause for concern. Once he reached the dungeon, he could simply use the forbidden spell to cleanse it, which posed no challenge for him. Hello. I wish to accept the S-level mission regarding the Abyssal Apostles, Lin Han stated decisively. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief. She had envisioned that this priest would squander the opportunity and opt for a designated task. To her astonishment, he actually sought to accept it. Such a choice seemed akin to courting death. Sir, please reconsider. Your class is a life priest, and undertaking a task of this level will result in a low success rate. I do not recommend you choose such a high-level mission. You still have one more chance to select a designated task. Lin Han recognized the receptionist's good intentions, but shook his head resolutely, saying, No need. This task will suffice. Chapter 10, Mercenaries, the Three Serpents Society. Then I shall proceed to accept the mission for you. The receptionist wanted to say more, but, seeing Lin Han's unwavering gaze, swallowed her words. If he were a warrior, he might indeed have a chance at success. But alas, he was merely a life priest. Very well. Subsequently, the receptionist began entering Lin Han's information, and soon the task acceptance notification appeared on the transfer hall's display screen. Task name: Abyssal Apostles. Task requirements: Proceed to the dungeon, seek out and slay the Abyssal Apostles, and retrieve the Heart of the Abyss. Task level: S-level. Recipient: Lin Han. Class: Life Priest. Level: 10, First Transfer. Who is this young man, so audacious as to undertake such a perilous mission? I have not heard of anyone of note in Huiwa City with such a reputation. A life priest? I have never encountered this class before. Could it be a newly hidden priest class? At that moment, the crowd gathered in the transfer hall turned their attention to the screen. TCH, who cares if it's hidden or not? At the end of the day, he is still just a priest, ISNTE? How can a healing class dare to accept an S-level job transformation? He must be out of his mind. The youth, typically brimming with bravado, would soon learn the harsh realities of life when faced with failure. What was truly frightening was the possibility of him not returning at all. Soon, the entire transfer hall erupted in laughter. Everyone looked down upon Lin Han for taking on such an S-level task. As a healing class, challenging such a job transfer mission was tantamount to playing with fire. Don't mind their chatter. Perhaps you were just lucky enough. The receptionist quickly consoled him. Lin Han remained unperturbed, allowing the crowd to voice their opinions without concern. I shall take my leave now. With that, he bid farewell to the receptionist and departed the transfer hall amidst their laughter. As the receptionist watched Lin Han's retreating figure, a sense of discomfort washed over her. However, upon reflection, she recalled that he had reached level 10 in just one day. Perhaps his family background could indeed provide him with assistance in fulfilling the task. Before Lin Han could exit the transfer hall, a group suddenly appeared to block his path. Who are you? Lin Han scrutinized their attire, noting that they all bore a badge adorned with a serpent emblem on their left chests. We are members of the Three Serpents Society. The leader, a bald man, stated coolly. The Three Serpents Society. Lin Han had some knowledge of this organization. It was one of the three major guilds in Huiyue City. Apart from the official authorities, various guilds maintained order throughout the city. During times of crisis, these guilds also stepped up to fulfill their obligations. Thus, guilds held a vital position within a city. Many resources related to cultivation were managed by these guilds, including trial grounds. Moreover, guilds often had mercenary teams that could be hired for materials or currency to assist with various tasks, serving as a primary source of income for the guilds. Despite understanding their identity, Lin Han was puzzled as to why they had blocked him. Since you are aware of us, that makes things easier, the bald man said with a casual demeanor. He relished the opportunity to manipulate naive newcomers, who knew little and could be easily deceived or intimidated. We have come to accompany you on your mission. As a mere healing class, undertaking a task of this level alone is exceedingly dangerous. However, with our presence, we can guarantee your success. What do you say? I am a level 26 warrior. Surely, that provides you with a sense of security. The others puffed out their chests, exuding confidence. Among them, the youngest boasted a second transfer, making them more than capable in Lin Han's presence. As a well-known mercenary within the Serpent Guild, this time they were tasked with assisting a novice healer in obtaining the Abyss Heart. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the mission had already been claimed by Lin Han. Ultimately, they had no choice but to prepare to accompany Lin Han, intending to defeat the Abyss Apostle and seize the Abyss Heart for themselves. Lin Han scoffed inwardly. He had discerned their true intentions, merely a covetous desire for the Abyss Heart. Yet, there was only one Abyss Heart possessed by each Abyss Apostle, and currently, the only mission available in Huiyue City was this one, meaning whoever secured the Abyss Heart would be able to undergo their second-class advancement. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Han possibly relinquish it? After exerting so much effort to acquire two sources of elemental power, the thought of abandoning his class advancement was simply inconceivable. Apologies, but I have no interest. I prefer to go solo, Lin Han decisively rejected, lifting his leg to leave. Kid, don't be foolish. You know how formidable the Serpent Guild is in Huiyue City. If you offend us, your future days won't be easy, the bald man interjected, blocking his path with an intimidating demeanor. Trying to scare me? Lin Han was all too familiar with such tactics. They always sought to display their prowess in front of newcomers. Just because a few insignificant characters thought they could represent a guild, it was likely their leader wasn't even aware of their existence. You. The bald man was momentarily taken aback. This tactic usually worked wonders on novices. The fact that this kid showed no fear surprised him. Enough, step aside. This is the official domain, and if you intend to act against me here, it would be wise to reconsider. Lin Han waved dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Good lad, you've indeed surprised me, but I must inform you that you have thoroughly enraged me, and you should be aware of the consequences. With a roar, the bald man commanded his comrades to depart, allowing Lin Han to pass. Indeed, as Lin Han pointed out, the class advancement hall was the official S territory, and they could not afford to act against him there, thus allowing him to leave unscathed. Captain, are we just going to let this kid off the hook? The bald man sneered. Let him go? If we allow this, how will we survive in the guild? Who would hire us in the future? We must reclaim our face today. If straightforward methods won't work, we shall resort to underhanded tactics. Let us ensure this kid regrets opposing us. As he watched Lin Han's retreating figure, the bald man's eyes narrowed, his expression malevolent. Chapter 11. The Trading Market, Selling Equipment. After receiving the quest, Lin Han did not hastily enter the dungeon. Instead, he first visited the trading market. The previous day, he had amassed a considerable amount of equipment from the trial grounds, now piled in his hands. He intended to dispose of these items before venturing into the dungeon. Upon arriving at the trading market, A magnificent edifice caught Lin Han's attention. The entire structure towered into the heavens, resembling a six-petaled flower from a distance, exquisitely crafted. Above the grand entrance, for gilded characters proclaimed, Trading Market. In stark contrast to the simplicity of the class advancement hall, the trading market exuded an air of opulence. Inside, there were numerous stalls, bustling with activity, a scene of vibrant prosperity. It was said that the market was operated by one of the most powerful guilds in the world, far beyond the likes of the Serpent Guild, whose influence could not compare. Due to the guild's immense stature, it had garnered a commendable reputation within the industry, allowing it to establish trading markets without disturbance. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking such a colossal entity. Rumor had it that even official personnel would show deference to such a grand guild. Finding a stall, Lin Han settled in, drawing the curtain for privacy. In these trading markets, individual rooms were typically set up to respect clients' confidentiality. Otherwise, if a client possessed valuable items, they could easily become targets. This was a significant reason why people preferred to engage in transactions at venues established by large guilds. Good day, sir. I am customer service 0458, delighted to assist you. The customer service representative was exceedingly courteous. Their role required them to treat all clients equally, regardless of status. However, should trouble arise, they would not hesitate to take action. Hello, I wish to sell some equipment, Lin Han replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, the representative's eyes sparkled. They relished clients wishing to sell equipment, as they could earn substantial commissions from each item. Their current performance was lacking, and they depended on such individuals to boost their sales. With a grand gesture, Lin Han covered the table with a veritable mountain of equipment. Is all of this for sale? The representative was taken aback, their eyes wide. They had never seen so much equipment in their lifetime. Initially assuming Lin Han to be a mere student with little to offer, they were thoroughly proven wrong. Indeed, all of these are for sale. Please count them. And there are also 2 legendary grade items, Lin Han affirmed with a nod. Wait, did you just say there are 2 legendary grade items? The representative was momentarily speechless. Although the equipment on the table was of lower tiers, the sheer quantity was astonishing. And the notion that Lin Han possessed 2 legendary items was utterly beyond their imagination. Calmly, Lin Han produced a longsword and armor. These 2, is there a problem? The representative swallowed hard, transfixed by the aura emanating from Lin Han's items. The palpable energy left them exhilarated. May I ask your surname, sir? Lin Han responded. The representative quickly stood, stating, Mr. Lin, I lack experience in handling legendary grade transactions. No, none of the customer service here have such experience. Please allow me a moment. I will consult with our manager, who will personally oversee your transaction. Lin Han did not decline, urging him to return swiftly. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. The representative hurriedly exited through a back door, excitement coursing through them. Even if it would be the manager who handled the transaction, they were certain to secure their commission. Just this one deal would suffice to sustain them for many years. Lin Han waited idly for a couple of minutes before a sharply dressed individual entered. Mr. Lin, right? Lin Han nodded, and the suited man extended his hand for a shake, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the manager of the Hui West City branch. My surname is Liu. I am a level 46 appraisal master, and I will personally accompany you through all your transactions. A level 46 appraisal master? Lin Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the manager of the Hui West City branch would hold such a prestigious title. The profession of appraisal master was well known, primarily serving as a supportive role, excelling in treasure hunting within dungeons, which made it desirable for adventurers to include one in their party. However, transitioning to this profession was notoriously complex. Most individuals remain entrenched within the first and second transitions, with the difficulty of job changes rivaling that of life sacrifices. After all, the majority would not squander resources to cultivate a treasure appraisal profession. Greetings, Manager Liu. Lin Han courteously engaged in small talk. Manager Liu cast a brief glance over the equipment laid out on the table and remarked with a smile, Mr. Lin, you truly possess remarkable capabilities, managing to present such a plethora of equipment at once. I just took a cursory glance, and these items could fetch you approximately 23 million. So much. Lin Han had conducted market research and was aware that most of the equipment was below the golden tier. Although abundant, 20 million was already his ideal price. However, he could surmise the true intent behind the manager's words. Essentially, he was reluctant to let such a significant client slip away. Deal. Manager Liu said with a smile, Mr. Lin is indeed decisive. Now that our transaction here is concluded, shall we take a look at those 2 legendary pieces of equipment? Certainly. Lin Han, fully aware of this old fox's intentions, was disinclined to engage in further banter and placed the 2 items on the table. Manager Liu was somewhat taken aback. He initially assumed that the legendary equipment Lin Han spoke of was the one he was currently wearing, only to discover that he had produced 2 more. In an instant, he perceived that this individual was rather extraordinary and could potentially become a major client in the future. Lin Han smiled and said, Manager Liu, both of these items are more suited for warriors and hold no utility for me, hence I intend to sell them to you. These two pieces of equipment had been amplified 1,000-fold by Lin Han, specifically chosen for the warrior class. He could amplify all equipment to such an extent, but doing so would easily expose him, which is why he selected only 2 items. The warrior's gear commanded the highest prices, maximizing his profits. This exemplified Lin Han's prudence. After all, his current strength was not particularly formidable, and he needed to conceal his identity. Please hold on, Mr. Lin, while I examine them thoroughly to avoid any potential errors. Manager Lu immediately recognized that these 2 pieces were indeed legendary, but needed a closer inspection to ascertain their specific attributes and effects. Chapter 12, A Fateful Encounter. The Black Card. Please proceed. Lin Han replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu retrieved a monocle from his chest pocket and donned a pair of pristine white gloves, showcasing his professionalism. Respected God of appraisal, grant me the ability to scrutinize all things. I shall offer you my utmost reverence. Please bless your devotee with the insight to see through all. As Manager Lu recited this incantation, a faint golden hue enveloped his eyes, as if he could pierce through the veil of reality itself. Is this the ability of a master appraiser? Lin Han mused. This was the first time he had encountered such a unique profession. It seemed that none from his generation had ever emerged as a treasure appraiser. After all, this profession was quite rare. Even a family of nobility would require substantial resources to cultivate one. Thus, even if a commoner awakened such an ability, reaching level 10 would be their utmost limit. Once a noble family succeeded in cultivating their own treasure appraisal expert, they would guard them as a prized possession. After all, a truly powerful appraiser could yield substantial profits for a noble house. Consequently, there was a significant divide within the appraisal profession. Manager Lu lifted the long knife, closing one eye to scrutinize it closely. Lin Han looked on as detailed information about the monocle appeared before his eyes. Name, Eye of Insight. Position, accessory. Tier, high tier. Description, when worn, it allows the user to see through all powers below the king tier and discern the attributes of any item, with the user's strength not falling below platinum. Upon reading this, Lin Han was somewhat astonished. The functionality of this monocle was indeed impressive. If paired with Manager Lu's innate abilities, it could unleash even more formidable effects. Although high-tier equipment is indeed weaker compared to legendary tier items, it could still fetch several million, potentially even reaching 10 million. Such artifacts are inherently rare, hence their value fluctuates significantly. The manager of a small auction house like Huyu City possessing 4th transition strength, along with such a terrifying appraisal artifact, was simply beyond Lin Han's imagination. Noticing Lin Han's keen observation, Manager Lu paid it no mind and began to expound on the attributes of the long knife. Name, Blood Reaper Long Knife. Position, long knife. Tier, legendary. Description, grants a berserk effect, enhancing the user's physical strength by 30, and includes a bloodthirsty effect, allowing the user to sacrifice their own life force for a 50-point physical enhancement. What a fearsome attribute. Manager Lu was somewhat taken aback. This long knife could certainly be classified among the apex of warrior legendary gear. Just the first attribute, enhancing physical strength by 30, was already daunting. Merely this attribute alone was sufficient to value the long knife at 50 million. The second attribute was even more terrifying. If the user found themselves in peril, they could exchange life points for combat power. Although it superficially appears as a waste of life, the combat power gained is quite substantial. The attributes corroborated Lin Han's assertion that this was the most suitable equipment for warriors. A warrior equipped with it would face virtually no rivals of the same tier. Manager Lu set down the long knife and began to examine the armor closely. Name, Earthbound Battle Armor. Position, armor. Tier, legendary. Description, grants a defensive effect, providing the wearer with a 30-point defense bonus. If the user sacrifices life points, the defense value increases to 50. Hiss. Manager Lu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Truly terrifying. Judging by the configuration of these 2 pieces of equipment, they were likely part of a set, and their attributes had reached an exceedingly formidable level, even approaching that of sacred artifacts. The value of such equipment undoubtedly ranks among the very top of legendary gear. Mr. Lin, I have completed my examination of these 2 pieces of equipment, Manager Lu said with a smile. These items likely belong to a set series. Should all components be collected, their combined value might surpass that of some ordinary sacred artifact sets. However, do not be disheartened, Mr. Lin. Even these 2 items alone hold immense value. Lin Han shrugged, responding, I indeed do not possess the complete set, just these. Manager Lu was not surprised by this response. Assembling such a set would be quite arduous without a strong foundation. The market for these 2 items was exceptionally favorable, as they were perfectly suited for warriors. If Mr. Lin is willing to sell them to us, I can offer you a price of 14 million. Comparatively, the Blood Reaper long knife should be valued at 60 million, while the Earthbound Battle Armor I can offer 70 million. After all, the Blood Reaper long knife is optimal for warriors, while other combat classes might find the Earthbound Battle Armor more appealing, thus elevating its functionality. Lin Han was not taken aback. This price exceeded his initial expectations significantly, and Manager Lu did not attempt to deceive him. That will be the price. At that moment, Manager Lu added, however, I also have another option. Mr. Lin could consign these 2 items with us. Shortly, an auction house will be operational, and placing them there could potentially double their value. Considering that Mr. Lin may have financial needs, our auction house is prepared to advance 100 million. Subsequently, we will collect a commission from the auction price. At this moment, Lin Han found Manager Lu's words quite intriguing. He spoke with great insight. For equipment of such magnitude, the trading house would undoubtedly have no shortage of sellers. Merely knowing the specific attributes would undoubtedly attract countless formidable individuals willing to exhaust their fortunes to acquire them. However, Lin Han also comprehended that as long as Manager Lu makes the purchase, he could easily list it in the auction house himself, thus reaping greater rewards. Therefore, it is not difficult to deduce that Manager Lu certainly wishes to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, ensuring that he can continue to send items his way in the future. Since Manager Lu has articulated his thoughts so, I shall comply with his wishes. I trust you. Lin Han nodded affirmatively and spoke. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu smiled, presenting a contract. In that case, Mr. Lin, please fill out this contract, and we shall consider the transaction complete. After a cursory glance at the contract and confirming that there were no issues, Lin Han waved his hand and signed his name. Manager Lu carefully stored the contract. At this juncture, he produced a black card and placed it in Lin Han's hand. Mr. Lin, this card contains precisely 12 million. It is also our auction house's VIP black card, which grants you the highest standard of service at any auction house across the cities. Chapter 13, A Frenzy of Acquisitions. Skill Books. Accepting the black card, which bore the number 086, Lin Han secured it, marking the conclusion of a flawless transaction. He was quite satisfied with both the price and the attitude exhibited. Shall I see you off, Mr. Lin? Manager Lu inquired politely, eager to maintain a relationship with such a distinguished client. Lin Han replied, no rush, I wish to acquire some additional items. Manager Lu's eyes brightened, and he promptly responded, what would Mr. Lin like to purchase? I can assist you in selecting skill books and magic scrolls. Lin Han's intentions were crystal clear. At this juncture, only skill books would provide him with substantial assistance, and the swiftest way to obtain them was indeed through this trading market. Furthermore, magic scrolls contain spells that can be unleashed at any moment, thus proving exceedingly convenient. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. As soon as Manager Lu's words fell, he exited the room and swiftly returned with a tome in hand. Mr. Lin, here is the current inventory of skill books and magic scrolls available in our trading market. Please take a look at what you desire. Lin Han accepted the catalog and began to peruse it. Most of the skill books listed were of an advanced level or lower, aligning perfectly with his intentions. Even purchasing higher-tier skill books would simply be a waste of resources. Do you have a backup of this catalog? Hearing Lin Han's query, Manager Lu was momentarily perplexed regarding his intent, but responded, we have plenty of copies. That's good. Upon receiving this answer, Lin Han began to tear through the pages, and Manager Lu, observing this, was at a loss, as he had to exercise patience with such a significant client. Before long, the skill books lay in tatters, and Lin Han handed a thick stack of torn pages to Manager Lu, declaring, I want all these. Please wait, Mr. Lin. I shall have someone retrieve them immediately. Manager Lu, somewhat bewildered, quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, now, all of you, set aside your current tasks and gather these skill books and magic scrolls. I need them at once. Shortly thereafter, a man wheeled in a cart and respectfully announced, Manager, here are all the magic scrolls you requested. There were no oversights. I assure you, absolutely none. Manager Lu waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. Mr. Lin, would you like to verify the items? Lin Han waved dismissively, indicating that such verification was unnecessary for transactions of this caliber. Very well, Mr. Lin, the total value of these skill books amounts to 120 million. As you are indeed one of our esteemed clients, I shall only charge you 100 million. Agreed. Lin Han produced the black card Manager Lu had just given him, and soon the sum of 100 million was transacted. Lin Han gathered the magic scrolls and prepared to exit the premises. Observing this, Manager Lu hastily followed him out. As they passed through the exterior, Lin Han could still hear the clamor emanating from some rooms, and even the hall began to swell with unrest. Just a moment ago, you were telling me there were more magic scrolls, and now you say there are none? Has your trading market become so arrogant as to toy with clients like this? Truly, I have been too lenient with you. Do you really think we must purchase exclusively from you? Listening to the cacophony, Lin Han discerned that the individuals were lamenting the depletion of skill books, which he had swept clean, leaving them with little to no options. The customer service representatives were seen apologizing profusely, stating, we sincerely apologize, but such occurrences are beyond our control. This oversight is regrettable, and we hope you will not hold it against us. Will an apology suffice to waste our time? Even as the customer service representatives lowered their stance, the aggrieved clients remained unyielding. Silence. Suddenly, Manager Lu, standing beside Lin Han, called out. Upon hearing Manager Lu's voice, the customer service representatives looked to him as if he were their savior. What are you doing? Is this how your trading market treats its clients? The clients showed no mercy, as they perceived the situation to be clearly the fault of the trading market. Thus, they felt emboldened. Our customer service has communicated this clearly. Since someone has acted first, then no goods means no goods. There is no need for further commotion. As Manager Lu spoke, an aura of authority emanated from him as he continued. I have articulated my stance quite clearly. Should anyone wish to stir trouble here, they must be prepared for the consequences. As the saying goes, goodwill begets wealth. If you wish to continue this uproar, consider whether you are capable of managing me. A fourth-tier appraisal master. The crowd recognized Manager Lu's prowess. Despite his profession as an appraisal master, he was a formidable fourth-tier expert. This was not merely a difference in profession. It was a genuine disparity in strength. In that moment, all the raucous individuals fell silent. And Manager Lu turned to Lin Han with a genial smile, saying, Mr. Lin, please do not take offense. Such places often attract troublemakers. Thus, a modicum of intimidation is necessary. Lin Han appeared unfazed as the two gradually exited the trading market. I shall escort you to this point, Mr. Lin. Should you have any items you wish to sell or acquire, please do not hesitate to contact me. Our prices are undoubtedly the most reasonable nationwide. This is your black card, Mr. Lin. Lin Han accepted the black card and bid farewell to Manager Lu before departing from the trading market. Boss, I followed that Lin Han into the trading market, though I am unsure of what he purchased, but it was Manager Lu himself who personally escorted him out. Moreover, Manager Lu treated Lin Han with considerable respect, and most importantly, he handed Lin Han a black card. That black card is likely comparable to our president's, indicating that Lin Han's wealth is indeed substantial. Doosan elaborated on what he had observed while tailing Lin Han. The individual before him was none other than the bald man who had previously obstructed Lin Han at the job transfer hall. After Lin Han's departure, the bald man instructed Doosan to follow him. Doosan's profession was that of a thief, a vocation characterized by its high degree of stealth, rendering him particularly adept at tracking others. Is what you said true? The bald man inquired once more. Doosan's gaze was resolute as he affirmed, I assure you, my words bear the weight of truth, devoid of any fabrication. I suspect Lin Han's identity is far from simple, as evidenced by Manager Lu's attitude towards him. Chapter 14. Amplification by 10,000 times, Eye of Heaven. If Lin Han possesses a black card, it is certain he harbors some extraordinary treasure. The bald man was aware of the existence of black cards. He had once had the fortune of witnessing the president's black card, which could only be obtained by individuals of certain status and wealth. He was taken aback that a level 10 first transformation priest would possess such a remarkable item. However, boss, if Lin Han possesses such an object, might he not have some formidable backing? Doosan pondered momentarily. No matter, the bald man waved dismissively, continuing. Lin Han is merely a level 10 first transformation life priest. A healing-oriented profession poses no threat to us. Once we enter the underground city, who cares what background he has? If we eliminate him and seize his treasures, that will truly propel us to new heights. The mercenaries present, upon hearing this, displayed glimmers of anticipation in their eyes. They were merely the lower ranks of the Three Serpents Society, their earnings derived from completing tasks to amass a modest fortune. Yet for their small cohort, it was but a drop in the bucket. They too yearned for substantial wealth to enhance their lives. Meanwhile, Lin Han found a place to rest, and took out the skill book he had just purchased. Among them was a spell called Sensory Technique, which piqued his interest. Name: Sensory Technique. Type: Skill book. Rank: Intermediate. Description: an active skill that allows the user to perceive everything within a 3-kilometer radius, but will exert tremendous strain on the user's body, potentially causing catastrophic harm. Please use it judiciously. Without hesitation, Lin Han calmly uttered, System, amplify this by 10,000 times. Skill book amplification successful. Please check the details promptly. Name: Eye of Heaven. Type: Skill book. Rank: Forbidden spell. Description: passive skill, permanently grants malevolent perception. Will immediately notify the user of impending danger. Active skill, bestows the user with a god's eye perspective. Lin Han felt a surge of joy. Such an effect was nothing short of miraculous for him. It ensured that no danger could approach. Upon sensing a threat, he could activate the skill to ascertain the locations of all nearby individuals. In comparison to the previous sensory technique, the Eye of Heaven imposed no toll on his body whatsoever. It was a qualitative leap. After familiarizing himself with the skill, Lin Han wasted no time and promptly sought out a nearby teleportation array to head towards the underground city. Upon arriving at the underground city, he encountered official personnel collecting entrance fees at the archway. Lin Han was not short on funds. After paying the entrance fee, he stepped into the underground city. Initially, he had anticipated the underground city to be a desolate place, yet upon his arrival, he was astonished to find it bustling with vibrancy. Hey there. You must be a first-time visitor. Just 50 star dragon coins, and I can give you a thorough introduction. A man approached, exuding an air of seasoned familiarity. All right. Lin Han tossed out 50 star dragon coins. It was indeed his first time in the underground city, and he needed a guide to help him navigate, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. The guide counted the coins, confirmed their authenticity, and smiled, saying, You're generous. My name is Lu Wei. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. As they walked, Lin Han remarked, the underground city should be teeming with monsters. Why does it appear so prosperous? With merchants setting up shop? Lu Wei explained. Initially, the underground city was indeed rife with monsters, with various dangerous creatures lurking near the entrance. However, as humanity gradually grew stronger, all the monsters in the vicinity have been eradicated. Now, not only the underground city, but any location will have a safety zone, protected by top-tier mages formations, alongside numerous armies and guilds stationed for security. This ensures that individuals entering the underground city have a place to recuperate and access information. Given your appearance, you must be here for a second transformation quest, right? Lu Wei inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lin Han raised his brow, curiosity piqued. How did you know? Lu Wei, with an air of knowing, smiled. Just by looking at you, it's clear you're experiencing a large-scale dungeon for the first time. Newcomers would never opt for such a perilous place to grind for levels. Thus, it is evident that you are preparing for a second transformation quest. Indeed, Lin Han admitted openly, stating, my second transformation quest is the Abyssal Apostle. The Abyssal Apostle? Lu Wei stuttered momentarily, exclaiming, given your formidable presence, I didn't expect you to be a healing profession. How did you deduce that? Lu Wei continued, the Abyssal Apostle quest is an S-rank task among the second transformation quests, notorious for its high failure and mortality rates. The critical factor is that this quest is often randomly assigned to most healing professions. Therefore, if a healing profession receives this task, it is almost a foregone conclusion that the mission will end in failure. Of course, if you have the funds, you can hire mercenaries to assist you in obtaining the Heart of the Abyss. You seem well off. Would you like me to connect you with some reputable mercenaries? I have contacts with those from the 3 major guilds. Lin Han declined, no need. It was pertinent to note that he had just crossed paths with a mercenary from the 3 Serpent Society, while he harbored no fear. Even the smallest ant could be a nuisance. Lu Wei, do you know anyone who gathers intelligence? I need to know the spawn location and timing of the Abyssal Apostle. Boss, it's not that I doubt you, but do you genuinely intend to solo the Abyssal Apostle? Lu Wei expressed disbelief. For a level 10 first transformation healer to tackle such a dungeon alone was tantamount to courting death. Observing Lin Han's apparent intelligence, he was baffled by his choice. Indeed. Lin Han replied succinctly, just inform me if there are any intelligence operatives. Realizing he could not dissuade Lin Han, Lu Wei reluctantly conceded, I happen to know someone. Let me take you to him. Thus, the two made their way deeper into the underground city, arriving at a vendor's stall. Lu Wei took a seat and rapped on the table. Old Lu, wake up. I've got a client for you. He wants information on the Abyssal Apostle. Hurry up. Don't keep him waiting. Chapter 15, Covert Surveillance. It's quite painful. Ah, a job has come in. Lu Jian lazily leaned in his rocking chair, not even bothering to glance up at Lu Wei. Lu Wei thumped his chest. You should consider who I am, in this underground city. My expertise ensures I never lack for work. Enough with the small talk. What information do you need? Lu Jian replied, impatiently cutting to the chase. Lin Han stepped forward, stating, I want all the information regarding the Abyssal Apostle, including the latest spawn location and timing. Upon hearing this, Lu Jian slightly lifted his hat, saying, preparing for a second transformation quest, the Heart of the Abyss? Exactly. Lu Jian inquired, given your physique, you must be a warrior class, right? If you were a support class, that would indeed pose a challenge. Achieving your goal without hiring mercenaries is nearly impossible. It appears fortune is on your side. Lu Wei quickly interjected, whispering, don't touch on sensitive topics. This esteemed individual is a support class priest. A priest? Lu Jian exclaimed, taken aback. Taking on such a task as a priest is tantamount to courting death. Even if I were to provide you with information, you could never solo the Abyssal Apostle. You should really consider hiring a mercenary group for assistance. Don't say I didn't warn you. While we are all in this for profit, some truths must be conveyed. You should head back. Thank you, Lin Han replied with a smile, but my mind is made up. Provide me with the information. With that, Lin Han tossed a pouch of Star Dragon coins. I have my own methods to resolve this. As an information broker, it would be unwise for you to turn down a monetary opportunity. This was the first time Lu Jian encountered someone so stubborn. Although selling information was his profession, he felt compelled to offer a friendly warning. Very well. Acknowledging the futility of persuasion, he produced a scroll and tossed it into Lin Han's hands. These Star Dragon coins should suffice. The scroll contains information about the Abyssal Apostle. Excellent. Lu Wei, you need not accompany me. With that, Lin Han departed, guided by the intelligence concerning the Abyssal Apostle's primary activity in the southwestern region of the underground city. The time was drawing near for the Apostle's emergence. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding swept through Lin Han's mind. Danger. This sensation was a passive alert from the Eye of Heaven. It would notify the host at the first sign of impending peril. Has someone locked onto me? Lin Han swiftly activated the Eye of Heaven's active skill, allowing him to visualize every corner of the underground city. Based on his danger perception, he quickly pinpointed a specific area. The 3 Serpents mercenary group. Lin Han couldn't help but smirk internally. These people truly are relentless, tracking me into the underground city, evidently intent on eliminating me here. However, Now that he had discerned their movements, he could not simply let them slip away. Should a pivotal moment arise in the future, they would surely become a nuisance. Having infiltrated this far, Lin Han resolved to turn the tables. Perhaps it would be they who would face demise today. Despite having discovered their trail, Lin Han continued on his path as per the intelligence, leaving no trace of his awareness. Gradually, he arrived at a rift in the abyss. Consulting the map in hand, he murmured, according to the report, this is indeed the primary spawning ground for the Abyssal Apostle. With the timing just about right, it should appear soon. He prepared several magical scrolls purchased earlier at the trading market. As their name implies, these scrolls could store magical spells, proving invaluable in combat. Given that Lin Han's abilities were forbidden spells, using them in the presence of others would undoubtedly expose him. Thus the magical scrolls served to mask his true capabilities. If others were to witness his actions, they might simply regard him as a wealthy individual. Lin Han came to a halt. The Three Serpents mercenary group also paused, concealing their forms to observe. He had just acquired intelligence on the Abyssal Apostle, and this spot should be the designated spawning area. They planned to wait here until Lin Han could no longer sustain himself before launching their attack. This time, I shall claim both the Abyssal Apostle and the heart of the Apostle, the bald man declared with excitement, having noted Lin Han's prowess in battle. He recognized that Lin Han was indeed a treasure trove of valuable items. If they succeeded in this endeavor, their mercenary group would undoubtedly rise to greatness. Boss, look, the Abyssal Apostle has spawned. An alert member exclaimed as a humanoid monstrosity emerged from the shadows, its maw filled with jagged teeth, slime dripping down its form. Its crimson eyes seemed to pierce through the night. Lin Han immediately took notice of the creature. Level 12 Abyssal Apostle. Compared to the ice toxin frog he had previously encountered, the aura emanating from this Abyssal Apostle was far more terrifying, though only 2 levels higher. The difference was akin to that between a minor foe and a formidable mini-boss. It was hard to fathom how a support class could hope to solo such a challenge without the aid of a system. Even Lin Han, as a warrior, would find it daunting to tackle the Abyssal Apostle at level 10 alone. Such a task, it was undoubtedly one of the most significant pitfalls in the game. Otherwise, it would not be classified as one of the most challenging encounters. In an instant, the Abyssal Apostle's gaze fixed upon Lin Han, its legs contorting into a grotesque stance as it charged towards him, disregarding its own injuries. How hideous, Lin Han scoffed, promptly hurling a magical scroll. Lightning surged from the heavens, and flames erupted instantaneously. The bald man, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Han possessing such a plethora of magical scrolls, which revealed the extent of his wealth. Yet, more than that, he felt a pang of regret. These magical scrolls were precious commodities, each capable of fetching tens of thousands, even millions. To see them tossed about as mere toys was an utter waste. But his rationality reminded him that this was not the optimal time to strike. For the sake of those riches, the bald man remained patient. The Abyssal Apostle had entered a frenzied state. Chapter 16. The mantis stalks the cicada, unbeknownst to the oriole behind. At that moment, the effects of the magical scrolls began to wane. The Abyssal Apostle's eyes glowed a deeper crimson, spikes sprouting from its arms, and a faint mist enveloped its body. The enmity had reached its zenith. The magical scrolls Lin Han employed were not of high caliber. They were merely adequate to handle creatures below level 10. His goal extended beyond merely dispatching the Abyssal Apostle. He feared that utilizing those scrolls worth millions could result in obliterating the Apostle outright. If that were to happen, extracting the mercenary group trailing him would become exceedingly troublesome. Now, the Abyssal Apostle, as if possessed, charged at Lin Han's location, completely ignoring the injuries it had sustained. Even the magical scrolls Lin Han hurled seemed to go unnoticed. Come on, Lin Han silently urged. In mere moments, the Abyssal Apostle closed the distance, throwing a powerful punch. Lin Han feigned evasion, but was struck solidly aside. In the face of this assault, Lin Han refrained from activating his shield, instead bracing himself with sheer vitality. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in his mind. Life value at 1800. This was alarming. The ice toxin frog, at level 10, had only reduced his health by 800 points. Yet, this single blow from the Abyssal Apostle had drained him of 1800 life points. Of course, Lin Han refrained from employing his shield to avoid revealing any signs to the mercenary group, as activating the shield would manifest a protective barrier. Thus, prudence was paramount. Engage. Upon witnessing Lin Han's grievous injuries, the bald man could no longer remain in his seat. It was the opportune moment to seize both Lin Han and the Abyss Apostle. In an instant, the mercenaries sprang into action, and the bald man approached Lin Han, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Lin Han, did you ever imagine this would be the consequence of your refusal to cooperate with us? He sneered, his gaze greedily fixed on Lin Han. At this juncture, he was certain that Lin Han, a level 10 healer, was rendered utterly incapable of any further action, especially after the force of that kick had shattered any hope of resistance. You are truly despicable. Lin Han feigned resentment, clutching the area where he had been struck and collapsing to the ground. Despicable? The bald man erupted into laughter. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of this world. In these times, only the strongest prevail. Blame yourself for failing to conceal your wealth. Lin Han replied calmly. Are you not afraid that if you kill me, the forces behind me will not spare you? Huh, Lin, dear young master. What nonsense you speak at such a time. We are in the depths of the underworld. Even if we were to end your life, who would be the wiser? Dream on. Once we leave with your riches, who would care about your identity? Even if your allies are formidable, they would merely assume you fell to the abyss apostle in the dungeon. You are nothing more than an ignorant healer, destined to perish here. Seeing the futility of further dialogue, Lin Han's objective had already been achieved. He had awaited the bald man's attack rather than proactively seeking confrontation. For as soon as the opponent struck, Lin Han would be justified in retaliating. This was all a strategy to evade the red name tracking system. Such was Lin Han's intention. Otherwise, he would be marked with a red name in public zones, complicating his future endeavors. Meanwhile, the bald man and his companions were evidently blinded by Lin Han's wealth, paying no heed to the implications of their actions. Boss, this kid is incapacitated. Let us focus on eliminating the abyss apostle first. One of the rogues exclaimed. The rest of the mercenary group began to engage the abyss apostle, and at that moment, the creature's ire gradually shifted from Lin Han to the mercenaries. Good. The bald man did not hesitate, recognizing Lin Han's state as no longer warranting attention. After all, bringing back the heart of the abyss would still yield substantial wealth. Although Lin Han, the wealthy target, was already in their grasp, even the smallest fly is still meat. The weakest member of the mercenary group boasted at least second-tier strength, and even a frenzied abyss apostle posed little challenge for them. Everyone, stand aside, the bald man bellowed, launching a powerful punch that showcased the full force of his second-tier warrior prowess. The abyss apostle was struck hard, flying back and crashing into the depths of the abyss. How dare such a mere level 12 abyss apostle act so arrogantly? The bald man scoffed. Let us go deliver the final blow. Indeed, our boss is formidable. A single punch can incapacitate the abyss apostle. One mercenary remarked. Of course, the boss is a warrior. Dealing with the abyss apostle is child's play. We are sure to return laden with spoils. The bald man, flattered by his comrades, felt a surge of pleasure, completely oblivious to Lin Han, who had quietly risen to his feet, a serene smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Lin Han's eyes. No incantation needed for the grace of the gods. Forbidden spell. Fallen intervention. Just as the mercenaries were jesting and preparing to finish off the abyss apostle, they abruptly halted, their words catching in their throats. The bald man sensed something amiss and turned to them. What are you all doing? We need to finish this. But they stood there, heads down, unresponsive to his command. Suddenly, a rogue lunged forward with a dagger. The bald man reacted swiftly, sidestepping and shouting, What are you doing? Are you rebelling? In an instant, the others surrounded the bald man, and a wave of fear washed over him. Although he was a warrior, facing so many second-tier experts left him feeling overwhelmed. I have treated you all well. Once we complete this job, we will enjoy a life of luxury, he pleaded. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. If you're unhappy, we can split the spoils evenly. I want to take the lion's share, all right? The bald man began to retreat, but the others pressed forward, relentless in their assault, offering him no opportunity to escape. If you insist on this, then do not blame me for not granting you a chance, he snarled. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Han had approached within earshot, observing the bald man ensnared in a web of his own making. Utterly unable to resist the combined onslaught of multiple second-tier foes, the mercenaries had yet to realize that Lin Han was the puppet master behind their actions. This was the advantage of casting without incantation. He could simply will his spells into existence. How do you like this gift I have bestowed upon you? Lin Han suddenly inquired. The bald man, pinned beneath the weight of his assailants, gazed up at Lin Han, despair etched into his features. As he witnessed Lin Han approach unscathed, his expression twisted even further. You orchestrated this. When did you bribe them? Such harsh words, Lin Han replied, casually perching on a nearby stone. Did you never consider that I might have them under my control? From the very start, you fell into my trap. Every step you took was according to my design, though I must admit, your level of intelligence exceeded my expectations. Hearing Lin Han's words, the bald man could scarcely comprehend the implications, yet the state of his companions indicated they had lost their rationality, as if manipulated by some unseen force. It's him. The bald man could hardly believe it. This individual was merely a level 10 life priest. How could he possibly wield such power? Never mind. You are already as good as dead, and I see no reason to let you witness the full extent of the forbidden spell's might. Lin Han stood, stretching his waist. Forbidden spell. Despite being besieged, the bald man had forgotten his pain, fixated on Lin Han. Chaotic domain. Lin Han concentrated, and suddenly, a torrent of lightning erupted from the ground. In an instant, the entire abyss descended into chaos. The bald man, witnessing the spectacle, felt his strength drain away. A forbidden spell. This is absolutely a forbidden spell. How is this possible? Who are you? Before the bald man could finish, bolts of lightning surged from beneath the feet of the mercenaries, sending them flying. Boring, Lin Han remarked coolly. with such meager intellect. You dared to play the role of a thief. Gradually, the power of lightning began to bombard the abyss, and the very foundation of the ground could no longer withstand the onslaught, beginning to crumble. The collapse of the abyss was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Han, the entire underground city was commencing its own collapse. At the Huyu City Detection Center. Head, it's bad. There's an issue in the underground city. Upon hearing this, Sun Hu rushed to the machine. The phrase issue had been deeply etched in his mind since the last incident. What on earth has happened now? Sun Hu's gaze fixated on the energy readings on the display screen, which had surged into the red, his heart brimming with frustration. Just days ago, the wall of life had been destroyed, and they were only just beginning the repairs when yet another problem arose. According to the landmarks readings, chaos had likely erupted in the underground city. The intensity of this energy was alarmingly potent, with the potential to cause a complete collapse. The detection team quickly provided their assessment. A collapse in the underground city? Sun Hu was taken aback. This underground city was a prominent industry in Huiyue City, teeming with practitioners. Should the underground city collapse, many practitioners would undoubtedly suffer casualties. Indeed, the fluctuations in this energy were sufficient to bring the entire underground city down. Moreover, this energy was no less formidable than the last incident, leading me to suspect that a supreme-level powerhouse might be involved within the underground city. Sun Hu, incensed by this news, slammed his fist onto the panel, cursing, "What are these supreme powerhouses doing, creating chaos in my Huiyue City? The last tsunami nearly obliterated it, and now they dare to intrude into the underground city." Clearly, they did not regard Huiyue City with any seriousness. "Get me a phone. Call the mayor." Soon, a phone was handed to him, and Sun Hu swiftly seized it and dialed. "Hello, I'm the mayor." Sun Hu promptly responded with respect. "Mayor, I am Sun Hu, the head of the detection department." "Ah, Sun, what is going on?" The mayor's tone softened upon recognizing Sun Hu's voice. He held a fondness for this junior, who had been diligent since taking charge of the detection department. The recent achievement in safeguarding Huiyue City had also pleased him. "Mayor, it's grave. Someone is wreaking havoc in the underground city. Based on the energy readings, I deduce that their strength is at least that of a supreme powerhouse. The underground city is on the brink of collapse." The normally serene mayor suddenly halted, his voice growing serious. "The underground city is about to collapse?" "Indeed," Sun Hu affirmed. "Currently, there are numerous practitioners in the underground city. If it truly collapses, the casualties could reach a terrifying figure. This would be a catastrophic blow to Huiyue City. Only practitioners of at least the second transition can confidently undertake tasks and training in the underground city. The loss of such powerhouses would be detrimental to our future." The mayor solemnly replied, "Minister Sun, please lead the detection team to the underground city for rescue immediately." "Mayor, our personnel are limited," Sun Hu continued. "I request permission to mobilize staff from other departments." "Granted," the mayor succinctly stated. "Ensure the safety of the practitioners. The future of Huiyue City rests in your hands." "Understood." Sun Hu replied simply, then hung up the phone. "Gather everyone. We're heading to the underground city." Meanwhile, after the mayor ended the call, he called out, "Xiao Li, come in." Upon hearing the mayor's command, the secretary entered. "Mayor, what is your instruction?" "Notify all high-ranking officials. Inform them that a grave situation has arisen in Huiyue City. They must convene at the Huiyue City Conference Center at once." The secretary was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing such a serious expression from the mayor. He curiously inquired, "Mayor, what has happened?" "The underground city is on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing this, the secretary froze in place, then hurriedly rushed out to inform the other officials. The mayor calmly lit a cigarette, his gaze turning cold. Who is targeting Huiyue City? Why do they persistently stir trouble in our vicinity, showing such blatant disregard for us? Chapter 18, Huiyue City, Emergency Meeting. At the Huiyue City Conference Center, all high-ranking officials had gathered, save for one absent seat. What could Sun Hu possibly be doing to miss such a significant meeting? Did he think he could defy the empire after the last incident? A bald man sitting nearby lit a cigar to express his frustration. "Minister Sun is currently leading a rescue mission to the underground city and need not attend this meeting. Everyone else should be present now, so let us begin," the mayor suddenly declared, alleviating everyone's concerns. "I trust everyone is familiar with the general situation," the mayor continued. "According to the latest reports from the detection department, the underground city has already begun to collapse. At this rate, within an hour, it will be reduced to ruins." "Mayor, what exactly has happened? Why is the underground city collapsing? Is there an unrecorded monster at play?" the Minister of Education inquired. "No, there are no unrecorded monsters. Based on Minister Sun's assessment, a supreme powerhouse has appeared in the underground city and employed forbidden spells, causing the entire structure to succumb to collapse." As the mayor spoke, a heavy silence fell over the room. The bald man tossed his cigar into the ashtray, slamming his fist on the table. "Supreme-level powerhouses, again. Are these individuals simply idle? Why do they persist in making a spectacle of Huiyue City? The damage from the last incident has already been substantial, and the financial department is struggling to recover just from repairing the wall of life." Indeed, this bald man was the head of the financial department of Huiyue City. If anyone were to feel the brunt of such incidents, it would be him. These two recent events have already caused considerable distress to Huiwa City, especially as it coincides with the peak period for students awakening their professions. I suspect there may be deliberate disruptions, the Minister of Education stated gravely. The mayor felt a headache coming on. Why must these powerhouses cause trouble in Huiwa City? This was a significant setback for the city's overall development. Mayor. The Minister of Public Security spoke up. Due to these two incidents, public panic has escalated to alarming levels. We must take this matter seriously. If we allow these supreme-level powerhouses to act with impunity, the citizens of Huiwa City will lose their trust in us. You speak as if it were easy. The Minister of Finance scoffed, rolling his eyes. But we are dealing with supreme-level powerhouses. The strongest recorded in Huiwa City is merely a 58-level diamond powerhouse. I understand your determination as the Minister of Public Security to stop them, but we must consider our reality. What if our people encounter them and are wiped out by forbidden spells before they even get close? You have witnessed the severity of these incidents. The last one destroyed the Wall of Life, and now this one threatens the underground city. We are dealing with supreme-level powerhouses. Let us be realistic. In response to the Minister of Finance's comments, the Minister of Public Security retorted angrily, are we to simply stand by and do nothing? You think the financial department bears the brunt of public pressure? The Public Security Department is equally burdened. If we do not take action, Huiwa City will face an unprecedented exodus of talent. Listening to the two ministers, the Minister of Education added, Mayor, we absolutely cannot sit idly by in this situation. If this were to be the final incident, it would be manageable. However, what if that supreme powerhouse continues to wreak havoc in our Radiant Moon City? Should we choose to turn a blind eye, he would certainly perceive us as easy prey and would undoubtedly act repeatedly. Our city can hardly endure such turmoil any longer. The mayor, beset by pressure from all quarters, found it difficult to arrive at a decision and stated, we must take action. Such matters cannot be overlooked, lest the citizens believe we collect their taxes without rendering any service to them. Although Radiant Moon City lacks powerful individuals, we cannot allow him to act with impunity. He added, let me reach out to the Empire and report our situation, to see if they can offer a solution. The crowd sighed in unison. In such circumstances, the higher echelons of Radiant Moon City could only report to the Empire. If no resolution is forthcoming, they would have to endure the provocations. It wasn't long before the mayor's secretary connected the call to the Empire. Secretary Shangwan, this is Mayor Nan Tian of Radiant Moon City. A robust voice responded from the other end. Hello, Mayor Nan. How may I assist you? The mayor promptly replied, currently, Radiant Moon City is facing an attack from a supreme-level powerhouse, and chaos has ensued throughout the city. He succinctly reported the occurrences of the past two incidents. Thus, we convened a high-level meeting and ultimately resolved to request the Empire to send a supreme-level powerhouse to investigate our situation. Alone, we lack the combat prowess to delve deeper into this matter and must place our hopes in the Empire. Upon hearing Nantian's words, there was a brief silence on the line. Mayor, I will notify the relevant parties immediately. The Empire will not abandon any of its territories, and naturally, it will not forsake Radiant Moon City. We will not permit anyone to act recklessly on our soil, even if they are a supreme powerhouse. Please trust in the Empire. A delegation led by a supreme-level powerhouse will soon be dispatched to Radiant Moon City to assist you in resolving these troubles. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials in the conference room became fervently excited. With the Empire's assurance, there was a glimmer of hope for Radiant Moon City. At that moment, everyone stood in unison, clenched fists over their hearts, proclaiming, we pledge unwavering loyalty to the Empire. Shortly thereafter, voices echoed back from the other end of the line. We pledge unwavering loyalty to the Empire. The call was then disconnected. The mayor gestured emphatically, all departments, commence preparations for disaster assessments. Anyone available must immediately proceed to assist with rescue efforts in the underground city. We shall not abandon a single citizen of Radiant Moon City. Yes. The high-ranking officials responded in unison, hastily departing to prepare for the impending tasks. For Radiant Moon City, this was indeed a time of utmost adversity. Chapter 19, Guardian Angel. Underground City. At this moment, within the underground city, Lin Han had acquired the heart of the apostle, thus completing his current mission. Following the forbidden spell's cleansing, he had amassed a considerable haul, including 7 pieces of equipment. The drop rate this time was not particularly high, yet other rewards were plentiful, despite its somewhat shabby appearance. The mercenary group had secured 3 pieces of golden equipment and even possessed 3 skill books. However, these items held little value for Lin Han. Now that he had obtained the heart of the apostle, he could achieve his second job transfer upon returning to the transfer hall. These items would only serve as currency for him post-transfer. Suddenly, the entire underground city began to tremble violently, and Lin Han's instincts kicked in. He thought, could it be the aftermath of the forbidden spell's cleansing? This is bad. The place is about to collapse. Lin Han sensed that something was amiss. No wonder he had felt uneasy since earlier. The power unleashed by the chaotic realm had indeed caused the underground city to crumble. Recalling his memory, Lin Han hurried toward the exit. Otherwise, he too would soon be buried alive. As he approached the exit, countless individuals had already succumbed to the collapse. A wave of guilt washed over Lin Han. After all, these people had perished due to his actions. Divine grace. Guardian angel. Forbidden spell level. Chant the hymn of the goddess of life, capable of automatically resurrecting a portion of fallen beings. Mechanical, elemental, and undead beings cannot be revived. In the next instant, Lin Han's brows shimmered with a faint white hue, and his aura transformed, radiating divinity as countless beams of light emanated from him. Those enveloped by the light began to regain their heartbeats and breaths. Lin Han felt a sense of helplessness. This was the forbidden spell he ought to possess as his primary profession. If he did not utilize it once, he would nearly forget that he was indeed a healing class. Lin Han chose to revive only those who had perished because of him. As for those who had failed to defeat the boss, been killed, or the members of the mercenary group, he abstained from reviving them. By resurrecting those who had died due to his actions, they might still feel fortunate to have survived the disaster. Reviving those unrelated to him would undoubtedly cause a public outcry, potentially jeopardizing his own safety. Moreover, he bore no obligation to resurrect every single one of them. Quickly, everyone. Move faster. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices emerged from the direction of the exit, as individuals clad in reconnaissance uniforms rushed in. There are injured individuals here. And they are still breathing. They are not dead yet. Following the group, Sun Hu entered, and upon witnessing the state of the underground city, he felt a pang of sorrow. This was a lucrative trial ground for Radiant Moon City, now utterly destroyed. Fortunately, while many were injured, none faced life-threatening conditions. Everyone, while you rescue, be cautious. That supreme powerhouse may still be in this underground city. Report immediately if you encounter anyone suspicious. Such a being is beyond our capability to confront. Hearing Sun Hu's words, the crowd became more vigilant and cautious. All able-bodied, injured individuals, gather here. I will ensure your safe exit shortly, Sun Hu shouted, his voice resonating throughout the underground city. At this moment, Lin Han stood in place, blending in with the injured as he queued to avoid raising suspicion. Boss, you seem unharmed, came Lu Wei's voice from behind. Lin Han turned to see Lu Wei and felt a sense of relief. Lu Wei, are you alright? He inquired. Seeing a familiar face eased Lin Han's worries. Lu Wei scratched his head, smiling. It seems good deeds are rewarded. I was trapped under a collapse and distinctly remember being knocked unconscious by a large rock. I thought I was done for, yet when I came to, I found I was still alive. Lin Han replied, perhaps you were just lucky. Of course. Lin Han knew Lu Wei was among those he had revived. This unforeseen circumstance had taken him aback, even after bringing people back to life. He still felt a twinge of guilt. Boss, it looks like you came back for nothing this time. But that is fine. The Abyssal Apostle is not something you can handle. Even if you didn't secure it, don't be discouraged. After all, we're still alive, right? Lin Han responded. No, I've already obtained the heart of the Apostle. I can prepare for my second job transfer upon returning. You got it? Lu Wei gazed incredulously at Lin Han, exclaiming, Boss, you truly soloed the Abyssal Apostle. What manner of creature are you? Achieving this with a healing class. Lin Han simply replied, just luck. At that moment, Sun Hu had already begun organizing the teleportation array to leave the area, and everyone was eager to depart from this place fraught with conflict. After bidding farewell to Lu Wei, Lin Han made his way toward the class change hall. Upon arriving at the class change hall, Lin Han approached the receptionist, who had previously assisted him with his quest, with a sense of familiarity. Hello. I'm here to hand in a quest. Lin Han placed the heart of the Apostle on the counter. The receptionist's expression turned to one of surprise upon seeing the heart of the Apostle. How could you have completed the task so soon? Others who were waiting to accept tasks also turned their gazes towards Lin Han. He defeated the Abyssal Apostle at such a swift pace. Is he some kind of monster? How is this possible? With his healing class, he managed to take down the Abyssal Apostle alone? How terrifying. Who is this person? Could he be a secret prodigy nurtured by a prestigious family? This speed must have shattered the record for defeating the Abyssal Apostle. A wave of murmurs swept through the class change hall as they discussed Lin Han's extraordinary feat to them. A task deemed nearly impossible for a healing class had been accomplished with astonishing speed. Truly a marvel. Lin Han felt the weight of their stares and smiled, saying, It was just good fortune. There happened to be two powerful individuals fighting nearby, so I suppose I capitalized on an opportunity. At this, silence fell over the crowd. Is this truly just luck? That seems a bit beyond the ordinary. If that were the case, it would be understandable. Although the Abyssal Apostle was indeed formidable for a level 10 first transformation player, to some veterans, it was merely a plaything. Indeed, this young man's luck is enviable. When will I encounter such formidable allies to guide me through quests? Chapter 20, Second Transformation, Staff Priest. Lin Han's luck is indeed remarkable. The receptionist smiled warmly, harboring a fondness for Lin Han and wishing him success in his quest. Witnessing Lin Han's swift progress brought her genuine joy. Since you have fulfilled the requirements, please follow me. We shall proceed to the depths of the class change temple for your transformation. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Lin Han ventured into a room deep within the class change hall. Mr. Lin, you may enter. Following her directions, Lin Han placed the necessary source of elements and the heart of the Apostle before him. A cascade of starlight enveloped Lin Han, and as time elapsed, his form underwent a profound transformation. Name, Lin Han. Class, Staff Priest. Level, Second Transformation, Level 10, unable to amplify due to unmet requirements for source of elements. Stamina, 3. 000,000. Agility, 1. 000,000. Magic Power, 1. 500,000. Endurance, 3. 000,000. Strength, 3. 000,000. Magic Suppression, Exclusive Talent. Capable of suppressing magical elements within a 500-kilometer radius, converting them into the caster's magical power. Guardian Angel, Life Magic, Forbidden Spell Level, chants the hymn of the Life Goddess. Automatically resurrecting a portion of fallen creatures. Mechanical, elemental, and undead beings cannot be revived. Undead Resurrection, Death Magic, Forbidden Spell Level, recites the hymn of the God of Death. Guaranteed to summon demonic entities, and upon victory in battle, converts 30 of the slain enemies into undead allies. Corrupted Intervention, Orderly Magic, Forbidden Spell Level, recites the hymn of the corrupted goddess, guaranteed to impose 2 negative statuses, allowing for the acceptance of enemy surrender without their consent, at a ratio of 15. Chaos Domain, Chaos Magic, Forbidden Spell Level, reciting the hymn of the god of chaos summons a domain, granting allies 2 buffs and randomly unleashing forbidden spells such as Ice Arrows, Chain Lightning, Meteor Shatter, and Judgment Day. Song of Holy Light, chanting the hymn of the god of Holy Light, releases a Holy Light aura, reducing damage taken by allies within the aura by 10%. Song of Black Mist, chanting the hymn of the god of Black Mist, releases a Black Mist aura, granting temporary invisibility to allies within the aura. Observing the transformation of his status panel, Lin Han felt a surge of elation. His attributes had reached astonishing levels. A single punch from him could likely breach the defenses even of Ultimate Realm experts at full power. Moreover, the 2 newly acquired initial skills were entirely supportive. Even after completing his second transformation into a Staff Priest, he remained bound to the supportive nature of his class. System, Initiate 10,000-fold Amplification, Lin Han commanded calmly. 10,000-fold Amplification successful, please check. Lin Han glanced once more at his skill panel. Light S Blessing, Light Magic, Forbidden Spell Level. Chanting the hymn of the god of light summons a domain, reducing damage taken by allies by 50% and by 80% for the caster. Night Veil, Dark Magic. Forbidden Spell Level, chanting the hymn of the god of darkness summons a domain, rendering allies completely invisible and masking all presence. This was terrifying. Lin Han was taken aback by the realization that these 2 forbidden spell level talents could yield such formidable effects. Compared to the initial skills of the Life Priest, the initial skills of the Staff Priest offered far greater functionality. After the 10,000-fold amplification, they even bore a hint of absurdity. Having familiarized himself with his skills, Lin Han exited the class change hall. From Mr. Lin's expression, it seems the second transformation was very successful, the receptionist remarked gently. Lin Han nodded and replied, "It seems satisfactory, though I wonder how long it will be until I can undergo a third transformation." The receptionist was well aware of the stringent requirements for the priest class's third transformation. After reaching the second transformation, one would need 2 sources of cataclysm, an item rarely found in the market. "You will surely succeed, Mr. Lin," she assured him. "Now that you have successfully transformed, please follow me to register your basic information." All right. Lin Han followed the receptionist to complete a brief registration, and at that moment, the class change hall began to buzz with activity. "Have you heard? Minister Sun has just returned from the underground city, reportedly bringing back numerous casualties. The hospital in Hui West City is already overwhelmed. What on earth happened?" According to rumors, a Supreme Realm expert unleashed a forbidden spell that devastated the entire underground city. Fortunately, not many perished, most were merely injured. A Supreme Realm expert? Could it be an enemy attack? That remains unclear. But I tell you, perhaps the last tsunami was also caused by this Supreme Realm expert. As they have repeatedly stirred chaos in Huiyu City, one can only fear their intentions. That is a supreme expert. Can we withstand them? Lin Han felt a sense of helplessness. Evidently, this wave of public discourse was far more intense than the last. Yet, who could have imagined that these events were instigated by him, a newly transformed staff priest? Even if Lin Han were to shout his involvement, others would likely dismiss him as a fool. At that moment, an urgent announcement crackled through the class change hall's intercom. "This is an emergency announcement. Recent sightings of Supreme Realm experts in Huiyu City. According to the latest regulations from the Public Security Department, all practitioners are prohibited from leaving the city. All practitioners are prohibited from leaving the city. Recently, a distinguished investigation team led by a supreme-level powerhouse will be dispatched to Hui West City to assess the situation. Citizens are thus urged to remain calm. The reason for prohibiting adventurers from leaving the city is to prevent them from inadvertently entering the combat zones of these formidable beings. The atmosphere has been particularly tense of late, so it is advised that everyone approaches the situation with rationality. No exit from the city." Lin Han found himself at a loss for words. If that were the case, how could he possibly level up and prepare for the third transition? However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that this predicament was a direct consequence of his own choices and had little to do with others. Meanwhile, the rest of the populace was abuzz with excitement. They were unconcerned about the inability to leave the city for leveling up, instead finding the situation amusing. Did you hear? The authorities have confirmed the presence of supreme-level powerhouses. It seems that a colossal battle could erupt at any moment around Huiwa City. How exhilarating. If we are fortunate enough to witness such an event, it would be a lifetime without regrets. Just imagine witnessing the raw power of a supreme-level being. What a cataclysmic display it would be. Chapter 21. The Joy of Spending. Eligibility within the city. After leaving the class transition hall, Lin Han made his way to the trading market. With the entire city under lockdown and exits prohibited, it meant leveling up was off the table. Although there were some trial arenas within the city, his status prevented him from accessing them. At this moment, Lin Han felt a sense of poetic justice in his plight. Upon arriving at the trading center, it wasn't long before the manager who had previously attended to him approached. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. Lin Han replied, Manager Liu, I have come to procure some items. Hearing that this esteemed client was shopping, Manager Liu's demeanor became even more enthusiastic. Please, Mr. Lin, allow me to assist you. I will have someone bring the product catalog shortly. Before long, Lin Han followed Manager Liu into a VIP room, settling into a plush leather sofa, crossing his legs as he awaited the arrival of the product list. At this point, Lin Han had thoroughly savored the pleasures of spending. Indeed, only those with wealth and influence could experience such top-notch service. His primary purpose for visiting the trading market was to prepare for the upcoming entrance examination, knowing that leveling up would be impossible for the foreseeable future. The limitations of the entrance examination were few, and to avoid revealing too much of his strength, it was prudent to prepare some magical scrolls. Not long after, Manager Liu returned with the product list. Lin Han made a few modest purchases, acquiring some reasonably priced magical scrolls, and completed the transaction with a swipe of his card, marking a perfect conclusion. Manager Liu, I have a family heirloom I wish to discuss. I am curious if you have any thoughts on it. Lin Han placed a bracer on the table. Having gained experience from previous transactions, he felt a sense of trust towards Manager Liu, confident that this seemingly mild-mannered man would not harbor any ulterior motives. Furthermore, during their last transaction, Manager Liu had offered a generous price. This is an epic-level piece of equipment. Manager Liu began to scrutinize it closely. While it may not compare to the legendary-grade equipment from their last deal, the value of an epic-level item was still considerable. In fact, there were hardly any epic-level items available in all of Huiwa City. Good piece indeed, Manager Liu remarked after observing it for a while. Although it did not rival the legendary-grade equipment, it could certainly be considered exceptional among epic-level items. Lin Han smiled and replied, Of course, this is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations in my family. It is certainly of high quality. If not for our family's decline, I would not be parting with it. Manager Liu chuckled lightly. He found it hard to believe Lin Han's claims. Someone capable of producing legendary-grade equipment would undoubtedly possess a formidable background and means. Moreover, he had only sold 2 pieces of legendary-grade equipment yesterday and was now presenting an epic-level item. A decline in the family? Who would buy that? Furthermore, while others might overlook it, Manager Liu could see that Lin Han was adorned in a legendary-grade robe. Although he could not discern the specifics, its quality was undeniably high. Naturally, he did not concern himself with the origins of Lin Han's equipment. A solid collaborative relationship had been established between them, ensuring that Lin Han would think of him first for any future equipment needs. For Manager Liu, securing a major client was sufficient. What price does Mr. Lin have in mind? Manager Liu inquired cautiously. Lin Han replied, I do not intend to sell this equipment. Rather, I wish to exchange it for something of value. Exchange? Manager Liu scoffed. In this trading market, the only items that could surpass this equipment are the legendary grade pieces Mr. Lin sold yesterday. I require a source of calamity. Lin Han stated. The source of calamity? Manager Liu grimaced. Mr. Lin, the rarity of a source of calamity cannot be matched by merely an epic-level item. And it is unlikely we have one in our market. Perhaps our headquarters in the imperial capital might possess one, but an epic-level item's value is insufficient. Lin Han paused, contemplating. Just as he was prepared to concede, Manager Liu continued. However, there will be an auction in Huiwa City soon, which will be quite lively due to the 2 treasures Mr. Lin has deposited here. It is likely that the prominent families from the imperial capital will gather in Huiwa City. Within this auction, there is news of a source of calamity. However, trading an epic-level item for merely the news would put Mr. Lin at a disadvantage. Lin Han pondered. Currently, he possessed only one source of calamity. To undergo the third transition, he needed 2 sources to meet the requirements. The rarity of the source of calamity lay in the fact that calamities did not occur at will. Previously, he had triggered 2 calamities by using forbidden spells under fortunate circumstances. In the underground city, he had not triggered even one. Although he could frequently use forbidden spells to create various disasters, Huiwa City was likely unable to withstand such calamities again. The last disaster, a flood that devastated the world, had already destroyed the city's life wall. Should the next calamity prove more powerful, it would undoubtedly threaten the safety of the city's inhabitants. Even for the sake of enhancing his strength, such actions were beyond his reach. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Han said, "If you expect me to exchange this epic-level equipment for mere information about a source of calamity, that is simply unacceptable. This is my ancestral equipment. While the source of calamity is rare, the information concerning it is not particularly precious. Not just any powerful individual can access the depths of a calamity. For those who have reached that level, the source of calamity may hold little value. Even if Lin Han could amplify his equipment 100-fold, excessive ostentation would easily arouse suspicion, offering him no benefits." "Mr. Lin's words are insightful," Manager Lu replied. "Our trading market can offer Mr. Lin a small portable teleportation array, as well as an entry qualification for a silver-level dungeon within the city." Silver level? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. The entry qualification for a silver-level dungeon was immensely valuable to him at this time. Although such portable teleportation arrays were scarce, wealth could still procure them. While entry into the city's silver-level dungeons was typically reserved for individuals of high status. Now that the city was completely locked down, Lin Han had nowhere to level up. This dungeon opportunity was indeed of great significance to him. Chapter 22. Good brothers, big spenders? Lin Han maintained a demeanor of calm composure, yet Manager Lu, with years of experience in treasure appraisal, could effortlessly discern subtle changes in expression. He understood. This gift had piqued Lin Han's interest. Essentially, he too was taking a gamble. The aura emanating from Lin Han, while not overwhelmingly potent, was decidedly more solid than during their last encounter. Moreover, Lin Han was in dire need of the source of calamity. This indicated that Lin Han belonged to a class that required the source of calamity to transition professions. His preliminary assessment pointed towards the priest class. If the reality aligned with his conjecture, he would undoubtedly elevate his regard for this individual. Historically, he had never heard of a successful second-class transition for a priest, and now it seemed that such a person stood before him. Furthermore, Lin Han's current need for the source of calamity clearly indicated his ambition towards a third-class advancement. This person was someone he must befriend. Lin Han readily agreed. And after a brief exchange, Manager Lu escorted him out of the trading market. At this moment, Lin Han had no intention of heading to the trial grounds. Instead, he opted to return home. After a simple dinner, he retreated to his room. Suddenly, the phone rang. An incoming call from his good friend Wang Chong. "Lin Han, how have you been?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Han felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Even during his most arduous and desperate times, it was this steadfast brother who had remained by his side, offering solace. Despite knowing that Lin Han had become a priest, a class unlikely to achieve a higher realm, Wang Chong still made an effort to reach out. "I'm doing well, what is up?" Lin Han replied. Wang Chong feigned reproach. "What? Can I reach out to you if I'm fine?" After a brief pause, they both erupted into laughter. Wang Chong continued. "With the recent emergence of that mysterious supreme powerhouse, the entire Huiwei city is under lockdown, and we're all stuck at home. Speaking of which, my family just bought me 2 skill books, but now they're gathering dust. Given the current situation, who knows when the investigation team from the Imperial City will arrive? The enrollment exams are approaching, and if I can't level up quickly to reach the second class, I fear I won't get into a good school," Wang Chong lamented. Listening to his friend's sighs, Lin Han reassured him, "With your talent, you needn't worry about getting into a good school. It's I who should be concerned." "Don't say that." Realizing he might have misspoken, Wang Chong quickly changed the subject. "Lin Han, since I feel I can manage one of the skill books my family got me, how about I lend you one? You can return it once you have the means." Lin Han felt a surge of gratitude, but ultimately declined Wang Chong's offer. "No, your cardmaster skill books won't suit my priest class. Besides, skill books are quite pricey in the market now. I wouldn't be able to repay you." Wang Chong seemed to disregard this, continuing with enthusiasm. "It should be fine. These 2 skill books are quite versatile. They're perfectly suitable for mages as well. One is called Thunder Step, likely for acceleration, and the other is called Thunder Strike. They are quite comprehensive. I believe even if you're a support type, it wouldn't be an issue." "Who says support types can't become powerful?" Lin Han inquired. At that moment, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Wang Chong, lounging on his bed while perusing the skill books, confirmed, "Absolutely. Those are the names. My family specifically selected them from the trading market." Lin Han suddenly realized the truth. This unsuspecting fool had purchased the very skill books he had previously sold. He even vividly remembered their effects. Wang Chong, oblivious to Lin Han's line of questioning, joked, "What's wrong? Don't tell me these skill books are ones you discarded." No. Lin Han quickly responded. Although he shared a close bond with Wang Chong, there were certain secrets he could not divulge. After all, the mysteries surrounding him were far too significant. Until he possessed sufficient strength to suppress all threats, he had to conceal even the truth from close friends and family. "Seriously, you should reconsider. These could genuinely assist you during the enrollment exams," Wang Chong insisted, genuinely concerned for Lin Han. "I really don't need them," Lin Han reiterated. He had met Wang Chong's mother before, and if she were to discover that her son had lent skill books to Lin Han, she might very well chase him down like a monster. Wang Chong hailed from a family of beast tamers. Although there had been some issues in the current generation regarding inheritance, they would not be overly concerned. Lin Han could vividly imagine Wang Chong's parents pursuing him with a host of small creatures. Since you don't want them, then so be it. Wang Chong, understanding Lin Han's character, knew that further persuasion would be futile. Suddenly, Lin Han recalled something and turned over to ask Wang Chong, "You haven't got anything going on these past few days, right?" Wang Chong mumbled, with the city being locked down and the beginner area inaccessible for leveling. "I've just been stuck at home, hoping the investigation team from the Imperial City arrives soon. Since you're free, I happen to have secured entrance to a silver level dungeon. How about it? Want to join me in exploring the silver level dungeon?" Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Wang Chong instinctively agreed, but then paused. "Wait, Lin Han, are you talking about a silver level dungeon?" "Indeed. Lin Han, tell me the truth. Have you been taken care of by some wealthy lady? How else would you have access to a silver level dungeon? That's a place only the nobility can enter. I never noticed before, but you're quite the hidden gem. You found someone suitable so early. Can't you introduce me to any wealthy ladies? I'm not fond of overly extravagant meals. Don't just indulge yourself." Lin Han rolled his eyes at this, retorting, "Get lost. Do you take me for that kind of person? It was just a gift from a friend. How would I know you had such a noble background? Why are you so curious about everything?" Lin Han replied with mild annoyance, "I'm planning to level up tomorrow. Do you want to join? This invitation should allow 2 people to enter." "Of course. Why wouldn't I? I need to see how you're being supported by some wealthy lady." Wang Chong's voice grew louder, and moments later, Lin Han heard a woman's voice on the other end of the line. "Wang Chong, you little rascal. I raised you with so much effort, and now you want to find a wealthy lady? Can you not bring shame to the Wang family?" Chapter 23, Silver Level Dungeon. Enemies cross paths. "Lin Han, I can't talk to you anymore. My mom's here. See you tomorrow." With that, the call disconnected with a series of beeps. Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle, even feeling nostalgic about the days spent goofing around with Wang Chong. Although they had only been apart for a short time, it felt as if years had passed due to the multitude of events that had transpired. After sending Wang Chong the details of their meeting time and place for the next day, Lin Han tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes. Although as a second-class powerhouse, he could go days without sleep without issue, the mental fatigue was an eternal burden. When the next day arrived, Lin Han rose early and prepared himself. He utilized a small teleportation array to reach the location of the silver dungeon. After a brief wait, Wang Chong arrived at the meeting point. Wang Chong draped his arm over Lin Han's shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. "Lin Han, let me see if you've been worn out. Get lost," Lin Han exclaimed, pushing him aside. Lin Han rolled his eyes as he and his companion walked towards the ticket gate, laughing and chatting. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. "Well, if it isn't the top student of our school." At that moment, Gao Chong, accompanied by a group of followers, approached them. He mocked, "I never expected to run into you here. Does a life priest also need to level up?" "Gao Chong, stop creating trouble for no reason," Lin Han replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance. "What gives you the right to speak here, you worthless fool?" Gao Chong retorted. Ever since Lin Han had become a life priest, this once proud top student had come to regard him as an insignificant insect. No longer did he have to speak to Lin Han with deference. Now, he could stand above Lin Han and let him feel the humiliation he once endured. "That's enough, Gao Chong," Wang Chong interjected, positioning himself protectively beside Lin Han. "I won't let anyone insult my brother." "Oh, Wang Chong, I suggest you find some competent teammates. Carrying Lin Han will only be a burden for you. Not only will your leveling be slow, but it will also waste your time," Gao Chong sneered, gesturing to the group behind him. "Look at them. They are a silver level leveling team, highly professional in both dungeon clearing speed and safety. With a deadweight like him, I can already envision your dismal future." Wang Chong opened his mouth to retort, but Lin Han stopped him. Seeing their disinterest in continuing the conversation, Gao Chong snorted disdainfully and strode into the trial arena with his so-called elite group. "Lin Han, why didn't you let me confront him?" Wang Chong was seething with anger. Lin Han shrugged and smiled. What is the point of arguing with such a fool? His true abilities will become evident during the entrance exam. For now, it would simply be a waste of time. Wang Chong pondered for a moment and found some merit in Lin Han's words. Subsequently, Lin Han produced his entry ticket, and they entered the trial arena together. It resembled an ancient battlefield. As Wang Chong surveyed the surroundings, an unsettling aura permeated the air. "Lin Han, just stay behind me. Don't worry. I'll protect you today." Lin Han remained silent. Suddenly, a signal of danger exploded in his mind. "Watch out." He pushed Wang Chong aside and quickly retreated. Just as a horde of undead soldiers erupted from the ground where Wang Chong had stood moments before. Whoa! Wang Chong felt a rush of fear. Had Lin Han not pushed him out of the way, he would have been in serious trouble. "Lin Han, these monsters are nothing like the ones in the beginner village I trained in." As Wang Chong spoke, he conjured countless cards in his hands, causing various elements to manifest across the ancient battlefield. Really? Lin Han didn't see much difference. To him, No monster could withstand his forbidden spell. Wang Chong, behind you. During their exchange, an undead soldier had almost reached Wang Chong. He quickly turned and punched, but the creature only staggered back a few steps before charging again. Wang Chong, a card master, wasn't he adept at close combat? He shot a card and quickly retreated to create distance. So resilient? Even after unleashing a fiery card, the undead soldier continued its advance, seemingly on the verge of grabbing him. At that moment, Lin Han appeared in front of Wang Chong and delivered a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, the undead soldier's head flew off. Are you all right? Lin Han inquired with concern. Wang Chong was left dumbfounded. What had he just witnessed? Lin Han had taken down the undead soldier with a single punch. Was that even feasible for a mere human? To add to the absurdity, Lin Han was a healer. Although he wasn't a warrior, Wang Chong, as a card master, should have had superior combat prowess. Yet he had failed to harm the creature, while Lin Han, the healer, had dispatched it effortlessly. Could it be a fluke? Just as Wang Chong was contemplating this, another undead soldier charged at them. Lin Han stood in front, delivering another punch that sent the creature flying. Lin Han, are you really a life priest? Wang Chong could no longer suppress his doubts. Indeed, Lin Han smiled, acknowledging the terrifying power that a life priest could wield, which was certainly more convincing than a forbidden spell. Could it be that the system made an error in your classification? How could a healer possibly possess such combat strength? Yet, you've genuinely astonished me, Wang Chong admitted. I'm starting to suspect you might be a warrior in disguise. In response to Wang Chong's skepticism, Lin Han smiled back, lightening the atmosphere. What's wrong? Is it not permissible for my brother to have superior physical abilities? That's a bit too extraordinary. Don't you think? Wang Chong, though intrigued, recognized that everyone had their own secrets and chose not to press further. Thunderfall. Wang Chong suddenly raised his arms. O esteemed god of thunder, bestow boundless lightning upon this land and guide the thunder of judgment. Your faithful followers believe in you, O god of thunder. Please commence the cleansing of this land's sins. As lightning rained down in response to Wang Chong's summoning, the entire ancient battlefield transformed dramatically. Had Wang Chong witnessed Lin Han unleash the chaotic domain, he would have understood the true terror of the lightning soldiers. In comparison, Thunderfall before him seemed like an underdeveloped child. O esteemed god of thunder, cleanse their sins. Punish them. Chapter 24. Is this how dungeons are cleared? Listening to Wang Chong's incantation, Lin Han silently observed, knowing that sometimes it was best not to intervene. Casting a forbidden spell in such a setting could lead to more complications. Moreover, it was better to let Wang Chong handle things without revealing his own forbidden spell capabilities. Watching Wang Chong's performance, Lin Han couldn't help but admire his talent. Even as a novice with this skill, he demonstrated control that belied his experience. However, the limitations of Thunderfall were evident. It was clearly ineffective against the horde of undead soldiers. Additionally, Wang Chong's level was low, only 5, making it unsustainable for long. As Lin Han had predicted, just a few minutes later, Wang Chong was struggling to maintain his energy. Lin Han, aren't you a healer? Don't you have any skills to help me recover? I can barely hold on. Wang Chong gritted his teeth as he directed lightning at the nearest undead soldier. I'll assist you, Lin Han replied, instantly appearing before Wang Chong and delivering another punch, sending yet another undead soldier flying. Good grief. Can a healer possess such destructive power? Wang Chong was left bewildered. He understood Lin Han's physical prowess. Had Lin Han been a warrior, he would have surely been fast-tracked to a prestigious academy by now. While Wang Chong pondered this, suddenly, Lin Han grabbed him by the collar. What are you doing? Wang Chong was startled by this sudden action, but Lin Han swiftly dispatched another undead soldier while still holding onto him, maintaining a remarkable speed. I told you I'd level you up. I can't let you be in danger. As time passed, the bodies of the monsters piled up across the ancient battlefield, and their pace gradually slowed. Wang Chong leaned against a withered tree, taking a deep breath before finally uttering, Lin Han, are you some kind of monster? Is this how dungeons are meant to be cleared? Lin Han awkwardly smiled, refraining from saying anything further. He couldn't possibly reveal his previous method of grinding scripts. He feared it might frighten Wang Chong into an unwarranted panic. Your strength is truly terrifying. Even though Lin Han had already carved a bloody path alongside him, he still found it somewhat hard to accept. Was this not the essence of a monstrous anomaly? Let us not dwell on this. Let us see what level you've reached now. Lin Han hurriedly shifted the topic, grateful that Wang Chong trusted him enough not to question his actions. A few casual words sufficed to keep him in the dark. Wang Chong had never paid much attention. Upon glancing at his level, he was astonished to discover that he had reached level 8 in just a matter of minutes. This rate of advancement was swifter than he had experienced over the previous days. Only 2 more levels to go. Lin Han, in deep thought, seized Wang Chong by the collar. Here we go again. Wang Chong wasn't even prepared when an overwhelming force propelled him forward. A few more minutes passed, and Wang Chong collapsed exhaustedly to the side. It wasn't that he had expended too much energy, but rather that Lin Han's approach was excessively straightforward and brutal. He could hardly keep pace with Lin Han's speed. Alright, I'm at level 10 now. Can we stop? At this moment, Wang Chong silently vowed never to join Lin Han in any dungeon runs again. Although having assistance to clear obstacles was indeed exhilarating, Lin Han's methods were too savage. He hardly treated him as a fellow being. Yet, deep down, Wang Chong felt elated for Lin Han. Initially, he had worried that Lin Han's mindset might be affected, but now he had no such concerns. This priest was undoubtedly far superior to him, a card master. Bro, if you keep developing like this, you could become the greatest healing warrior of all time. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Lin Han couldn't help but laugh. Stop talking nonsense. What healing warrior? It's all thanks to the physical conditioning I had before. You're far too humble, Wang Chong insisted seriously. With your physique, I'd wager that even a warrior class wouldn't stand a chance against you. That's quite an exaggeration. Not at all. In the future, I'll be relying on you, Han Gu. When we run dungeons, you'll be my healer. Just as the two were sharing a laugh, the entire dungeon trembled violently. Wang Chong stumbled and fell over. What is happening? I didn't hear anything about a boss in this dungeon. Lin Han swiftly activated his heavenly eye, revealing the entire scene of the dungeon before his eyes. At that moment, a minotaur-like creature, brandishing a spiked club, charged towards them at an astonishing speed. Xiangzi, I fear we've triggered the hidden boss of this dungeon. Lin Han positioned himself to shield Wang Chong from behind as he observed the minotaur's approach. Wang Chong was taken aback. Is it really that unlucky? There's a hidden boss. Stay back. You're no match for this boss. Leave it to me. Lin Han's words were not unfounded. Through his heavenly eye, he discerned that this boss was level 16, far beyond Wang Chong's capabilities. A mere touch would likely be sufficient to annihilate him. Having witnessed Lin Han's prowess, Wang Chong didn't protest, but instead distanced himself. Lin Han, if you can't hold on, just call for me. If we're going down, we'll go down together. Lin Han rolled his eyes at this, responding irritably. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you. I'm not ready to die yet. Suddenly, from the distant mountaintop, the silhouette of the Minotaur became visible. Its massive club swinging above its head, its crimson eyes fixated on Lin Han. Wisps of mist emanated from its mouth. At that moment, it had already marked Lin Han as its prey. The Minotaur leaped high into the air, its club raised to strike down upon Lin Han. Unfazed, Lin Han raised a hand, bracing himself to absorb the force of the heavy blow. Lin Han, Wang Chong shouted from the back. He could hardly believe that Lin Han would choose to withstand the attack. After all, that was a level 16 Minotaur, and a single strike could easily obliterate any level 10 class. However, after the blow landed, Lin Han stood unscathed, leaving Wang Chong in disbelief. Similarly, the Minotaur's expression was one of confusion, as if questioning, how could this feeble human withstand my strike? Lin Han smiled lightly. Don't underestimate a healer. With a swift kick, the Minotaur felt a tremendous force strike its abdomen, sending it crashing back to the mountaintop. Wang Chong watched in awe, speechless. What the hell? Is the healer class this terrifying? Chapter 25, Minotaur Hat, Breaking Records. Lin Han, do you need help? Wang Chong stood frozen, unsure whether he should intervene. After all, they had entered the dungeon as a pair, yet it had transformed into Lin Han single-handedly carrying him. Aside from the initial two skills, he hadn't even lifted a finger since. He had never imagined he would be carried to level up by a healing class. Not yet, Lin Han replied calmly. I can handle this minor matter myself. Although Lin Han's healing skills could certainly revive Wang Chong, watching his friend perish before him was something he could not bear. Wang Chong numbly nodded. I suppose that makes sense. The Minotaur, flailing its arms, charged at Lin Han. Despite the weak aura emanating from Lin Han, how could he possess such formidable strength? Lin Han surged forward, delivering a punch that created an explosive sound wave, a fierce gust of wind following in its wake. The Minotaur sensed the imminent danger and attempted to dodge, but Lin Han was too swift by the time it reacted. Lin Han's fist was less than half a meter away. Boom. The sound of countless bones fracturing erupted within the Minotaur's body. Is it over? Wang Chong stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. From the initial shock at Lin Han's strength, he had grown somewhat numb to it. Perhaps this was the power Lin Han was meant to wield. Successfully defeated the Minotaur, gaining 2,870 experience points. With the system notification ringing out, it confirmed their victory. Lin Han returned, holding two pieces of equipment. These are the items dropped by the Minotaur. Choose one. Name, Silkwood card set. Type, weapon. Rank, golden. Description, the user can channel power into the card set. The cards released will manifest as invisible threads capable of killing unseen. Name, Minotaur hat. Type, headgear. Rank, bronze. Description, wearing this hat reduces hatred from the Minotaur race and grants a defense boost of 5. The two examined the attributes of the equipment. Lin Han provided a brief explanation, and seeing Wang Chong's contemplative expression, he remarked, I'll take the Minotaur hat. As a range card dealer, the added defense will certainly aid me if anyone gets too close. Although he truly desired the Silkwood card set, its rank was far too high. Golden tier equipment could fetch a price of over $1 million in the market. Besides, this trial was only accessible because Lin Han had invited him, and he felt reluctant to ask for too much. He had already relied on someone else to level him up, Wanting high-tier equipment on top of that felt unjust. Moreover, Lin Han was acutely aware of his family's financial situation. This piece of equipment, classified as golden grade, could fetch upwards of $1 million in the market, which would significantly ameliorate Lin Han's household circumstances. Chong, why are you being so formal? Lin Han remarked as he thrust the silkwood card set into Wang Chong's hands. Wang Chong, taken aback, quickly clarified, what I wanted was that bull-headed hat, not this silkwood card set. With a gentle smile, Lin Han replied, your eyes were practically glued to this silkwood card set. Besides, it is the most fitting for your profession as a card master. It would be a waste for me to utilize it as a healing class. Despite Lin Han's reassurances, Wang Chong found it difficult to accept such a generous gift and promptly responded, your willingness to share even one piece of equipment is more than enough. There is no need to cater to my preferences. This opportunity is entirely due to you, and I cannot possibly accept such a high-grade item. If he were to vocalize such sentiments, Wang Chong mused, wouldn't he be seen as shameless? Seeing Wang Chong's demeanor filled Lin Han with warmth, and he said, just take it. Who said it's free? Once you become formidable, you can assist me in leveling up. Although I am currently quite powerful, I will certainly tire out later. I will be relying on you, the card master. He added playfully, if you truly don't want it, then destroy it. After all, it's yours to do with as you please. With that, Lin Han turned and walked toward the teleportation array, indifferent to Wang Chong's decision regarding the ownership of the equipment. As Lin Han receded from view, Wang Chong felt a surge of emotion while gazing at the silkwood card set in his hands. As Lin Han's steadfast friend, his feelings for him were naturally profound. Even so, Lin Han's willingness to bestow such a golden-grade piece of equipment upon him was no small gift. At that moment, he resolved that, should he grow strong in the future, regardless of how others viewed Lin Han, he would always regard him as his dearest brother. Lin Han, wait for me. When Wang Chong reached the exit, he found Lin Han already waiting there for quite some time. The staff members, upon seeing the two, were taken aback, instinctively assuming that the duo had fled due to their inability to withstand the pressure of the trials. After all, their strength was widely recognized, and completing this trial was nearly impossible. Just as the staff was contemplating this, a new message appeared on the large screen. Instance, Ancient Battlefield. Team size, 2 people. Members, Lin Han, Wang Chong. Completion rate, 100. Triggered Hidden Quest, Bull-Headed Chieftain. Hidden Quest completion rate, 100. Completion time, 16 minutes and 28 seconds. At this moment, the staff members who had previously doubted were instantly astonished. 16 minutes and 28 seconds. What does that even mean? Even the most seasoned Golden Grade training teams might struggle to achieve such a score, with the fastest recorded time being 19 minutes and 25 seconds by a Golden Grade training team. The crucial difference was that the former had triggered a hidden boss. This instance of the Ancient Battlefield had never before seen the activation of a hidden boss. Completing the dungeon at such a rapid pace after triggering the hidden boss was an entirely different feat. The supervisor of the office, upon hearing the news, rushed to the front desk. Which one of you is Mr. Lin Han? He inquired, scanning the area until he approached the two still engaged in conversation. Mr. Lin Han. Greetings. I am the supervisor of this silver grade trial venue. You may call me Brother Tian. How may I assist you? Lin Han was taken aback by the supervisor's behavior. Brother Tian scrutinized Lin Han's appearance, pondering. I have been in Huyu City for many years and have never heard of such a figure, not even among the Lin clan. Is there something you need? Lin Han asked again, noticing the lack of response. Mr. Lin has broken a record in our silver trial instance, and as the supervisor, I felt compelled to witness the talent behind such an accomplishment. Although he was unaware of Lin Han's identity, he understood that anyone receiving an invitation from him was undoubtedly capable. Moreover, the combination of a healing class and a card master completing the Ancient Battlefield instance at such speed was nothing short of miraculous. The supervisor scrutinized Wang Chong, recalling the details from the registration form. A level 5 card master, yet without a second class transfer, how could he possibly be the main force in this team? While Lin Han was merely a healer, the record had been achieved with a level 10 priest of the second class alongside a level 5 card master. If the latter was not extraordinary, then the question lay with the healing class. This was the first time he had encountered a second class priest. Wang Chong shivered slightly. Sensing the supervisor's gaze upon him felt unsettling. I see. Upon understanding the supervisor's intent, Lin Han responded politely. This record was merely a fortunate occurrence. There is no need for pride. If your trial venue has any gifts, I would be glad to discuss them. Adhering to a principle of gaining without giving, Lin Han ultimately voiced this request. The supervisor was momentarily taken aback by his words, but quickly regained composure, beaming, Mr. Lin, please allow me a moment. I will fetch some small gifts for you. It is only right to encourage such young talent as yourself in Huyu City. With that, the supervisor hurried back to his office and returned with several gift boxes, which he presented to Lin Han. These are local specialties I brought back from afar. Since I have the pleasure of meeting you today, I would like to give them all to you. Wang Chong pointed to himself and remarked, Brother Tian, I am friends with Lin Han, and we completed this instance together. You can't just give him gifts and leave me out. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, The supervisor felt as though a stone had struck his heart, causing immense pain. These specialties were hard-won through many connections, initially intended to share with his family. Having already gifted some to Lin Han, he could not possibly part with the remainder. In the supervisor's eyes, Wang Chong was merely a supporting player, someone he did not regard highly. Then, Mr. Wang, please hold on a moment. Feeling the pang of regret, the supervisor retreated into the room and returned with a box of tea leaves, smiling. Mr. Wang, I no longer have those specialties. But please accept this tea as a token. Wang Chong, of course, was not picky. He was content as long as he received something. Brother Tian, you are truly too kind. The supervisor wiped the sweat from his brow, then produced an invitation voucher from behind his clothing and handed it to Lin Han, saying, Mr. Lin, with this voucher, you can visit our training ground at any time. We hope that you can help us break more records. Lin Han gladly accepted the invitation voucher from the supervisor's hand. Unlike the previous one given by Manager Liu, this felt entirely different. Due to the defeat of the bull-headed chieftain, coupled with the scattered experience points in the ancient ruins, he had now reached level 15. Although he still had some distance to cover before reaching level 20, being able to utilize the silver trial venue would indeed be far more convenient. At least for the time being, he could not leave the city, and compared to the upcoming entrance examination, he would have ample time ahead. Rest assured, Manager Liu. With my brother Lin Han taking the lead, breaking records will be a mere formality. However, by that time, it seems that Brother Tian will likely need to purchase a few more items, as I fear that these local specialties may not be shared. After a brief chat among the group, Lin Han took his leave from the trial site with Wang Chong. The person in charge watched their retreating figures with an indifferent demeanor and remarked, please investigate the source of Lin Han's entry ticket. Since there is an entry ticket, there must be a trail to follow. Once we ascertain who it passed through, Lin Han's true identity will be revealed. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that Lin Han's command of Mandarin was impeccable, revealing not a single flaw or hint of doubt. After their exchange, the individual remained oblivious to everything concerning Lin Han, the only fact known being the record broken within this instance of the dungeon. At that moment, a formidable group emerged from another exit of the ancient ruins dungeon, led by Gao Chong, who strutted forward with an air of arrogance. It appears that useless Lin Han has yet to return. Looks like we can pop the champagne to celebrate our record-breaking feat in the ancient ruins, he declared. Gao Chong swaggered over to a sofa and settled down, turning to those beside him. What do you think? How long can those two hold out? The captain of the training team pondered seriously for a moment before responding. They should last about 5 minutes, give or take. Ha. The thought of Lin Han's embarrassed expression filled Gao Chong with exhilaration. He could hardly wait to see Lin Han flee in disgrace. This once exalted individual now found himself in a position of defeat. Hey, how long has that Lin Han guy been inside? Gao Chong shouted towards the front desk. Despite his abrasive tone, the attendant greeted him with a smile, saying, I'm sorry, but Mr. Lin had already left before you arrived. What? Gao Chong's disappointment was palpable. He had been anticipating the opportunity to humiliate Lin Han, only to discover that Lin Han had beaten him to it. By the way, what was your classmate's name again? Lin Han, why do you suddenly ask about that? The captain pointed to the leaderboard for the ancient ruins completion times, where Lin Han and Wang Chong held the top spot. Could this be your classmate, or is it just a coincidence? Gao Chong glanced over, his expression twisting into one of increasing frustration. If it were just Lin Han, a mere coincidental namesake might be plausible, but with Wang Chong also listed, there could be no doubt about the legitimacy of the situation. The second best score was precisely what they had just achieved. Once again, Lin Han had outdone them. Gao Chong rushed to the front desk, slamming his hands down on the counter. Is this data even accurate? Lin Han is merely a support class, and Wang Chong is just a card master. How could they possibly set a new record? Chapter 27. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mr. Gao, please calm down. Our data is the most accurate and cannot possibly contain any errors. Are you saying I'm not even as good as that useless waste? Gao Chong barked. The attendant maintained a cheerful demeanor. Mr. Gao, you are overthinking it. I meant no offense. Although your score is commendable, it does fall short when compared to Mr. Lin's. You were merely clearing a standard dungeon, while Mr. Lin triggered a hidden boss, making his achievement inherently more challenging. Furthermore, Mr. Lin's speed indeed surpassed that of your team. Gao Chong jabbed a finger at the attendant's face. What do you mean by that? Is this how you speak to your customers? We are simply emulating your tone, Mr. Gao. If you continue to cause a disturbance here, I will have to exercise my right to revoke your eligibility for future entry tickets. Of course, I understand that someone of your stature may not care about such matters. If that is the case, feel free to continue your tantrum, the attendant replied calmly, showing no sign of anger despite Gao Chong's antics. Gao Chong hesitated, his fist poised in the air before he angrily swung his arm and declared, Fine, you'll regret this. I will personally file a complaint with Manager Tian. The attendant remained as gentle as ever. Please do. Humph. Gao Chong turned on his heel. Captain, let us speed things up. Can we not exceed this score? The captain shook his head. While I would love to earn your money, this score is already astonishingly high. Our training team cannot achieve such a feat, boss. This score is already sufficient. Ordinary individuals will struggle to surpass it. Struggle? Gao Chong erupted into manic laughter, pointing at Lin Han's score displayed on the large screen. Here. In front of me. He entered later yet emerged first, surpassing me in every metric. He is merely a support class. How could he accomplish this? Suddenly, a realization struck Gao Chong, and he exclaimed, "It must be the golden training team. If it weren't for them, Lin Han and Wang Chong could not possibly have attained this score." It was clear to Gao Chong that this was the only reasonable explanation. If not for the golden training team, such an outcome would be unachievable. The captain, wishing to explain that the golden training team could not have achieved such results either, held his tongue, opting instead to quietly accept the situation and complete the job at hand. As for what the boss intended to do, it was none of their concern. "Is this kid out of his mind?" one of the staff members murmured, leaning against the front desk. The attendant smiled. It's merely jealousy rearing its ugly head. In time, he will learn the harsh realities of the world. The staff member chuckled. These young masters have never faced hardship. We are all in the same class. Yet Mr. Lin is composed and serene, while Gao Chong is completely full of himself. If I were you, I would have tossed this rich kid out long ago. Even if Manager Tian were to blame us later, we would have a valid argument. It's clear that this spoiled brat is simply looking for trouble. Forget it. Forget it. Even with Manager Tian backing us, we cannot act recklessly. A few days later, Lin Han rose early, stretching lazily. Today was a momentous occasion for Lin Han and his graduating class, marking the day of the all-important entrance examination. Each year, this event unveils a plethora of prodigies and exceptional talents, offering the best opportunity for recognition from prestigious institutions. Many view this entrance examination as a pivotal moment in their lives. Although the entrance examination is crucial for Lin Han, it holds little significance now. With the system's support, he firmly believes that enhancing his strength is merely a matter of time. However, given Gao Chong's previous provocations, Lin Han is determined to trample Gao Chong this time, making it clear that arrogance comes at a cost. "Lin Han, hurry down. It's time for the entrance examination." At that moment, Wang Chong's voice echoed from outside. Their homes were not far apart, so whoever woke up first would seek out the other. A silent agreement formed between them. Don't rush, don't rush. Lin Han hastily gathered the magical scrolls and various items he had purchased from the trading market before dashing down to meet Wang Chong. "Lin Han, yesterday I accepted a secondary transfer task, which is rather simple, merely a C-level task. I'm just waiting for the moment I can leave the city to complete my secondary transfer," Wang Chong said cheerfully, attributing his success to Lin Han. Were it not for Lin Han helping him reach level 10, he would likely have faced the entrance examination at a mere level 5. Now, equipped with the 10 level and the Silkwood card set, Wang Chong is quite confident in his abilities. "Then allow me to extend my early congratulations," Lin Han replied with a smile, sharing in Wang Chong's joy. However, he added with mock concern, "Even against you, my dear healer, I fear I may not withstand a few blows." Wang Chong feigned fear and continued, "I can already imagine the expression on your opponent's face today. They will undoubtedly feel elated upon learning they are facing a healing class, only to realize the true terror of your prowess when your fist strikes them." Listening to Wang Chong's account, Lin Han could not help but chuckle. Is it really that exaggerated? There are countless main combat classes. Can they genuinely fear a mere priest like me? Yet, you as a priest seem to be somewhat monstrous, Wang Chong responded, exasperated. "At this point, I would rather take on 2 opponents than encounter you. A single punch from you might just obliterate me. How about I request the examiner for us to face off first?" "Lin Han, please don't." Chapter 28. The entrance examination commences. By the time the two arrived at the venue for the entrance examination, the area was teeming with participants. Many parents were huddled together, weeping in despair. "Is it truly that dramatic?" Wang Chong asked incredulously, noting that his own parents were indifferent to whether he gained admission to a prestigious institution. Choosing instead to accompany Lin Han on this significant day, Lin Han explained, "The entrance examination is a chance to alter one's destiny. Countless children from impoverished families await this opportunity to transform their lives. Given your affluent background, your relatives likely prioritize their business over you. And considering your chosen profession might differ from what your father anticipated, it seems they have half given up. After all, you could always inherit the family business, right?" Reflecting on Lin Han's words, Wang Chong remarked, "If I am already at this level, is it not somewhat unfair for me to participate in this entrance examination?" Lin Han rolled his eyes and nudged Wang Chong. "Could you exhibit a modicum of humility? Hurry inside. Today, let this wealthy heir face some setbacks." Wang Chong quickly admitted fault, exclaiming, "Lin Han, please, I was wrong. Is that not sufficient?" Just as they were playfully bickering, a voice they both detested rang out. "Oh, isn't this our school's top priest, Senior Lin Han?" Upon hearing this voice, both felt a sense of exasperation. Gao Chong, this bothersome individual, seemed to be everywhere. Lin Han had no desire to engage, especially not during the entrance examination, as he wished to avoid trouble for now. If they were to meet in a dungeon later, he would not hesitate to ensure Gao Chong vanished from this world forever. "The top student has quite the attitude, ignoring me. It appears awakening to a healing class has indeed elevated your status. Gao Chong laughed, accompanied by his entourage, finding amusement in Lin Han's predicament. Gao Chong, what do you want? Wang Chong could no longer tolerate the mockery directed at his friend, retorting, Gao Chong, who was once so eager to call you Brother Han now, seems to relish in your less-than-ideal class awakening. Is it truly necessary for you to cling to this? If your mouth can't stay shut, I might consider helping you with that. Wang Chong, what good is your defense of that useless one? Gao Chong scoffed, swaggering towards the examination venue. Mind your own business. Would you care for a practice match when the entrance examination begins? Wang Chong's tone was resolute, showing no regard for Gao Chong's pride. Wang Chong, do you think I'm unaware of your strength? Gao Chong sneered, though you are now level 10. You're still merely a first transfer. I have already achieved second transfer strength. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? He added menacingly, let me inform you. My aim this time is the first place, and you shall merely serve as my stepping stone. Moreover, do not forget my previous words. My target is Lin Han, and I will request a duel with him. Second transfer. Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow had indeed succeeded in his second transfer. What incredible luck to find a testing ground within the city. If he truly had transitioned, Wang Chong realized he would have little chance against Gao Chong. However, he believed Lin Han would manage without issue. Lin Han, prepare yourself to be defeated by me, Gao Chong declared with a cold huff. Before entering the examination venue amidst his followers, Lin Han was unfazed by such trivialities and told Wang Chong, let us proceed. It is time for us to enter. Upon reaching the entrance and submitting their examination permits, they awaited their turn. The venue for the entrance examination resembled the ancient Roman arenas, exuding an intense sense of pressure, with various examiners from different universities seated at the highest vantage points. It appears this batch of candidates is quite promising, a white-haired elder squinted as he surveyed the crowd. I hope we encounter a few exceptional talents this time. Otherwise, what difference is there in our presence here? Another elder remarked. What talents could possibly emerge from a small place like Huiwa City? It would be fortunate to find even a few second transfer main combat classes. Most are merely here for the experience, a relatively young examiner scoffed, dismissing any hope of discovering promising candidates, viewing the trip as merely a task assigned by his institution. Given the rigorous admission criteria of the most prestigious academies in the capital, any failure to recruit students was deemed the student's fault rather than the institution's. Do not speak so disdainfully. This is precisely why I detest you all, such pedantic individuals. I am grateful I did not join your school. A voice chimed in from the side. Oh, is your school superior? A bunch of women huddling together for warmth. If I were in charge of the capital, I would promptly disband your institution, the young examiner retorted, escalating the tension between them, just as it seemed they were about to engage in a verbal duel. An elder with slightly yellowing hair interjected. Enough. There are still many children observing. Can we not maintain some decorum? If you wish to fight, I can arrange a time for you to do so without oversight. At this, the two who had been about to spar fell silent. It seemed the time was nigh for the commencement of the examination. Suddenly, a series of bells tolled from above the competition area, signaling the imminent beginning. A middle-aged man then stood on the contest stage, addressing the eager students. Esteemed candidates, we have arrived at the annual entrance examination, which will determine your future academic paths. I hope each of you approaches this test with seriousness, showcasing your utmost capabilities. Any hidden talents will not escape the examiner's scrutiny. He continued, now, let me clarify the competition rules. All props and equipment may be freely utilized without restrictions. Simply display your strongest abilities. However, the use of prohibited substances is strictly forbidden. You may select your opponents at will, or, should you prefer, a draw will be conducted. The ultimate victor shall be rewarded handsomely. Now, I hereby declare the commencement of the contest. Chapter 29. The violent sacrifice shocks the entire arena. As these words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in excitement. The freedom to select one's opponent in this contest provided an unparalleled advantage for those in the main combat professions. After all, by choosing a healer or perhaps a life-oriented profession, one could almost guarantee advancement to the next round of competition. However, should a non-combat profession manage to shine in the arena, they too could secure their eligibility for admission. Yet, when faced with combat-oriented professions, these novices were virtually doomed. This rule had persisted for over a century and had become an unchangeable reality. In the face of these esteemed institutions, their voices held little weight. Ladies and gentlemen, the contest is now ready to begin. You have 3 minutes to contemplate your decisions. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong immediately stood up without a moment's hesitation. Esteemed teachers, I am Gao Chong and Shadow Rogue. I challenge Lin Han. The arena fell silent, not merely due to Gao Chong's declaration, but because Lin Han was renowned as a formidable presence, likened to a devil by the heads of various academies, acknowledged as one of the most terrifying geniuses of recent years. Although his current profession was not particularly impressive, he still captivated the interest of countless individuals. The referee spoke calmly. Now, let us invite both Lin Han and Gao Chong to the arena to commence today's first match. Gao Chong, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful smile in Lin Han's direction, and strode confidently into the arena. Lin Han understood that this confrontation was inevitable and slowly rose to his feet. Wang Chong whispered from the side, "Be cautious. Gao Chong has already undergone his second-class transition, and his strength should not be underestimated. Rest assured." Lin Han replied succinctly as he stepped onto the contest platform. The referee noted their arrival and stated, "The rules have been clearly outlined. Any violations will result in the complete forfeiture of your admission qualifications, barring you from participating in any recruitment examinations for the next decade, as no academic institution will accept you. During combat, lethal force is prohibited, and thoughts of murder are strictly forbidden." Both participants nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let the contest begin." Gao Chong sneered. "Lin Han, I never imagined that one day I would stand on this platform opposite you, a genius. How about this? If you kneel and surrender now, I might consider going easy on you later. Otherwise, it would seem unfair for me to bully a healer. Gao Chong, you remain as boisterous as ever. Perhaps it will be you lying in defeat on the arena floor," Lin Han replied coolly. "If that happens, imagine the ridicule you would face for a rogue who couldn't defeat a healer. If I were in your position, I would have already scurried home to avoid such humiliation." Gao Chong's anger surged to its peak. This match was supposed to be in his favor, yet Lin Han spoke as if victory were already his. How could a healer dare to speak to him in such a manner? What audacity did Lin Han possess to taunt him in the face of imminent defeat? Everyone understood that the healer profession had little chance of triumph against a rogue, yet Lin Han appeared utterly fearless, which irked Gao Chong greatly. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Lin Han should be the one begging for mercy. "Lin Han, you have nowhere to retreat now. Continue to feign toughness until my dagger finds its mark, and then you will understand the chasm between us. But fear not, I won't kill you, after all. That would violate the rules. However, I possess countless methods to torment you to the brink of death." As his words faded, Gao Chong's figure vanished from the contest arena. The crowd fell silent. For many, this was their first experience witnessing a battle between two professionals, aside from those from established families. "Well, I never anticipated that the first contender would be a second-class rogue. It seems there are indeed some promising candidates here," remarked one of the female examiners. A younger examiner scoffed. "Although his strength is commendable, he chooses to challenge a healer. Is that not bullying? He could easily rely on his abilities to fight his way through, but instead opts for this route of intimidation. To be honest, even if this lad were to win the championship, our institution would never accept him." An elder interjected, "Let us not speak so definitively. Challenging the weak can indeed showcase one's strength effectively, so this is not entirely unjustifiable." "Indeed, I concur with Elder Long," added a white-haired senior. "If both opponents were evenly matched, this contest could become quite troublesome. These youngsters have merely brushed through a few dungeons, lacking in combat experience. If their strengths were comparable, I can hardly fathom how chaotic their battle would become. It could very well boil down to whose fists are stronger." This sentiment garnered agreement from the audience. For seasoned warriors, a contest could spell life or death, driven by combat experience. Mastery of various techniques and timing was crucial, and for these newcomers, victory would depend on raw strength. "Lin Han, how does it feel to be unable to find me?" Gao Chong taunted, continuously lurking within the arena. As a rogue, concealing one's presence was paramount. To the spectators, aside from the elder examiners seated, Gao Chong's figure was nowhere to be seen. As a second-class shadow rogue, he was among the more distinguished students present. Yet to Lin Han, Gao Chong's stealthy antics were as transparent as day. He could easily discern Gao Chong's movements, who occasionally made ridiculous faces. Lin Han's attributes were remarkably high, making it easy for him to perceive Gao Chong's actions. Furthermore, Lin Han possessed a skill of forbidden-level stealth. Of course, unleashing such a powerful spell during the contest would indeed be unfair. He certainly wouldn't want to obliterate the arena. Chapter 30. The Healer Profession. Is it truly a support role? Lin Han, since it has come to this, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Gao Chong brandished a dagger from his waist, a weapon of bronze quality. As Gao Chong approached step by step, the glint of the dagger's sharp edge caught Lin Han's eye. Lin Han crouched down, narrowly evading Gao Chong's strike. How is this possible? Gao Chong could scarcely believe it. Logically, Lin Han should not have been able to foresee any of his attacks. It must have been a fluke. Just luck. Good lad. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped my attack this time. But next time, your luck may not hold. Lin Han felt a hint of exasperation and truth. Gao Chong's movements appeared sluggish, akin to a slow-motion film, and yet he remained boastful. In a sense, he found amusement in the current state of affairs. It was quite entertaining. Regardless of the strange antics Gao Chong performed across from him, believing Lin Han could not see through them. The truth was that Gao Chong resembled a mere jester. The elder with the yellow hair spoke calmly. "What are your thoughts on that last evasion?" The middle-aged woman remarked. "It must be mere coincidence. After all, he is a second-tier shadow rogue, and when he employs stealth, he should be invisible to him." As she spoke, the woman picked up Lin Han's profile and began to peruse it. The young man interjected, "This is precisely why you are all brawn without brains. How could this possibly be coincidence? Clearly, Lin Han's movements reflect a keen anticipation of Gao Chong's techniques, showcasing an improvised response. He has discerned all of Gao Chong's moves. And I now suspect whether Lin Han can indeed see Gao Chong. The elderly man with yellow hair nodded calmly. Indeed, I share your sentiment. If you closely observe Lin Han's gaze, you will notice that, despite the subtlety of his movements, his direction consistently shifts in accordance with Gao Chong's position. The others followed the elder's advice and observed, ultimately confirming his assertion. Despite Lin Han's attempts at concealment being exceedingly slight, the overall shift was undeniable. He could perceive every action of a second-tier rogue. Lin Han, an exemplary graduate, a professional life priest. The middle-aged woman spoke of the life priest with a touch of reverence, sighing, "It is a pity that it is not a primary combat role, otherwise. With this young man's capabilities, he would surely achieve great things. Nevertheless, his stats as a priest are astonishing. I fear even some formidable warriors might not reach such heights." The yellow-haired elder remarked, after reviewing his resume, "It is indeed a pity. He is clearly of warrior stock, yet he has been assigned to the life priest role. A vocation with little promise." Having regrouped following his earlier defeat, Gao Chong charged forward once more, this time targeting Lin Han's neck. Just as victory seemed assured, Lin Han's arm moved with a sudden fluidity, delivering a punch that sent the unsuspecting Gao Chong crashing against the wall. What immense strength! The yellow-haired elder was taken aback. This force seemed incongruous for a support-oriented profession. This young man should not be labeled a life priest. The explosive power of that single punch surpasses that of many warriors of equal caliber, perhaps even those of greater prowess. This is, without a doubt, a violent priest. At that moment, the examiners began to tally their scores in their minds. Alas, such talent squandered on a priestly vocation. Gao Chong, dazed, picked himself up from the ground. Unable to fathom how Lin Han had perceived him, dragging his heavy body, he spat, "What kind of treasure do you possess that allows you to see through my disguise?" Gao Chong was seething with indignation. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, everything was within the rules, leaving him without recourse. At that juncture, the audience was utterly captivated by Lin Han's decisive punch, which had sent the second-tier shadow rogue flying. "Gao Chong, why have you ceased your barking? Could you not roar before? You have always existed in Lin Han's shadow, and from this moment forth, you shall continue to dwell there. You are utterly outmatched." Wang Chong, seated among the spectators, scoffed. If anyone understood the nature of Lin Han's strength, it was undoubtedly him. Having witnessed firsthand how Lin Han had sent a tyrant flying with a single blow, while many doubted Lin Han's ability to triumph under such circumstances, Wang Chong harbored unwavering faith. "Lin Han, could you perhaps quiet your dog?" Gao Chong lunged forward with his dagger once more, now thoroughly rattled by Wang Chong's words. His mind fixated solely on redeeming his pride. He could no longer accept failure, especially not to someone universally regarded as lacking potential, a priest. Moreover, he could not bear the thought of losing to Lin Han, who had always overshadowed him throughout their schooling. Now that he had a chance to best Lin Han, there was no way he would allow the situation to reverse. Prepare to perish. Gao Chong's aura surged, and his second-tier strength began to operate at full throttle, his speed becoming a blur to those of lower ranks. Dazzlingly extravagant, Lin Han remained composed, observing Gao Chong's performance, even as Gao Chong's velocity reached nearly unimaginable levels. To Lin Han, it still appeared as sluggish as a snail. Instinctively, Lin Han nearly unleashed a forbidden spell, but recalling that this was not a dungeon raid, he swiftly restrained himself, averting disaster for the entire younger generation of Huiyue City. Die! Gao Chong was now directly before Lin Han, his dagger aimed at Lin Han's throat. Should the blade penetrate, Lin Han would fall, succumbing to blood loss. In his fervor for victory, Gao Chong was utterly oblivious to the potential consequences of his actions. The referee watched intently, ready to intervene should Lin Han find himself in peril. "I warned you. You are far too naive," Lin Han stated coolly, delivering another punch that struck Gao Chong squarely in the face, his disbelief palpable. The sheer force of the blow propelled Gao Chong backward, two bloodied teeth flying from his mouth, landing before him. "I have already told you, Gao Chong, you are destined to be beneath my feet, for you are simply no match for me. Shall we continue?" Chapter 31. He cheated, despair. Gao Chong lay prostrate on the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, his face a mask of despair. Why? How could a mere priest surpass me, a second-tier rogue? Such terrifying strength could not possibly belong to a priest. Not only Gao Chong, but all present fell into a momentary silence. Even the referee, who had contemplated intervening, stood stupefied, struggling to regain composure. How could a priest achieve such feats? Gao Chong, stubbornly rising, blood trickling from his lips, accused, "Lin Han, you must have used some form of drug." Referee, he is undoubtedly cheating. Lin Han, hearing this, chuckled coldly. "Gao Chong, do you truly believe everyone is as despicable as you? Do you honestly think I would need drugs to deal with you? You overestimate your own significance. You are merely a priest, a support role. How could you possess such explosive power?" Gao Chong, unable to comprehend, shouted at the referee, "What are you waiting for? Investigate him at once. He has violated the rules of the competition." Suddenly, the authoritative voice of the yellow-haired elder resonated throughout the trial arena. No need for investigation. Lin Han has used no drugs. He simply possesses formidable strength. Upon hearing this, the previously skeptical crowd fell silent. This was a prominent professor from a renowned institution, and his words carried weight, rendering any defense for Lin Han unnecessary. Impossible. You must be mistaken. Gao Chong could not accept the reality that a priest had bested him. A second-tier shadow rogue. Would he be condemned to live under Lin Han's shadow for eternity? Gao Chong's fury erupted as he roared, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to strike Lin Han down with a single blow. Yet to Lin Han, such speed was merely a futile gesture. As Lin Han prepared to deliver a final strike, the referee suddenly intervened, appearing between the two and grasping Gao Chong by the collar, effortlessly tossing him aside, while simultaneously intercepting Lin Han's punch. What incredible strength! The referee frowned slightly, as a primary combat class with a level 28 third-tier strength. Absorbing Lin Han's punch left his arm tingling. It was unfathomable that a support vocation could wield such power. Lin Han had exerted considerable restraint over his strength. Should he unleash his full power, the referee would likely meet his demise on the spot. Gao Chong, having risen from the ground, bellowed at the referee. What are you doing? The referee cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, You are no match for him. Had I not intervened, you would have perished here. He spoke the truth, having genuinely felt the force behind that punch. In Gao Chong's current state, he could not possibly withstand it. Even if he had miraculously survived, he would be rendered a mere shadow of his former self. This could hardly be blamed on Lin Han, who had already urged his opponent to concede. But to no avail. Thus, the responsibility lay squarely on Gao Chong's shoulders. Though reluctant, Gao Chong found himself unable to strike at Lin Han any further and was subsequently assisted off the stage by the crowd. Thus, Lin Han emerged victorious. Lin Han, you may step down and wait, the announcer instructed. Lin Han returned to the sidelines, where Wang Chong approached with a smile, saying, Well done. You might find yourself with a legion of admirers now. With this performance, a prestigious school will surely be within your grasp. It's simply splendid. It's nothing much. Lin Han replied with a faint smile. With the conclusion of the first match, the subsequent battles were organized into several groups for simultaneous combat, each consisting of 4 participants. This arrangement allowed for a swift resolution, as these esteemed academies sought only the finest candidates, rendering unnecessary any elaborate procedures. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any interested in Lin Han? A middle-aged woman inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Her institution exclusively admitted female students, and thus they were the first to withdraw. Despite Lin Han's formidable prowess, they held no interest in him. A young man remarked, This child seems to have veered off course. While his current strength is impressive, likely a result of his training prior to awakening his profession, along with some unique martial techniques, it is still understandable. However, his vocation is ultimately that of a priest. Though he has already advanced to the second tier, luck plays a significant role in that. If he becomes too absorbed in augmenting his own power, he will inevitably reach a limit. Our academy does not require such individuals. An elder with white hair concurred, stating, Indeed, one's profession is of paramount importance. Without proficiency in that regard, what use is great strength? Can you possibly outmatch a warrior? As one progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult to surpass through mere training alone. Moreover, as a priest, the demand for the sources of calamity will only escalate over time. Even if we were to admit him into our institution, we lack the resources to support him adequately. Are we to risk our lives as instructors to assist him in acquiring what he needs? The group exchanged knowing glances, each articulating their opinions from within their respective factions. Lin Han, it's my turn now. I'm off, Wang Chong announced. Unbeknownst to him, most of the students had already undergone the trials, and it was now his turn to compete. Stay safe. If you cannot win, surrender. There's no shame in that, Lin Han chuckled. Get lost, Wang Chong retorted. I intend to endure until the end and then defeat you. Lin Han remained silent, his gaze following Wang Chong as he headed towards the center of the arena. A hint of worry creeping in. Wang Chong, a first-tier level 10 card master, faced off against Zhang Siwen, a first-tier level 6 assassin, Su Jiamei, a first-tier level 3 hypnotist, and Lu Yunyun, a first-tier level 10 healer. After each participant introduced themselves, the referee officially declared the match to commence. Shouldn't we eliminate the strongest first, then determine our victor? Zhang Siwen suggested ominously, his gaze fixed on Wang Chong. As a level 10 card master in a primary combat role, he naturally posed the greatest threat in the arena. Before Wang Chong could counter, Lu Yunyun interjected. You've devised quite the plan there. If we team up to oust Wang Chong, my support role won't pose any threat to you, and Su Jiamei. Being merely a level 3 hypnotist is hardly a challenge. Zhang Siwen, your actions contradict your name. You hardly seem refined, Lu Yunyun quipped. Zhang Siwen, frustrated at having his scheme unveiled, retorted, If I were to be eliminated early, do you truly believe any of you could contend with Wang Chong? Then let us battle individually, Lu Yunyun declared, her expression indifferent. As a healing class, her participation in such a contest was inherently disadvantageous. Not everyone possessed Lin Han's extraordinary capabilities to knock out a second-tier thief with a single blow. Thus, her aim was to showcase her value within a team context, rendering alliances of utmost importance. That is unnecessary, Zhang Siwen mused. As a healing class, you should know that to demonstrate your abilities, you ought to align with the weaker side, otherwise you stand little chance of advancing. You have a point, Lu Yunyan replied with a smile. But I simply refuse to associate with despicable individuals. Apologies, but I prefer to keep my hands clean. At that moment, Zhang Siwen launched a rapid attack. His assassin's speed his crowning glory. Given Lu Yunyan's choice to oppose him, swiftly eliminating her would yield the best outcome. Should he succeed, he could entice the hypnotist to join forces against Wang Chong. Otherwise, with Lu Yunyan providing healing, their chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. Caught off guard, Lu Yunyan froze, panic surging through her as she realized Zhang Siwen's decisiveness. At such velocity, she had no opportunity to evade. In the next instant, pain surged from her chest as the steel-clad glove of Zhang Siwen pierced her abdomen, its sharp tips digging deep. Lu Yunyan, this is the consequence of refusing to cooperate with me, Zhang Siwen proclaimed, withdrawing his glove and splattering blood upon the ground. He prepared to deal a finishing blow. But just then, a card whizzed past him, prompting him to retreat hastily, narrowly avoiding injury. Wang Chong, Zhang Siwen observed cautiously, his heart racing as he regarded the card embedded in the ground, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Had he been caught off guard by that strike, it would have been sufficient to pierce his chest. Are you all right? Wang Chong rushed to Lu Yunyan's side, helping her to her feet. Can you continue in the competition? Lu Yunyan felt the searing pain in her chest, her clothing now stained crimson. Don't worry, I'm fine, she assured him, struggling to stand. As a healer, I can mend this minor injury. A radiant green light began to coalesce at her chest, and her expression gradually relaxed. Zhang Siwen interjected, Wang Chong. This contest is about individual victories. She sustained severe injuries. Do you really expect her to assist you in recovering? Don't be absurd. She can barely protect herself. Though Zhang Siwen was trying to bait Wang Chong into eliminating Lu Yunyan, his words held a ring of truth. In this contest, Lu Yunyan was indeed too incapacitated to contribute effectively. Lu Yunyan anxiously observed Wang Chong's movements, realizing that from his current position, it would be exceedingly easy for him to eliminate her. Wang Chong, just as Lu Yunyan attempted to voice her concerns, Wang Chong interjected, standing in front of her. Zhang Siwen, can you not show any shame? What you did was despicable, and now you wish to counsel me. Do you think I am as unscrupulous as you? In my life, I detest those who strike at women. TCH. Zhang Siwen had never encountered someone so resistant to reason. Yet even if Wang Chong refrained from attacking, Lu Yunyan was now in no position to pose any threat. Her capacity to contribute diminished to nearly nothing. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Su Jiamei and remarked, what are your thoughts? If you join me in confronting them, you will have the opportunity to showcase your abilities. Otherwise, you will merely be eliminated through sheer force. I will stand with you. Su Jiamei, no fool herself, harbored disdain for Zhang Siwen's actions. Yet she recognized that her path to a remarkable performance lay only in siding with him against Wang Chong. Onward, Zhang Siwen bellowed, charging at Wang Chong. He was merely a card master. Even at level 10, in close combat, the assassin held an undeniable advantage. Wang Chong hastily retreated, luring Zhang Siwen in another direction. He needed to keep Zhang Siwen away from Lu Yunyan, for if an attack were launched against her, he would be unable to intervene in time. At that moment, Su Jiamei extended her hand, gradually closing her eyes, and suddenly, she seized with ferocity. Exhaustion. In that fleeting instant, Wang Chong could feel his body's speed significantly diminish, his energy waning as well. A hypnotist. However, Su Jiamei was merely at level 10, and while her influence over Wang Chong would be drastically weakened, it would still have an effect. Wang Chong had to resolve this swiftly. He couldn't allow the situation to drag on. Lu Yunyan coughed lightly. Had she not been injured, the duo would have been entirely unafraid. Even if Wang Chong were to engage in close combat with Zhang Siwen, she could heal him nearly to perfection. Yet, her current physical state did not permit such action. Fear not. Wang Chong felt a tinge of pressure. If he truly fell into the rhythm dictated by the adversary, there was a genuine possibility of losing this match. Thus, he needed to regain control. With a swift motion, he reached for the silkwood card set at his waist, drawing 2 cards, enchanting them with the card master's severing ability, and with a flick of his fingers, sent them flying. The once unassuming cards now resembled 2 razor-sharp blades in Wang Chong's hands, slicing through the air with a sound akin to the whisper of cutting through space. Zhang Siwen quickly evaded, but the cards were too swift, as Wang Chong had anticipated his next move. In that instant, he activated the assassin's ability, contorting his body in an exceedingly peculiar fashion. Nonetheless, the cards still grazed his iron gloves. What a close call! Zhang Siwen gasped. Glancing at the scratch on his glove with a hint of fear, he had anticipated the cards to be somewhat sharp, yet never imagined they could slice through his glove. A streak of blood appeared on his hand. Meanwhile, the other card severed a strand of Su Jiamei's hair, as if warning her not to act rashly. How could a level 10 card master possess such formidable severing prowess? Zhang Siwen pondered, yet his gaze soon fell upon the card set at Wang Chang's waist. Indeed, it must be that item, undoubtedly a high-tier artifact. If it were an ordinary item, how could it possibly cut through my iron gloves? To think that this seemingly impoverished lad possessed such remarkable gear. Chapter 33, The Black Tresses Severed, Damage Transferred. Simultaneously, the judges on stage also noted the commotion. The card master's talent was commendable, and his earlier prediction was quite impressive. Had the opponent not been an assassin, he would have likely been pierced through by now. The young man could not help but admire Wang Chang's maneuvers. Indeed, with a bit of training, he might become a formidable warrior. The old man with white hair echoed this admiration, adding, if I'm not mistaken, that card set at his waist must be a golden tier weapon. Looks like yet another wealthy scion. The middle-aged woman chuckled, her gaze ever fixed on the numerous female contestants, while the hypnotist in the arena was utterly terrified, still unable to recover. Meanwhile, another contestant, engrossed in self-healing and failing to make any noteworthy moves, had completely lost her interest. After all, it was merely a golden tier artifact. Certain dungeons had a probability of yielding such treasures. Perhaps this lad was merely fortunate, or perhaps it was a family heirloom. The middle-aged man defended Wang Chang, still harboring a shred of interest in the lad. The middle-aged woman scoffed, do you think golden equipment grows on trees? Just because it can drop doesn't mean it does. And what a coincidence that it aligns perfectly with his class. I believe he is just a rich kid relying on his family's resources. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, responding coldly, forget it. I can't be bothered to converse with you, you lunatic. As if I wanted to talk to you. At this moment, the battle had reached a stalemate. Su Jiamei was shaken by the blow, even contemplating surrender. Zhang Siwen, too, hesitated to act recklessly, fearing that if hit by a card, he could sustain injuries. Although the hypnotist was classified as a healing class, even a level 3 healer could not erase the pain for him. To break the deadlock, he had to close in on Wang Chang. Su Jiamei, once more, help me hypnotize Wang Chang. I must get close to have a chance. Zhang Siwen devised a plan. Yet Su Jiamei remained unresponsive. Su Jiamei, a loud shout jolted her from her fear. Was she truly so easily frightened? If they were to enroll in a prestigious school, combat would become a routine affair. If she could not overcome such minor trepidation, perhaps she should hasten her departure. Moreover, there were rules in place. Did Wang Chang truly possess the ability to kill her? This competition was an opportunity for us to showcase our abilities. Upon hearing Zhang Siwen's words, Su Jiamei genuinely recognized that this was merely a contest. What was there to fear? All right, leave it to me. Her gaze grew resolute as she reflected. Though you may not be the best, you are indeed a commendable warrior. You lead. As soon as her words fell, Zhang Siwen charged forth once more, while Wang Chang immediately drew 2 cards, poised to launch them. At that moment, Su Jiamei began to chant, respected god of illusion, grant me the power to alter all. I shall dedicate my life to your faith. I shall revere you as the heartbeat of my existence. At that moment, Su Jiamei's pupils morphed into something uncanny, and from a close vantage point, one could discern faint lines forming. As her gaze shifted, her protective eyes became swirling vortexes. Panic. With her final incantation, Wang Chang felt an involuntary surge of anxiety as he launched the cards. An odd notion surfaced in his mind. You cannot hit. Consequently, the cards flew forth. Yet the previously targeted Zhang Siwen found them veering off, embedding themselves into the ground instead. Well done. Zhang Siwen marveled, approaching Wang Chang with a sneer. Let me see what close combat abilities a card master possesses when deprived of his cards. Respected god of assassination, bestow upon me the ultimate power of the kill. I shall take assassination as my life's creed. I shall uphold you as my singular faith. In that moment, Zhang Siwen's movements became ethereal, his body growing increasingly agile as he lunged forth with a claw. Wang Chang feigned a dodge, yet that voice echoed once more in his mind. You cannot escape. After a brief hesitation, the iron claw ultimately tore through his arm, leaving behind a deep gash. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the warmth of his own blood. If he did not staunch the bleeding immediately, he would surely be drained by these 2. Wang Chang, I dare say your arm is now too weak to launch any more cards. Zhang Siwen bore the countenance of a petty tyrant, reveling in his transient triumph. However, this was merely a pivotal entrance examination, where various tactics were employed to ascend the ranks, and he remained utterly indifferent to the implications. What purpose does a card master serve if he cannot wield his cards? He might as well be considered lower than swine. With that, he lunged once more at Wang Chang, whose left arm had already succumbed to weakness. The slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through his entire body. In a desperate bid, Wang Chang drew a card from his silkwood deck, positioning it directly against the iron claw. The clash of metal sparked a fleeting flame, and in that instant, he delivered a kick, albeit devoid of strength, creating some distance between them. Zhang Siwen scoffed derisively. Wang Chang, your struggles are utterly futile. You are merely wasting our time. Is this how you intend to concede? Wang Chang found it hard to accept this grim reality. Returning to Lin Han in such a state would render him incapable of justifying his failure. The Qingmu deck in his possession had yet to reveal its true potential. Did he truly deserve it? Just as self-doubt engulfed him, he was suddenly overshadowed by Lu Yunyun's impassioned incantation. As all things awaken, life rejoices. Awaken the slumbering souls, and let the symphony of spring resound. Esteemed goddess of spring, I am your most devout follower. Grant me the power to heal all. In that moment, Wang Chong felt the excruciating pain in his arm begin to dissipate, and as he moved it again, he experienced no discomfort. Wang Chong, this is now entrusted to you. Lu Yunyun exclaimed through gritted teeth, clutching her right arm. She had transferred all of Wang Chong's injuries onto herself, willingly shouldering the burden of pain. Chapter 34. The True Genius Declares Victory. This spectacle captivated the middle-aged woman observing from the stage. Although the girl was merely at level 10, her remarkable talent was undeniable. Among all healers, none had been known to awaken the twin thread's ability. The others began to take notice as well. Sensing the invisible thread connecting Lu Yunyun and Wang Chong, a conduit for sharing their pain, which would revert once the skill concluded. This girl is the most gifted healer I have encountered thus far, the middle-aged woman remarked. While the use of twin threads is impressive, her true talent lies in her ability to heal her own wounds simultaneously. If nurtured properly, she could become an exceptional healer. Hearing the woman's words, the others understood her implication. In such a female-dominated profession, they would not compete unless she possessed extraordinary combat talent, which would prompt them to confront her. Although this healer exhibited great potential, they were accustomed to formidable healing classes, recognizing the significant investment required for their development. From the spectator's seat, Lin Han observed this unfolding event, initially concerned for Wang Chong, but now entirely at ease. If such a healer could not secure victory, he would be compelled to dissect Wang Chong to comprehend his composition. Moreover, had Lu Yunyun not intervened unexpectedly, he would have attempted to employ the newly acquired skills, believing that allowing Wang Chong to display invincibility for a brief period would lead to an effortless victory. However, such a scenario would not bode well for Wang Chong. Sheltered in a greenhouse, he would remain oblivious to the harsh realities outside. Indeed, this journey was one he must undertake alone. In the arena, Lu Yunyun's interference had transformed Zhang Siwen's previously advantageous position into one of disadvantage. This irritating nuisance. Zhang Siwen glared malevolently at Lu Yunyun, his earlier certainty of victory now disrupted by her presence. Resolving to eliminate her, he summoned all his strength and charged towards her. Lu Yunyun, now prepared, dashed away, burdened by her injuries, yet utilizing her healing ability, a taxing endeavor. I should have eliminated you from the start, Zhang Siwen bellowed, though Lu Yunyun had gained distance. His speed allowed him to close the gap in mere seconds. As Zhang Siwen lunged at her, Wang Chong unleashed several cards, redirecting the hypnotist's influence towards Lu Yunyun. It was as if all negative effects affecting Wang Chong were now transferred to her. Even the injuries she would sustain would be her burden alone. Aware of the card's power, Zhang Siwen hesitated, uncertain if the hypnotist's effects still lingered, and instinctively retreated. Wang Chong's strike was purely to save Lu Yunyun, lacking the intent to pursue aggressively, making it relatively easy for her to evade. Now it is my time to shine, Zhang Siwen. Wang Chong produced 10 cards in a flourish, resembling a magician performing an enchanting trick. The cards danced deftly in his hands. With a swift motion, he launched all 10 cards simultaneously. Devoid of the hypnotist's influence, Wang Chong radiated unwavering confidence. Zhang Siwen hurriedly dodged, yet 3 cards accurately anticipated his movements. 2 cards sliced through the outer side of his thigh, while another pierced through his arm. Fortunately, this card merely penetrated flesh without damaging the bone. Wang Chong, were it not for your superior grade cards, you might not have bested me, Zhang Siwen retorted, his tone laced with indignation, attributing his defeat solely to the cards. Wang Chong chuckled, you don't genuinely believe I relied on this deck's power, do you? What do you mean? Zhang Siwen's expression betrayed confusion, failing to grasp Wang Chong's implication. If you remain obstinate, I shall now reveal the true power of this card set, Wang Chong declared calmly. Suddenly, he clenched his right fist. The cards embedded in the ground sprang to life, hurtling towards Zhang Siwen with astonishing velocity. Witnessing this, he struggled to evade. Yet the cards seemed to track him, returning to their original wounds, ultimately landing back in Wang Chong's grasp. The excruciating pain prompted a howl of disbelief from him. How can this be? You are merely a card master. How can you control objects? Zhang Siwen's eyes widened in terror, perceiving Wang Chong as a monstrous entity. Who said I could control objects? Wang Chong scoffed. This is the true prowess of my equipment. Suddenly, Wang Chong scanned the surroundings of Zhang Siwen and Su Jiamei, then turned to Zhang Yunyun, saying, Yunyun, come to my side. Without hesitation, Zhang Yunyun approached him. In a word of caution to both of you, maintain your current positions, and do not move, lest something unfortunate occurs, and I shall not take responsibility. As his words fell, Wang Chong waved his right hand, causing numerous threads to stretch taut from the ground. Sunlight refracted through them, allowing both to see a multitude of threads encircling them. Following the sunlight, They discerned that the ends of these threads connected to the cards Wang Chong had previously shot. In despair, Zhang Siwen exclaimed, "Judge, I concede." Su Jiamei, equally frightened by the scene, dared not even breathe, fearing the threads might harm her, and proclaimed, "Judge, I also concede." Witnessing this, Wang Chong gathered the remaining cards back into the silkwood deck. Behind Wang Chong, Lu Yunyun suddenly spoke up, "Referee, declare Wang Chong the victor." "I concede." Wang Chong, taken aback, replied, "I intended to let you advance. Had it not been for your support, I would have never achieved this." Lu Yunyun waved her hand dismissively, responding with resignation, "I am merely a healer. Even if I were to progress to the next round, the outcome would remain unchanged. I have already showcased my abilities in this match, which suffices for me." With that, Lu Yunyun descended from the arena, but halfway through, she turned back and smiled, saying, "By the way, it might hurt a bit later." Chapter 35, stepping back into the arena, taking initiative. Wang Chong, still perplexed by Lu Yunyun's words, was suddenly engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain. "Damn!" A cry of agony erupted in the trial ground, drawing the attention of numerous competitors. Amidst the gazes directed at him, Wang Chong returned to the spectators' platform. "Look at you, managing to win the heart of a beauty," Lin Han teased from the side. Wang Chong retorted, "Stop joking. It was merely a fleeting encounter. It's not as complicated as you imagine. However, this arm of mine may pose a problem for the next match." Lin Han, somewhat exasperated with Wang Chong's obliviousness, thought to himself that the young lady's willingness to share his pain surely indicated her fondness for him, yet he had failed to even ask for her contact information. What kind of fool could attract a girl's affection? In the next moment, Lin Han placed his hand on Wang Chong's arm, a faint glow flickering in his eyes as a surge of energy flowed into Wang Chong's body. The wounds inflicted by the iron claws began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Wang Chong moved his arm, feeling no pain whatsoever, gazing at Lin Han in astonishment. "I never knew you possessed such a skill." Lin Han, slightly exasperated, retorted, "Have you forgotten my profession? I am a priest. Isn't it natural for me to possess such abilities?" "Ah, now it makes sense," Wang Chong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I apologize. It's just that your combat style is so overwhelmingly aggressive that I completely overlooked your role as a priest." Lin Han bore no ill will. He simply stated, "So, does it feel pain-free now?" "Not only is it pain-free, but I feel even better than before," Wang Chong replied. "I never expected you to not only possess such combat prowess, but also wield your profession with such finesse." Lin Han refrained from elaborating further, as he had just utilized a forbidden spell. It would be unwise to reveal that it was a high-level healing spell, otherwise, Wang Chong might treat his arm with excessive care. By this time, afternoon had arrived, and nearly half of the participants had exited the admissions examination. Most were those who had been eliminated, while some, intimidated by the prowess of earlier contestants, chose to withdraw, opting instead to enroll in lesser academies. Among them were several individuals of less than third-tier professions. In Area C, preparations for the next round of competition were underway. Lin Han, Zhong Sanqian, Du Li, and Hu Sheng. Upon hearing Lin Han's name, Wang Chong could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Lin Han, it's your turn. Go show them your overpowering prowess as a priest." "I am a staff priest, not a violent priest," Lin Han replied with mild annoyance as he rose to head towards the arena. Behind him, Wang Chong muttered, "With such a brutal fighting style, how can it not be termed as a violent priest?" These words reached Lin Han's ears, but he chose not to comment. Seeing Lin Han enter the arena, the referee felt a pang of anxiety. He was the same one who had officiated Lin Han's previous match. Casting a glance at his list, he couldn't help but empathize with Lin Han's opponents. Even now, he could vividly recall the weight behind Lin Han's punches. The referee even contemplated warning the three competitors to be cautious. Lin Han, recognizing the referee, smiled and greeted him. "Good to see you again." The referee, slightly taken aback by Lin Han's enthusiasm, felt a sense of dread. He truly wished to avoid standing alongside Lin Han, for the latter was exceedingly dangerous. Every opponent who faced him should exercise utmost caution. Should any mishap occur, the referee would bear indirect responsibility. Thus, he preferred that Lin Han keep his distance. Witnessing this exchange, the other three competitors began to question the nature of Lin Han's relationship with the referee. After all, it was unusual for someone to greet a referee unless they were acquainted. Noticing their skeptical expressions, the referee quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. We are not familiar. I simply officiated his last match. There was nothing significant exchanged." Zhong Sanqian chimed in with a smile. "Now that we are all present, let us prepare to begin and not waste each other's time." Upon hearing Zhong Sanqian's words, the referee sensed a disturbance. "You are the referee. I am the referee." If he continued to steal the referee's lines, he might face penalties. Zhong Sanqian chuckled sheepishly, suggesting, "Shall we introduce ourselves so that everyone knows what to expect?" The three participants, aside from Lin Han, regarded one another with extreme caution. They were all standout victors from the first round, and they were well aware of the strategies employed thus far. Once introductions were made, the strongest among them would inevitably become the target for elimination. Thus, They found themselves in a stalemate. At that moment, Hu Sheng pointed at Lin Han, stating, "I remember him. He was the first to compete. A healer who could utterly overpower a second-tier thief. This guy is undoubtedly among the best among us. Since we lack a clear target, why not eliminate this violent priest first? Once he is out, we can gauge each other's strengths." Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward Lin Han. Though his visage may not have been deeply etched in their memories, they recalled his performance as the first competitor very clearly. He was nothing short of a monster. They distinctly remembered the potency of his punches. Seeing their collective attention, Lin Han calmly declared, "Since you have all come to a decision, let us engage together. It will save me some time." Lin Han, even if you are indeed strong, such arrogance shows a lack of regard for us, Hu Sheng scoffed. "You are but one person, while we are three. Do you truly believe you stand a great chance?" "I never claimed my odds were high," Lin Han replied, somewhat exasperated. "It is merely that your chances are quite slim." Despite Lin Han's taunts, the others remained hesitant to strike. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot first. Whoever made the first move would surely face dire consequences. Since none of you are willing to act, then I shall. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Han launched himself forward like a bullet, targeting Hu Sheng, the one who had spoken first. When choosing a target, it was best to select the most vocal one. Chapter 36. The three heroes battle Lin Han. Is this guy insane? 3 of them are targeting me. Hu Sheng quickly crossed his arms in a defensive stance, fully aware from Lin Han's prior performance that he could not withstand a direct confrontation. If he did, he would be the one to suffer. Therefore, the best strategy was to block with all his might. Lin Han's mighty punch collided with Hu Sheng, the force of impact sending him staggering backward, ultimately propelling him several meters away before he finally came to a halt. At this moment, Hu Sheng felt as if his entire skeletal structure had been disassembled and reassembled, leaving him in a state of discomfort. He hastily shouted to the other two, "What are you waiting for? Do you intend to let him defeat us one by one before you take action?" Upon hearing Hu Sheng's words, the two quickly responded. The trio needed to unify their forces, otherwise, they could not continue battling Lin Han. All things align, 30 million lives. All things connect, in accordance with me. O revered god of arrows, I am your most devout follower. Grant me the power to pierce through all things. Bestow upon me the precision to aim at everything. At this moment, standing on the opposite side of the arena, Dooley began to chant, a longbow slowly materializing in her hands. Rain of arrows. In an instant, Dooley's movements became exceptionally swift, as phantasmagorical arrows shot forth in Lin Han's direction. Archer. Lin Han quickly retreated, utilizing his agile movements to evade. Who on earth is this person? The archer class is notoriously rare, one of the representative professions within the mainstay categories. Those who can awaken the archer class are destined for a life of unparalleled distinction. This is a figure coveted by all academies. And now, he encounters them in the second round. Hu Sheng felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated such a character among them, which increased their odds against Lin Han. Ultimately, despite Lin Han's formidable power, he was merely a healer, vastly different from other mainstay professions. Skills. That was where Lin Han was at a disadvantage. Bind and restrain all things, entwine them 1,000 times. Silken threads traverse time, none can escape. O revered god of binding, I am your most esteemed disciple, your most sincere supporter. Please grant me the strength to bind heaven and earth. At that moment, Zhong Sanqian plunged his hands into the ground, slender threads shooting forth like ethereal serpents towards Lin Han's position. Unforeseen by Lin Han, his feet were instantly ensnared. A binder. Lin Han felt a headache forming. The binder profession is one of the more bothersome support roles. Such individuals can manipulate ethereal threads to ensnare others. In legends, a binder who reaches the pinnacle of their craft can bind an entire army with their single might. When paired with an archer, their capabilities become terrifyingly potent. Yet, in this battle, these two perfectly complementary professions had been assigned together. The archer felt a surge of excitement, hastening her actions as she drew and released arrows. With the binder's assistance, she could achieve true accuracy. Lin Han, let's see how you escape this. The three observed Lin Han with bated breath. Even the referee appeared tense. If those arrows struck Lin Han, it could inflict significant harm. Even if there was no risk to his life, he could still be gravely injured. Thus, if Lin Han could not withstand it, intervention would be necessary. However, he mused that with Lin Han's strength, he might perform the unexpected. As the deluge of arrows descended upon Lin Han, his expression remained devoid of panic. He simply lifted a foot, and the threads emerging from the ground began to snap. 1, 2, 3, until all were shattered. Lin Han stepped out from beneath the rain of arrows, right before everyone's eyes. This is impossible. Zhong Sanqian could not accept this reality. Even some who had undergone a second awakening would require time to break free from her binds. Yet Lin Han had merely lifted his leg to tear apart all her restraints. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? The referee, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of numbness. As he had suspected, this young man's strength had reached an astonishing level. He had broken free from the binder's hold with the simplest, most brute force. Among peers, Even the most representative mainstay professions like warriors and knights would struggle to do the same. Yet this violent priest had accomplished it with ease. Lin Han's initial thought had been to endure the rain of arrows. With his current millions of shields, even if all the arrows pierced him, they would hardly diminish his defenses. He suspected that even if Dooley exhausted herself shooting arrows, she would be unable to breach his shields. However, upon further reflection, if he were to endure, it would raise suspicions among the others that would be difficult to dispel. Ultimately, he decided it was best to tear apart the bindings. After all, in the eyes of others, he was merely a violent priest. What a pity, sighed the gray-haired elder among the assessors. If this child were a warrior, our empire would surely witness the emergence of a global genius. Alas, his profession is that of a priest. Perhaps even heaven is envious of his strength. The white-haired elder chimed in. Such matters are beyond our control. If he were truly a warrior, I would go to great lengths to ensure he returns to our academy. Enough of that, esteemed elders. This visit has yielded considerable rewards, said a middle-aged woman with a smile. This archer is quite a promising talent. If you are not interested, I may just take her under my wing. The middle-aged man shot her a glance, responding, haven't you already found someone to your liking? Let this young girl remain with our academy, and we shall take the binder as well. Their future development together will be promising. Have you no shame? Competing with me? A mere woman? Are you not afraid of being laughed at? A mere woman? How old are you? Over 50, I presume. And yet you dare to call yourself a young lady? Have some dignity. It's embarrassing enough for me to even say it. Chapter 37. This fellow, is he a freak? At this moment, Du Li and Zhong Wuying on stage remained oblivious. A heated discussion had erupted regarding their combination. They were still ensnared under Lin Han's extraordinary power. Unable to react. We must break the deadlock. Hu Sheng furrowed his brow and shouted, Zhong Sanqian, one more time. Hearing this, Zhong Sanqian did not hesitate, unleashing her previous technique once again. At that moment, Hu Sheng suddenly began to chant. In the grand expanse of the world, all is inscribed in ink. Wonders manifest. Amidst myriad splendid koi, O revered god of painting, I am your most loyal disciple. Grant me the power to reshape heaven and earth. Suddenly, a wooden brush appeared in Hu Sheng's hand as he drew a circle towards Lin Han. Unbeknownst to Lin Han, who was focused on evading Zhong Sanqian's threads, an invisible barrier enveloped him. The silken threads ensnared his feet, and now Lin Han seemed like a trapped beast, firmly locked in place. Hu Sheng chuckled. Didn't he expect this, did you? I am a painter. With this brush, I can accomplish many things. Lin Han. This technique is called drawing the ground as a prison, allowing entry but preventing exit. This means that the arrows shot by Du Li can pierce within, but the one inside cannot escape. Hearing Hu Sheng's words, Du Li did not hesitate. Although her prior archery had drained her energy, the two had now created an opportunity for her. She had to eliminate Lin Han. All things align, 30 million lives. All things connect, in accordance with me. O revered god of arrows, I am your most devout disciple. Grant me the power to pierce through all that exists. Bestow upon me the precision to aim at everything. With a thunderous roar, Du Li unleashed a volley of arrows, her state having reached its zenith. Unlike her previous tentative attempts, she now exerted her fullest strength. Lin Han, let us see how you will escape this time. Lin Han, with an air of resignation, gazed at the fervent expressions of those around him. What of the restraints? What of the confines drawn upon the ground? What can a myriad of arrows accomplish? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Han unleashed a powerful punch and stepped forward with a single foot. Lin Han, cease your struggles. The confines you face are not something you can easily break. I can see that your strength is indeed formidable, surpassing any warrior I have ever encountered. But to shatter my confines, you remain unworthy. Hu Sheng proclaimed with arrogance. Yet, just as he and Zhong Sanqian believed victory was assured, the barrier of the confines began to crack at the very point where Lin Han had struck. A multitude of fissures swiftly spread across the entire surface of the barrier. Beneath Lin Han's feet, the slender threads seemed to shatter as if the performance were being replayed. At this moment, not just the two of them were on edge. The majority of the spectators could no longer remain seated. Is this truly a human? Without releasing any techniques, he managed to shatter both the confines and the restraints solely through his raw might. Even some of the priests felt a surge of excitement. Is such a feat achievable by a priest? Meanwhile, before the eyes of the crowd, Lin Han stepped out of the confines. As the storm of arrows descended upon him, he displayed astonishing agility. With the assistance of the eye of God, the trajectories of the arrows were exceptionally clear to him. How is this possible? This fellow is a monster. Witnessing this scene, the three of them felt their morale plummet. In the previous battle, they had all emerged victorious, basking in their pride. Yet, in comparison to Lin Han, they were mere children at play. Such brutality. This exemplifies the true aesthetic of violence. How can one even continue to fight? The three were engulfed in despair, realizing their opponent was of an entirely different caliber. From the very beginning to this moment, they had yet to witness Lin Han utter a single chant. He had not deployed any skills whatsoever, relying solely on sheer strength and martial prowess to overwhelm them. Ultimately, Zhong Sanqian could no longer contain himself. Raising his right hand, he declared, Enough, enough. How can one continue to fight against such a freak? You two can carry on. But I surrender. Engaging with a monster is merely inviting trouble. With that, Zhong Sanxian turned and left the stage without a moment's hesitation. He was deeply shaken. Hu Sheng, with a wry smile, raised his hand as well, stating, I too shall withdraw. This is nothing short of a monster. Whoever wishes to continue may do so. At last, only Lin Han and Du Li remained, locking eyes with one another. He couldn't help but admire Du Li's courage. Even as the others fled in fear, she remained resolute. Why do you all flee so swiftly? Du Li exclaimed in exasperation, having just grasped the events unfolding around her. These two had already departed the arena, leaving her to confront the monster that is Lin Han? Unthinkable. Judge, I concede. Du Li declared decisively, turning her back and exiting the arena without a glance. In the end, Lin Han stood alone on the stage. This occurrence unfolded rather rapidly, leaving him momentarily taken aback. This fellow. The judge appeared somewhat helpless, pondering how anyone could believe such a level of monstrosity could belong to a priest. The victor is Lin Han. The judge ultimately announced the result of the contest. Lin Han, please take a moment to rest. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. Thank you, Lin Han replied courteously. I hope to see you in the next match. Oh dear, please don't. The judge thought to evade him, relieved that this match had scared off the other three. If he were to encounter a few reckless individuals, that would be troublesome indeed. With that, Lin Han departed the competition stage. Upon returning to the viewing area, he noticed Wang Chong was absent from his seat. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Wang Chong had commenced his own match. He was being targeted. Following the last competition, Wang Chong had become one of the favored contestants, and like Lin Han, he found himself beset by the other three competitors right from the start. He had become the one expected to be eliminated first. However, after the recent battle, Wang Chong had grown more adept, wielding his Qingxi card deck with remarkable finesse, even managing to gain the upper hand against his three adversaries. Observing this, Lin Han felt no concern for Wang Chong, instead opting to scrutinize other opponents. Although they posed no threat to him, appearances had to be maintained. After all, he was far too radiant in this moment. Chapter 38. A Smooth Journey, Yuan Si. The competition was nearing its conclusion, with the second round of eliminations having left only a handful of contestants. Nevertheless, the venue remained packed, teeming with representatives from various schools. While they lacked the official evaluators of prestigious academies, their presence was still necessary for recruitment purposes. Should they encounter students of notable skill, they would extend an olive branch, seeking to secure them before the more esteemed institutions completed their recruitment processes. Lin Han and Wang Chong both navigated through several battles, swiftly advancing, and before long, the final 8 contenders were determined. Wang Chong returned to the arena, only to face a formidable second-tier assassin whose prowess proved challenging for him. Ultimately, Wang Chong faced a narrow defeat. Lin Han, I'm sorry. I had hoped to meet you in the finals, he lamented as he returned to the viewing area, disheartened, not expecting that even with his Si-Mu card deck, he would falter against that second-tier assassin. Lin Han consoled him. It is only natural you are not his match. After all, the disparity in strength cannot be bridged by mere equipment. Your achievement in reaching this stage is commendable, and I believe this rank should attract interest from higher education institutions. Please, spare me the consolation, Wang Chong replied, still feeling downcast. This is not merely consolation. I observe that the second-tier assassin possesses considerable experience, having likely been nurtured from a young age. And while his dagger may not match the rank of the Si-Mu card deck, it is undoubtedly a fine weapon. Thus, losing to him is no disgrace. Many of his previous opponents fell to him effortlessly, and the fact that you managed to hold your ground is already impressive. Listening to Lin Han's words, Wang Chong's spirits lifted somewhat. After all, reaching the top 8 was an accomplishment he had never envisioned. It represented a significant achievement for him. Rest assured, brother. If I encounter him, I shall avenge you, Lin Han said with a smile. Do not push yourself too hard. Although your strength is indeed remarkable, should you face some peculiar opponents, it is wise to remain cautious. This wasn't a matter of Wang Chong doubting his abilities, but rather an acknowledgement that anyone who had advanced this far was undoubtedly a formidable contender. A slight misstep could result in defeat. Lin Han chuckled, fear not. I will certainly bring home the championship. As time passed, Lin Han advanced through numerous challenges and ultimately arrived at the finals. Now, he merely awaited the conclusion of the battle taking place on the field, after which the final contest could commence. The individual engaged in combat was none other than the second transformation assassin who had vanquished Wang Chong. This person, in terms of agility and decisiveness, was unparalleled, exhibiting a level of resolution that was not typical for someone of their age. After all, the ability to awaken a primary combat role was undoubtedly tied to prior training. Lin Han's situation, however, was entirely unexpected. It seemed that the victor would undoubtedly be this assassin. Both individuals observed the ongoing match, where the assassin had already ensnared his opponent in a whirlwind of confusion, utilizing his extraordinary speed to leave the adversary utterly baffled. It appeared that defeating the opponent was merely a matter of time. The winner was declared, Yuan Si. With the judge's announcement, the match officially transitioned into the final stage. The competition that had commenced in the morning was drawing near to its conclusion as the next day approached. The two finalists would take a brief respite before facing off in the ultimate showdown. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Chong could not contain his excitement. Tugging at Lin Han's sleeve as he exclaimed, "Lin Han, you made it to the finals. You're about to compete in the finals." Lin Han replied calmly, "There's no need to be so excited. Reaching the finals is quite a normal occurrence, isn't it? Who knows, I might even secure the championship." Wang Chong, upon hearing Lin Han's words, became even more animated. "I've heard that the prize for this competition is exceptionally generous. The city government has reportedly increased the rewards significantly to maintain public morale. Compared to previous years, this year's prizes and accolades are truly something to anticipate." At this moment, Wang Chong firmly believed that Lin Han would emerge victorious. Although the assassin was formidable, he felt that Lin Han, with his explosive prowess, would easily overshadow him. "Lin Han, if you really do win the championship, don't forget to treat me to a meal when you return." Hearing this, Lin Han chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, if I truly win, not only will I treat you to a meal, but I might even consider a monthly feast for you." Wang Chong, delighted by Lin Han's response, said, "I'll hold you to that promise. Just don't back out when the time comes." After their light-hearted exchange, the brief intermission came to an end. The contestants had sufficient time to regain their stamina, and their conditions were now at their peak. "Contestants, Lin Han and Yuan Si, please take the stage." Upon hearing the judge's voice, both competitors stepped forward. The judge was the same individual who had accompanied Lin Han throughout the competition. "Oh, it's you again," Lin Han greeted warmly. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate that the judge for each of his matches had been the same person. Since the very first match of the day, this judge had been with Lin Han from dawn until dusk. The judge, upon seeing Lin Han, sighed. "I must have exhausted my luck. Of all people, it's you again. Well, it's the final match. So just hold back a bit, and don't pull any tricks on me this time." After a day filled with matches, no one understood Lin Han's capabilities better than the judge. He believed that if Lin Han unleashed his full power without restraint, even a second transformation level 10 professional would be utterly incapacitated by a single strike. In this competition, Lin Han was truly a prodigious presence. And the judge was convinced that anyone who encountered this anomaly would likely bear the scars of their experience in the future. "Why are you still lingering? Your opponent isn't me, so hurry up," the judge urged. Lin Han smiled and approached the arena, where Yuan Si had been waiting impatiently. "Greetings, second transformation shadow assassin, Yuan Si." Lin Han introduced himself. "Hello, second transformation staff priest, Lin Han," Yuan Si replied with a sudden chuckle. "I never anticipated that the final duel of this competition would be against a priest. If word gets out, my reputation as Yuan Si might take a hit. It seems that there truly is no one left in Huiyue City if even a priest can make it to the end." Lin Han retorted with a light laugh. "What is wrong with being a priest? Do you think your assassin role is inherently superior?" "Assassin? I never claimed to be above anyone," Yuan Si mocked. "However, the priest profession is merely the lowest tier in this world. I wonder what tricks you employed to reach second transformation, but even if you have some backing for a priest, second transformation is likely the extent of your potential. I'll admit that your strength is somewhat impressive, but that is only because your opponents were utterly worthless. If I had faced you in the first round, you would have had no chance of reaching this stage." Yuan Si continued, resembling a machine set to insult, leaving no opportunity for Lin Han to respond and filling the air with animosity. He sincerely looked down on Lin Han's profession. "What a disgrace. I could have faced a myriad of professions in the finals. Even any primary combat role would have sufficed, yet I end up against a priest? This is undoubtedly the most tedious match of the day." Lin Han, uninterested in engaging with him, chose to remain silent. While the judge could no longer tolerate Yuan Si's behavior and interjected, "Yuan Si, enough is enough. There are so many people watching. At least try to leave a good impression." Yuan Si shrugged nonchalantly. "This is a world where strength reigns supreme. The weak should be ridiculed, otherwise, how can we assert the dominance of the strong?" "Yuan Si, this is not your lecture hall," the judge exclaimed, somewhat angered. Although he had no fondness for Lin Han, over time he had developed a degree of affection for him, as Lin Han had never insulted others. In contrast, Yuan Si would mercilessly deride any weaker opponent, showing no regard for their dignity. He even humiliated defeated foes after every match, which the judge found utterly distasteful. Yuan Si begrudgingly raised his hands in surrender, but was smart enough not to provoke the judge further. After all, being disqualified for such antics would lead to dire consequences. "All right, judge. Announce the start of the match. I can hardly wait to teach this priest a lesson," Yuan Si said with a sinister grin. The judge secretly hoped Lin Han would strike hard enough to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. "Begin." With the judge's furious shout, the grand examination's finals commenced at that moment. "Lin Han, rest assured, I shall toy with you at my leisure, ensuring you fully comprehend the vast gulf between yourself and true power," Yuan Si declared, suddenly beginning to chant. "Unfounded disputes, 3,000 shades of darkness. Those who pierce the dawn shall ultimately shatter the weaknesses of the night. "Esteemed god of assassination, I am your most loyal disciple. Grant me the ability to traverse the night. Bestow upon me the power to pierce the dawn." In an instant, Yuan Si vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Lin Han, drawing his dagger from his waist and aiming a swift strike at the inner thigh of Lin Han. To humiliate someone successfully, one must first incapacitate their ability to move. After all, only a helpless insect would remain docile enough to endure such derision. Just as he believed he had achieved his objective, Lin Han suddenly lifted his leg, causing the blade to slice through empty air. Had he been discovered? Yuan Si felt a twinge of surprise. Logically, at such speed, one would be unable to react. Even characters of over 10 levels in the main station would be unable to respond, leaving them at his mercy. The notion that Lin Han had discerned his tactics was utterly unacceptable. It must be a coincidence. Surely, he only noticed my disappearance and sought to take a few steps to ascertain my location. It had to be so. Yuan Si continuously reassured himself in his mind. Then, with a flash of movement, he reappeared on Lin Han's other side. At that moment, Lin Han stood immobile, gazing ahead as if he were a mere wooden post. In reality, he had activated his godly perspective, rendering Yuan Si's every movement vividly clear in his mind. He remained indifferent to Yuan Si's intentions. To him, Yuan Si was merely an immature assassin. Yuan Si swung his blade, yet Lin Han effortlessly raised his leg, neutralizing the attack. This was absolutely impossible. He darted to the side, his eyes now reflecting shock. His two strikes had been executed with such crispness that even face-to-face, evasion would be improbable, let alone from behind Lin Han. Lin Han hadn't even turned around. It was an entirely unfathomable occurrence. Lin Han chuckled lightly. "What is the matter? Do you think it impossible for me to evade?" Yuan Si's expression tightened. The aura emanating from this priest was profoundly unsettling, entirely unlike anyone else he had encountered. "It's not that your techniques are lacking," Lin Han stated coolly, "but you see, I have anticipated your every move. To me, you are merely a child standing before me, stripped bare. Your every thought lacks secrecy. Indeed, every action of yours cannot escape my gaze." Yuan Si roared in anger. "Don't presume that because you have fortuitously evaded my 2 attacks, you can lecture me. You are unworthy of such a position. What do you think you are? You claim to see through my methods? Just a priest, a milk-oriented profession, daring to utter such words." Lin Han shrugged nonchalantly. "If you do not believe me, feel free to continue. Let us see if you can inflict any harm upon me, wielding your utmost speed and decisiveness." Yuan Si, now incensed, retorted. "Then you'd best be cautious. Don't beg for mercy beneath my blade." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Si vanished once more, unleashing his maximum speed. Lin Han feigned observation, yet in his mind, Yuan Si's movements resembled a child's amusingly erratic running. Chapter 40. What kind of priest is this? Everyone watched the scene with bated breath, although they were at a distance. They could still discern the terrifying speed of Yuan Si. At such an extreme velocity, those of far lower levels could not even perceive his actions, let alone Lin Han, who stood before him. Yet, the referee held confidence in Lin Han. After all, he had previously evaded a barrage of arrows with his remarkably peculiar footwork. The precision and judgment displayed were beyond what one would expect from a freshly graduated student. However, this violent priest had genuinely managed to achieve it, doing so with an elegance devoid of any semblance of panic. To suggest that such an individual could not perceive the movements of an assassin was simply incredulous. Yuan Si's dagger traced a graceful arc through the air, targeting the back of Lin Han. He offered Lin Han no opportunity to discern his actions. This strike was destined to hit. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, Lin Han bent down, perfectly evading the entirety of his assault. Could he truly see through my movements? Yuan Si found it hard to believe, yet at that moment, Lin Han extended a hand towards him. The instincts of an assassin kicked in, warning him to evade. Instinctively, Yuan Si withdrew to the side, increasing the distance between himself and Lin Han. Lin Han chuckled. "What is the matter? Why does this assassin fear a mere priest? I've merely extended my hand. Why the haste in your retreat?" Yuan Si was now drenched in sweat, increasingly bewildered by the strength of the individual before him. How could he accept that he was fully exerting himself to evade the moves of a priest? He was an assassin, yet the danger he felt was undeniably real. The moment Lin Han reached out, every cell in Yuan Si's body had surged with alarm. Since his awakening, he had never experienced such a sensation, even when confronting creatures of higher levels. Yet now, a priest evoked such terror in his body. To utter this aloud would surely render him a laughingstock. Yuan Si muttered, "Are you certain you are a priest? I am beginning to doubt your declared profession." Lin Han found himself at a loss for words. The admissions examination was connected to the school, and he would have preferred to falsely claim a profession such as a warrior for greater authenticity. However, they had already been registered by the institution upon awakening their professions, leaving him with no opportunity to alter his occupational information. Yuan Si soon realized the magnitude of the influence required for a school to take such risks. Was this person truly a priest? Even so, Yuan Si found it hard to believe. He was astonished by his own reaction. How could he fear a priest so, in the midst of a contest? He was so apprehensive. Surely he must have employed some extraordinary technique, a display of arrogance. Without hesitation, Yuan Si, as an assassin, recognized the inherent advantage against a priest. If he continued to cower in fear, there would be no reason for him to persist in this life. Lin Han, prepare to witness my splendid performance. Lin Han replied calmly, I hope your performance is indeed splendid. Do not disappoint me. Yuan Si chuckled. Let us see if you still possess the capacity for thought afterward. In an instant, Yuan Si vanished once more, this time holding nothing back as he seized the opportunity to thrust his dagger towards Lin Han's head. Lin Han reacted instantly, pivoting and delivering a powerful kick. Upon witnessing Lin Han's movement, Yuan Si hesitated not for a moment, transitioning seamlessly into a defensive posture. The kick was met with Yuan Si's resilience, propelling him through the air. Yet, as a second transformation assassin, his control over his body had reached an elevated level, allowing him to swiftly withdraw his dagger and embed it into the ground to mitigate the impact. However, no sooner had he regained his footing than Lin Han's fist followed in rapid succession. Yuan Si quickly dodged, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, retaliating with a kick. Yet, Lin Han firmly grasped his foot, denying him even the slightest opportunity to strike. Yuan Si's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have captured his foot in such a situation? What astonishing judgment was this? In that moment of incredulity, Lin Han effortlessly lifted Yuan Si's entire body, spinning him around several times before casting him aside. Yuan Si, disoriented, struggled to regain his sense of direction, swaying erratically before finally finding his balance. Such overwhelming strength. Though Yuan Si was not particularly heavy, being flung around like that was nearly impossible. Moreover, his opponent was merely a priest. Lin Han, what are you? How do you possess such power? At this moment, Yuan Si had shed much of his initial arrogance, replaced instead by a newfound seriousness. Lin Han replied with a calm demeanor, it is merely a matter of diligent training. Let us hope so, Yuan Si thought, feeling no inclination to delve deeper, recognizing that even if he probed further, his opponent might not divulge the truth. Such power, he mused, was likely beyond the reach of even warriors of the same rank. With a swift stride, Lin Han advanced 2 steps, showing no desire to grant Yuan Si a moment's respite. However, as a second-turn assassin, Yuan Si's reflexes were sharp. He immediately drew his knife in response. Although Lin Han was unperturbed by the threat of the blade, knowing that even a minor wound would be inconsequential, he still had to defend himself. After all, powerful figures were observing their duel, and he could not afford to reveal any vulnerabilities. As Yuan Si slashed through the air, he struck again, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Let me test this technique, Yuan Si declared, and to Lin Han's astonishment, a second Yuan Si materialized on the battlefield. A clone. Lin Han was taken aback. Such an ability was typically reserved for third or even fourth-turn assassins, awakened by exceptional talent. How could this individual possess such a skill? Was it innate talent, or had he somehow acquired a skill book for the technique? The cloning skill book was exceedingly rare and highly coveted, often sold at exorbitant prices due to its scarcity. With a light chuckle, Yuan Si taunted. Even if your reflexes are impressive, what does it matter? Against 2 of me, your efforts are nothing more than child's play. The words echoed from both figures, rendering it impossible to discern which was the true form. Lin Han's expression turned grim. He had yet to awaken any abilities in this realm, rendering him momentarily perplexed. However, if he could defeat them, then there would be no issue. Chapter 41, 1 against 2, no pressure. Yuan Si ceased his banter, and both figures lunged simultaneously, leaving behind a stunning afterimage on the field. Lin Han activated his godly vision, meticulously observing their movements, determined to afford his opponent no opportunity. Can you guess which one of us is the real me? One figure appeared in front of Lin Han, while the other emerged behind him, both daggers glimmering under the moonlight. In such a scenario, a typical person would be forced to make a choice, to strike either the front or the back. Yet, Lin Han charged forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the afterimage in an instant. Meanwhile, the real Yuan Si, now armed with a dagger, approached from behind, aiming directly for Lin Han's throat. His intent to kill was palpable. This priest had utterly humiliated him. A second-turn assassin like himself had been compelled to resort to such a move against an inconspicuous priest. His mind raced. He had to eliminate this threat, even if it meant facing censure or losing his chance to enroll. Yet, the reality unfolded quite differently. The moment Lin Han recognized the front as an illusion, he executed a swift crouch and punch, a seamless flow of motion that even Yuan Si, who trailed behind him, failed to anticipate. A searing pain shot through Yuan Si's abdomen, as if his very insides had been twisted together. What astonishing reflexes and decisiveness. The referee, having witnessed Lin Han's numerous impressive battles, was consistently astounded by this newcomer. A typical person, upon striking an illusion, would resign themselves with a mere declaration of defeat. But Lin Han, in that critical moment, accurately predicted where the attack would originate, evaded the dagger, and countered with a fluid strike. Such prowess could only stem from either an overwhelming superiority in strength or countless experiences in life and death battles. Yet, this individual before him seemed ill-fitted to possess either attribute. A second-turn priest was, at its core, merely a healer. Extensive combat experience? That was an impossibility. This lad appeared to be just another newly awakened student. Having spent little time in the novice zone merely leveling up, what could he possibly know of rich experiences? Was it talent? After all, many individuals were born with extraordinary abilities, destined for combat, capable of feats that ordinary people could scarcely imagine. To Yuan Si, Lin Han belonged to this rare breed. Perhaps the heavens were envious of his gifts, thus granting him the priesthood. The referee found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lin Han. Can we continue? I still have to rush home for dinner. Lin Han strolled across the arena, unprepared to let this young man off easily. In his previous duel with Wang Chong, he had delivered ample humiliation, uttering words that were difficult to bear. As Wang Chong's good friend, it was only fitting that he restore honor to his brother. Lin Han, don't get too cocky. I'm still standing. Yuan Si, gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, slowly rose, seething. It was merely a fluke that you hit me. What is there to boast about? Lin Han rolled his eyes. Even after such a solid blow, Yuan Si still sought excuses. This fellow was likely the type who would remain stubborn even unto death. Since you can still stand, come at me. Lin Han taunted. Surely a second-turn assassin like yourself wouldn't be bested by a mere second-turn priest. Imagine the tales I could tell about how Yuan Si, the second-turn assassin, couldn't handle me. His words struck deep into Yuan Si's most vulnerable psyche, sending him into a frenzy. Lin Han, you're asking for it. Yuan Si charged once more, his dagger slicing through the air, but his body was too weakened to execute complex maneuvers. Lin Han, at this point, treated him as if he were a mere child. Yuan Si, have you forgotten to eat? You dare call yourself an assassin? Lin Han erupted into laughter. I wonder if any other assassins present would feel compelled to put you out of your misery after witnessing this sorry state. Yuan Si lunged at Lin Han, consumed by a singular desire to kill. Yet Lin Han merely delivered a casual kick, sending him crashing to the ground once again. Yuan Si, you truly are in a pitiful state. Are you ready to concede? Faced with Lin Han's mockery, Yuan Si found he lacked the strength to rise again. Even in his dire predicament, he struggled to comprehend the source of Lin Han's bizarre strength. Why did this despised priest possess such otherworldly power? Just as despair settled in, Lin Han approached him once more. Yuan Si, mind your words in the future. Do not speak recklessly. Should we meet again under similar circumstances, you may find the consequences far graver than mere injury. Lin Han spoke softly, audible only to Yuan Si. Consider this a lesson for your future. Yuan Si, witnessing the ominous expression on Lin Han's face, felt an instinctive dread. Every fiber of his being warned him of impending danger. Referee, I concede. Just as he attempted to declare his surrender to end the confrontation, before the final word could escape his lips, Lin Han executed a decisive kick. Yuan Si, already on the ground, was propelled across the arena, ultimately colliding with a wall, where he finally came to a halt. As consciousness began to slip away, he managed to utter one last word, yield. Lin Han feigned innocence as he turned to the referee, saying, well, he spoke too slowly. I didn't have time to react. Surely, that cannot be held against me? The referee appeared utterly speechless, having anticipated a rather uneventful day, only to be confronted with this predicament in the final round. He hurried to Yuan Si's side, inspecting him thoroughly before confirming that Yuan Si was in no immediate danger, which alleviated his concerns. Although Lin Han harbored disdain for Yuan Si, he could not bring himself to engage in such wanton violence. While Yuan Si's words were often caustic, he had ultimately not crossed Lin Han's threshold. Upon returning to Lin Han, the referee stated, he is not in any life-threatening condition. Let us consider this matter concluded. Lin Han promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, referee. Don't mention it, the referee retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Nevertheless, he proceeded to announce the results of the competition. The victor was Lin Han. Chapter 42, Mayor of Hui West City, appear. The referee gazed upon Lin Han, now crowned champion, feeling as though he had witnessed a child grow before his very eyes. In a sense, he had indeed observed Lin Han's gradual ascent to victory. Congratulations, Lin Han. The referee could not help but exclaim. Lin Han smiled in response. Thank you, thank you. He held a favorable view of the referee, considering him to be quite fair and just. At that moment, all media outlets turned their cameras towards Lin Han, as the entire programming of Hui West City abruptly shifted to cover this significant event. For Hui West City, this was an annual highlight, and given the city's unique circumstances, the government was keen to publicize the occasion extensively to suppress any residual panic among its citizens. Now, the venue was nearly filled with competitors, and even those who had initially left returned to witness the final match. Of course, most students were not primarily interested in the finals, but rather in the subsequent selection process for advanced institutions. For them, this represented the initial round of assessments for higher education. While not the ultimate decision, it was nonetheless quite thrilling. The second batch of candidates would require careful scrutiny back at their respective schools. Lin Han, it's time to accept your award, the referee kindly reminded him. Without any hesitation, Lin Han approached the podium, followed closely by the second and third place contenders. Yuan-Si, I never expected you to be able to move, Lin Han remarked sarcastically, eyeing the battered and bruised Yuan-Si, who had secured second place. Yuan-Si, however, had no desire to engage in conversation, had it not been for the award ceremony. He would have preferred to remain motionless, still feeling as if his insides were in disarray despite having consumed high-grade healing potions. It was evident just how immense Lin Han's strength had been in their confrontation. The third-place winner was also a mainstay profession, a swordsman. This year's Hui West City competition was indeed brimming with talent, with numerous exceptional candidates from various institutions. Yet, the majority of professions remained concentrated in healing and support roles, with the higher-ranking positions predominantly occupied by a select few mainstay classes. Standing behind them were the remaining 8 finalists, including Wang Chong. Lin Han, congratulations. Who would have thought you would emerge victorious? This truly brings honor to your family, Wang Chong exclaimed, warming Lin Han's heart. Aside from his parents, only this good friend Wang Chong offered genuine congratulations. It is now announced that the top scholar of this admissions examination is Lin Han. Came the excited shout from the podium. At that moment, all lights focused on Lin Han, and reporters began to frenzy, capturing his image. Mr. Lin Han, do you have any secrets to your success? Lin Han, it is said that you have consistently ranked first in all subjects at school. Originally expected to pursue a warrior profession, yet you have now chosen to become a priest. What are your thoughts? Lin Han, rumors suggest you have a formidable background. Did you utilize some sort of item to enhance your power? Lin Han, have you considered which prestigious institution you wish to attend? With an onslaught of questions bombarding him, Lin Han found himself momentarily at a loss, as this was a scene he had never encountered before. However, drawing from his past life's experiences, he recognized that remaining silent was the wisest course of action. Unfortunately for the reporters, such reticence was intolerable. Lin Han, are you not speaking out of fear of revealing some flaw? Lin Han, what is your true identity? At this juncture, Wang Chong could no longer contain himself, shouting at the reporters, have you no shame? Can't you see he doesn't wish to answer? Can't you just leave him alone? The reporters swiftly redirected their cameras towards Wang Chong, the lights suddenly glaring in his direction, causing him to shield his eyes. Wang Chong, it is said that your family consists of beast tamers, yet you have suddenly awakened as a card master. Is your family displeased with your choice? Wang Chong, having secured a place in the top 8 as a card master, are you not, in some sense, suggesting that the beast tamer profession is outdated? Wang Chong found himself flustered, feeling as though they were simply stirring up trouble. Just as the two found themselves in a precarious position, an announcement rang out from the stage. Now, let us welcome Mayor Nantian to present awards to our competitors. Upon hearing of Mayor Nantian's arrival, reporters swiftly turned their cameras in his direction. Following recent events, the mayor had been notably absent, making this his first appearance in the public eye. Upon seeing Mayor Nantian, the recently crowned champion Lin Han felt a sudden loss of significance. Mayor Nantian, what are your thoughts on the 2 recent disasters in Hui West City? Mayor Nantian, do you consider the occurrence of these disasters to be a reflection of your negligence? Mayor Nantian, a multitude of bodyguards flanked the mayor on either side, ensuring his safe passage to the podium. Upon reaching the stage, Nantian addressed the assembled reporters, saying, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the citizens of Hui West City have many questions regarding how the government will address this situation. I assure you that our empire will not abandon a single citizen, regardless of the motivations behind the recent attack on Hui City. We will conduct a thorough investigation until we apprehend the perpetrator. The Imperial Investigation Team will arrive in Hui West City within the next few days, led by a supreme powerhouse. So there is no need for concern. Once the delegation from the capital arrives, we will open our borders. Listening to Mayor Nantian's speech, the crowd felt a surge of excitement, as it served as a potent reassurance. Therefore, we will hold a press conference in a few days. For tonight, I ask that everyone remain calm. This evening does not belong to any one of us, but rather to the elites of the capital, for the world belongs to them. They are the true future of our empire. With these words, the reporters fell silent. Lin Han, standing to the side, felt a sense of helplessness, as it was likely that even Mayor Nantian could not fathom that the very individual they sought to apprehend for the destruction of Hui West City stood right behind him, awaiting his award. Everyone, I hereby declare the award ceremony officially commenced. At that moment, fireworks erupted in the sky, signifying the grand conclusion of the competition. Chapter 43, Magnificent Rewards. Congratulations, Lin Han, Mayor Nantian said warmly, gazing at Lin Han, who stood at the forefront, in an effort to reassure the citizens of Hui West City. This was the only occasion in which the mayor personally attended the admissions examination to present awards to the students. In the past, this responsibility had always fallen to the Minister of Education, but this time the mayor insisted on being present, marking it as a special exception. Lin Han was well aware of these protocols and smiled as he remarked, "It is all thanks to the government's excellent education that I am able to attain all of this." Were it not for the robust teaching resources, we could not have achieved such success today. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the mayor felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the response he had hoped for. In these precarious times for Hui West City, instilling confidence in the government was essential to maintaining stability and preventing civil unrest. Good boy, Nan Tian couldn't help but exclaim. The government will undoubtedly not disappoint you. Lin Han echoed. We have unwavering faith in the government. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they presented the ultimate prize. Lin Han, due to your outstanding performance, the government will bestow upon you certain rewards. This is a villa, and we hope you will continue to strive harder in the future, contributing to the development of Hui West City. This scene left the others utterly astonished. A villa. In the past, the reward for first place merely consisted of a skill book and a modest cash prize. Yet this time, the prize was nothing short of a villa. Among the onlookers, Yuan Si felt the most disheartened. This championship should have rightfully been his, along with its generous rewards. This extraordinary individual had completely eclipsed him. Although Lin Han had heard from Wang Chong that this round of rewards would be substantial, he never anticipated that it would start with a villa. While he was not in dire need of money, after all, a villa was merely the equivalent of selling a couple of pieces of equipment for him. This was a remarkably legitimate means of acquisition. It would also not raise any suspicions. Given his family's modest circumstances, securing this villa would allow them to sell their old house and move into a larger home. The mayor handed over the address and keys to the villa, smiling as he prompted the reporters to take a few photographs before moving on to the next reward. The second reward was rather mundane, a skill book, an annual offering. However, the third reward was a coveted qualification for a golden level dungeon. Access to such dungeons was typically reserved for the affluent or powerful, and although the monsters within were formidable, the rewards were undeniably bountiful. Thus, many ordinary individuals yearned for the opportunity to enter. After Lin Han received all his rewards, the mayor proceeded to present accolades to the other contestants. The second place winner merely received 100,000 Star Dragon coins, a stark contrast to the first place prize. Even those in the top 8 received only a few thousand coins. This disparity clearly illustrated the adage that in competition, some individuals simply outshine others. Once all the awards had been distributed, the mayor departed amidst the throngs of admirers. Considering this visit merely a formality before the next phase of selecting candidates for higher education began, Mayor Nan Tian had many pressing matters to attend to, and his presence here was just a fleeting obligation. At that moment, the reviewers at the podium began to introduce themselves. Greetings, I am Yun Si from Qingyun Academy. Hello, I am Li Chang'e from Shinming Academy. Salutations, I am Wang Lichang from Liyun Academy. Greetings, I am San Qian from Jiyun Academy. Hello, I am Chu Fengyan from Changqi Academy. As the 5 reviewers stood, the other students rose in response, recognizing these esteemed figures from each academy. Even the weakest among them boasted a level of 50, truly representing the creme de la creme. Each of these 5 individuals would be regarded as distinguished guests wherever they went, particularly as they now represented the 5 great academies of the imperial capital. These academies never accepted the weak. Even if no one was admitted in a given year, they would never compromise their standards. This principle had been the cornerstone of the 5 academies for a century. It was even said that merely gaining admission to one of these 5 institutions guaranteed a bright future, with opportunities in various sectors of government, regardless of rank. Provided one was an exceptional graduate. Many had been fortunate enough to enter the 5 academies, but ultimately failed to graduate. Such individuals were not recognized as students of the academies. Chu Fengyun, the elderly man with gray hair, the most senior among them, stated, this year, there are many impressive individuals from Hui West City, and we have nominated 38 students. The final results would take a few days to reveal. Nominating 38 indicated that these students were virtually assured admission to the 5 great academies. The crowd began to murmur. Although the main vocational categories this year were not numerous, the available slots for admission were plentiful. This year marked the highest number of students from Hui West City ever accepted into the 5 academies. At that moment, Yun Si stood and inquired, is Lu Yunyun present? Upon hearing the reviewer's call, all eyes turned to Lu Yunyun, who had not anticipated that she would truly gain entry to one of the 5 academies, particularly as she had barely survived the first round as a support class. Startled and overwhelmed, Lu Yunyun stood and replied, I am here. Yun Si responded with satisfaction. Your healing profession must possess some unique qualities or talents. You are the most gifted healer I have encountered. Qingyun Academy was an all-female institution, colloquially referred to as the Women's Academy. Are you interested in joining? Lu Yunyun, filled with excitement, could hardly articulate her thoughts and quickly replied, I am willing. This was indeed one of the 5 great academies, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yun Si smiled and said, excellent. I hope you will report on time. Further details will be communicated to you. At that moment, Li Chang'e interjected, Du Li. Is Zhong Sanqian present? Upon hearing this, both Du Li and Zhong Sanqian promptly stood. We are here. Your duo has qualified for admission to the 5 academies, which means you both must join one academy and collaborate in a group in the future. Shinming Academy formally invites you to join. Wait, Yunsi suddenly interjected. Qingyun Academy also formally invites you to join. Liyun Academy also formally invites you to join. Chapter 44. There is no spot for him. What is the situation with these two that 3 academies are specifically requesting their admission? I recall that one of them is an archer, while the other seems to be a controller. No wonder, such a combination would indeed be formidable. The 3 academies had already commenced their recruitment of candidates, elevating the atmosphere to a thrilling climax. Clearly, this duo was seen as highly valuable in the eyes of everyone present. Du Li, Zhong Senqian. You both need to make a swift decision. The two were filled with nervous excitement. Although they were among the defeated, receiving such attention was a rare honor. This was the olive branch from 3 great academies, a scenario many could only dream of encountering. At that moment, Zhong Senqian stated, I will defer to Du Li's wishes. She understood that her selection was largely due to Du Li's influence. After all, she was merely a controller, whereas Du Li was a legitimate representative of the archer class. Even without her, Du Li would have had a chance to become a student at one of the 5 academies, but her own prospects would have been far dimmer. Thus, deferring to Du Li's choice was a more prudent course of action, also serving to bolster her rapport with Du Li. With the choice now resting with Du Li, she comprehended Zhong Sanqian's sentiment and subsequently stated, We are grateful for the invitations from Senior Yunsi and Senior Wang Lichang, but we choose to join Shenming Academy. Lichanga heard this response and chuckled, Very well, young lady, you possess remarkable insight. The Shenming Academy eagerly anticipates your arrival and hopes you will report to the school on time. Certainly, esteemed teacher. The two then took their seats, and the academy proceeded with another selection, ultimately narrowing down to the final 8 spots. To the onlookers, these last 8 were regarded as the elite contenders. Classmate Wang Chong. The Jiuyun Academy officially invites you to join us. Classmate Wang Chong. The Shenming Academy extends a formal invitation for you to enroll. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chong felt tears welling up. He could hardly believe he had received formal invitations from 2 of the 5 prestigious academies. Such an honor was once beyond his wildest dreams, a miraculous achievement that would bring glory to his family. However, all of this was ultimately due to Lin Han. Had it not been for Lin Han guiding him in leveling up and providing him with the exquisite Silkwood card deck, he would never have reached this position. Wang Chong hesitated but ultimately chose the Jiuyun Academy. The venerable elder, a figure with flowing white hair, smiled and remarked, Classmate Wang Chong, you have excellent judgment. One of our mentors at the academy is a master of card skills and will provide you with exceptional guidance. The Jiuyun Academy welcomes you and looks forward to your timely arrival. Wang Chong's face lit up with excitement, his emotions beyond words. He had truly joined one of the 5 great academies. The remaining 8 contenders were now left with the final 2 spots. At this moment, the elder with yellow hair, Chu Fengyun, announced, Classmate Yuan Si, the Changqi Academy formally invites you to join. Classmate Yuan Si, the Shenming Academy extends an invitation. Classmate Yuan Si, the Jiuyun Academy invites you to enroll. Classmate Yuan Si, the Liyun Academy also invites you. Instantly, the audience erupted in commotion. Yuan Si was the only student to receive invitations from all 4 academies thus far. His prowess was indeed deserving of such recognition. In every match, Yuan Si had trampled his opponents with his formidable strength, and even in the finals where he was defeated by Lin Han, it was merely unfortunate luck. After all, such a monster could not be judged by ordinary standards. Yuan Si cast a haughty glance at Lin Han, aware that the final spot was almost certainly destined for him. He did not wish to encounter this monster again in his lifetime. Lin Han, which academy will you choose? Yuan Si finally inquired. His intent was clear. If Lin Han chose an academy, he would avoid it, for he knew that in the subsequent years at the academy, he might struggle to hold his head high. Why do you care about my choice? Lin Han replied, somewhat exasperated, suspecting that this fellow might be attempting to latch onto him. That would not bode well. Just tell me, which one will you pick? Yuan Si pressed eagerly. Lin Han rolled his eyes and chose to ignore Yuan Si. Frustrated, Yuan Si realized that Lin Han intended to select the same academy as him, merely to vex him. With that thought, Yuan Si turned to the examiners and said, Seniors, could we allow Lin Han to choose first? Li Changa was taken aback and asked, Why is that? I simply want to see which academy Lin Han selects. Yuan Si replied succinctly. Li Changa smiled and said, However, among the 38 spots, Lin Han is not included. Perhaps you should inquire with him privately. At this revelation, the venue fell into silence. No Lin Han. How is that possible? Lin Han's performance had been clear to all. Even the outstanding Yuan Si had to retreat in the face of Lin Han. How could it be that he was absent from the 38 spots? Lin Han himself was momentarily at a loss for words. He was indifferent to which academy he joined. After all, even if he were to enroll, they might not go out of their way to collect the source of catastrophe for him. Yet, the disparity was something he struggled to comprehend. Yuan Si's expression turned to one of schadenfreude. Lin Han, what does it matter how strong you are? You may have defeated me, but the 5 great academies have no interest in recruiting you. Wang Chong retorted angrily. Yuan Si, you defeated foe. What right do you have to speak? Turning to the examiners, Wang Chong implored, Esteemed seniors, Lin Han is exceptional in every regard. He has dominated his opponents throughout. How is it that he is excluded from the final spots, especially when several of the 38 are his vanquished foes? Before Lin Han could voice his thoughts, Wang Chong had already defended his brother. This was the top contender of the recruitment examination. How could none of the academies wish to accept him? Li Chonga stepped forward to clarify. Indeed, Lin Han's strength is widely acknowledged, but he does not quite meet the criteria for admission into our 5 academies. Wang Chong was perplexed. Why? His strength has proven everything. Is it not sufficient that he can overpower someone like Yuan Si? Li Chonga smiled. Indeed, in your eyes. Immediate strength may seem to signify everything, but as educators, we must consider the long-term implications. Lin Han, your class is that of a priest, is it not? Lin Han nodded. Indeed, I am a priest. Precisely, Li Chonga elucidated. According to your records, you possess a hidden class, Life Priest. While you have successfully transitioned to the 2nd tier, we know not how you acquired the source of catastrophe, but that is irrelevant to us. Your power is indeed formidable. A fact acknowledged by us 5 old fellows. Even among warriors of the same rank, they may not rival your strength. However, your class is that of a priest. And ultimately, every individual's power has its limits. Your class does not augment your strength, a fact we are all aware of. Even if you continue to hone your close combat skills, your future achievements may not be particularly high. Your current strength is already astonishing. And we believe you are approaching your limits. You occupy a support role as a priest. Yet you squander time focusing on melee techniques. Surely that is a waste of your potential? Moreover, 2nd-tier priests are exceedingly rare. Since you have reached the 2nd tier, you should use your inherent abilities to conquer us. We are not tyrants. We treat support classes equally. But we ultimately rely on the essence of our chosen professions rather than mere training. In conclusion, I must say, Lin Han, you have taken a wrong turn. Listening to Li Chonga's words, the previously perplexed crowd fell silent. Even Wang Chong was at a loss for words. Li Chonga's assertions held merit. A practitioner ought to center their development around their awakened profession. Although Lin Han's current strength was indeed impressive, it ultimately had its limits, which was his greatest disadvantage. Thank you for the guidance, esteemed seniors, Lin Han replied nonchalantly. Despite the examiner's comments, if he truly employed the powers of a priest, this place would likely transform into a hellish battleground. Even those 5 venerable elders, how many forbidden spells could they withstand? Li Chonga remarked. You are a good-hearted child, merely misguided. Dedicate the coming year to honing your profession. I look forward to your performance in next year's recruitment examination. Ultimately, Yuan Si chose the Changqi Academy, while the final spot went to Gao Chong, who had initially competed against Lin Han. Once everyone had made their selections, the curtain was drawn on this chapter. Lin Han, do not be disheartened. You can always return next year. If they do not appreciate your talents, there will surely be those who do. Wang Chong consoled Lin Han as the 2 of them made their way home. Lin Han, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. It's merely an academic institution. There's no need for you to worry. He continued, the more you express concern, the more I sense your own inadequacy. At that moment, Wang Chong resembled an anxious ant on a hot stove. He was indeed furious upon learning the outcome, yet he acknowledged his own insignificance in affecting any change. How about this, he proposed. I have a bonus of several thousand yuan. Let me treat you to a sumptuous meal. You can choose whatever you desire. Lin Han, feeling helpless, replied, my family has already prepared dinner and is waiting for my return. Let us let this go for now. But I promise to treat you lavishly next time we have the opportunity. How does that sound? That has settled then. I'll be eagerly awaiting that occasion. Wang Chong exclaimed. By the way, Lin Han, what are your plans for the future? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Han replied, I suppose I will be actively involved in various calamities, seeking the sources of these disasters. I'm not quite certain yet. Perhaps I'll casually join an academy, or strive harder next year, or even become a mercenary. Nothing is decided just yet. What do you think? Wang Chong responded. I never anticipated that I would ultimately join the Divine Dream Academy. After graduation, I might enlist in the army or return to Huiyue City. Once I complete my studies, I'll have your back. Let us see who dares to bully you then. Lin Han chuckled at Wang Chong's earnestness, saying, in that case, I'll be counting on your protection. Rest assured, we are like brothers. What is mine is yours, Wang Chong promised, patting his chest. The 2 engaged in light banter for a while before parting ways to return home. Upon arriving home, Lin Han found his parents waiting eagerly. Mom, Dad, congratulations. Lin Zhongtian and Shun Mei cheered, having witnessed Lin Han's victory on television. Their hearts swelled with excitement, eager to surprise him upon his return. Come in quickly. Dinner is ready. Your father has prepared over 10 dishes, all your favorites. The 3 of them gathered around the table, and Lin Han produced the key to the villa he had won. Mom, Dad, let us tidy up and move in over the next few days. Lin Zhongtian and Shun Mei exchanged glances before responding. Xiao Han, this is your reward. We believe it would be better to sell it and save the money for you. Perhaps for your future marriage. There's really no need for that. Lin Han replied with a wry smile. We can move in, and then rent or sell this old house. It should alleviate some financial pressure on our family. You've worked hard for most of your lives. It's time for you to enjoy some comforts. Lin Zhongtian felt a wave of emotion, but insisted, what does this amount to, my child? Selling the villa and saving the money for you would be far more beneficial. In the past, Lin Han would have wholeheartedly agreed with this notion, as merely living off the interest would elevate their standard of living. However, circumstances had changed. Now, he could sell equipment for profit, and he was determined to help his family save some money. Mom, Dad, let us move in. I also have a skill book and a qualification for a gold-tier dungeon. Once I find a good price and sell them, it could be worth millions. Lin Zhongtian felt a lump in his throat. His son had sacrificed so much for the family. You should keep these 2 items for yourself. Absolutely do not sell them, Xinmei said sternly. You cannot devote everything to the family. You must also think about your own well-being. If you dare to sell them, you need not return home again. Touched by his mother's words, Lin Han replied, how about this? Let us each make a compromise. You can move into the villa with me, and I'll keep these for my own use. All right. Ultimately, the 3 of them enjoyed a harmonious meal together. For Lin Han's parents, having a child so accomplished was a remarkable blessing, and they dared not ask him to sacrifice any further for the family. Chapter 46, The Capital City, Investigation Team. Mayor. According to the timeline provided by the capital, the investigation team will arrive in 10 minutes. Sun Hu, dressed in formal attire, stood alongside Nin Tian, awaiting the arrival of the investigation team from the capital. Ordinarily, it would be somewhat inappropriate for the head of the detection department to accompany them. Yet since Sun Hu was the one who first identified the situation, it was only fitting for him to be present. After all, no one understood the current predicament better than he did. Nan Tian's role was merely symbolic, while the actual negotiations and handovers necessitated Sun Hu's involvement. Glancing at his watch, Nan Tian remarked, it's nearly time. As the words left his lips, figures began to descend toward the outskirts of Huiyue City. They arrived. Nan Tian and the others hurried forward to greet them. Mayor Nan Tian. The elder at the forefront landed gracefully, observing Nan Tian's demeanor with little respect, as he had been coerced into coming here. Such a thankless task yielded little reward beyond some respect from the local populace. Indeed, I am the mayor of Huiyue City. Nan Tian. You must be the investigation team from the capital, Nan Tian welcomed enthusiastically. According to the Secretary General, this individual was a level 70 Supreme Mage, a true powerhouse from the capital. The elder nodded slightly and introduced himself. I am Lin Tian, a level 76 Calamity Mage, otherwise known as a wizard in your terms. However, I prefer to call myself a battle mage. I've been informed that the recent calamities here were likely caused by a mage, hence my deployment. Nan Tian and his colleagues were taken aback. This title was entirely unfamiliar to them, indicating yet another hidden profession. It was evident that the Empire was taking their situation very seriously by dispatching such a formidable ally. Elder Lin Tian, please, come inside and speak with us. We can have a meal first, Nan Tian suggested with a smile, stepping aside to allow the investigation team to enter. Lin Tian strode in, hands clasped behind his back, and stated, I'll pass on the meal. I dislike such formalities. Let us resolve these issues swiftly, as we must return to guard the capital. Slightly disheartened, Nan Tian maintained his politeness, saying, Elder Lin Tian, you are quite pragmatic. Since you've expressed your preference, we shall forego the meal. Although Nan Tian was not fond of this individual, he recognized that he was there to assist them. Regardless of his discomfort, he had no choice but to endure it. If they were to alienate this team, Huiyue City would truly be left without oversight. Once they returned to the capital, they could easily claim that the people of Huiyue City were uncooperative. What recourse would they have then? Now, who was the first to notice the anomalies? Speak up. It appears that those who dare disturb our domain have little regard for us, Lin Tian declared with an air of arrogance, embodying a fearless disposition. Yet, at such a level, one could not dismiss the pride that came with being a supreme mage, a true powerhouse. Moreover, as a member of a hidden profession, his strength certainly afforded him a sense of pride. Elder, I was the first to notice. Sun Hu stepped forward promptly. I am Sun Hu, the head of the detection department in Huiyue City. Our department detected both calamities at the earliest opportunity. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask me. Sun Hu, I've heard that name before. You previously worked in the capital, didn't you? Lin Tian glanced at Sun Hu, taking note of his appearance but not dwelling on it. Sun Hu was taken aback. Indeed, he had once served in a minor department in the capital. But that was quite some time ago, and he had since been reassigned to Huiyue City. The fact that this elder had even heard of him was surprising. Yet he found Lin Tian's name completely unfamiliar. Don't be surprised. It's only natural that you don't recognize me. However, at my level, it is quite easy to remember a few names. I merely have a vague impression of you. Lin Tian then remarked, by the way, since our investigation team has arrived in your city of Huiyue, let us fully open Huiyue City. There is no need for further lockdown. Nan Tian stepped forward and replied, Senior Lin Tian, this might be somewhat inappropriate. We still have no news of the true culprit. If they were to enter the city, it would be a great disrespect to the citizens of Huiyue City. At that point, we could find ourselves in quite a predicament. Nan Tian was reluctant to take such a risk. If that individual truly unleashed a forbidden spell within the city, it would not merely result in injuries. Countless lives could be shattered due to their actions, leading to the complete destruction of Huiwa City. Lin Han scoffed. Now that I have arrived in Huiwa City, no one shall create chaos here. Or do you doubt the capabilities of our investigation team, Mayor Lin Han? I do not doubt them, of course. I trust in the investigation team's abilities, but it just feels a bit unwise, Lin Han hastily explained. Open it, Lin Han insisted once more. Do you think that a Supreme Realm Master can be deterred by mere mortals like you? There are countless ways to infiltrate Huiwa City without your detection. Your obstacles are but toys to those of our caliber. If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate it here and now. You would never notice how I entered. Upon hearing this, Lin Han felt his throat tighten. Though the words were spoken plainly, without any fluctuation in tone, the confidence and arrogance embedded within them left a profound impression on him. If one were to describe the sensation, it would be a threat, a stark and unabashed threat. Then I shall heed the senior's wishes. I will issue the orders shortly. Lin Han cunningly shifted all responsibility onto Lin Han, thinking to himself that it was not he who had insisted on the opening. It was the senior who demanded it. Thus, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would bear no relation to the Huiwa City government. Sunhu, please tell me about the current situation. Listening to Lin Han's words, Sunhu recounted the events that had transpired. Lin Han pondered for a moment and stated, according to your account, it indeed seems improbable for such coincidences to occur. It must be the work of the same individual. I cannot fathom who could possess the capability to unleash forbidden spells at the Supreme Realm level. Before arriving in Huiwa City, I conducted an investigation. Any recorded level 70 mage would have their whereabouts known. None were in proximity to Huiwa City. This implies that this sudden appearance of a mage-level powerhouse is certainly not someone from within our empire. Could it be a foreign powerhouse? Sunhu voiced his doubts. It is hard to say. All powerhouses currently within our empire are being monitored. The records from the imperial capital show that no one has been spotted near Huiwa City. Even foreign powerhouses are documented, leaving the identity of this individual shrouded in mystery. Lin Han wore a look of slight frustration. Sunhu continued, is it possible that a foreign entity has infiltrated? After all, for a being of that caliber, it should not be too difficult to sneak in. With Lin Han's earlier words in mind, Sunhu began to speculate. If they were not a powerhouse from this realm, they must be someone from another nation causing trouble in Huiwa City. Have you any idea of what our empire's borders have become? Lin Han chuckled. I say, you young ones are far too naive. Our empire's borders are guarded by saint-level powerhouses. Do you truly believe that a Supreme Realm Master could so easily breach our defenses? Let us be realistic. That is a saint-level being, said to have attained level 89, now merely a step away from the divine level. Unless they are of equal or greater strength, it is utterly impossible to pass undetected under the watchful eye of that general. You must understand. Beyond that lies the divine level, and there are only a few of those powerhouses. Do you think they would bother with such trivial matters? They are capable of unleashing catastrophic forbidden spells. If it were truly them, it would not only spell disaster, but could easily obliterate Huiwa City with a mere flick of their finger. The crowd was left speechless by Lin Han's statements. Initially, they had only a rudimentary understanding of such matters, but hearing this information was enough to reshape their worldview. They had always regarded level 70 Supreme Realm beings as extraordinary, while saint and divine levels were merely the stuff of legends, only to discover that they were indeed real. Moreover, there was even an 89-level saint stationed at their borders. Lin Han, lost in thought, instinctively asked, Senior Lin Han, what profession is that powerhouse guarding the border? Realizing his indiscretion, he quickly added, I apologize, Senior. I spoke out of turn. Yet Lin Han waved his hand dismissively and replied, that is no secret. I do not know what his current profession is called, but I only know he hails from a warrior background. An 89-level warrior, merely imagining it was terrifying. A warrior. The crowd was taken aback. The warrior profession was highly coveted throughout the empire. To reach the pinnacle of the saint level as a warrior would entail an unfathomable level of combat prowess. Enough about those monsters. Let us first address the troubles we currently face. Lin Han chuckled lightly. To others, he too was a veritable monster. Having conversed for a while, the group began to realize that Lin Han was not as difficult to engage with as they had initially imagined. Even when he spoke sternly, he exuded a surprisingly gentle demeanor. He was willing to converse more with these young individuals. Senior, could it be that some powerful beings remain unregistered locally? Sunhu, now abandoning the notion of foreign invasion, reasoned that since Huiwa City was relatively central, reaching it would require passing through many checkpoints. With a saint-level warrior stationed at the borders, the likelihood of a foreign powerhouse infiltrating seemed almost negligible. It is challenging, Lin Han replied. To change professions, one must go to the profession transfer hall. Once there, registration is mandatory. This is our primary method of tracking powerful individuals. Although there are several methods that do not require the transfer hall, each is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, accessible only to the most elite families. Yet those families would not willingly seek trouble for themselves. Upon hearing this, Sunhu resigned himself, as all his inquiries had been dismissed by the elder. Senior, this is the site where the last forbidden spell incident occurred. At this moment, the group had arrived at the outskirts of the underground city, which had now become a wasteland. Calling it an underground city felt somewhat inaccurate. Most now referred to it as the ruins of the underground city. Confronted by the vast expanse of ruins, Lin Han stepped forward, placing his right hand on the ground, a pulse of energy emanating downward. Upon contact with a specific spot, he was unexpectedly rebuffed. Your judgment is correct. It indeed was a forbidden spell that laid waste to this place, and it was executed with remarkable precision. This means that the individual who unleashed the forbidden spell is undoubtedly among the most elite practitioners. Even after such a long time, so much residual energy remains. Just now, when I extended my energy to probe, that very energy attempted to strike back at me. Lin Han's expression turned grave. A master. The one who unleashed that forbidden spell is definitely a master. As a top-tier mage, he possessed great insight into mage-level forbidden spells. The more intricate and complex the forbidden spell, the greater the skill required from its user. A saying circulated among mages. Only the most elite can wield top-tier forbidden spells. But not all elite mages can master top-tier forbidden spells. Hearing this, Sun Hu remarked, if it were a senior encountering this individual, would there be assurance of apprehending him? Lin Han gave a bitter smile and replied, it's hard to say. I lack knowledge of such high-level forbidden spells. They are exceedingly rare. Moreover, there are not many formidable beings capable of wielding such spells. Yet now, we find ourselves confronted with one, and it's truly unfortunate. We initially believed this would be an easy task, but it has turned out to be quite troublesome. As Lin Han spoke, a profound silence enveloped the group, clearly extinguishing all their hopes. Nan Tian murmured, Senior Lin Han, should I seal off Hui City now? Is it even useful? Lin Han, adopting a demeanor of a naive child, responded, a forbidden spell of this caliber can be unleashed with ease, making it as simple as having a meal to evade your scrutiny. Furthermore, I merely stated that it would be difficult. I did not imply that we would certainly be unable to overcome it. Rest assured, even in death, it shall be I who falls before you. Since I partake in the Empire's sustenance, I will undoubtedly assist you. Listening to Lin Han's words, everyone felt a surge of gratitude. Having such a responsible powerhouse among them was indeed a stroke of fortune. Enough, let us proceed to the location where the forbidden spell was first unleashed. Chapter 48. This commotion just for me? Lin Han sat at home, engrossed in a television broadcast reporting that the investigative team from the capital had arrived in Hui City. Upon seeing the details of the members, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. To think such a formidable assembly was dispatched for him. A level 76 mage. This was once beyond the realm of his imagination. Yet now these extraordinary beings were here for his sake. Lin Han was acutely aware that he needed to maintain a low profile for the time being. Otherwise, should this monster set its sights on him, trouble would surely ensue. Although he possessed knowledge of forbidden spells, he could not guarantee that others lacked such abilities. After all, that was the might of a hidden profession at level 76, and its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. He had never truly faced a being of such caliber, and thus he remained uncertain of his own capabilities, deciding it prudent to wait until he achieved the third transition. As Lin Han pondered, the sudden ringing of his phone broke his reverie. Mr. Lin, first and foremost, congratulations on securing first place in the enrollment examination. I must apologize for not being aware that you would be participating, hence I did not attend to witness it, came the voice of Manager Lu from the other end. The news of the enrollment examination had spread widely, so it was not surprising that Manager Lu was informed. After all, he had not disguised himself during his visit to the trading market and had no fear of his identity being discovered. There was no need for deliberate concealment. Surely, you did not call merely for this matter. Are you perhaps hoping to gift me a legendary grade piece of equipment? Lin Han jested. Manager Lu chuckled in response, Mr. Lin. You jest. The 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment I possess were sold to me by you, after all. However, the call is not solely about this. Just as Lin Han contemplated what matters Manager Lu could possibly want to discuss, he heard, there's news regarding the calamity. Lin Han immediately sprang from his bed, exclaiming, Are you certain? Do not jest with me. Why would I deceive you? Manager Lu laughed at Lin Han's reaction before continuing. It's not that I doubt you, Mr. Lin, but with your strength, it seems nearly impossible to obtain this source of calamity. Even Supreme Realm powerhouses dare not venture into such territory. I urge you to reconsider. Lin Han replied with calm composure. I have my own methods. You need not worry about that. Please relay the details of the calamity to me. Since you have made up your mind, I shan't dissuade you. Manager Lu conceded, albeit with reluctance. This calamity stems from an earthquake, and according to intel from the strong ones ahead, it is brewing in a place known as Yin City. Is the information accurate? Lin Han inquired nonchalantly. Aware that uncovering calamities was no simple feat accurate, I can assure you, Manager Lu affirmed resolutely. The words of that powerful being carry significant credibility, as his abilities are closely related to this matter. I cannot divulge more specifics, as I must also protect the seller's fundamental information, so I hope you understand. Lin Han acknowledged this, knowing that Manager Lu had always safeguarded his information. Otherwise, he would have quickly become a target. Producing such a quantity of legendary-grade equipment was no trifling matter. Please send the precise location to my phone. I shall prepare to depart, Lin Han stated succinctly. Having already provided Manager Liu with the necessary equipment for the exchange, thus requiring no further arrangements. You truly are in a hurry, Manager Liu remarked with a smile. I will send the information to your phone shortly. Do you require any equipment for this outing? I can prepare some for you in advance. No need. Lin Han replied simply. Upon my return, I shall visit you to sell equipment. Hearing this, Manager Liu beamed, saying, Then I shall await your safe return with great anticipation. With that, Lin Han ended the call. Mr. Lin, you truly are an enigma, Manager Liu mused as he settled back into his chair, lighting a cigar. Just then, the phone rang again. Answering it, he was met with a booming voice on the other end. Old Liu, that pass for Lin Han was indeed provided by you, correct? Manager Liu chuckled. Old Tian, no need to be so agitated. Speak slowly about what troubles you. Don't try to mislead me. What exactly is Lin Han's identity? The caller was none other than Boss Tian from the trial grounds. Did you not see the news yesterday? He is this year's top scholar, Old Tian. Times have progressed. You must learn to watch television, Manager Liu retorted. I was unaware that Lin Han is the current top scholar, Boss Tian replied with irritation. If Lin Han were merely powerful, you would not have granted him the silver pass. There must be some other reason. Old Tian, do not be so flustered. Manager Liu said, exhaling a puff of smoke with a hint of exasperation. Is there an issue with Mr. Lin on your end? If anything has been damaged, let me know, and I shall compensate him. Boss Tian stated solemnly, according to my investigations, Lin Han's background is merely that of an ordinary working-class family. Given my understanding of you, Manager Liu, I find it hard to believe you would engage in such a losing deal. What makes this lad so exceptional? Would you believe me if I said I am simply intrigued by Mr. Lin? Manager Liu replied lightly. Do not speak nonsense. I know you too well, Boss Tian countered. Lin Han is merely a second transition priest. Though rare, it is still just that. He broke the record in our ancient battlefield and even triggered a hidden boss. This level of strength is somewhat exaggerated, and coupled with his victory in the enrollment examination, I suspect Lin Han's true capabilities far exceed our perceptions. At this, both men fell into silence. After a moment, Manager Liu finally said, Old Tian, there are some things I would prefer not to discuss with you. But given our long-standing friendship, I must offer you a word of caution. Refrain from probing into Mr. Lin's background any further. His foundation is something we have never encountered in our lives. As for how powerful he truly is, it matters little to us. To you and me, Mr. Lin is likely a benefactor who could change our lives. Even if you uncover something or perceive something, learn to keep it to yourself. Individuals like Mr. Lin are not fond of those who wish to know too much. I remind you of this due to our years of friendship. I will say no more. Chapter 49, Onward to Smoke Cloud City. Old Liu fell into silence at this moment. All right, I'm hanging up, Manager Liu said, placing the phone down and taking a slow drag from his cigar, exhaling the smoke leisurely. He then opened his personal phone to send a location to a contact saved as Mr. Lin. At this time, Lin Han had already packed a few items and, glancing at the location on his phone, he finally confirmed his destination. Manager Liu also reminded him that while they had the general area, the specific location remained unclear. It seemed he would need to embark on a journey to Smoke Cloud City. Stretching lazily, Lin Han took out a portable teleportation device and set it to the coordinates of Smoke Cloud City. The distance from Huyu City to Smoke Cloud City was considerable, spanning 5 districts in between, and it was Lin Han's first visit. Thanks to the teleportation device, he swiftly arrived at the city center of Smoke Cloud. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, he pulled out his phone and followed the direction indicated by the coordinates. According to the location provided by Manager Liu, he needed to venture into a forest known as the Diamond Forest. From the information he had gathered, it appeared to be a suitable place for leveling up, perfectly aligning with his current level, and he could potentially gain some experience. Without wasting any time, Lin Han hastily set off towards the Diamond Forest. Why is this thing so troublesome? I said I wouldn't fight anymore. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a girl desperately trying to evade something, her expression revealing intense anxiety. Following her was a lizard-like creature, emanating a power that indicated it was a silver-tier monster. A fire lizard, perhaps? Lin Han observed the chase, contemplating whether to intervene, noticing the girl's strength was rather lacking. Dealing with this fire lizard would pose a challenge for her. At that moment, the girl noticed Lin Han's presence and urgently shouted, "You! Run quickly! I have a silver-tier fire lizard chasing me. If you don't leave now, there won't be a chance." Lin Han was taken aback. This girl, who was on the verge of peril herself, still had the presence of mind to worry about him. "You need to go," Du Wanting exclaimed, feeling increasingly exasperated. This was the first time she had encountered someone so stubborn. Despite her urging, he stood there foolishly. She could hardly tell if he was simply foolish or what. Lin Han remained silent, curious to see how the girl intended to handle the situation. Du Wanting had now reached his side, pushing him aside and insisting, "You need to run. That fire lizard is beyond our capabilities. If one of us can escape, that's better than none." She felt a sense of helplessness. Originally, she had a chance to flee, But with Lin Han there, she had to turn back to confront the fire lizard. What are you thinking? Hurry up and go, or we'll both be trapped. Du Wanting was now in a state of panic, while Lin Han stood completely still, showing no inclination to heed her words. You're not running, huh? Then I will. Du Wanting picked up a stone and hurled it at the fire lizard, shouting, Hey, over here. Come chase me. After throwing the stone, she dashed away with abandon. To her surprise, the fire lizard seemed to completely ignore her and fixated its gaze on Lin Han instead. Lin Han, equally intrigued, observed the creature. The silver tier beings he had encountered previously were all boss-level monsters, and this was the first time he was witnessing a lesser creature. It was likely that the boss level here could reach gold tier. Lin Han mused internally, completely oblivious to Du Wanting's escalating frustration. Logically, she should have been relieved that the fire lizard had shifted its focus, yet she could not accept the idea that someone might sacrifice themselves for her. That was why she had recklessly provoked the fire lizard in an attempt to draw it away. But now, the two, human and beast, simply locked eyes, entirely disregarding her presence. If it weren't for the wild nature of the creature, she might have thought this fire lizard was somehow under his command. Lin Han was merely fascinated by the creature and wished to observe it for a while longer. The fire lizard sensed that Lin Han's aura was stronger than Du Wanting's, thus shifting its interest towards him. Suddenly, the fire lizard lunged forward, causing Du Wanting's heart to race as she attempted to intervene. But the distance was too great for her to reach in time. Lin Han smiled faintly, extending his hand to grasp the fire lizard by its neck. He then hurled it into the air and delivered a swift punch. The fire lizard instantly transformed into a lifeless body. Congratulations, host. You have slain the fire lizard and gained 3,654 experience points. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Du Wanting stood beside him, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. What had she just witnessed? A single punch. It was truly astonishing, though he appeared somewhat robust. Could it be possible for anyone to accomplish such a feat with just one blow? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Du Wanting struggled to accept this reality. Just moments ago, she had urged this man to flee, only to realize he was not foolish but rather dismissive of the fire lizard's threat. Was this imposing figure perhaps a warrior? As that thought crossed her mind, she quickly approached him, smiling brightly. Excuse me, are you also here to train in the Diamond Forest? I am as well. Shall we form a team? Lin Han was taken aback by this sudden invitation, but after considering the journey ahead, having a companion wouldn't be such a bad idea. I am indeed here to train in the Diamond Forest. Let us team up. Hearing Lin Han's response, Du Wanting's excitement surged. With someone so formidable leading the way, the challenges of the Diamond Forest would surely diminish. Big shot, what is your strength? Are you a warrior? Du Wanting asked, her curiosity piqued. After all, someone capable of dispatching a silver-tier fire lizard with a single punch could not possibly be weak. Although she was supposed to be training, a person of such caliber would not typically be found here. Who knew what other opportunities awaited them ahead? If Du Wanting had known Lin Han's true purpose was to venture into the catastrophe, she might well have fled without a backward glance. Secret, Lin Han replied tersely, not wanting to divulge too much, especially while in unfamiliar territory. Du Wanting felt a pang of disappointment, as she could not pry further. Hello, big shot. My name is Du Wanting. What about you? Lin Han pondered for a moment before responding. You can call me Wang Chong. Just my name will do. No need for formality. Wang Chong, Du Wanting remarked. Your name truly reflects your strength. Chapter 50. Do you know Lin Han? Brother Chong, where do you hail from? Du Wanting inquired, her wide eyes fixed on Wang Chong. Yaoguang City, here to handle some matters. Lin Han casually fabricated an identity. It was crucial to conceal some personal information while traveling. One could not reveal everything. Yaoguang City. Isn't that quite close to Huyu City? Du Wanting's eyes sparkled with interest. Just nearby, Lin Han replied. His alertness heightened as he did not understand why Du Wanting suddenly mentioned Huyu City. With a cheerful grin, Du Wanting continued. You must have heard about the recent mysterious attacks on Huyu City by a powerful individual. It's said even the Imperial Capital's investigation team has been dispatched. I've heard some rumors. The official reports suggest it was perpetrated by a supreme mage-type profession. Though the specifics are unclear, Lin Han responded nonchalantly. Then, Brother Chong, can you take on that individual? Hard to say. You're incredibly impressive, Brother Chong. You look so young, yet your strength is astonishing. Du Wanting exclaimed excitedly, her questions flowing incessantly throughout their journey. Indeed, encountering such a formidable being always ignites an extraordinary excitement within her. This was her first experience witnessing a powerhouse in action. The silver-tier monster was effortlessly dispatched with a mere flick of his fist, surpassing the limits of her previous understanding. It was nothing short of astonishing. That esteemed individual, it is rumored, has emerged as a prodigy in the grand examination of Huyu City, known as Lin Han, who has decimated numerous masterclass warriors in his path as a life sacrificer. I now find myself regretting not witnessing that battle in Huyu City firsthand. Do you believe a life sacrificer can truly contend with masterclass warriors? I sense there might be some hidden agenda at play, though in such circumstances, the machinations often seem rather juvenile. I am unsure how they managed it. Just imagine the terrifying power he must possess. Du Wanting exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. While Lin Han stood somewhat awkwardly to the side. Surprise. How unexpected. The very person you speak of stands before you. Lin Han was aware that Huiyue City would undoubtedly promote his situation to divert attention, especially given the sensational nature of a sacrificer wreaking havoc, which would naturally attract extensive media coverage. It was inevitable, yet he was taken aback that a chance encounter would lead to someone knowing his name. From Du Wanting's tone. However, it was clear that she did not harbor any doubts about him. She likely gleaned this information from some source, having perhaps never even seen his photograph. On this matter, Lin Han felt assured. There was nothing particularly surprising about it. Lin Han replied nonchalantly, the profession of sacrificer does not imply a lack of strength. It merely indicates a different form of power. With sufficient training from a young age, anyone could achieve such feats. The fact that masterclass warriors were defeated merely reflects their inadequacies. They squander their inherent talents. Du Wanting appeared astonished and remarked with a smile, esteemed one. This is the most you've ever spoken to me. Lin Han paused, explaining. I merely expressed some concerns for the youth of our empire, and may have spoken more than intended. But you seem young yourself. With such strength at your age, you must surely be the future of our empire. Du Wanting stated, though her words carried a hint of flattery, they resonated with her genuine feelings. At this age, possessing such formidable power, if he were unaware of his prowess, one might easily mistake him for someone who had just awakened their profession. Yet, here was someone who appeared even younger than her, effortlessly annihilating silver-tier monsters. Well, I may only appear youthful, Lin Han sighed. In truth, my age is considerably greater than you perceive. Esteemed one, could you impart your secrets of preservation to me? Du Wanting's eyes sparkled with genuine desire. She yearned to maintain such perpetual youth. That might be a bit troublesome. Perhaps I can share it with you when the opportunity arises, Lin Han replied helplessly. Indeed, one cannot treat women as ordinary beings. The mere mention of eternal youth had her excitement soaring. That settled then, esteemed one. Du Wanting felt her journey was not in vain, as she might gain access to such abilities, provided, of course, that this esteemed individual was not merely jesting. What brings you here? Lin Han inquired coolly. Leveling up, Du Wanting sighed. I have only recently awakened my profession, and I was fortunate enough to acquire a hidden masterclass profession, illusion mage. A hidden profession in the mage category? You are indeed fortunate, Lin Han remarked, feeling a twinge of envy. Why must his hidden profession be life sacrificer? Without the system, he would likely never ascend to the rank of staff mage. Such disparities in professions can be quite infuriating. But what use is that? Du Wanting replied with a bitter smile. My family isn't well off. While I can manage, I simply cannot afford the equipment or skill books necessary for my profession. Mage gear and skills are notoriously expensive, so as an ordinary person, I can only watch others succeed from afar. Lin Han empathized with her feelings. He too came from modest beginnings and had contemplated similar issues. If he had truly transitioned to a warrior class, he would have to rely solely on himself, unable to accept even a modicum of assistance from his family, given their own financial struggles. Unlike Wang Chong or Gao Chong, who had supportive families, he could only depend on his own efforts. So, you ventured into such a perilous place for that reason? The Diamond Forest is not a location suited for someone of your initial strength. In response to Lin Han's statement, Du Wanting felt a tinge of guilt and replied, there was no other choice. I wanted to take a chance. Your luck seems to be rather poor. Lin Han remarked casually. Next time, avoid such places and level up in the novice area instead. There's no need to put yourself at risk here. Understood. There won't be a next time, Du Wanting assured him. Without needing to be told twice, she recognized that returning here was out of the question. It was far beyond her capabilities. Just having ventured into the Diamond Forest, she had already encountered a silver-tier monster. Had she not met this esteemed one, she might have perished here. Even after her second transition, she would still reconsider. Chapter 51. Danger approaches. We are now deep within, so tread carefully. Golden-tier monsters may appear, and we must not be distracted, Lin Han cautioned. At this moment, his goddess I was operating at full capacity. Even though his strength could easily sweep through this area, safety remained paramount. What if some outlandish creature appeared? Golden-tier? Du Wanting quivered in fear. She could hardly contend with silver-tier monsters, let alone golden-tier ones, and she had never even heard of such beings from others. How could she not be afraid? Esteemed one, you can handle them, right? Du Wanting inquired cautiously, quickly adding, I don't doubt your abilities. I just worry that I might distract you during a battle. Should I run far away? No, you are safest by my side, Lin Han replied, pulling Du Wanting behind him. She nestled there, whispering, esteemed one, are golden-tier monsters approaching? Don't let me stray too far. Just then, a massive 3-meter gorilla emerged from the depths. What is that? Du Wanting's eyes widened. It was her first encounter with such a terrifying creature. The gorilla towered over them, its colossal form shaking the ground with each step, its face menacing, with fangs bared and remnants of blood staining its teeth. A golden-tier bloodthirsty gorilla, Lin Han explained succinctly, before focusing intently on the direction ahead. Though it posed no threat, the surrounding area was teeming with creatures, all at least silver-tier in strength. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to cast forbidden spells. After all, Do Wanting was still nearby. If he were to unleash a forbidden spell, his identity could easily be revealed. The times have changed. His basic information could now be found online with a simple search, and just a glance at a phone could yield an array of details about him. If there were a spell that could alter memories, that would be one thing, but unfortunately, there wasn't he. Do Wanting. I will say this only once. You must not stray too far from me. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Lin Han spoke with an air of indifference, his words devoid of any emotional nuance. Upon hearing this, Do Wanting realized that the situation was far more complex than she had initially perceived. She nodded vigorously, as if trying to emphasize her commitment, saying, "Rest assured. Even if it means my demise, I will never leave your side." That's good to hear. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a bloodthirsty gorilla came charging towards them. What a nuisance, Lin Han muttered, a smirk playing on his lips as he swiftly stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to the gorilla's abdomen with such speed that Do Wanting, standing beside him, was left utterly bewildered. Even from 3 meters away, she remained momentarily dazed. "Wait for me, big shot," she exclaimed, hastening to Lin Han's side, while the massive gorilla, stunned, knelt down in pain. Lin Han then leapt onto its shoulder, delivering a decisive chop that cleaved its head in two. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 34 bloodthirsty gorilla, earning 45,682 experience points." "Is that it?" Do Wanting gazed at Lin Han in astonishment, this encounter exceeding her capacity for comprehension. He had dispatched a golden tier beast in mere 2 moves? "Stay close to me," Lin Han instructed, leaping down from the gorilla as a pack of red-eyed star wolves burst forth from the forest. Do Wanting recognized these creatures. It was said that within the Diamond Forest, there existed a pack of red-eyed star wolves, the weakest among them being silver-tier monsters, while their alpha was a golden-tier beast. How terribly unfortunate they were to have crossed paths with such formidable foes. Recalling Lin Han's earlier words, she hurriedly followed closely behind him, not daring to stray. This was undoubtedly a den of wolves. Lin Han, with a mere glance, pinpointed the direction of the Wolf King. As the pack surged forward, he unleashed a flurry of punches, cutting through the throng of wolves, while Do Wanting trailed behind him like an accessory. In such a chaotic melee, Lin Han was unperturbed. His strength allowed him to navigate through with ease, and his prior training had honed his martial prowess significantly. Before long, he had reached the position of the Wolf King. With a powerful punch, the shockwave created a deafening sound in the air before crashing into the Wolf King, sending it crashing against a tree. Barely cognizant of what had transpired before it found itself on the brink of death. Witnessing their leader in such a state, the remaining wolves scattered in terror. The other monsters in the vicinity swiftly retreated as well, having observed the fate that befell the gorilla and not foolish enough to risk their lives in a similar manner. "Big shot, you are simply extraordinary," Do Wanting remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the two beasts. Why provoke such a formidable figure? One punch, then another, it was utterly unreasonable. In her heart, Lin Han had become a warrior. Possessing such terrifying strength and martial skill, he was undoubtedly a warrior. "Go ahead and slay that wolf. Weren't you here to level up?" Lin Han had already devised a plan, considering this experience a generous gift to her. Moreover, he was not far from reaching level 20, and the Diamond Forest was rife with golden tier monsters, so he was in no rush. "This seems inappropriate," Do Wanting replied, somewhat taken aback. A golden tier monster would yield a considerable amount of experience. She never expected this big shot to be so magnanimous. "Hurry, before it truly runs out of breath. For someone of my level, this experience is merely a drop in the bucket, so don't mind me." Upon hearing this, Do Wanting ceased her refusals, advancing to deliver a decisive blow to the red-eyed star wolf. After claiming the experience, she officially reached level 10, now only needing to complete her class transition quest to become a second-tier powerhouse, marking her first step towards distancing herself from the ordinary. "Wait, big shot. It seems this red-eyed star wolf dropped an item. Let me check." A star wolf tooth chain. This appears to be a golden tier piece of equipment. It should be worth quite a sum. "Here, take it," Lin Han replied. Although he had single-handedly defeated the star wolf, the final blow was struck by Do Wanting, and such equipment held little value for him. The robe he wore was leagues beyond this trinket. "No, I absolutely cannot accept this." Do Wanting hastily pressed the star wolf tooth chain into Lin Han's hands, insisting, "I merely landed the finishing blow. This is golden tier equipment. My conscience won't allow me to take it." She felt immensely grateful to him for allowing her to land a blow and level up. How could she possibly accept his equipment? Lin Han replied, "This item is of no use to me. It should serve a purpose for mages, and since you are one, it is only fitting that you keep it. This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Do Wanting remained resolute. Lin Han, feeling somewhat helpless, ultimately placed the chain into his inventory, recognizing that he could not force her to accept it. "You have now reached level 10. Your purpose has been fulfilled. The further we venture, the more perilous it becomes. You should return the way you came." At Lin Han's words, Do Wanting hesitated momentarily before affirming, "Big shot. I wish to accompany you further. Without you, I would never have had the chance to witness all of this. If I were to achieve my goal and depart, I would not deserve to call myself human. Lin Han continued onward into the depths, expressing his reluctance. As you wish, but if anything goes awry, you must leave at once. Du Wanting trailed behind him, cheerfully assuring, rest easy, big shot. I will run with all my might and ensure I cause you no trouble. The two traversed for quite some time without encountering any monsters, even with the god SI activated. The density of monsters in the area had significantly diminished compared to the previous region. Occasionally, they would spot a few solitary creatures, most of which were in a dormant state. This peculiarity struck Lin Han as odd. Typically, such monsters would possess their territories and would not abandon them lightly. Yet now, the deeper they ventured, they encountered no creatures at all, with most congregated in the middle region, while silver-tier monsters had retreated to the outskirts. This was certainly an unusual occurrence. Could it be due to an impending earthquake or calamity? According to the information provided by Manager Lu, the anticipated epicenter of the earthquake was within the depths of the Diamond Forest. The best explanation for the current situation was that these monsters had sensed the impending disaster and were instinctively migrating away from the center. Monsters possessed such abilities, akin to ordinary animals that can detect unusual occurrences. However, Lin Han felt no tremors from beneath the ground. Perhaps the earthquake required more time to manifest. Du Wanting, you should leave this place immediately. It has become too dangerous for you. Lin Han suddenly halted, speaking earnestly. Du Wanting inquired curiously, is there a ferocious beast? No. A powerful being, one whose strength rivals my own. You must leave at once. I cannot ascertain their intentions, but a great battle may ensue. I can no longer protect you. Upon hearing this, Du Wanting's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. A formidable presence that rivals you. Perhaps they are a good person? She suggested. No, the aura they emit is malevolent. They have likely not ascended through ordinary means, Lin Han confirmed emphatically. Subsequently, he produced a portable teleportation array. Choose a location of your preference, and I shall use this device to transport you back, preferably as far from here as possible. Du Wanting gazed at the portable teleportation array. Feeling a sense of regret, she had developed a fondness for exploring this place alongside the formidable figure. A sudden emptiness enveloped her heart. Will we have the chance to meet again, esteemed one? She inquired, her voice tinged with melancholy. Yes, Lin Han replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the shadows of the forest. By now, Du Wanting had determined her position, and Lin Han activated the teleportation array. A flicker of blue light enveloped her, and she vanished from her original spot. With a sigh of relief, Lin Han felt he had successfully deceived the young girl. Now, it was time for his personal performance. The reason for sending Du Wanting away was that his forthcoming actions harbored considerable danger, potentially placing her in an inescapable predicament. Thus, he made this choice. Lin Han's fingers brushed against the ground. It was now deep into the night, yet the earth below remained eerily still. However, the creature's movements could be confirmed to originate from this very location. The intel provided by Manager Lu indicated this range, but the precise timing was uncertain, suggesting it might take several more days. Yet Lin Han found himself growing impatient. Since the calamity required additional time, he would act as the catalyst, hastening its arrival. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of dark purple light glimmered in his eyes. Chaos domain, he mused, when suddenly, the sound of meteors piercing through the atmosphere echoed from above. This was the very forbidden spell Lin Han had first employed, which had previously obliterated the wall of life. Fortunately, this place was not near the sea, and there was no wall of life for him to destroy. However, the monsters here were of exceptionally high rank, and he was still a distance from level 20, just the right conditions for a forbidden spell to cleanse the area and help him meet his objectives. At that moment, outside the teleportation point beyond the Diamond Forest, Du Wanting stood, gazing blankly at the meteors in the sky, utterly bewildered. What caliber of magic is this? A forbidden spell? Or the legendary Great Forbidden Spell? Is this who the esteemed one is up against? Such a powerful mage must possess strength not below that of the Supreme Realm. Can he truly handle it? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, worry crept in, and she frantically pulled out her phone to dial the local emergency number. Hello. This is the reporting center of Yinyan City. How may I assist you? Du Wanting hastily replied. Hello, I am currently situated within the Diamond Forest. There is a fierce battle occurring here, involving a remarkably strong warrior whose abilities I cannot ascertain, yet he can slay a crimson-eyed star wolf with a single punch. The other combatant's strength should not be below the Supreme Realm. Could you provide more details? I hope your response can be swift. Remember, the warrior is a good person, and the opposing mage has already utilized a forbidden spell. Chapter 53, Yinyan City, under attack. A forbidden spell? The case officer was clearly taken aback by this statement, suspecting it might be a prank. Just as she was about to inquire further, the line went dead, and when she attempted to call back, all she received was a message that the phone was turned off. These young people have nothing better to do than to prank call at this hour. The officer muttered in exasperation. Next to her, another officer chuckled. What is going on? What case is it this time? The first officer replied. Someone claimed that a mage of the Supreme Realm is using a forbidden spell in the Diamond Forest. Isn't that laughable? Have these young people ever seen what a Supreme Realm being truly is? Du Wanting, Meanwhile, anxiously pressed the power button on her phone, cursing. This damn thing has run out of battery at such a critical moment. Ultimately, she relinquished hope of reviving it, and instead gazed with concern toward the depths of the forest. Esteemed one, you can handle this, right? At this moment, within the forest, Lin Han stood calmly, the meteors falling at an alarming speed. His plan was to shatter the ground nearby, forcibly disturbing the earth below to provoke the calamity lurking beneath. Although this approach carried inherent risks, Lin Han deemed it worth the attempt, as it could save him considerable time. He might even return to Huiyue City by the next day. Just then, the detection center in Yinyun City erupted in a frenzy of flashing red lights, waking the personnel who had been deep in slumber. What in the world is happening? Why is the alarm sounding? Some staff, previously slumped over their desks, jolted awake, their hearts racing at the sight of the alarm blaring red. Quick, call the minister. Yinyun City is in serious trouble. We need to act fast. Forget it. I'll call myself. At this point, the detection officer was thoroughly anxious, hastily grabbing his phone to dial the minister. Hello, minister. It's me, Xiao Wang. It's the middle of the night. What's wrong? Minister, it's bad. There's a spike in magical energy coming from the direction of the Diamond Forest. We suspect a powerful being is battling there, and they may have unleashed a forbidden-level spell. What? The voice on the other end erupted into a near roar, followed by the sound of fabric rustling as the minister prepared to get dressed. I'm heading to the department right now. Is the information accurate? It's not a malfunction of the machines, is it? Minister, the information is reliable. We're contacting the police to send them to investigate the situation. If this is true, I fear we may end up like Huiyue City. Upon hearing this, the minister fell into a deep silence. He was well aware of the situation in Huiyue City and knew that the capital had dispatched at least a Supreme Realm investigative team. He did not want Yinyun City to follow in those footsteps. I'll contact the police minister shortly. For now, I'll return to the department and continue monitoring. I need to remain informed about the situation. Understood. At that moment, the entire police department was in an uproar, with officers gearing up and vehicles speeding from the station toward the Diamond Forest. A nearby operator inquired, what is happening that warrants such a massive mobilization? The officer, on the verge of departure, replied urgently, there has been a surge of forbidden-level magical energy from the Diamond Forest. We need to investigate. I can't discuss this further. We must hurry. In the Diamond Forest, the forbidden spell was unleashed. At that moment, the meteors struck the ground. An explosion of fiery light erupted across the land. Mushroom clouds blossomed in the sky. A tremendous force swept through the entire forest, igniting countless flames that began to spread. The ground trembled beneath the meteor's impact, as if a ferocious beast lay in wait just below the surface. It's here, Lin Han thought, exhilaration coursing through him. After the cleansing of the forbidden spell, the tremors underground had become increasingly intolerable, as if they were on the verge of erupting. Just then, the earth began to shake violently, and Lin Han steadied his resolve. Drawing from his previous experiences with the two calamities, he felt more adept this time. However, this tremor seemed particularly fierce. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Du Wanting felt a faint tremor beneath her feet, which intensified over time, causing fissures to appear in the ground above. At that moment, was it the tremors resulting from the clash of the formidable figures? Du Wanting hastily leaned against a stone, the violent vibrations rendering her nearly unable to maintain her footing. She was now considerably distanced from Wang Chang's position, as this was the portal to the Diamond Forest, and it would take another half an hour of walking to reach the periphery of the forest. Even from such a distance, she could still sense the residual power emanating from the battle. It was at this moment that Du Wanting truly comprehended that the command to leave, given by those powerful figures, was not a jest. She could very well be overwhelmed by the aftermath of their confrontation. Alarmed, she noticed the ground before her beginning to crack, prompting her to sprint towards the city, her feet not daring to linger. This place had transformed into a veritable hell. The earthquake had plunged the entire Diamond Forest into chaos, and even the urban area of Yinyun City experienced tremors of magnitude 3 to 4. Lin Han, at this moment, found himself deep within the epicenter of the earthquake. Observing the surrounding devastation resembling ruins, he mused to himself. It appeared that a natural disaster had fully manifested. All he needed to do was locate the source of the calamity, and once that was accomplished, this endeavor would be considered a significant success. Lin Han acutely felt the vibrations of the disaster, noting that the situation here was somewhat different from the last time. The previous calamity had been inadvertently triggered by his forbidden spell. This time, however, it was evidently distinct. Although it was still related to the forbidden spell, the underlying cause stemmed from the seismic activity intrinsic to the earth itself. Thus, locating the very core of this disaster proved to be a rather challenging task, necessitating a step-by-step reliance on his perception. Consequently, it would require a considerable investment of time. Of course, Lin Han was not lacking in time. He was determined to obtain the source of the disaster. Chapter 54. Retrieve the source of calamity. The peril posed by this natural disaster was rather substantial. Lin Han couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that the severity of the seismic calamity had exceeded his expectations. He was currently situated in the very heart of the disaster, The ground had begun to fissure dramatically, though it posed no immediate threat to him, merely an inconvenience. In contrast to the elemental sources of volcanic eruptions or tsunamis. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, extracting these elemental sources of calamity was not an insurmountable challenge. However, when it came to the source of this earthquake, Lin Han found himself at a complete loss. He had thoroughly scoured the central area, yet he had not discovered even the faintest trace. Frustration began to mount within him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from Manager Liu. Manager Liu, Mr. Lin, there is a critical piece of information I neglected to share with you. The source of the earthquake is located underground, which indeed complicates matters compared to other disasters. This is why the source of this calamity is primarily being sold as information, rather than dispatching personnel to extract it for sale. The earthquakes that generate such sources must be capable of splitting the ground. Please take care of your safety. And I wish you a triumphant return. With that, the message concluded. Lin Han felt a certain admiration for Manager Liu, who consistently managed to identify the most pertinent points in his after-sales work, ensuring the best experience for clients. This fellow was truly talented. At the very least, Lin Han held a degree of respect for Manager Liu's business acumen. Lin Han stretched his body and remarked, I truly owe a debt of gratitude to Manager Liu for the reminder. No wonder I could not find the source of the calamity anywhere. It was hidden underground. Now that I am aware, this task should be more manageable. With this thought in mind, Lin Han located a deeply fissured crevice and directly dove into it. Conditions underground were far more perilous than those above. Even for a supreme expert, there was a degree of danger within this fissure, which explained the exorbitant value of the seismic calamity. Were it not for Lin Han's need to harness this disaster for his third transformation, he would have found it hard to resist the temptation to sell it. Certain it would fetch a remarkable price. In the fissure, Lin Han dug his hands into the walls on either side to maintain stability. Falling to the depths of the earth would indeed be a laughingstock. The abyss was cloaked in infinite darkness. Even the faintest moonlight that penetrated was of little use. Yet for Lin Han, this was a problem easily resolved. Eye of the God. He possessed an eye of the God at the forbidden spell level, allowing him to perceive not what lay within, but rather the flow of energy and gases. If a disaster could brew here, it signified that the area must be hollow, a veritable origin point of the earthquake. As such, if it was indeed hollow, it could not be entirely sealed. Fissures must extend to other areas. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain the source of the seismic calamity. This much Lin Han was certain of. At that moment, he felt the external air continuously rushing into a particular fissure. With this realization, Lin Han released one hand and struck with a powerful punch, causing the fissure to tremble violently as a gap was forcibly created in the underground rift. No, that isn't enough. The opening is still too small to enter. Lin Han was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Despite his formidable forbidden spells and hidden trump cards, the underground was fraught with danger. An accident could complicate matters beyond repair. Boom. Another punch struck, generating a strong tremor throughout the underground, further enlarging the gap. Seeing that it was now nearly sufficient to accommodate his body, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han leaped through the opening. For him, time equated to money. Who knew whether the earthquake would continue to escalate? The current state was already exceedingly alarming, and he was uncertain of the situation in the surrounding areas. But the core of the earthquake had fractured beyond recognition. He was acutely aware that this level of tremor was largely due to the forbidden spell he had employed. It was unavoidable. To avoid a second wave of seismic activity, he began to swiftly move along the direction of the airflow. He had no desire to perish in this dreadful place. After several minutes of travel, Lin Han sensed that he was approaching the point where the air ultimately converged. It seemed I am close to finding you. Sun Hu, calling me at this moment is not merely a malicious jest, is it? On the other end of the line, a resigned voice responded. Lu Cheng, do you think I have nothing better to do than to mock you at this hour? Lu Cheng rolled his eyes and retorted, am I not well aware of your antics? Back when we worked in the imperial capital, you were notorious for such behavior. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, I shall hang up. Wait. Sun Hu quickly interjected. I saw on the news that Yunyun City is experiencing a once-in-a-century earthquake. So I thought I'd check in on you and inquire about the situation. Since you are already aware, you must know that I am quite busy. I have no time for idle chatter. Lu Cheng had no desire to engage further with this person, having dealt with him during their time in the imperial capital. He knew it rarely led to anything good. Sun Hu chuckled and said, ISNT, they're the Public Security Bureau to handle such matters? Your investigative department doesn't seem capable of offering much assistance. I know your capabilities well. If you can't even ensure your own safety, how could you dare venture into such a level of disaster? You are simply here to mock me. Lu Cheng sat in his office, fixated on the display screen, cursing under his breath. Good intentions. I acted solely out of goodwill, as the sun and moon can attest. Sun Hu proclaimed, his mouth brimming with righteousness. Enough. There is nothing to conceal from you. This is not a mere earthquake, but rather a calamity born from a clash between two professionals, a so-called man-made disaster. Lu Cheng sighed, his face etched with fatigue. He never imagined that such an absurd event could transpire in his life. Reflecting on this, He recalled how he had previously mocked Sun Hu in private. Now, the repercussions had fallen upon him, and he found it rather comical. Chapter 55. This is a man-made catastrophe. You are all aware of this now. Sun Hu expressed his surprise before continuing. If you knew it was a private conflict between professionals, why did you not intervene beforehand? How could you allow such an event to unfold? Do you think I wanted this? Lu Cheng retorted. Had I known these two monsters were going to fight, I would have risked my life to prevent them from clashing in Smoke Cloud City. We only just received this information. The police operator mentioned that someone had reported it before the disaster began, but they deemed it too outrageous and ignored it when the caller's phone went dead. Then disaster struck, and now the Ministry of Public Security is overwhelmed, trying to locate the caller while investigating the situation in Diamond Forest to see if anyone remains there for rescue. All the personnel that can be mobilized have already been dispatched to the city. The tremors were exceedingly strong. Some buildings on the outskirts of Smoke Cloud City had collapsed. Fortunately, no lives had been lost thus far, which was the best news they could hope for. Sun Hu spoke seriously. Did the caller specify their level? According to the operator, it seemed there was at least a supreme-level mage involved, and another individual who appeared to be a warrior, though their strength was unclear. It was noted that one punch could kill a golden-tier crimson-eyed star wolf, and the caller described this person as a good individual. They claimed to be acting to stop the mage, but the specifics remain a mystery to us. In any case, I now understand how you felt at that time. These big shots are wreaking havoc in our Smoke Cloud City for no reason. After this battle, Diamond Forest will be utterly devastated. A silence enveloped Sun Hu before he slowly remarked, another supreme-level mage? I suspect it might be the same individual who caused trouble in our Huiyue city. Who knows? Lu Cheng acknowledged that there was little they could do to prevent the situation now. It had already begun to spiral out of control. In a battle of such celestial beings, even if he wished to intervene, he likely could not last longer than the crimson-eyed star wolf. In the eyes of ordinary people, these titans were no longer human. They were simply monsters. I advise you, if it truly is that individual, proceed with utmost caution. That person has received an exceedingly high evaluation from the head of the Imperial Investigation Team, so it's prudent to be careful. Out of respect for our previous acquaintance, I will contact the head of the investigation team and have them come to Smoke Cloud City to assist you in capturing those two. Sun Hu spoke calmly. He was not the type to wish for others to suffer the pain he had endured. If he could be of assistance, he would make every effort to help. Thank you, Sun Hu, Lu Cheng replied, somewhat taken aback. Although he and Sun Hu had only engaged in banter when together in the past, their camaraderie still existed. Old Lu, we all serve the Empire, so you can consider my actions as being for the Empire. There is no need to feel grateful. Please inform me of any usable transportation equipment in Smoke Cloud City, and go on with your business. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was abruptly terminated. Lu Cheng fell into a pensive silence before entering a set of coordinates and sending them to Sun Hu. He then dialed the Minister of Public Security. As the investigation team from the capital would likely arrive in Smoke Cloud City soon, they needed to prepare to apprehend those two powerful individuals. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Public Security responded solemnly, understood. I will arrange for portable shielding devices to be placed around Diamond Forest, hoping we can withstand the arrival of that powerful individual. All for the Empire. All for the Empire. Lu Cheng ended the call and gazed at the detection data on the screen, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. He was inadvertently entangled with a being of such caliber. He was uncertain whether this situation would yield any benefits. Nevertheless, it had escalated to this point, and they could only do their utmost to aid the Empire in weathering this crisis. Before long, a faint glow emanated from a teleportation array within Smoke Cloud City. Sun Hu, this junior truly knows how to find trouble for me. Lin Han emerged from a teleportation portal, followed by the weary members of the investigation team. After days of toil, they were fatigued, yet unexpectedly found themselves summoned to assist. Senior Lin Han, I am Lu Cheng, the head of the detection department in Smoke Cloud City. Lu Cheng had been waiting here for some time. Such significant matters required his personal attention. Lin Han was not one for idle chatter. He understood the purpose of his visit and decisively stated, take me to the scene. Certainly. However, I must inform you that all the powerful individuals in Smoke Cloud City must be directed to Diamond Forest. Remember my instruction. Only the powerful. Those below the 40th rank should stay back. They would merely be cannon fodder if a battle ensues. Understood? Lin Han spoke calmly, his demeanor exuding a crushing pressure akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean. I understand you may not comprehend, and I am not afraid of being laughed at. In matters of life and death, I do not jest. If the individual I investigated in Huiyue City is indeed the one involved, I cannot guarantee I will be able to confront them. Thus, this precaution must be established in advance. If what you say is true, that individual capable of facing the mage is likely at the supreme level. If they are still holding their ground, then we may have hope. If they have already fallen, we must prepare for a fight to the death. Lu Cheng numbly replied. Senior Lin Han, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice or not. Lin Han shot him a glance. Speak your mind. Why can't you be as candid as that brat Sun Hu? What is there to hold back? Actually, apart from our initial detection of the forbidden spell-level magical energy, The atmosphere in Diamond Forest has been eerily quiet. It seems the battle between the two powerful beings has already concluded, and we are now merely experiencing the aftershocks of the earthquake. This suggests that the mage may have already been defeated. Chapter 56. Preparing for battle, paying the price. You should have mentioned this sooner. Lin Han expressed his exasperation. It was astounding that such crucial information was relayed at this juncture. I only just realized it. And I conveyed it to you immediately. Lu Cheng replied defensively. He had just made this deduction. Otherwise, he could not explain why the energy readings in Diamond Forest were gradually diminishing. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Prepare for a battle to the death. Lin Han had steeled himself for what lay ahead. He was the strongest present, and he was eager to confront the individual capable of casting high-precision forbidden spells to uncover their true intentions behind the destruction in Huiwa City. Senior, we have arrived. Lu Cheng found it hard to believe that, were it not for the detection department's equipment revealing traces of magic in the vicinity, he could not fathom that such destructive power could be wielded by humanity. At that moment, looking from the periphery of the Diamond Forest, the entire expanse seemed to have sunk half a meter into the earth. All the trees lay prostrate, and fissures spread like veins across the ground. A moment's carelessness could lead one to plummet into the crevices below, potentially losing their life. Lin Han, witnessing this scene, also felt a throbbing headache. The level of destruction was unprecedented. Yet, the aura emanating from the forest did indeed bear a striking resemblance to the sight of devastation caused in Huiwa City for the first time. However, despite the similarities, he could not ascertain whether it was the handiwork of a single individual. This was rather terrifying. At that moment, he even began to doubt the accuracy of their assessments. This hardly seemed like the work of a supreme realm expert. It resembled more the capabilities of a saint-level powerhouse. The Diamond Forest was utterly ruined. Not merely shaken by an earthquake, but entirely engulfed in flames. The intense heat scorched their skin with formidable intensity. We are in deep trouble. Lin Han remarked with a bitter smile, regretting his acceptance of this mission as the difficulty level was indeed formidable. Lu Cheng, stop dawdling. Hurry and have them set up the shielding devices. We must commence with our business. Meanwhile, Lin Han had descended into the depths of the underground cavern, with the source of the earthquake right before him. Finally, he had secured it. Lin Han swiftly extracted the earthquake source and secured it. For it was his capital for the forthcoming third transition. This item was indispensable. Subsequently, Lin Han retraced his steps, and having experienced the journey there, he saved considerable time on his return. When Lin Han finally landed on the surface, he was taken aback. The Eye of God had been operating at full throttle without interruption, and now he could see everyone on the entire plane with utmost clarity. Just yesterday, he had caught a glimpse of that elder on the news, the leader of the Imperial Investigation Corps, the formidable 76th level Hantian mage. This individual was truly a terrifying figure. He never anticipated that the commotion he had caused would attract such attention. Just yesterday, he had contemplated evading this powerful figure, as he was someone he could not afford to provoke, yet here they were, face to face. Furthermore, it seemed the entire public security force was busy calibrating some sort of equipment, akin to a signal jamming device. Group 1 shielding system activated. Group 2 shielding system activated. Group 3 shielding system activated. Not good. At that moment, Lin Han realized what these were, the portable teleportation shielding devices. Were these people insane to have devised such a comprehensive setup? Lin Han felt exasperated and quickly took out his own portable teleportation array, beginning to adjust the coordinates. Group 5 shielding system activated. Group 7 shielding system activated. All shielding systems activated. Prepare to connect in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Activate. As the last syllable fell, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire Diamond Forest. Simultaneously, Lin Han activated the portable teleportation array in the final moment, his figure vanishing from the original spot. At the instant the system activated, Lin Tian's figure also disappeared, only to reappear hovering above the Diamond Forest. Search for him. We must capture this thief. A voice, brimming with fury, echoed above the Diamond Forest. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Identity unknown, provoking the authority of the Empire. Each of these charges constituted a capital offense that warranted immediate execution, unforgivable sins. If such a thief were allowed to roam free, who could say how many more cities would suffer similar fates? Time passed, and Lin Han's silhouette materialized atop a teleportation array in Huiwa City. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, finally feeling a sense of relief. Had he emerged any later, he might have truly found himself in conflict with the authorities. Fortunately, he had managed to escape just in the nick of time. He patted his chest, reassured that the earthquake source was still intact. With that, he had fulfilled the necessary conditions for the third transition, and all that remained was to accept the corresponding task to successfully complete the transition. With this thought, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate entirely. Lin Han stretched lazily and contentedly declared, homeward bound, time for sleep. In Yinyan City, at the ruins of the Diamond Forest, the reports came in. No individuals located in the southeast direction. No individuals located in the southwest direction. No individuals located in the northeast direction. No individuals located in the southeast direction. Lin Han, surveying the area from above, felt his expression darken. Had that scoundrel truly escaped? Lu Cheng was equally incredulous. It was only then that the tremors gradually subsided, and upon witnessing the ruins, they understood that if the initial tremors were any indication, the ensuing chaos must have reached dangerously high levels. And yet, this formidable expert had come and gone with such ease. Lu Cheng, investigate whether any flying individuals have been observed during this time. Lin Han could only cling to this notion. It was their final opportunity. Lu Cheng grasped Lin Han's intent. The only possible escape route lay in the skies. Gazing at the devastated diamond forest, Lin Han could not help but ponder, what is your true identity? Even after committing such acts, you can move about freely. What are your intentions in our empire? Why engage in such incomprehensible actions? And what is your ultimate goal? One day, you shall pay the price you deserve. Chapter 57. Wang Chong, who exactly are you? Ringing, ringing, ringing. Early in the morning, Lin Han was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone and answered it, still half asleep. Who is this? Mr. Lin, it's me. I apologize for disturbing your rest. I will call back later, came the voice of Manager Lu from the other end. Instantly, Lin Han's drowsiness evaporated. What could Manager Lu possibly want at this hour? It's nothing, what's the matter? Manager Lu responded gently. I just saw the news early this morning about a significant confrontation among powerful individuals in Yinyun City, resulting in a severe earthquake in the Diamond Forest. The entire urban area of Yinyun City was affected. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, but the number of serious injuries has reached over 10,000. I thought to check on you since you had set out for Yinyun City. I wanted to ensure your safety, but it seems you are in good condition? You say the earthquake has already passed? Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Lin, you haven't T yet arrived in Yinyun City? Manager Lu was equally astonished. Lin Han sighed. I haven't had the chance to go yet. I had planned to head there yesterday, but some matters at home delayed me, so I intended to go today instead. Manager Lu regained his calm demeanor and remarked, Then you are indeed fortunate, Mr. Lin. Had you gone yesterday, you might have been caught up in the earthquake. Though the external narrative attributed the earthquake to the clash between two powerful beings, we all know that their battle inadvertently precipitated this seismic event. It's a blessing that Mr. Lin didn't go. Being embroiled in such a conflict would have been troublesome. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing. Although I missed out on the information regarding the disaster source, at least I preserved my life. Disasters will come and go, but one's life is irreplaceable. Manager Lu also remarked, Now that I know Mr. Lin is safe, I can rest easy. I will continue to keep an eye on the news regarding the source of natural disasters, and will inform you at the first opportunity. Thank you, Manager Lu. Lin Han replied. As the call ended, Lin Han couldn't help but mutter, That old fox is still trying to probe me. How could Lin Han be unaware of Manager Lu's true intentions? The timing of the call, ostensibly one of concern, was ultimately aimed at discovering whether he had indeed acquired the source of natural disasters. Coupled with the news reports, one could deduce a great deal, especially considering that Huiwa City had previously experienced similar incidents. Pinpointing him as the target was hardly a daunting task. Thus, he resolved to play a larger game and simply deny ever having set foot in Yinyun City. Given the prowess he projected to the outside world, it was impossible for him to obtain the source of natural disasters. Since he couldn't acquire it, he might as well claim to have never visited the location. At that moment, Lin Han also began to scrutinize the news coverage of the recent earthquake. Shocking. A duel between masters in the Diamond Forest. A life-and-death struggle between two supreme experts, one rumored to be a mage who employed forbidden spells within the Diamond Forest. The Diamond Forest in Yinyun City has been utterly destroyed. Yinyun City has entered a state of emergency. The level 76 cataclysmic spell has been deployed. The thief has successfully escaped. The barrage of news left Lin Han momentarily dazzled, yet he could surmise who had leaked this information. Do wanting. There was no need for speculation. Any rational person faced with such a situation would certainly call the authorities. Moreover, he had feigned a gallant willingness to face death. But at that moment, he had only intended to divert Du wanting to ensure her safety. Who would have thought it would turn into this? Nevertheless, this aligned with Lin Han's intentions, effectively distracting the police and preventing them from investigating him. By chance, Lin Han continued scrolling through the news and encountered additional reports. According to eyewitnesses, the mysterious master is named Wang Chong and hails from Yaoguang City. According to the latest revelations from the police, the mysterious master Wang Chong is a false identity. No expert by that name is registered in Yaoguang City. Who exactly is Wang Chong? What is his purpose for coming to Yinyun City? The righteous messenger Wang Chong faces the dark mage alone. Is this a case of humanity's demise or moral distortion? The true purpose behind Wang Chong's concealed identity. Upon reading this, Lin Han could hardly contain himself. This was likely an unavoidable predicament, after all. A child of that age would undoubtedly feel apprehensive in the presence of law enforcement. Concealing the truth was nearly impossible. He felt fortunate that he had not revealed his true name. Otherwise, the Public Security Bureau in Huiwa City might have already come knocking on his door. In no time, Wang Chong's name had become widely known across the nation. Had he been identified in relation to Wang Chang's situation, it was likely both he and his good friend would have found themselves under investigation. Lin Han stretched lazily, expressing with satisfaction, regardless. Those were the actions of Wang Chang from Yaoguang City. What does it have to do with Lin Han from Huiyue City? Meanwhile, within the trading market of Huiyue City, Manager Liu was puffing on a cigar while watching the news. Mr. Lin, your actions lack a degree of prudence. If you intend to keep things under wraps, you ought to do so more thoroughly. Otherwise, it leaves room for others to latch onto your vulnerabilities. Manager Liu sighed in resignation, relieved that he alone knew of Lin Han's quest for the source of natural disasters in Yanyan City. Otherwise, this news regarding Wang Chang would have been enough to connect the dots. Mr. Lin, your approach is indeed precarious. Public opinion can be a tricky beast to navigate. At that moment, Lin Han finished dressing and prepared to head to the job transition hall. As news of Wang Chang continued to pour in, Hanzi, I wonder which fool of a master is impersonating Wang Chang. You have no idea how many people have asked me today why I'm hiding my strength. I've told them it's Yaoguang City, not Huiyue City, and you'd guess their response. They claim that given the proximity, it might just be your smokescreen. These lunatics are driving me insane. Some even suggested calling the police to handle me. I'm truly at a loss. Do you think this fool of a master harbors some grudge against the name Wang Chang? Lin Han felt a twinge of embarrassment, but there was no turning back now. If he had the chance, next time he might as well adopt the name Gao Chong. In the end, Lin Han still replied with a message. Master, don't forget to cover for me. Chapter 58, the third transition task, Guardian Heart. Upon arriving at the job transition hall, Lin Han was already well acquainted with the surroundings. Having visited twice prior, to facilitate his task acquisition, he sought out the same receptionist from before. Mr. Lin, here to accept a task? The receptionist's face lit up with a hint of unexplainable joy upon recognizing him. Indeed, Lin Han confirmed. Please take a seat. And congratulations on achieving the top rank in the entrance examination. The receptionist was well aware of the recent examination news. Lin Han's name was sure to be a hot topic in Huiyue City for quite some time. After all, he was the first to surpass countless main combat professions while specializing in the priest class. In any city, this would spark lively discussions. We have numerous tasks available. It depends on the level of intensity you desire. The receptionist retrieved a machine to begin filtering Lin Han's preferences. However, given your evident prowess as a second transition character, I recommend selecting tasks within the second transition range, perhaps levels 10 to 15? The receptionist cheerfully suggested, pondering for a moment before adding, but considering your demonstrated strength, B or even S-level difficulty should pose no significant challenge for you. What are your thoughts? Lin Han found himself somewhat flustered by the receptionist's enthusiasm, awkwardly stating, I'm not taking those tasks. I wish to accept the third transition task. Did I hear you correctly? You wish to accept a third transition task? The receptionist's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Mr. Lin, if I recall correctly, you only transitioned to the second level a mere fortnight ago. Lin Han nodded, replying, That's about right. Since I've reached the maximum level for the second transition, I'm here for the third. After last night's cleansing of the diamond forest with forbidden spells, Lin Han had indeed reached the pinnacle of the second transition, and with the possession of 2 sources of natural disasters. He had met the foundational criteria for the third transition. For the priest class, achieving the third transition requires 2 sources of natural disasters. Have you truly gathered them? Indeed. A monster. You are undoubtedly a prodigy. The receptionist regarded Lin Han with wide-eyed amazement. Transitioning twice in just half a month was a talent that defied belief. It was nothing short of miraculous, especially considering that this was the most challenging profession to advance in worldwide. Yet here was this young man, already seeking to accept a third transition task. Could he be the world's first third transition priest? Indeed, it seems so. Is there any more to discuss? Noticing the receptionist's prolonged silence, Lin Han inquired. No issues at all. The receptionist quickly responded, seizing the machine. Mr. Lin, the third transition operates similarly to the second. Thus, you will still select from the previous tasks. Would you prefer a random assignment, or to choose for yourself? Without hesitation, Lin Han declared, Random, please. Very well. This time, the receptionist did not deter Lin Han. After all, he had successfully navigated an S-level dungeon through random selection previously, and given his performance in the recent entrance examination, she had no doubt that any tasks at this stage would not pose a challenge for him. Even an S-level task poses no challenge for the formidable priestess before him. It is utterly effortless in her eyes. In fact, she perceives that Lin Han feels not the slightest pressure. According to the analytical reports uploaded by the subsequent interpretation platform of the enrollment examination, they audaciously conjectured that Lin Han's strength has already attained the equivalent of a level 20 warrior, and they speculated that this might be his ultimate limit. Even so, such a feat borders on the extraordinary. A level 20 warrior undertaking a priestly task is akin to a complete annihilation. Lin Han placed his hand upon the familiar crystal ball, and behind the front desk attendant, his information materialized. Name, Lin Han. Profession, staff priest. Level 20, second advancement. Job assignment, venture into the Iron Forest, locate the Forest Guardian, and obtain the Guardian's heart. Task type, group task. Task level S. Heaven's mercy. Are you truly jesting with me? Another S-level task. It feels as though you are intent on delivering me to my demise. Is this some sort of farce? Of course, had it not been for the system, Lin Han would indeed have entertained such thoughts. However, he currently found himself indifferent to whether it was an S-level task or not, for he could not escape the fate of his forbidden spell cleansing the land. Yet he had never heard of an iron forest existing in the vicinity of Huaijua City. In fact, there were scarcely any forests in the geographical region where Huaijua City was located. I accept. Very well, I shall process that for you. The front desk attendant did not attempt to dissuade him this time, for this man before her could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. He was, without a doubt, a monster. Indeed, a veritable monstrosity. Tasks of this caliber should be but a leisurely stroll for him, given his extraordinary prowess. Even if he faltered, who could fathom the might of the forces behind him? To secure 3 sources of calamity within a fortnight defies rational explanation. Each source is worth its weight in gold, often fetching a price in the hundreds of millions. Furthermore, sources of calamity possess remarkable effects for mage-type professions, the specifics of which are not within the purview of a mere front desk attendant. Very well, Mr. Lin, the task is finalized. The deadline is the day after tomorrow, and you must depart swiftly. The Iron Forest task is not assigned to our Huaijua City, but rather to Yanyan City. This task is a group endeavor, and there will be additional hidden tasks that can only be triggered upon reaching the Iron Forest within the stipulated time frame. Wishing you safe travels, Mr. Lin. Lin Han replied. Thank you for your kindness. Rest assured, I shall return soon for my advancement. I shall await your return, Mr. Lin. At that moment, those gathered in the advancement hall could not help but steal glances whenever someone accepted a task. Upon seeing Lin Han's information, jaws dropped in astonishment. Look. It's our top scorer from the enrollment examination, Lin Han. It's really him. Goodness, this must be a job advancement task. Could it be that the violent priest is on the verge of another promotion? How long has it been since he awakened his profession? Just over half a month? This fellow is a monster. If he completes this task, he will become the world's first third-tier priest. How terrifying. Such a genius has yet to be recruited by any academy. Those teachers must be blind. Indeed, if I were a teacher, I would be begging him to join. Chapter 59. The Veil of Disguise, the Sacred Master. The sensation upon returning to the advancement hall for the second time was utterly distinct. The first visit was marked by disdain and disbelief in his capabilities. However, upon this visit, due to the enrollment examination, he was regarded as a veritable monstrosity. Indeed, anything related to him seemed devoid of pressure. Even a second-tier life priest accepting an S-level task hardly garnered attention. What mattered more was his innate talent. Perhaps, in the hearts of these onlookers, the name Lin Han had become synonymous with violence. Even though the screen displayed his profession as a staff priest, they instinctively referred to him as the violent priest. After Lin Han exited the advancement hall, he utilized a teleportation array to reach the trading market. Mr. Lin, it brings me such joy to see you safe. Manager Liu greeted him with his usual warmth. Lin Han responded, Manager Liu, although I did not acquire that source of calamity this time, I would still appreciate any future news regarding them. However, I am grateful I did not partake. With such a magnitude of earthquake, not even I, as a second-tier priest, could hope to delve underground for the source of calamity. Even those of the Supreme Realm might risk their lives in such endeavors. Manager Liu chuckled, Mr. Lin, your fortune appears to be quite favorable, otherwise, it would be rather lonely without you. Lin Han rolled his eyes and teasingly remarked, What? Do you get excited every time I bring you fine equipment? What are you saying, Mr. Lin? The true thrill lies in meeting you. Who does not know of your title as the Violent Priest? Manager Liu ushered Lin Han into a VIP lounge, saying, I wonder what treasures you have brought this time. This time, there are no treasures, Lin Han replied nonchalantly. I came to purchase some equipment. Please show me your inventory list to see if there is anything I might find useful. I need to prepare for my journey to Yanyan City, as my third-tier task awaits there. Although I did not go yesterday, I still need to venture forth. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, It seems I must congratulate you in advance, Mr. Lin. You are destined to become the world's first third-tier priest. Advancing to third tier as a priest requires 2 sources of calamity. This is common knowledge. Thus it was evident that Lin Han had indeed ventured to Yanyan City the previous day and successfully retrieved the sources from deep underground. However, could a second-tier priest truly achieve such a feat? At this moment, Lin Han sensed Manager Liu's skepticism and feigned disinterest, saying, Isn't a third-tier priest still just a priest? The elders have mentioned that my strength is nearing its limit. I may soon be relegated to the support role. No matter how he thought about it, he felt a twinge of guilt for his masters who had sought the sources of calamity for him. Risking their lives for a mere support profession seemed a regrettable bargain. Master? Manager Liu pondered. Does Lin Han have a master? Could it be one of the teachers from his academy? No, that cannot be. While the teachers have shown fondness for Lin Han, they have never aided him in obtaining sources of calamity. This indicated that Lin Han must have another master. One who had never appeared in public view. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. The one who truly descended to retrieve the items was not Lin Han. He had certainly gone to Yin City, but had likely departed before danger struck. Perhaps it was Lin Han's master who battled the Supreme Realm Mage. What a formidable individual. Not only did they withstand the force of forbidden spells, but they also retrieved the source of calamity from underground. Otherwise, it would not be in Lin Han's possession. Manager Lu, why the sudden silence? Lin Han inquired hastily. He was well aware of Manager Lu's tactics. With an old fox like him, one must remain vigilant, lest he be led by the nose. Thus, he had introduced the notion of a master to shift the dynamics of their exchange in his favor. I am perfectly well. I merely found myself pondering some intriguing matters. Manager Lu regained his composure, and in that moment, his gaze towards Lin Han became increasingly inscrutable. The prowess of the master behind this top scholar of the grand entrance examination is indeed formidable. Could it be the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm? Or perhaps, the holy stage? However, for him, such contemplation seemed unnecessary at this juncture. Clarity would emerge in due time. Mr. Lin, we happen to have some inventory available. You may take a look. There are quite a few fascinating pieces of equipment, Manager Lu remarked, presenting his tablet before Lin Han. This tablet contains all our equipment. Some items are not for sale, but given your esteemed presence, we shall make an exception. Very well, let me examine it, Lin Han replied. Perusing the assortment displayed on the tablet, most of the equipment appeared rather mundane, lacking any striking features. While the highest tier of items was merely of the golden grade, no superior quality was to be found. Is there nothing else? Lin Han inquired as he continued to browse. Manager Lu chuckled ruefully. Mr. Lin, the highest grade we possess here is indeed the golden tier. We do not have legendary grade equipment. Especially considering that Hu City is but a small locale. Having this selection is already commendable. Very well, I shan't press you further, Lin Han acknowledged, understanding the circumstances. After all, in a city with so few experts, even if there were equipment, few would purchase it. This is rather interesting. Before long, Lin Han stumbled upon an item that piqued his interest. Name, disguise veil. Position, mask. Grade, golden. Equipment description, when donned. The veil allows the wearer to alter their visage at will, requiring the user to have a foundational understanding of disguise. However, prolonged use may lead to a loss of self-identity. Manager Lu, this disguise veil is quite impressive. How much is it? I shall purchase it, Lin Han declared. Manager Lu glanced at the item and replied, if Mr. Lin is fond of this piece, the original price is 3,800,000. However, since you have shown interest, I can offer it to you for 3 million. Consider the remaining 800,000 a token of congratulations on your achievement in the entrance examination. 3 million seems a bit steep, Lin Han remarked. While he was not short on funds, being a fool was not his style. A golden tier item, even one with such functionality, priced at 3 million felt excessive. Manager Lu, discerning Lin Han's thoughts, smiled. Mr. Lin, you have only recently awakened, and there are nuances you may not yet grasp. Among all equipment, battle and defense gear is the most sought after, as they provide tangible benefits in combat. However, apart from a few high-grade items, the prices of most are rather modest since low-tier battle gear is abundant and can be easily acquired in various dungeons. Thus, golden-tier battle gear tends to be quite average in cost. Functional equipment, on the other hand, is exceedingly rare worldwide, especially items of this quality at the golden tier. Therefore, their prices are typically around 3 times that of standard battle gear, and those with particularly useful effects command even higher prices. Of course, high-grade functional equipment is quite costly as well, so this price is quite reasonable. Listening to Manager Lu's explanation, Lin Han began to grasp the matter somewhat better. He realized his ignorance in this area, and found the reasoning quite justifiable. In that case, I shall not impose further. Please proceed with the transaction, Lin Han said, presenting his black card. Manager Lu accepted the card with a smile. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Before long, Manager Lu returned with a wooden box. Mr. Lin, here is the disguise veil you requested, safely contained within, along with your black card. Handing both items to Lin Han, he continued, now that the transaction is complete, I must take my leave to prepare for my journey to Yin City. Manager Lu followed Lin Han, stating, allow me to escort you. Very well. As they walked away from the trading market, Manager Lu remarked, Mr. Lin, in half a month, there will be a grand auction in our Hu City, featuring your 2 legendary grade items. Should you be interested, I can deliver an invitation to your residence. Are there other intriguing items available? Lin Han expressed curiosity about the auction, having heard that large-scale auctions often showcased a plethora of extraordinary treasures. But entry was typically reserved for individuals of certain status. There are indeed some remarkable items, but specifics elude me at the moment. The exhibits are still being delivered, and we remain in the confidentiality phase, Manager Lu explained. Very well, please send an invitation to my home, Lin Han instructed, providing his villa's address, as his family was presently bustling about, preparing for their move. Understood, Manager Lu replied with a smile. After departing from the auction venue, Lin Han sought a secluded spot to unveil the disguise veil. Amplify to 10,000 times. Disguise veil successfully amplified to 10,000 times. Please check the results. Name, Divine Disguise Mask. Position, Mask. Grade, Legendary. Details, when worn, the mask allows the user to instantly transform into the person they envision, altering gender, physique, and facial features. During the 3 minutes of transformation, the user can acquire all abilities of the individual being mimicked. This even as someone who has seen much. Lin Han gasped at the mask's capabilities. Unbelievable. This mask allows for an indistinguishable transformation, even granting temporary access to the abilities of the person being impersonated. This is the epitome of seamless disguise. Does this mean that upon transforming, one can instantly access all skill information of the person mimicked? An absolute game changer. Without hesitation, Lin Han envisioned Gao Chong and transformed into his likeness. In that instant, his information panel mirrored the changes, level, experience, and abilities all aligned perfectly with Gao Chong's. The resemblance was uncanny, with not even the slightest discrepancy. Alarmingly, even Gao Chong's subtle habits and mannerisms were flawlessly replicated. Naturally, the only limitation was the inability to access the person's memories. With this mask, executing tasks would become a breeze, providing immense convenience. Lin Han deactivated the mask's powers, returning to his own appearance, at which point it felt as though the mask was invisibly affixed to his face. To remove it, one need only touch their face for it to detach. Overall, it was exceptionally convenient. Lin Han then set forth towards Yanyan City. Who would have thought that after barely escaping back to Huyu City the previous night, he would soon return? Exiting a teleportation array in Yanyan City, Lin Han proceeded with caution, donning the visage of Wang Chong. Given his identity was rather conspicuous, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. At this moment, the city center of Yanyan City remained relatively intact, with few facilities exhibiting significant issues. After securing lodging at a local inn, Lin Han began to observe the status of his mission. This task was intended for a multi-person team. Previously, during his time at school, he had gained some understanding of these matters. A multi-person team task, as the name suggests, involves a team executing a mission together. However, each individual will have their own distinct tasks, whether they be covert assignments or collective objectives. The completion of just one is sufficient to meet the criteria. Yet, it is possible that someone's task is to prevent another from achieving their goal. Thus, trust within the team is a precarious matter. This is undoubtedly one of the most troublesome aspects of team missions. Moreover, within such tasks, infighting is absolutely prohibited. Should someone perish due to another's actions, the remaining members' tasks would instantly transform into a mandate to eliminate the player marked in red, and even the red-marked player's original objectives would shift to self-destruction. Therefore, Lin Han realized that casually casting a forbidden spell to absolve himself would indeed pose quite a dilemma, as he still needed to consider the feelings of his companions. Just as Lin Han was deep in thought, a familiar voice resonated at his doorstep. Room 308, this is it. Gao Chong. What on earth is Gao Chong doing here? Could it be for a job transition quest? Unlikely. Gao Chong has only just transitioned twice. He should still have some time before reaching level 20. So it cannot be that he has completed it so swiftly. There must be another reason. Chapter 61, Crafting Equipment, Deception. Gao Chong, the moment I heard your voice, I knew it was you. I never expected to find you in Yanyan City. What a coincidence. Lin Han greeted him warmly, albeit under the guise of Wang Chong. Wang Chong, what brings you here? Gao Chong inquired, somewhat surprised, as he hadn't anticipated encountering an old classmate in such a place. He bore no ill will towards Wang Chong, as his performance hadn't been particularly outstanding. Rather, he simply harbored a deep-seated disdain for those who overshadowed him. With a smile, Lin Han replied, "Isn't it for the second transition task? I happened to be randomly assigned to the Steel Forest, so I came to Yanyan City. But enough about me. What brings you here? What a coincidence. I am also here for a task in the Steel Forest." Gao Chong responded, albeit with a hint of surprise. "However, it's not for a job transition. My family has arranged for a blacksmith to forge equipment suitable for my abilities since I joined the academy. I'm currently in need of a material called the Guardian's Heart, which is why I'm here." Listening to Gao Chong's words, Lin Han felt he had grasped the situation. If that is the case, we may not be on the same path. He feigned surprise. "I'm here for a group task tomorrow. How about you?" Gao Chong asked. "Me too. That is wonderful. With the two of us working together, how could we possibly fail to secure the Guardian's Heart?" Gao Chong exclaimed with excitement, having witnessed Wang Chong's prowess as a card master, which had left him somewhat impressed. Thus, having Wang Chong on their team indeed exceeded his expectations. Lin Han pondered, but the Guardian's Heart is a singular item. What difference does that make? I'll take the Guardian's Heart, and you still have a hidden task, right? When the time comes, you can share your hidden task with me, and we'll both get what we need. As for the others, what concern are they to us? As long as we accomplish our tasks, that's all that matters. Lin Han nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you are right. The others have no bearing on us. If they wish to complain, they can blame their misfortune for encountering us, can't they? Gao Chong grinned. Exactly. Who else could we possibly deceive if not them? Thus, for the remainder of the day, the two indulged in feasting and revelry. Lin Han embraced the persona of a wealthy heir, as embodying such an identity necessitated partaking in activities befitting the affluent. As night fell, Lin Han visited Gao Chong's room, where the two prepared to drink. Wang Chong, how well can you hold your liquor? You're not one to succumb to a single cup, are you? Gao Chong boisterously declared, retrieving boxes upon boxes of alcohol from behind him. Lin Han chuckled, I certainly cannot compete with you, but it shouldn't pose a significant issue. As they conversed, they began to drink. Lin Han possessed the ability to heal himself, allowing him to swiftly evaporate the alcohol using his forbidden spells, while simultaneously coaxing Gao Chong to drink bottle after bottle. By the following morning, Lin Han stretched lazily, glancing at the thoroughly intoxicated Gao Chong. Gao Chong, don't hold it against me for being inhumane. You've conveniently delivered yourself to my doorstep for this task, allowing me to borrow your identity. Just sleep on. When you wake, the task will be nearly underway. If you must blame someone, blame your own gullibility. With that, Lin Han's visage morphed into that of Gao Chong, and he exited the hotel, taking a teleportation portal to the outskirts of the Steel Forest. According to the task's designated gathering point, this was indeed the correct location. Clearly, Lin Han was the first to arrive, with 3 hours remaining before the task commenced, and he felt no urgency. Soon, the first individual arrived on the scene. Hey, are you here for the Steel Forest team task? The newcomer, resembling a middle-aged man, approached Lin Han with enthusiasm. Yes, big brother, I'm Gao Chong. You can call me Xiao Chong. Lin Han humbly introduced himself. Good lad, I'll call you Chong Di. Xiao Chong sounds a bit like an old eunuch. Wang Qian laughed heartily. I'm Wang Qian. You can call me Wang Gu or Qian Gu. You seem to be of the age just awakening your abilities. Don't worry. I'm a level 30 knight. I'll look after you on this journey. All right, Wang Gu, Lin Han responded. I'm currently a level 12 rogue. If there's anything I can assist with, just let me know. I'm here to gain some experience. As for the Guardian's heart, I'm merely here to broaden my horizons. Lin Han was taken aback. A level 30 knight was indeed a formidable presence, a hotly sought-after class ranking high in the hierarchy. It appeared that he was not the only one. This middle-aged man was likely preparing for his fourth transition. At this moment, Lin Han merely hoped that no extraordinary individuals would arrive to partake in the transition tasks, as encountering someone aiming for a saint-tier transition would render any hopes of success futile. Good lad. Wang Qian clapped Lin Han on the shoulder, praising him. At your age, with such strength, your future is undoubtedly bright. Thank you for the compliment, Wang Gu, Lin Han replied. I've just completed the entrance examination and have been accepted into one of the 5 prestigious academies. Now, I'm merely awaiting the start of classes. Impressive. One of the 5 academies. Wang Qian's eyes widened. Those were indeed esteemed institutions, and admission promised a bright future ahead. What a coincidence. I can't believe I'd run into you here, Gao Chong. A familiar voice echoed in Lin Han's ears. Turning around, he was met with a face he recognized all too well. The judge. Indeed, the newcomer was the adjudicator who had accompanied her throughout the entrance examination. How could you still remember me? If it weren't for me, you would have been left in ruins, the judge remarked coolly. He held no particular affection for Gao Chong, feeling rather indifferent to him, viewing him as an average person. Lin Han retorted, choosing silence. Hello, I'm Gao Gon. It turned out the judge's name was Gao Gon. This was the first time Lin Han had learned of it. Chong Di, does this person have a grudge against you? Wang Qian leaned closer to Lin Han and whispered. Not really. He was merely the judge during my examination, Lin Han clarified. Then that's fine. If he does indeed hold a grudge, as an older brother, I would certainly teach him a lesson, Wang Qian offered. That's quite unnecessary. Wang Gu. While the two were engaged in idle chatter, a figure gradually approached and abruptly halted beside them, announcing, Hello everyone, I'm Du Wanting. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 62, Regulatory Personnel, The Heart of Steel. Du Wanting? Upon hearing that familiar name, Lin Han turned to look. What brings you here? At this moment, 2 individuals clad in uniforms of the Public Security Ministry followed behind Du Wanting. The others grew increasingly vigilant, not out of fear of the ministry, but rather due to their bewilderment regarding the young lady's actions. Greetings, we are representatives from the Public Security Ministry of Yinyan City. Currently, Du Wanting is under our supervision. Hence we must keep a watchful eye on her. Additionally, there are several cases that remain unresolved, thus she cannot be out of our sight, one of the officers elucidated. Supervised personnel are still allowed to roam freely? Wang Qian remarked, somewhat incredulous. Surely, you wouldn't hinder us from completing our mission? If you intend to obstruct us, don't blame me for lacking respect, even if you are law enforcement. You must be Mr. Wang Qian, one officer chuckled. Indeed. Your temperament is precisely as described in the files, fiery and straightforward. Rest assured, our only task is to observe Du Wanting. We will not interfere with your mission. So you need not be concerned. You are investigating me? Wang Qian cast a cold glare at the 2 officers. The officer replied softly, at present, Du Wanting is a focal point of our attention, so we must investigate the requirements of her mission. We kindly ask that you do not take offense. However, you need not worry. With a 30-level Guardian Knight, we lack the capacity to prevent you from achieving your objectives. Our sole responsibility is to monitor Du Wanting. The rest is beyond our purview. Upon hearing this satisfactory response, Wang Qian nodded. In that case, it has nothing to do with me. You may proceed as you wish. But should you interfere with my mission, do not expect leniency, regardless of your status as law enforcement. Very well. We are merely awaiting one final individual. Will he arrive? As the time approached the designated start, Gao Gan turned to the officers and inquired. You must have conducted thorough investigations on us, correct? Who is the last person? And is he coming? The officers scanned the gathered individuals and replied, Mr. Gao Gan, Mr. Wang Qian, Mr. Gao Chong, and Mr. Yuding. The last individual is Mr. Lin Han from Huiwa City. We are only aware of basic information, and whether he arrives is beyond our knowledge, as his jurisdiction still belongs to Huiwa City. We do not possess the authority to supervise there. Lin Han. Upon hearing this name, a hush fell over the crowd. The title of the illustrious top scholar from Huiwa City was not easily forgotten, and all present were familiar with it. Is that brat really coming? Gao Gan felt an inexplicable excitement at the mention of the name. Could it be that he is preparing for his third-tier mission? Has it really been such a short time since then? It would be a pity if such an extraordinary student went unrecognized by the 5 major academies. The world's first third-tier priest. How could such a valuable talent be overlooked? That violent priest? Wang Qian, too, was aware of this figure, lamenting, the time is nearly upon us. It seems he will not make it after all. What a shame. I would have liked to see him. Lin Han, however, grumbled, that guy is truly bothersome. Why does he appear everywhere? Can't I complete a mission in peace? Gao Gan interjected mockingly. He hasn't wronged you. Why are you so fixated on him? Besides, you can't even best him, so why not be a bit more amiable? Enough, no more bickering, Wang Qian commanded, then added, 10 seconds remaining. Prepare to enter. At his words, the group fell silent, awaiting the countdown in their minds. 3, 2, 1. Diamond Forest mission begins. Hidden mission. Lin Han prevent Wang Qian from slaying the Shadow Wolf and assist Du Wanting in defeating the three-eyed demon ape. Hidden mission reward. Iron Heart. Iron Heart. Lin Han mused. It likely resembled the Guardian's heart, a forging material of sorts. However, at this juncture, it held little utility for him. The requirements for everyone's class transition mission likely involved acquiring the Guardian's heart, an unavoidable necessity. This meant that to achieve their own class transition tasks, obtaining the Guardian's heart was imperative. Although they currently functioned as a collective, each individual harbored their own aspirations. Moreover, the Guardian's heart was singular. On the surface, everyone appeared amicable, yet beneath lay ulterior motives. Should they miss this opportunity, they would have to wait 3 months to undertake another task. Few would be willing to endure such a delay. Upon receiving the hidden mission, silence enveloped the group. The notion of inquiring about another's hidden mission was deemed foolish. Not only was it uncertain whether one could divulge such information, but even if they did, who could be trusted to speak the truth? Everyone, let us proceed. Wang Qian stated first. Gao Gan followed suit, cautioning, be vigilant. The monsters within the steel forest possess formidable strength, including some of golden tier or higher. This is a challenging mission. That's trivial. If we can't defeat them, we can always flee. It's not mandatory to complete the task. Lin Han replied nonchalantly, as his reputation was that of a mere trainee. Whether he acquired the Guardian's heart was of little consequence. Gao Gan retorted, not everyone is here just for training like you. We are striving for our transitions. If you intend to cause trouble, I suggest you leave. I want to come to your aid if you find yourself in peril. Lin Han feigned exasperation. Come on, Gao. We can't be that cold-hearted. After all, we've crossed paths before. Lend a hand, will you? Had Lin Han been present, Gao Gan mused, he would likely already be sprawled on the ground. Gao Gan shot him a glance, continuing forward. Lin Han scoffed. What is Lin Han to you? He merely succeeded through cunning. Once I complete my third transition, I will show him what it means that there are always greater powers beyond. This self-deprecating sentiment felt unfamiliar. He found it much more comfortable to criticize others. Chapter 63. Separation, certainly stronger than you. May your dreams come to fruition, Gao Gan stated dismissively. I advise you to behave. Should I catch you plotting mischief, do not expect me to show you any mercy. I will ensure you remain on the ground. Brothers, stop arguing. We need to complete this mission together. Du Wanting interjected softly. At this juncture, the 2 officers merely stood at a distance, tasked solely with monitoring her. They had no need to put themselves in danger. Du Wanting, is it? You're also here for the class transition mission? Lin Han approached her, curious about her discussions with the officers. She nodded, explaining. I just reached level 10 and took on the class transition mission, but the public security took me away this afternoon. My apologies. Lin Han chuckled. No big deal. They're just 2 officers. If I can't handle it, perhaps I'll need to rely on their support. Since they are here, they cannot ignore my peril, right? If they do, I'll report them. Since they've come, I might as well make use of them. Du Wanting smiled lightly at this. I didn't expect you to think so far ahead. I was worried you might struggle a bit. It's nothing, he replied. Lin Han appeared rather gentle and inquired. I must say, looking at this beautiful young lady, you hardly seem the sort to be involved in wrongdoing. What exactly have you done? Du Wanting replied. I apologize. But they say I cannot disclose any details about this matter just yet. Lin Han, appearing contemplative, remarked, "Let me take a guess. The recent major events in Yin City are likely related to the incident that occurred in the Diamond Forest. You wouldn't happen to be the informant, would you?" Upon hearing this, the other two turned their gazes towards her. The happenings in Yin City had already spread far and wide, and everyone was curious about the battle among the formidable beings. "You misunderstand. How could a mere young girl like me be involved in such significant affairs?" Du Wanting said awkwardly. "Moreover, as someone who hasn't even undergone the first transition, how could I possibly venture into a place like the Diamond Forest to level up? It would be akin to courting death." Lin Han, with a face full of disappointment, responded, "I had thought you might have encountered that powerful being. I apologize for my presumptuousness." Upon hearing this, Du Wanting felt her previously anxious heart finally settle. She had already relayed all the information she could to the police, yet they refused to release her, convinced she knew more than she was letting on. Furthermore, she had no real knowledge of the powerful being's true identity. The name she had was merely a fictitious one. He had only taken her along to level up, while the police relentlessly pursued her for answers. She felt somewhat helpless. It was said that the Yin City government had begun requesting a mind-reading expert from the imperial capital, and that a final interrogation would soon take place. If all went well, she would be free. "Are you a local of Yin City?" Gao Gan asked Du Wanting. She nodded and replied, "Yes. My family has always lived in Yin City. I am truly a native." Was the situation in Yin City really that terrifying? It was indeed frightening. At that time, I was out for a stroll and saw a massive meteor plummeting towards the Diamond Forest. News later reported that it was a forbidden spell unleashed by a supreme realm powerhouse. Even though I lived near the city center, the tremors were quite alarming. Even now, the area near the Diamond Forest is still undergoing reconstruction. Wang Qian exclaimed, "These fellows, can they even be called human? It's nothing less than a divine battle. If we ever encounter such a powerful being, we must not hesitate for a moment. Run as far away as possible. A moment's carelessness could result in our demise amidst their aftermath. Let us be realistic. With our current levels, we may never even see such a powerhouse in our lifetimes." Gao Gan lamented. He had never encountered many supreme realm beings, let alone witnessed a battle between them. "Wait." Wang Qian suddenly halted, cautiously scanning the area ahead as if something dreadful were approaching. "Brother Wang, what's wrong?" Lin Han whispered, having already activated his goddess eye to survey the entire map. He noted a steel pattern tiger advancing towards them. A golden tier monster. Wang Qian murmured, "We need to move back slowly. I can sense a very fierce creature closing in on us. We must remain vigilant. If anything seems off, we should run." Given that it was an S-rank mission, utmost caution was imperative. No one objected. All present held their breath, careful not to make a sound lest a terrifying creature emerge from the shadows. Meanwhile, Lin Han pondered whether they could contend with a golden tier monster. Among them, the strongest was Wang Qian, a level 30 Guardian Knight, a main combat class. He was uncertain about the other two. However, he had once matched fists with the referee and gauged his strength at no more than level 30. While Du Wanting was preparing for her first transition and would only be able to flee upon encountering a golden tier beast. Although the golden tier monsters appeared feeble before him, he could not reveal his true power in front of so many people, especially with the police watching. Revealing his strength could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Thus, in the presence of so many, he could only employ his abilities to assist in combat. "Be careful, it's coming." Wang Qian urgently warned everyone, then instructed, "Chong, you and that girl Du Wanting stay behind. If you get the chance for a surprise attack, take it. If not, prioritize your safety. Leave the front line to me and Gao Gan." "Understood, Brother Wang. If you need anything, just let me know." Lin Han did not hesitate. Knowing that only these two had combat capabilities, Wang Qian looked to Gao Gan. "You're good to go, right? Rest assured, I'm stronger than you." Gao Gan replied confidently. Chapter 64. A bunch of underachievers. This isn't fair. It's here. With Wang Qian's furious shout, everyone fell into a state of alert. A roar echoed from the forest, and a fearsome beast of black and white burst forth, glaring at them menacingly. Wang Qian couldn't help but curse. What bad luck. We've barely begun, and we've already run into a golden tier steel pattern tiger. This is going to be trouble. The combat prowess of such monsters was exceptionally high, with formidable defenses. "Gao Gan, be cautious." "Do you even need to say that?" Gao Gan replied, his tension palpable. This was a golden tier monster, and the pressure of the impending battle was overwhelming. Fortunately, they had two level 30 professionals on their side, making the situation manageable as long as they approached it with caution to avoid casualties. Lin Han stood beside Du Wanting and softly urged, "Don't venture forward. This is beyond our capability. If anything seems amiss, just run with me." "All right," Du Wanting responded, momentarily taken aback. She sensed a familiar yet strange aura emanating from him. Was it just an illusion? She had never seen this person before. It had to be a mistake. Lin Han scanned the surroundings. The situation was far from simple, and greater dangers were surely on the horizon. The steel pattern tiger suddenly lunged toward Wang Qian. Guardians and warriors coexist. Swords to slay the wicked. Shields to protect the innocent. Esteemed Knight God, I am your most loyal disciple. Grant me your strength, and I shall uphold your legacy. As Wang Qian chanted, A sword and shield materialized in his hands. He raised the shield to block the tiger's savage bite, countering with a sword strike that echoed like steel clashing, sending tremors through all present. Damn, that is tough. Wang Qian cursed, quickly distancing himself from the steel-patterned tiger. The blow felt as if it had struck iron, and he even saw sparks fly from the beast's body. We must strike together. This steel-patterned tiger's body is as tough as steel. We cannot afford to engage in a protracted battle, or we will exhaust ourselves. Gao Gan declared, O revered god of assassination, bestow upon me the ultimate power of stealth. I shall live by the creed of assassination. You are my only faith. As Gao Gan activated his stealth, an aura of ghostly energy enveloped him. Third transition shadow assassin. Main combat class. The two locked eyes and launched their attack. Thus began a fierce clash with the steel-patterned tiger. As the two main combat classes gained the upper hand, they are so strong. Du Wanting couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Han chuckled, certainly. The main combat classes must possess greater strength. Moreover, both of these individuals have commendable professions. Although they may not rival some of the extraordinary hidden classes, they undoubtedly stand as pillars of strength among the ranks. Gao Gan's class should be that of an assassin, thus enabling him to transition into a shadow assassin upon reaching the third tier. In contrast, for someone like me, who belongs to the rogue class, I would require a fourth tier to attain the same transition. It truly is infuriating how the disparity among individuals can be so stark. Du Wanting, standing nearby, offered consolation. Every profession has its own significance, so there is no need for you to fret over such matters. Given your age, you should belong to this current cohort, and your journey ahead is still long. Lin Han couldn't help but smile. You are quite intriguing. At such a tender age, you can articulate thoughts of such depth. Du Wanting shook her head, gazing into the distance, contemplating. Having encountered such formidable beings, one realizes that there remains a plethora of endeavors in this world that demand diligence. One cannot remain stagnant. There is still much to strive for. Only by reaching such pinnacles can one wander freely without a care. Damn it. This steel-patterned tiger is remarkably resilient. It simply cannot be vanquished. Wang Qian exclaimed as he swung his sword, sparks flying as it scraped against the creature's hide. The steel-patterned tiger retaliated with ferocious bites, raising its shield to withstand the onslaught. Yet Wang Qian was also sent stumbling back several meters. In the blink of an eye, Gao Gan had already appeared beside the steel-patterned tiger, delivering a series of slashes. Yet he could only force it to retreat without inflicting any real damage. If this continues, we will surely be ground down by this beast, Gao Gan said, furrowing his brow as he quickly distanced himself to a safer range. Lin Han felt a sense of exasperation. Did these individuals learn nothing during their school days? Hadn't the textbooks clearly outlined the creature's weaknesses? Such a ubiquitous monster had extensively documented data. Gao Go, Wang Go, aim for its abdomen. That is its most vulnerable spot, Lin Han called out. Upon hearing this, Gao Gan immediately sprang into action, channeling all his might beneath the steel-patterned tiger and thrusting his weapon forward. It worked. He had approached this endeavor with a mere sense of trial. Yet he was astonished to find success. Gao Chong, well done. You actually knew that, Gao Gan exclaimed, stepping away from the beast in admiration. You lot are truly hopeless. Did you learn nothing in school? Such simple knowledge is common sense. Lin Han replied with a hint of sarcasm. How is it that these academic underachievers are fortunate enough to possess main combat classes, while I, a top student, ended up as a priest? The heavens are indeed unfair. Lin Han gently remarked. Such things were indeed covered in the textbooks. I have only just graduated, so the information is still fresh in my mind. You can ask Du Wanting if you doubt me. Du Wanting, caught off guard by this inquiry, awkwardly replied. Yes, it seems we did cover that. How did an academic achiever like you even end up in this team? How could you possibly ask me such questions? She thought, somewhat annoyed. Gao Gan, draw its attention. I shall launch a surprise attack on its abdomen. As Gao Gan spoke, he began to move with the agility of a wraith once more. All right. Wang Qian responded with renewed vigor. Now that they had discerned the steel-patterned tiger's weakness, there was no cause for hesitation. With newfound confidence from the initial successful thrust, Wang Qian struck forth, engaging the steel-patterned tiger in earnest. Meanwhile, Gao Gan seized the opportunity, delivering successive stabs to the creature's vulnerable abdomen. In response to the painful assault, the steel-patterned tiger retreated, eyeing the group warily. Little tiger, why the sudden silence? Come at us. With the upper hand now in their favor, Wang Qian and Gao Gan feigned bravado, sneering, I will definitely slay you and skin you for armor. How dare you trouble me at this moment, you wretched beast. Chapter 65. How could there be a pack of tigers? Just as the two pressed forward to deliver the final blow to the steel-patterned tiger, they heard it let out a thunderous roar, and suddenly, the forest reverberated with the sound of rustling foliage. What? The two exchanged bewildered glances toward the woods, only to witness a flurry of black and white figures charging forth. Good grief, this shameless creature. If it cannot defeat us alone, it resorts to calling for help? Is this not a sign of cowardice? Wang Qian cursed, turning on his heel to flee. Du Wanting, follow me. Lin Han grasped her arm and dashed in a chosen direction. Gao Gan, alarmed, muttered. What is the meaning of this? I distinctly recall from my childhood textbooks that tigers are solitary animals. How can there be a pack? Who knows? Perhaps your teacher deceived you. Wang Qian hastily stowed his gear and began to sprint away. The rapid shifts in the situation were overwhelming. While these steel-patterned tigers may not possess golden tier strength, a pack was certainly beyond the capabilities of the two of them to handle. Not to mention Chongdi and Du Wanting, who would be fortunate to escape unscathed. Where's Chongdi? By the time Wang Qian processed the situation, Lin Han and Du Wanting had already vanished from sight. Do I even need to ponder that? Of course, they fled the moment they had the chance. What terrible luck to encounter these beasts on the outskirts. Forget about them. After all, the public security personnel are still with them, and with 4 individuals. They should be fine. We should focus on not getting separated ourselves. If we encounter a golden tier monster, it would be wise to have each other's backs. Hearing Gao Gan's words, Wang Qian nodded in agreement. In a dungeon like this, it was undoubtedly best to stick together. Losing one's life here would be catastrophic. At that moment, the 2 public security personnel trailing Du Wanting felt their hearts race. We lost them, just as they had fled. The 2 had darted into a thicket and vanished from sight. Now, they were at a loss for what to do. If the captain learned of this, they would surely be in grave trouble. After all, they were responsible for safeguarding the key personnel. They absolutely could not afford to lose them. Should we proceed in? One public security officer inquired. The other replied, with our strength, how could we possibly go in? You saw how those 30-level strongmen struggled against a golden tier steel-patterned tiger. Without them paving the way, our foray would surely lead to our demise. Since we've already lost contact, we cannot proceed. What else can we do but call for help and have the captain bring in reinforcements for a search? This is indeed troublesome. Hey, Captain, we've lost contact. At this moment, Lin Han, utilizing his divine eye to continuously survey the surroundings, discovered a clearing and took a deep breath, stating, this will suffice. There should be no monsters nearby. How can you be so certain? Du Wanting, now crouched on the ground, felt her energy rapidly deplete from the recent exertion and was too fatigued to rise. Lin Han smiled. Do not doubt the perception of a top student. Based on the knowledge from the textbooks, there cannot be monsters in such an environment, so you can rest easy. From her earlier display, Lin Han had concluded that Du Wanting was indeed an academic underachiever. He could not reveal that he had observed it with his spell-level divine eye. So he opted for this explanation instead. But the textbooks state that tigers are solitary creatures. Hearing this, Lin Han's expression darkened. Undermining my authority. Fear not. The steel-patterned tiger is an anomaly. After all, nothing can be absolutely certain. Perhaps these few tigers simply enjoy each other's company? They are monsters, after all. One cannot apply logic to them. Leaning against a nearby tree, Du Wanting remarked, fine, I shall trust you for now. After all, if they do pursue us, at least we will have company in death, which is not the worst of fates. She is utterly exhausted now. In recent days, she has barely managed a decent night's sleep at the Ministry of Public Security, with a myriad of individuals coming to interrogate her at all hours. Coupled with the recent vigorous exertion, her fatigue has reached a peak. Lin Han, utilizing the Eye of God, observed the direction of Wang Qian and his companion, remarking, Du Wanting, your task is to eliminate the 3-eyed demon ape. After a brief pause without any response, Lin Han assumed she was merely being cautious. However, upon glancing over, he discovered that she had fallen asleep. Remarkably, in such an environment, this young girl managed to find slumber. Her heart must be quite bold. For a typical person would likely be shivering in fear by the tree's edge. Lin Han removed his clothing and draped it over Du Wanting. Indeed, the area was devoid of any monsters, making it relatively safe, alleviating his concerns for her safety. He had other matters to attend to. According to his hidden mission, Wang Qian needed to confront the Shadow Wolf, and his objective was to prevent Wang Qian from slaying it. From what he had observed, the Shadow Wolf was approaching their vicinity. It was a lone wolf. It wouldn't be long before the two would cross paths. A golden tier Shadow Wolf posed no real threat to them. Dealing with it was merely a matter of time, hence his growing urgency to intervene. As for Du Wanting, she remained secure. The Eye of God was operating at full capacity, and should any danger arise, he would return immediately. While rushing towards his destination, Lin Han began altering his appearance. Finally, I've shaken off these beasts. How could we have been pursued by such creatures? Wang Qian grumbled. Despite having evaded the tiger pack, they continued their flight. In this unfamiliar terrain, safety was paramount. Gao Gan remarked, it's fortunate they are chasing us. Otherwise, if they had pursued Gao Chong, he would likely have been devoured by now. You're right. Let us find a place to rest before searching for Chong and the others. Just then, Gao Gan abruptly halted, expressing exasperation. You jinx, it seems we have no time to rest. What's wrong? Wang Qian responded, slightly confused. And Gao Gan gestured ahead, stating, there's a monster approaching. Judging by its aura, it appears to be another golden tier beast. Gao Gan, are you certain you aren't mistaken? No, it's coming. Chapter 66, Shadow Wolf, Golden Tier? That's the Shadow Wolf. Wang Qian's heart leaped with joy. What he initially deemed a stroke of misfortune now seemed effortlessly achievable, a promising omen. Indeed, that is the Shadow Wolf. Gao Gan's eyes sparkled as he added, Wang Qian, If I'm not mistaken, your hidden task is to slay the shadow wolf. How do you know? Wang Qian scrutinized Gao Gan cautiously. Hidden tasks were knowledge exclusive to the individual assigned, and others could not ascertain their nature. Don't be alarmed, Gao Gan chuckled. To be frank, my hidden task is to assist you in successfully slaying the shadow wolf, and to prevent that girl Du Wanting from killing what she needs. However, for me, completing this hidden task is merely a supplementary condition. I have little interest in the rewards of my task. So whether I help you with the shadow wolf depends on whether you assist me in stopping Du Wanting. In response to Gao Gan's proposition, Wang Qian replied straightforwardly. Rest assured, as long as you help me eliminate this creature, I will not intervene when we meet with Du Wanting and the others. If I refrain from acting, given the strengths of Chong and Du Wanting, they would stand no chance against a creature of the same tier. That should suffice, Gao Gan acknowledged, satisfied. With this individual restrained, he had no fear of Gao Chong and the girl's potential impact. Golden tier? That's beyond what they could handle. Meanwhile, the conversation between the two had been entirely overheard by Lin Han, who had arrived at the location almost simultaneously with the shadow wolf, quietly listening from the treetops. As he had anticipated, if his hidden mission was to thwart Wang Qian, it would naturally entail someone working against him. Yet, he found it somewhat excessive. Without the system in place, how could these two weaklings possibly compete against two individuals prepared for their fourth transition? This was utterly unfair. However, in the path of cultivation, fairness was a rare commodity. Now that he was present, everything would unfold according to his own rhythm. I just need to wait for the opportunity to strike. Lin Han contemplated, aware that the golden tier shadow wolf would not be easy to tackle even for them combined. Wang Qian nodded, precisely. Just grant me the opportunity to deliver the final blow, and there's no need to hold back. If I slay it, everything will be accounted for. Then let us proceed. With that declaration, both their gazes hardened with determination. Facing a golden tier shadow wolf necessitated their utmost effort. For even a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Thus, unless the shadow wolf was rendered incapacitated, they could not afford to relax. The shadow wolf lunged forth, its powerful claws seemingly capable of tearing the very sky asunder. Compared to the previously encountered steel pattern tiger, this shadow wolf lacked such formidable defenses, allowing them to engage without excessive strategy. This was a clash of raw power. Observing the battle, Lin Han felt a surge of admiration for the duo. They were formidable. In confronting a target that required sheer combat prowess, their synergy was remarkably effective. It was evident that both were seasoned warriors. Their previous encounter with the steel pattern tiger had merely stemmed from ignorance of its weaknesses, but now, facing the shadow wolf, their cooperation flowed seamlessly. Indeed, two level 30 main combat class fighters taking on a golden tier shadow wolf faced little pressure. Lin Han mused. Following the plan, he simply needed to ensure they did not strike the final blow. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary actions, waiting for them to severely weaken the shadow wolf before stepping in to claim the spoils. Almost there, Gao Gan plunged his blade into the shadow wolf's back, prompting an enraged howl as the beast collapsed to the ground. Within mere minutes, the shadow wolf bore numerous wounds. Wang Qian halted, a gleam of joy lighting his face as he surveyed the spoils, exclaiming, I didn't expect this to go so smoothly. Indeed, collaborating with main combat classes makes monster hunting a breeze. Once this task concludes, should we exchange contact information to team up for future dungeons? It's been a long time since I met someone with whom I clicked so well. Gao Gan waved a hand dismissively. Let us not. Once this task ends, we'll part ways. If fate allows us to meet again, we can discuss it then. For now, let us focus on slaying the shadow wolf. By the way, if it drops any gear, we'll split it evenly. Wang Qian, equally forthright, declared, no problem. I happen to know someone in the trading market who won't pressure us on the price. With that, he approached the shadow wolf, chuckling, little beast. I hadn't come looking for you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. As his words fell, Wang Qian swung his long sword towards the head of the shadow wolf. Just as he felt victory was within his grasp, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Who? What manner of person is this? Both Wang Qian and Gao Gan were taken aback by this unexpected interruption, not anticipating that someone would dare to intrude at such a crucial moment. I say, gentlemen, grant an old man a favor. How about you let me have this shadow wolf as a greeting gift? Lin Han appeared before them, donning the visage of an elder, his hand firmly grasping Wang Qian's arm as he swung his sword. You old fool, are you courting death? Wang Qian attempted to shake him off, but found himself utterly unable to move. What kind of strength is this? I cannot even contend. A warrior, perhaps? Lin Han spoke nonchalantly, young man. I have taken a liking to this shadow wolf. If you gift it to me today, you may seek me out in Yawang City for any future matters. I shall assist you where I can. Wang Qian's gaze darkened. You presume to take it just because you say so? Would that not be a great loss of face for me? Chapter 67 Mission Failed? Lin Han turned his attention to Gao Gan, speaking with an air of sage-like authority. This is your friend, I presume? Why persist in this obsession with a mere shadow wolf? Just let it go. You cannot simply take it because you say so. We fought hard to slay this beast. If you continue to obstruct us, you shall surely meet the same fate. Gao Gan felt a surge of indignation. They had toiled for the kill, and now an old man sought to snatch it away. Such an insolent demand was utterly unacceptable. Youngsters these days are so hot-headed. Lin Han chuckled softly. Then, with a swift motion, he crushed the shadow wolf's neck beneath his foot, extinguishing its life. Lin Han glanced at his hidden mission log, the initial section now shimmering gold, signifying that he had completed the task. In that case, let me return this shadow wolf to you. Seeking death, Gao Gan's eyes flashed crimson as he moved with ghostly speed to Lin Han's side. His dagger already poised for a strike. Lin Han promptly released Wang Qian's arm and retreated. How ruthless you are! You aim to claim the shadow wolf's carcass for yourselves, yet now that I have assisted you in its demise, you turn your blades upon me? Do you not understand the virtue of respecting your elders? Lin Han regarded them with a tone of disapproval. Wang Qian murmured, I sense this old man's strength is not formidable. Since he has robbed us of our hidden mission, he must compensate us in some other manner. Agreed. We cannot allow our hard-earned prize to slip from our grasp. With their intentions aligned, both charged towards Lin Han simultaneously. Truly unaware of your peril, Lin Han vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch that coalesced into a formidable force. Wang Qian, sensing impending doom, raised his shield in defense. Boom. The fierce gust of wind from the punch struck the shield, leaving an imprint that marked the shield's surface, and Wang Qian was thrown back. Unable to withstand the impact, pain coursed through his body, as if his very bones had shattered. Struggling to rise, he beheld the shield. Now marred by the imprint of the punch, his eyes widening in disbelief. This shield was a piece of golden tier equipment. Yet this old man had shattered it with a single blow. What kind of strength could achieve such destruction? Meanwhile, Gao Gan continued to maneuver around Lin Han, seeking an opportunity to incapacitate him. Though killing the elder would earn him a notorious reputation, merely disabling him would bear no such consequence. Just as Gao Gan was about to make contact with Lin Han, Wang Qian shouted, Gao Gan, halt. But now, Gao Gan was committed, his dagger thrust forward. Upon contact with Lin Han's body, the blade failed to penetrate, leaving Lin Han exasperated. My shield alone could withstand your feeble attempts for quite some time. Millions in shield points are no trifling matter. If it were so easy to breach with mere 30-something classes, that would be quite the jest. Seeing the astonishment in Gao Gan's eyes, Lin Han gave him a swift kick, sending him crashing beside Wang Qian. Gentlemen, shall we continue this folly? While I do not relish bloodshed, should you persist, I would not advise adding 2 more lives to my tally. Faced with Lin Han's threat, the two had long lost their tempers and quickly stood, saying, Elder, it was our fault. We'll not fight any longer. Lin Han replied with satisfaction. Had you acted thus from the beginning, none of this would have occurred. The shadow wolf is dead now. I have no interest in the deceased. If you too desire it, take it with you. May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder? Wang Qian inquired respectfully. Lin Han softly responded, I am nameless. Known as the Nameless Taoist. Seeing you two youngsters display some understanding, should you require assistance in the future, seek me out in Yawang City. I promise to help you. The Nameless Taoist? How shall we contact you in Yawang City? There is no need to contact me. The moment you set foot in Yawang City, you will already be under my watchful gaze. If I have the time, I shall certainly come to meet you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You two youngsters may amuse yourselves here. As his words faded, Lin Han's figure vanished from their sight. The Nameless Taoist? Have you heard of this individual? Wang Qian asked Gao Gan. Gao Gan shook his head. I have not heard of him. He must be a hidden powerhouse. His earlier strikes were beyond the realm of mere mortals. Truly unfortunate, Wang Qian thought. Though somewhat disgruntled, he recognized the value of acquiring the promise of a powerful ally. After all, forging a bond with such a figure could yield great benefits in the long run. Let us swallow this bitter pill. Should we have the chance to visit Yawang City, we ought to cultivate a good relationship with this powerful elder for our future advantage. Gao Gan, while feeling some reluctance, acknowledged that they had not emerged empty-handed. Moreover, when his dagger had made contact, he could feel the elder's immense vitality, far exceeding his own by an unfathomable margin. Now my shield will need repairs, which will cost me, Wang Qian lamented as he gazed at his battered shield. Unable to fathom that such an elderly man could wield such strength. A single punch had rendered his shield to this state. It felt like a cruel joke. Let us go find Gao Chong and do wanting. Since your hidden mission is unattainable, theirs must be as well, Gao Gan suggested. Wang Qian understood Gao Gan's point. Indeed, those two youngsters would require their assistance to fulfill their hidden mission, and it was only fair they received some reward in return. Exactly, even if they are reluctant. What can they do? Lin Han perched atop a tree, activating his divine eye, thoroughly searching for the ferocious beast within Do Wanting's mission, determined to eliminate the creature before those two arrived. Otherwise, it would surely lead to further complications. The distance is not too great, but it has allowed me to finally locate you. Chapter 68, The Hunt, the Three-Eyed Demon Ape. It appears that this creature is indeed the Three-Eyed Demon Ape. Lin Han perched atop a tree, observing the massive beast encircled by a group of small monkeys. The oppressive aura emanating from the Three-Eyed Demon Ape transcends that of a typical golden tier creature. It seems to be on the cusp of a significant breakthrough. Within a few years, this formidable beast will likely ascend to the platinum tier, and when that moment arrives, the entire Iron Forest will undoubtedly undergo a drastic transformation. However, from this vantage point, the mission appears to be a treacherous trap. The strength of the three-eyed demon ape is utterly insurmountable for Du Wanting. Even if Wang Qian and Gao Gan were to undertake this task, it would be a futile endeavor. One cannot gain anything from confronting such a creature. Moreover, with an entire troop of monkeys surrounding it, success is entirely out of the question. Nevertheless, Lin Han is unfazed. It is merely a three-eyed demon ape, and he can easily dispatch these small monkeys in one fell swoop. Three-eyed demon ape, your grandfather Lin has arrived. Kneel before me. With that declaration, Lin Han leapt down. The three-eyed demon ape sensed the hostility and turned to confront the one who had just issued the challenge. My goodness, this creature is rather intimidating, Lin Han remarked. Taken aback by the ape's massive, muscular physique, which seemed capable of puncturing a person with a single punch. Its gnarled fangs glistened with a hint of crimson, as though perpetually stained by blood. The ominous red of its three eyes instilled a profound sense of dread. Any ordinary person encountering such a sight would likely forget the very instinct of escape. Three-eyed demon ape, why do you not kneel before your grandfather Lin? Lin Han taunted, sending a nearby small monkey flying with a single punch. This action incited the wrath of the three-eyed demon ape, which charged at Lin Han, swinging a powerful fist. However, Lin Han, like a wraith, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was perched upon a distant tree. Is this all the strength you possess, three-eyed demon ape? Or is your muscular physique merely for show? I believe the position of Monkey King should rightfully belong to me. You simply do not have what it takes. Lin Han scoffed, fully embracing his mocking prowess. Enraged, the three-eyed demon ape ascended the tree, determined to crush Lin Han as a dominant force. It could not tolerate such provocation. With a slight smirk, Lin Han swiftly maneuvered to another location, and the ape pursued closely behind. The speed of both man and beast was remarkable, racing through the treetops, while the small monkeys gave chase without relent. Though these little creatures appeared weak, their speed was nothing to underestimate. Lin Han's strategy was to lure the three-eyed demon ape away, but the situation had exceeded his initial expectations. In that case, he thought, don't blame me for making you perish first. Were it not for the necessity of bringing the spoils to Du Wanting for her to deliver the finishing blow, he would have already obliterated these monsters outright. Though a Heart of Steel spell was not particularly taxing for him, he still required funds, as his own realm advanced. So too did his needs. However, if he could consistently sell legendary-grade equipment, it would inevitably attract terrifying entities. While he had no fear of facing one or two adversaries, a formidable family, a fearsome sect, or a large guild would be beyond his capacity to contend with. This world operates on such principles. The emergence of an individual who stands apart from the norm invites the wrath of other forces, even threats. Humans, by nature, are most fearful of the atypical, anything that starkly contrasts with the ordinary. Clearly, Lin Han embodies this category. Should his peculiarities be detected, he would soon find himself besieged by numerous sanctified tier and even legendary figures. At that juncture, his mere millions of shields would be utterly insufficient. It would devolve into a contest of forbidden spells, and the most powerful incantations could easily come into play. Although Lin Han possessed a plethora of forbidden spells, he was acutely aware that if he were to encounter such beings, he would stand no chance and would have no recourse but to flee. Take, for instance, the formidable figure from the Imperial Capital Investigation Corps, the formidable Han Tian. While his own forbidden spells might surpass that individual's in a real confrontation, he would be unable to match that powerhouse in terms of combat experience or strength. Lin Han held a keen sense of self-awareness regarding his own capabilities. He had never been blindly confident. Engaging in a one-on-one battle was an entirely different concept from obliterating a location to obtain the source of a disaster. It was not to be equated. Yet now, Lin Han was determined to endure until the end. Unless he ascended to the pinnacle of the pyramid, he would never reveal his true self. Everything must unfold gradually. With a mighty roar, Lin Han unleashed a powerful punch, sending a multitude of small monkeys plummeting from the trees, shaken by the ferocity of his strike. These little creatures truly possess remarkable resilience. I find it regrettable to slay you, and I cannot reap any rewards from your demise. Especially since I am only at level 20 and cannot absorb experience. What a waste. As Lin Han deftly evaded the three-eyed demon ape's attacks, he continued to knock down the small monkeys, gradually making his way toward Du Wanting's location. Gao Gan, can you sense anything? Wang Qian inquired, his gaze fixed warily in a particular direction. Gao Gan replied nonchalantly, I can feel it. It seems someone is engaged in battle. Could it be Gao Chong and the others? I'm not certain. Let's proceed. If it truly is Chong and his team, we can lend assistance. Even if those two public security personnel are involved, having company in such circumstances is advantageous. However, there is another possibility, Gao Gan pondered. It could be that elder. Perhaps he is up to something. Should we wait? Wang Qian asked. We could observe the aftermath of the battle to discern what transpired. If it is indeed that elder, Interrupting him now might not be wise. If he turns hostile, our strength would be insufficient to escape. Gao Gan agreed. Let us move closer and observe the battlefield once the fighting concludes. Even if it is Gao Chong and his team, their fortune will determine whether they emerge unscathed. Encountering a golden tier creature would be nothing short of unfortunate. Chapter 69. Common Ground. One punch to resolve. It seems there is commotion over there. The public security personnel noted the unmistakable signs of a fierce battle ahead. Although their combat capabilities were lacking, their investigative knowledge in this regard was quite proficient. These must be their tracks, one officer stated cautiously. Should we wait for backup before proceeding? If we rashly venture deeper, it is quite possible we might perish here. That is a valid point, another officer replied. However, let us cautiously make our way inside. If those two experts are indeed present, we can seek shelter nearby. You know as well as I do that our current position is not overly perilous. The satellite phone is the only functioning communication device. We have lost signal from maps. Thus, venturing deeper is our only option. Let us take a chance. If Du Wanting encounters danger and meets her demise within, we would share in the responsibility. After hearing this, the companion felt somewhat resigned. Very well, let us proceed. What a stroke of bad luck to have been assigned such a task. Enough complaining, the officer admonished. Though this mission is arduous, the rewards are exceedingly generous. Perhaps we could leverage these resources to ascend to the third transformation of our strength? If that were the case, we would no longer be mere probationary officers, but would secure a stable position, ensuring we need never worry about food again. One companion sighed, expressing hope that once we became full-fledged officers, we would no longer have to undertake such perilous missions, and instead could command others to do so. This would indeed be a rather favorable outcome. It seems the commotion over there has subsided. Let us go and investigate, suggested Gao Gan. The two of them kept a vigilant watch on the situation in that direction and remarked, 15 minutes have already passed, and there has been no movement. Wang Qian nodded and declared, let us proceed and uncover what has transpired. Without a moment's hesitation, the two dashed towards the source of the commotion. In such a place, even a second's hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Being seasoned veterans, they knew precisely how to navigate such situations. They moved at full speed and soon arrived at a clearing. How could it be so brutal? Wang Qian was taken aback by the scene before him. Were these the very creatures they had just been confronting? The ground was littered with the corpses of monkeys, still warm to the touch, leading them to deduce that this had occurred only moments ago. This devastation must have been wrought by that formidable individual. Each monkey had perished from a single, devastating blow, with only one wound per body, indicating that their bones had been shattered by sheer force. There are even some silver tier monsters here. It is beyond doubt that this could not have been the handiwork of just our comrades, Wang Qian analyzed. It is almost certain that it was that powerful being. Remarkable. Indeed, the mastery of such strength, Gao Gan marveled. Fortunately, we were prudent. Had we disturbed that individual's leisure, who knows what might have ensued. Wang Qian concurred, adding, this elder must belong to a warrior class. Such a brutish fighting style is characteristic only of warriors. Moreover, given this display of power, it is likely that the elder's strength exceeds that of the diamond tier, perhaps even higher. Only someone of such caliber could engage in wanton slaughter within the steel forest. Suddenly, Wang Qian noticed Gao Gan unsheathing his knife and beginning to slice meat from the monkeys. Puzzled, he inquired, what are you doing? Gao Gan replied, I had some provisions that I just lost, so I am cutting some meat now. Otherwise, we will have nothing to eat tonight. Wang Qian understood, saying, I should do the same. We have no idea how long this mission will take. It could be quite a while. As they were engrossed in their task, two sets of footsteps suddenly reached their ears. Instantly, both men became alert. Who goes there? In a heartbeat, they transitioned into a combat-ready stance, eyes fixed on the dark recesses of the forest. Do not misunderstand us. It is us, came the voice of the original police officers, who appeared somewhat disheveled after encountering silver-tier monsters, from which they had narrowly escaped. Ah, you too, they said, relieved to see familiar faces. Knowing that these individuals posed no threat, the officers were taken aback by the sight of the countless corpses strewn across the ground, incredulously asking, did you two do all this? No, we certainly lack such prowess. Wang Qian waved his hand dismissively. In this steel forest, aside from us, there was another formidable presence. All of this was his doing, and we merely happened upon the aftermath. A formidable presence? Do you know him? The officer inquired, bewildered. We do not. Gao Gan replied bluntly. Why do you ask so many questions? We are not your suspects, so do not interrogate us in such a manner. The officer realized that his tone was inappropriate and quickly apologized, saying, I am sorry. It is just that the term formidable presence has been rather sensitive lately, especially after the events in the Diamond Forest, which you are all aware involved two powerful individuals battling it out. However, if you have any information regarding this powerful presence in the Steel Forest, we would appreciate your insights. There will be rewards from above. Wang Qian felt a hint of exasperation. The phrase once bitten, twice shy aptly described the current situation with the government of Yanyan City. Gao Gan resumed his butchering, stating, even if we wish to inform you, we know nothing. All we can tell you is that this formidable individual hails from Yawang City. Beyond that, we are in the dark. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two officers darkened, and they slowly responded, "Are you certain that this formidable individual is from Yawang City?" "What of Yawang City?" the officer inquired slowly. "The formidable individual that Du Wanting mentioned claimed to be from Yawang City." "Impossible. What a coincidence that could not be. It cannot be the same person. Moreover, based on our observations, that individual was merely a warrior, not a mage," Gao Gan insisted, furrowing his brow. The officers began to tremble slightly as they responded. According to Du Wanting's description, the powerful being she encountered is highly likely a warrior. A single punch was enough to fell a golden tier monster. Without any additional moves, Gao Gan and Wang Qian exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. A single blow to resolve the matter? This mirrored the current circumstances perfectly. Chapter 70. The traces of the powerful, no need for worry. Such a situation was far too easy to connect. They needed to inform their superiors immediately, lest the consequences be dire. With this thought, the officer quickly retrieved his satellite phone and dialed. "What? Are you calling again? Is there an issue with Du Wanting?" "Captain, it is bad. We suspect we have found the warrior who battled in the Diamond Forest, the one who thwarted the Supreme Mage." The situation was complex. After being separated from the Steel Pattern Tiger group, they discovered signs of a struggle and approached, where they found two of Du Wanting's teammates. There lies a multitude of three-eyed demon ape corpses, all of which, though silver tier or lower, were killed with a single punch. The golden tier three-eyed demon ape is now untraceable. Likely taken by that formidable individual. Gao Gan and Wang Qian claimed to have encountered him, and according to them, he stated he was from Yawang City. Thus, we suspect this matter may be related to that individual. A silence fell on the other end of the line. After a brief pause, the voice responded cautiously. "From here on out, do not act without orders. We are uncertain whether that formidable individual bears goodwill. You must exercise caution. I will notify the higher-ups and have them dispatch support. If you encounter any traces of that formidable individual, attempt to track him, but do not follow too closely. A warrior of that caliber possesses strong counter-tracking abilities. We understand. Wishing you good fortune." With that, the call ended abruptly. The higher-ups instructed them to proceed with caution and to await assistance. The officer relayed the conversation's contents. His companion remarked, "Since the higher-ups have advised waiting, it would be prudent to remain here for safety." Wang Qian frowned, asserting, "Gao Gan, let us delve deeper." Agreed, Gao Gan did not hesitate. "Did you not hear my instructions? The higher-ups have commanded us to wait here," the officer admonished. Wang Qian scoffed, "Child, consider your own strength before speaking to others in such a tone. Do you believe you are entitled to speak to me this way?" "Wang Qian, do not be so arrogant," the officer retorted, though fear not at him. "Your actions could very well jeopardize our lives. Do not presume that your status as a public security officer grants you the liberty to shout at me. Let us not forget that you are merely an intern. And even if you were a fully fledged officer, I would not be intimidated. Moreover, that superior of yours is irrelevant to us. We are not part of your policing system. If your commander instructs you to behave, then heed those orders and refrain from disturbing us while we undertake our transfer tasks. Otherwise, it would be no challenge at all to leave you missing an arm or a leg." In response to Wang Qian's threat, the intern officer, irked, was about to make a move, but his companion quickly restrained him. "Do not act rashly. We are no match for them." Wang Qian chuckled. "Look how well your companion understands the situation. You may remain here, Gao Gan. Let us depart." As they walked away, Gao Gan remarked, "Wang Qian, one should exercise a degree of discretion. Although they are merely intern officers, they are still part of the public security system. Are you not concerned they might cause trouble for you in the future?" "Cause trouble?" Wang Qian scoffed. "What do I care? I am not from their Yinyan City." "What? Do you fear they will issue a warrant for my arrest?" Gao Gan shrugged. "What do I have to fear? Coincidentally, I am also not from Yinyan City, so it is of no consequence to me. Surely, they would not dare provoke a formidable third-tier expert like us over two interns. Then let us continue deeper and see if we can locate Chong Di and the others. For now, that is all we can do." At that moment, Lin Han was weaving through the forest, having traversed less than 100 meters from where Du Wanting was resting. Suddenly, he halted, calmly gazing at the three-eyed demon ape. Its appearance had reverted to that of Gao Chong. "Three-eyed demon ape, if you must blame someone, blame the task assigned to you. You could have lived longer. But now you must face your demise," Lin Han proclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen. The three-eyed demon ape, caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of the human who had previously been fleeing, had no time to react. The force of Lin Han's blow struck heavily against its midsection. "Surely it's not dead." Lin Han approached to assess the injury. After the impact, the three-eyed demon ape was incapacitated, its body unable to sustain itself. Fortunately, Lin Han had been careful with his strength. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently slain the beast. Seeing that the three-eyed demon ape posed no immediate threat to life, Lin Han relaxed and hoisted the creature's massive form as if it were a mere infant. On the way back, he carried the three-eyed demon ape with him, while Du Wanting remained oblivious to the unfolding events. "Du Wanting, wake up quickly. You won't believe what I found in the wild." Upon hearing Lin Han's voice, Du Wanting rubbed her eyes sleepily and inquired, "What did you discover? Are there beast hordes approaching?" "No, I found a weakened three-eyed demon ape," Lin Han exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Du Wanting was momentarily taken aback and quickly asked, "Where? Where?" Lin Han pointed toward the forest beside them, explaining, "I have no idea what kind of severe injuries it has sustained to be rendered unable to stand. Your hidden task is to hunt a three-eyed demon ape. I see it. This is a perfect opportunity. Rest assured, my task coincidentally involves assisting you in slaying it. I have observed it, and it is indeed a genuine golden-tier three-eyed demon ape. So, there is no need for concern regarding other matters. Are you certain?" Du Wanting expressed skepticism. "This is my first task, and it seems almost too incredible to believe. Of course, as soon as I discovered it, I hurried back to find you. The task seems to require you to deliver the finishing blow, right? Let us go quickly and resolve that monster so we can fulfill our mission." Chapter 71. Extermination of the Three-Eyed Demon Ape. Even so, I still feel somewhat uncertain. This seems too good to be true. Though Du Wanting was somewhat naive, she was not foolish. It was hard to believe that such a stroke of luck could occur in her life. Lin Han understood that some things were indeed difficult to accept, but he could not think of a better plan. After all, he barely knew Du Wanting. He had no reason to trust that this girl could keep a secret. Had they known each other longer, perhaps he could have believed in her discretion, but he was entirely unaware of her background. Trust was simply not on the table. "I understand that it is surprising, but the reality is as such." Lin Han pointed ahead, where a massive creature lay on the ground, its face contorted in agony. "It truly is the three-eyed demon ape," Du Wanting exclaimed, running toward it in astonishment. Lin Han shrugged. "See? Just as I told you, when I came here to investigate. Its expression mirrored yours. I never imagined I would actually encounter one in the wild. This three-eyed demon ape appears to have suffered severe injuries and is now incapacitated." Du Wanting analyzed. But even so, why did the one who wounded it not finish it off? Perhaps that individual presumed it was already dead, Lin Han speculated. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Du Wanting shot Lin Han a glare, continuing, "Only a dead monster would yield experience notifications. Don't tell me that a powerful being capable of injuring a three-eyed demon ape would be unaware of such a fact. Or maybe that powerful being simply does not care about this three-eyed demon ape." Lin Han thought quickly, trying to devise a way to gloss over the situation. He had not anticipated that Du Wanting would take this so seriously. Most would have long since slain the beast upon encountering it in the wild. Yet here she was, investigating who had inflicted the injuries. Perhaps that's the case, Du Wanting mused before suddenly saying, "Gao Chong, help me turn this three-eyed demon ape over." Lin Han approached to assist, puzzled. "Why do you want to flip it over?" Du Wanting replied earnestly, from the back. "It appears the three-eyed demon ape bears no wounds whatsoever. This indicates that all injuries are concentrated on the front. I wish to ascertain what could have caused this transformation." With a grunt, Lin Han pretended to strain as he flipped the three-eyed demon ape over, puffing, "Why are we examining this thing? This place is not safe. After we dispatch it, we should leave quickly. I'm merely curious about this matter." Du Wanting scrutinized the injuries on the three-eyed demon ape, wholly unconcerned about a potential ambush from the creature. After a thorough examination, Du Wanting fell into a state of confusion. Could it be that someone poisoned the three-eyed demon ape? Yet it shows no signs of poisoning, although it still bears a pained expression. It does not seem like one affected by poison. Just as Du Wanting was about to abandon her investigation, a red mark caught her attention. Though faint, she noticed it hidden beneath the white fur on the three-eyed demon ape's abdomen, the color differing entirely from the rest of its body. "Gao Chong, do you feel confident you can eliminate it in an instant?" Du Wanting asked earnestly. "What is the matter?" Lin Han inquired. "Shouldn't this task be resolved by you? If I were to do it, wouldn't that negate the completion of the task?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to confirm something," Du Wanting replied, her eyes suddenly gleaming with a hint of green. "Blessings of the holy light, heed my plea and grant me the eyes to see through all things, observer." Lin Han's expression gradually grew solemn as he spoke. The observer profession. This is a vocation akin to that of an appraiser, yet instead of scrutinizing various artifacts, it involves the observation of all things in the world. Primarily, it is employed in the realm of criminal investigation, allowing one to discern minute details, even to the extent of deducing the occurrence of a case. However, Lin Han distinctly remembered that Du Wanting had once told him her profession was merely that of a mage, specifically a hidden class Thousand Changes mage. How did it suddenly transform into the auxiliary role of an observer? It was merely borrowing the powers of an observer. "My true profession is that of a mage. A Thousand Changes mage, capable of imitating other vocations," Du Wanting explained succinctly. "Ah, I see. Your profession is indeed extraordinary and enviable," Lin Han remarked with a hint of indifference. Du Wanting's gaze shifted toward him. "Remember, if this three-eyed demon ape launches an attack on me, aim directly for its throat. If you wish to examine its wounds, you could simply slay it first," Lin Han replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. He sensed that the girl's intellect might be somewhat lacking. Du Wanting explained, "What if a powerful being has left it here? If we disturb its prey, we may find ourselves in trouble. You're quite cautious, aren't you?" Lin Han said with resignation. Go ahead and investigate. I'll intervene if necessary. This creature appears quite weakened. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. All right. Do Wanting exclaimed as she parted the white fur of the three-eyed demon ape, revealing a fist mark instantly before her eyes. This is the only injury on its entire body. One punch. What kind of strength could incapacitate such a colossal beast with a solitary blow? There are no other visible wounds. Do Wanting's expression became serious as she began to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind. The three-eyed demon ape was chasing something, and a shadowy figure materialized ahead. Suddenly, that figure halted and struck the three-eyed demon ape in the abdomen with a punch. The ape then collapsed, and the shadow appeared to seize it, akin to how one might grasp a small dog, before departing in the direction of her previous resting place. As they neared the location, the figure discarded the three-eyed demon ape and vanished. At that moment, beads of sweat dotted Do Wanting's forehead. The effort required to conjure such an image had exhausted her completely. Who was that person? Just one punch, and a golden tier monster was felled. Suddenly, a bold thought surged in her mind. Could it be that individual? Wang Chong, is it you? Chapter 72. Hidden task accomplished. Do Wanting, are you alright? Lin Han inquired, rushing forward to support the swaying Do Wanting. She took a couple of deep breaths, managing to free herself from Lin Han's embrace and stand upright. I'm fine. I merely overexerted myself using my abilities. I'm much better now, thank you. Since you're alright, let us finish off this three-eyed demon ape. Completing the task sooner will allow us to rest easier, Lin Han suggested. You're right. Do Wanting nodded, suddenly turning to Lin Han. Wang Chong, is that you? What do you mean? Lin Han responded, confusion etched on his face. Internally, he felt a surge of panic. Did this girl discover my identity? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The disguise effect of the divine mask can conceal everything, even from those closest to me. It even allows one to mimic the habitual actions of the disguised individual, making it utterly impossible for anyone to detect any clues. Never mind. Do Wanting redirected her attention to the three-eyed demon ape. If it truly was Wang Chong, then the only ones who could know about my hidden task would be those within our team. Given that Gao Chong had always been by my side, he is the most likely candidate. However, judging by his earlier reaction, it didn't seem like an act. Could it be that he truly isn't Wang Chong? Yet, it makes sense. If he were indeed Wang Chong, there would be no need for him to assist me in completing a hidden task. Even if the authorities wanted to extract information from me, I possess no knowledge to share. Faced with the fortuitous appearance of the three-eyed demon ape, Do Wanting resolved not to hesitate any longer. May I borrow your knife? Lin Han handed over the dagger from his waist cautiously. Be careful, it's quite valuable. Do Wanting shot him a glance, thinking, if he were truly Wang Chong, he certainly wouldn't concern himself with such trivialities. It seems this fellow has indeed stumbled upon the corpse of the three-eyed demon ape by mere chance. He inadvertently revealed too much. It appears he has been subtly influenced by the divine mask. I wonder if I will retain any side effects when I revert to my true identity. If I truly become Gao Chong, that insufferable personality, I might as well perish on the spot. Lin Han quickly clarified, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. My father, Gao Das-Han, left me this knife before he passed away, so I cherish it. Your father has passed? Do Wanting expressed surprise, not expecting this seemingly unpleasant young master to have such a tragic background. Indeed, Lin Han replied, a melancholic tone overtaking him. Though my father Gao Das-Han was not a good person, he treated me well. He left when I was still a child. Of course, all of this was fabricated. However, Gao Chong's father was indeed Gao Das-Han. One could often find his name in the economic news of Huiwa City, as he was considered a local minor tycoon. As we are from the same city, presenting this as a shield should evoke no suspicion. I'm sorry, Do Wanting expressed remorse, feeling pity for Gao Chong's woeful circumstances. Not at all, Lin Han replied breezily. Just take care of the creature. It's a minor matter. I've grown accustomed to it. Alright. Do Wanting's aura shifted dramatically, subtly mirroring his essence. No, it resembled Gao Chong's essence. She began to imitate, transforming into a thief. Observing Do Wanting's increasingly resolute gaze, her aura faded in and out, precisely embodying the thief's passive ability to conceal one's presence. What a terrifying gift. Lin Han couldn't help but be astonished. A mage with such a talent would surely be highly coveted by every academy. The ability to emulate any other vocation is indeed an extraordinary capability, and with focused training in a few specialties, she would become a monstrous entity. The characteristics of this profession may not yet manifest their full strength at lower levels. But what if she were to reach the 6th or even 7th transition? That would be an exceedingly formidable ability. For instance, at that level, she could not only unleash a warrior's devastating forbidden spell, but also activate a healer's healing incantation. Having such a versatile individual in a team would render them exceptionally powerful. In comparison, any prodigy would appear as mere ants before such a monster. Without hesitation, Do Wanting wielded the knife and swiftly severed the head of the three-eyed demon ape. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. The rewards for the hidden task will be sent to your mail after the dungeon concludes. Done. Finally accomplished. Lin Han inquired, Do you want to collect anything from this corpse? Du Wanting replied, I didn't bring a backpack, so even if I collected anything, I would have nowhere to store it. We'll deal with everything after the dungeon ends. That sounds fair, Lin Han responded. The corpses of these monsters are essential materials for crafting equipment, and a portion of the gear available in the market is indeed forged from such remnants. The materials in question are various parts from the creatures, such as the steel-patterned tiger, which serves as one of the components for crafting armor. Families like that of Du Wanting, being capable of hunting monsters, naturally need to gather these materials to supplement their household income. By the way, what do you know about the Forest Guardian? Lin Han casually inquired after sheathed his dagger. Du Wanting replied earnestly, the Forest Guardian is a formidable creature, ranking high within the Ironwood Forest, boasting strength at the Golden Tier. However, rumors suggest that its power is dangerously close to that of the Platinum level. Fortunately, my task is merely to locate the Forest Guardian's traces, not to eliminate it. Otherwise, I might never accomplish it in my lifetime. Lin Han paused, surprised by the differing nature of their tasks. Indeed, assignments are allocated based on the strength required, and Du Wanting, being the weakest among them, received a correspondingly lesser task. The others, at the very least, were third-tier professionals, with some nearing their fourth tier. Thus, the true contenders for the Guardian's heart would solely be those three individuals, with Du Wanting not being among them. Qiange and the judge must obtain the Guardian's heart from the hands of these two. Lin Han pondered seriously. Given the trio's capabilities, confronting a creature so close to Platinum level would pose a significant challenge. However, if they collaborated, the odds might improve. Thus, to secure victory, they must first unite against the Forest Guardian. In light of this, it seems I must apologize to Qiange and the judge. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Encounter with the Forest Guardian. I truly envy you. Merely encountering the Forest Guardian means your task is complete. Lin Han spread his hands, lamenting his own predicament of competing for the Guardian's heart alongside those two older brothers. It appears I shall have to wait for the next opportunity to advance to the third tier. Du Wanting turned to Lin Han and said, don't lose heart. What if the Guardian's heart were to end up in your possession? Let us not get ahead of ourselves, Lin Han replied with a sigh. Competing with those two would be a lost cause. It's anyone's guess how that would turn out. Are you leaving now? Du Wanting inquired. Leaving? Lin Han responded. What if, as you suggested, I were to seize the Guardian's heart? Let us proceed to search for the Forest Guardian. With that, the two ventured deeper into the forest, while Lin Han, with his eye of God, quickly pinpointed the location of the Forest Guardian. Surprisingly, they were not far from it at all. Du Wanting covered her mouth, scarcely daring to breathe, and whispered, Is that the Forest Guardian? Lin Han replied gravely. Indeed, that is the Forest Guardian. I never imagined it would manifest as a plant-like monster. This robust willow must be several hundred years old. Had Lin Han not sensed that this willow was the Forest Guardian, he would never have believed that the Guardian could take the form of a plant. Its power indeed appeared to align with the intelligence reports, approaching the Platinum level. Even summoning the two older brothers might not suffice to deal with this Forest Guardian. Is this what a true S-rank task entails? Just as they were grappling with their astonishment, the willow branches suddenly lashed out wildly, lunging toward them. Be careful. Lin Han swiftly pushed Du Wanting aside and drew his dagger, slicing the willow branch in two. So sturdy, although he applied his full strength. He had utilized enough power to vanquish silver-tier monsters, yet the force required to sever the branch was considerable. For the Forest Guardian, however, the loss of a mere branch was inconsequential. Are you alright, Gao Chong? Du Wanting hurriedly stood, channeling her inner strength to transform into a warrior. Lin Han urged, You must leave. I will delay it here. Head towards Wang Ge and the others. I cannot leave you alone here. Du Wanting insisted, her eyes filled with determination. For heaven's sake, you must go. Otherwise, I won't be able to unleash my forbidden spells. Hurry. This Forest Guardian's power and speed far exceed what we can handle. Even if you can transform into a warrior, do you truly believe you can withstand more than I? A level 20 thief? If we don't leave now, we may very well meet our end here. Lin Han assured her, Fear not, as long as I keep evading. I can hold out until your arrival. Moreover, your task is merely to locate the Forest Guardian, which does not directly concern you. Du Wanting understood his reasoning was sound. Yet she hesitated. You alone against such a creature may not last long. Besides, I have no idea where they are. Lin Han pointed in a direction. Over there. I have observed the terrain. If they are to appear, it must be from that way. Hurry, return swiftly to rescue me. After much deliberation, Du Wanting resolved. All right. Gao Chong, hold on a little longer. You must wait for us. Rest assured, I am quite resilient. No sooner had Lin Han spoken than Du Wanting dashed toward the direction he indicated, and at that moment, Lin Han felt a weight lift from his heart. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over him, accompanied by an ominous presence that engulfed his mind. Who possesses such a terrifying aura? The Eye of God activated at full capacity, revealing the entirety of the Diamond Forest's map in his mind. On the edge of the forest, a figure was rapidly approaching Wang Qian and the others. See Lintian. Lin Han's brows furrowed. Why was this old man here? Had he discovered my presence? That seems improbable. I had hidden so well that discovery should be impossible. Could it be that Du Wanting's information alerted the authorities? He dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that whatever the scenario, it no longer significantly concerned him. Now that he had located the Forest Guardian, the subsequent events would be manageable. Previously, Lin Han had worried that his forbidden spells might inadvertently affect others. But now that the formidable Si Lintian had appeared, the situation had become much more manageable. He could proceed with greater assurance. As the Forest Guardian perceived its prey attempting to flee, it frantically extended its willow branches to assault Lin Han. In that moment, Lin Han's gaze hardened. He grasped the willow branch barehanded. Just as the Forest Guardian attempted to retract its branch, Lin Han held on firmly, disdainfully stating, "I refrained from revealing my strength before. But now, the time has come. Forest Guardian, it seems we are now alone here. You should tread carefully." With a powerful tug, the entire willow tree quaked. Even its roots, buried hundreds of meters deep, shifted. "It appears the white light emanating from within you must be the Guardian's heart," Lin Han mused softly. "In that case, I shall not be polite." The entire tree began to tremble, causing ripples across the ground. "Calling for help?" Lin Han replied coolly. "As the ruler of this forest, it seems you can command all the creatures here. Now, the monsters of the entire forest are converging here. This is becoming troublesome. I must wait for Du Wanting to close in on Si Lintian a bit more. Otherwise, they might get entangled in this mess." "Si Lintian, it seems there is someone ahead. Is that Du Wanting?" "Yet, I do not see Gao Chong anywhere." Du Wanting's heart surged with joy upon seeing the group, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Gao Chong is currently distracting the forest guards. I have come to inform you all. Quickly, go and assist him." At that moment, everyone stood frozen in shock. The forest guards. Gao Chong was alone in holding off the forest guards. Was there truly any difference between that and courting death? After all, those were creatures approaching the platinum level. Chapter 74. Forbidden Spell, Another Forbidden Spell. "Senior, we must hurry over. If we delay any longer, Gao Chong will surely not be able to hold on. He is merely a second-tier assassin, and with his innate abilities of stealth and speed, he can only endure for so long against such a formidable being." Wang Qian swiftly turned to the elder Si Lintian beside him, for he held a rather favorable impression of Gao Chong and did not wish to see his newly recognized younger brother perish here. Si Lintian's expression grew grave as he remarked, "You young folks will go to great lengths for the sake of promotion. Those forest guards possess strength nearing the platinum level. It is doubtful that even a second-tier rogue could delay them. By the time we arrive, that lad may already be a corpse." Gao Gong quickly replied, "That lad might just hold on until we get there. Senior, lives are at stake, and time is of the essence." Although he was not particularly fond of Gao Chong, he could not afford to be adversarial in such a critical moment. Si Lintian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What a nuisance. It is all that son whose fault for bringing me into this mess. Let us go." Suddenly, Si Lintian halted his steps, blocking the others behind him. Du Wanting, puzzled, inquired, "Senior, why have we stopped? Gao Chong is about to collapse." Silence. Si Lintian's brows furrowed as he sensed a terrifying aura. That level of presence could not possibly belong to the forest guards. Could it be that a high-tier monster had been birthed within this diamond forest? The aura was dreadfully potent. Even I, a sky-devouring mage, feel a chill at the thought. What could this mean? Not good. Si Lintian raised both hands to the sky, conjuring a massive protective barrier above the group. "Stay behind me. If you do not wish to die, do not step out." The group exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by the situation, but in the next moment, shock appeared in all their eyes. At that instant, a myriad of ice arrows rained down from the heavens, powerful magic swirling violently in the air. The ice arrows traveled at breakneck speed, and when they struck the ground, they exploded, creating deep craters, followed by instantly freezing the earth beneath. Even with Si Lintian's magical barrier, the chilling air was palpable and bone-chilling. "This is terrifying. Senior Si Lintian, what on earth is happening?" Du Wanting asked, her face filled with dread. Though she had witnessed potent magic before, the sheer intensity still left her in awe. "A forbidden spell." Si Lintian gritted his teeth, maintaining the defensive barrier. The level of this forbidden spell is exceptionally intricate. It undoubtedly comprises the finest components of forbidden magic. It bears a striking resemblance to the forbidden spell we encountered in Huiyue City. "I fear that individual has arrived." The group fell silent upon hearing this, and Wang Qian slowly articulated, "Are you referring to the mage who nearly obliterated Huiyue City? If all goes as expected, it should be that very individual." Si Lintian's expression turned severe. "I never anticipated that he would truly be here. If that is the case, what is he seeking to annihilate within this iron forest? What could warrant the use of such a forbidden spell?" Wang Qian speculated. Could it be that a high-tier monster has emerged from this diamond forest, and that individual is attempting to repel it? "Impossible," Si Lintian asserted. "The detection department in Yinyun City has been monitoring all the dungeons, and there has been no indication of a powerful monster life form originating from here. Could it be that they are dealing with that individual, Senior?" Gao Gon instinctively suggested. "That individual?" Du Wanting questioned, perplexed. "Previously, we encountered a senior of considerable strength, and the Public Security Bureau suggested that he might be the formidable warrior you encountered before. That is how I arrived at this conclusion. Du Wanning's heart fluttered at the implication. Was that three-eyed demon ape truly dispatched by Wang Chong to hunt me down? See, Lin Han warned. That level of conflict is no longer suitable for you. Once these ice arrows vanish, you must leave this place post-haste. Anyone daring to act so recklessly within our empire's borders will not be spared. Senior, that warrior did not commit any wrongdoing. If he is to be apprehended, could we perhaps let him go? Du Wanning pleaded earnestly. We shall see what his reasons are. See, Lin Han responded. If it is for the sake of serving the empire, he will certainly be treated favorably. Such an esteemed individual is a prized asset to the empire, rest assured. Lin Han coldly observed the forest guards, who had now been pierced by numerous ice arrows, their bodies completely encased in ice, devoid of any life force. Was it necessary for me to be so ruthless, when they could have perished easily? Lin Han sighed, continuing, it appears I have thoroughly played with this diamond forest. Regardless, Senior C. Lin Han has shielded them, and I must ensure they are not endangered. Let the heart of the guard rest in my hands. With that, Lin Han approached the corpse of the forest guard, smashing through the ice to retrieve it. However, Lin Han was troubled by the thought that if he simply left now, it would be easy for them to trace back to Gao Chong. From the information leaking from the Public Security Bureau, it seemed they had gathered all the details about those who participated in the dungeon. They would soon be undergoing their third promotion, and if successful, they would discover that he had obtained the heart of the guard, thereby tracing it back to him. He would then have to explain how he acquired the heart of the guard. The entire situation had become increasingly complicated. As Lin Han observed the falling ice arrows, he found a secluded spot to retrieve a spare phone he had prepared earlier and dialed the number. Hello, sir. This is Manager Liu from the trading market in Huiwa City. How may I assist you? Came the curious voice from the other end. Only a select few esteemed guests possessed this number. Who could this caller be? In Gao Chong's voice, Lin Han replied, Greetings, I have a heart of the guard, sourced from the diamond forest of Yinyan City. I am curious if you might be interested in such an item. This forest guard is a plant-type monster, with strength nearing the platinum level. If your price is reasonable, I would consider parting with it. Chapter 75, Turning Point, Gratitude, in Person. We will take it. Manager Liu's voice on the other end conveyed certainty. If what you say is true, this should be the final heart of the guard from the diamond forest task. The only one nearing the platinum level is that willow tree. I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable. That old monster has indeed caused Yinyan City quite a headache. Such a treasure will certainly be welcomed in our trading market. When can you deliver this heart of the guard to our trading market, or shall I come personally to retrieve it? Tomorrow. I will visit your trading market tomorrow. Remember, I will only accept cash transactions. I cannot sell it for less than 2 million. Such materials, when crafted into equipment, will yield at least a high-quality golden tier armor. You should be well aware of its value. 2 million is acceptable. Manager Liu spoke earnestly. In that case, I shall await your esteemed arrival tomorrow. Today, I will return to gather some cash. Very well. Lin Han replied briskly before hanging up the phone. If Manager Liu could act as an intermediary, it would certainly simplify matters, provided he could procure the heart of the guardian from him at the appropriate time. As for the investigation, that could be directed towards Manager Liu. With an identity concealed, it would be entirely reasonable to ascend to the rank of a third-tier priest. Not long after, Lin Han's phone rang again. Noticing it was Manager Liu calling, he thought to himself, caught in the trap. He removed his mask, returning to his true appearance. Manager Liu, what has transpired? I could not make it over. I am merely at home. Lin Han altered his tone to convey a sense of melancholy, completely at odds with his earlier demeanor on the battlefield. Manager Liu's eyes brightened as he smiled. Mr. Lin, I have a treasure here that I believe will pique your interest. Oh, Lin Han replied with a smile. Manager Liu, you are well aware of my discerning nature. If it is not of exceptional quality, I shall find it utterly uninteresting. I have also heard, Mr. Lin, that your mission pertains to acquiring the heart of the guardian in Yinyan City. To complete that task, one must defeat the forest guardian. The difficulty of this mission is indeed considerable, and I can understand why you did not proceed. Thus, I have come to alleviate your burdens. Lin Han languidly inquired. Do enlighten me on how you intend to do so. To be frank, Mr. Lin, I have recently obtained the very materials you require for your mission, which is why I reached out to you. Manager Liu responded, his tone conveying a sense of diligent assistance. What? Lin Han feigned great astonishment. Manager Liu, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, I assure you, it is absolutely true. Just recently, I received word of a heart of the guardian that is identical to what you seek for your mission, hence my call to you. Manager Liu asserted gravely. Lin Han inquired, if that is the case, what is the price? As old friends, I shall charge you 2,100,000. For you, Mr. Lin, I will make it 2,200,000, yielding a profit of 150,000 for myself. What do you say? Agreed, let us finalize this price. Once the goods arrive tomorrow, please inform me, and I shall collect them, Lin Han affirmed. I look forward to your visit, Mr. Lin. With that, the call was ended, and a smile appeared on Lin Han's face. It was evident that Manager Liu had been subtly investigating him, even knowing the details of his mission. However, Lin Han was unconcerned about what Lu chose to investigate, as long as it did not encroach upon his boundaries. Lu was free to pursue whatever he pleased. After such a protracted period of acquaintance, Lin Han found manager Lu to be rather prudent in his dealings, and he preferred to associate with such individuals. Yet this time, he regrettably had to ensure that the Public Security Bureau shifted their focus. Lin Han placed his phone down, and the icy arrows in the sky began to fade. "Senior, it is over," he announced. The group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The scene they had just witnessed was akin to their first encounter, a display of forbidden-level magic. How many people go through life without witnessing such a phenomenon even once? "It is nearly time," Lin Han remarked as he retracted the protective barrier. Fortunately, the forbidden spell caused widespread damage. Had the impact been concentrated on a single individual, even he might have suffered grievously. Is this really the Diamond Forest? The group gazed in shock at the surrounding transformations. The once lush forest was now shrouded in a layer of white, utterly devoid of its previous verdant splendor. Terrifying. If this is the Diamond Forest, it would be more fitting to call it the Ice and Snow Forest, Wang Qian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this truly the level of forbidden magic? He pondered aloud. If such a powerful being wished to extinguish us, it would likely require minimal effort. Lin Han replied. You are correct. Some powerful individuals could end your existence with but a glance. This realm is indeed fearsome. Gao Gan involuntarily swallowed, murmuring. This is the level of mastery I aspire to achieve. How exhilarating. Indeed, I, Wang Qian, shall one day attain this realm. Lin Han sighed. Do not dwell on such matters. You must leave this forest at once. I am uncertain whether those two are still engaged in battle. If they are, I may not be able to ensure your safety. Senior, do you intend to venture deeper? Du Wanting inquired. Indeed, I must discern what has transpired, Lin Han replied. Hurry. If a battle ensues, you may witness my forbidden spell. I would not wish to inadvertently harm you. Wang Qian and Gao Gan recoiled in fear. Take care, Senior. If you encounter the Forest Guardian, please procure a heart of the Guardian for me. Lin Han shot them a glance. If I come across it, I shall take it. Now be swift. Farewell, Senior, they all exclaimed, fleeing the forest as though for their lives, while Du Wanting lingered, rooted in place. Young lady, what are you still doing here? Hurry and leave. Lin Han urged, furrowing his brow. Senior, I wish to accompany you. That esteemed individual has shown me kindness, and I wish to express my gratitude in person. Chapter 76. Gao Chong, what brings you here? Young lady, as per our previous agreement, I can take you in. But you must adhere to my instructions. Should that esteemed individual become enraged, I cannot guarantee your safety, Lin Han stated earnestly. At that moment, the group was sprinting at full speed, nearing the depths of the forest. Du Wanting assured him, rest assured, Senior, I will not act impulsively. Meanwhile, Lin Han sat beside the corpse of the Forest Guardian, observing everything with the eye of God. Have they finally arrived? If so, preparations must be made. Should any signs of suspicion arise, it would pose a significant problem. With this in mind, Lin Han employed his divine presence to conjure numerous wounds upon his body, even manifesting frostbite. He then collapsed to the ground. Shortly thereafter, figures appeared in the sky, marking the arrival of Lin Han's investigation team. Senior, there is a person here. A member of the investigation team exclaimed, swiftly spotting Lin Han's body and calling out. The others hurried over. It's Gao Chong. Du Wanting gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she beheld the myriad of injuries adorning Gao Chong's form, a sight both harrowing and heart-wrenching. What kind of torment must one endure to be left in such a state? This was a sight she had never encountered before. Lin Han spoke gravely. This young man must have witnessed the outbreak of that battle firsthand. Having sustained such injuries, surely he has drawn his last breath. Given his strength, it would be impossible for him to survive such a conflict. Du Wanting, struggling to grasp the reality, could hardly believe that Gao Chong's demise was not at the hands of the Forest Guardian, but rather from witnessing the clash of two titans. Is this how it ends? Old man, at least check my pulse. Perhaps there remains a chance for salvation. To abandon hope so readily is not the conduct befitting a righteous sect. Lin Han thought to himself, instinctively coughing softly before slowly opening his eyes, his voice weak. Du Wanting, I never anticipated seeing you again. A resurrection? The members of the investigation team retreated in unison, fully aware that surviving in such a war was beyond their belief. Not only the young child before them, who had just transitioned to the second tier, but even they, at the fourth and fifth tiers, would find it impossible to remain unscathed amidst such a level of conflict. The clash of forbidden spells was not a trivial matter. It was a technique capable of delivering death. Once unleashed, a forbidden spell would herald the doom of countless lives. It was precisely for this reason that every empire strictly prohibited the use of forbidden spells within cities, although exceptions were made in the face of beast tides. What are you all thinking? Hurry and help him up. Healers, come quickly to administer aid. Lin Han scolded with irritation, reflecting on the situation as he continued. Young man, you are indeed fortunate to have survived such a war. It can only be deemed a miracle. Lin Han, breathless, replied. It was a senior warrior who helped me. Had it been solely reliant on my strength, I would have perished long ago. Did you see those two individuals? Lin Tian's interest peaked instantly as he urged, quickly tell me. What transpired? Provide every detail. Honestly, I didn't witness much. Just then, the healing professionals arrived at Lin Han's side to assist with his injuries. Lin Han resumed, I was entangled with the forest guardian when suddenly, a powerful force erupted nearby, hurling me away. In my consciousness, I saw an elder shielding me. Anything else? Lin Tian pressed eagerly, for this information was of immense importance to them. In a short span, the two major cities of the empire had experienced 4 occurrences of forbidden spell warfare. This mission must be accomplished. Such occurrences were intolerable within their empire. It was a provocation to its authority. Lin Han whispered, I vaguely recall hearing a phrase before losing consciousness. It sounded like, I cannot believe a warrior of the light could chase me from Huiyue City to Yanyan City without fear of me unleashing a light explosion upon your home. You may attempt it. Lin Tian was astounded. Is there any other news? This is simply too explosive. Lin Han responded, no, that was all. Afterward, I lost consciousness and have just awakened. It is because of this that I can confirm a senior warrior saved me. Senior Lin Tian. Do you think that warrior could be the one who was with me earlier? At this moment, Du Wanting's eyes sparkled with realization. She had harbored suspicions about the three-eyed demon ape, but lacked the means to confirm them, even suspecting Gao Chong. However, with Gao Chong's involvement, it became almost certain that the matter was connected to him. Lin Tian stated earnestly, it is possible, according to this young man, that individual must have discerned the intentions of that supreme mage, thus pursuing and obstructing him. As for the reason for intervening, that remains unknown to us. Were they competing for something, or was there a personal vendetta? You young man, couldn't you have held on a bit longer? Perhaps you might have overheard some crucial news. Upon hearing this, Lin Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Setting aside the improbability of such a scenario, the notion of a second-tier individual eavesdropping on the dialogue of two supreme beings was utterly absurd. Forget it, forget it. Lin Tian recognized the implausibility of his suggestion and, feeling somewhat flustered, remarked, you truly are fortunate. Come, I shall see you safely to the hospital. Thank you, Senior. Lin Han replied politely, adding, Senior, since their battle has concluded, has a victor emerged? I presume not. Lin Tian responded slowly. Although they have fought continuously, they have clashed 4 times from the point we observed. It seems neither wishes to deal a fatal blow. For them, once lethal moves are executed, one of them would likely perish. Unless in a critical moment, they would probably only be probing each other. Du Wanting could no longer contain herself upon hearing this, exclaiming, and that doesn't count as going for the kill? They've already unleashed forbidden spells. So what? Lin Tian retorted. When you reach this level, you will understand what it means to truly go for the kill. Chapter 77. What? You are Gao Chong. The investigation team of the imperial capital fulfilled their earlier promise, transporting the two to the hospital, while Gao Chong completed his admission process, as such injuries were indeed terrifying. You all stay here. I must return to the Diamond Forest to conduct a thorough investigation. Perhaps I can uncover some useful information. Lin Tian advised the investigation team. He had accompanied them to the hospital to avoid alarming the enemy, and should a second conflict erupt, he might not be able to safeguard these young lives. Without the company of others, Lin Tian swiftly arrived at the Diamond Forest. What an intricate forbidden spell, he mused. Had I not departed, would I have been able to engage in battle? His voice echoed throughout the forest, yet not a single response was heard. The entire Diamond Forest now lay devoid of life, the frigid arrows indeed capable of achieving such a result. From this point forward, the instance would see the Diamond Forest entirely purged. Have they departed? Lin Tian stood aloft, emanating an air of invincibility. As a supreme-level warrior, he possessed his own pride, having never feared any opponent in battle. This confidence allowed him to venture alone into the Diamond Forest. Mr. Gao Chong, please rest here for a while. If you need anything, just call me, the nurse in a white uniform said gently. All right. Lin Han nodded. With the matter at hand seemingly concluded, he needed to hasten back to Huiyue City, for he had a transaction to conduct with manager Lu the following day. He could not afford to waste more time in Yanyan City. Now his focus had entirely shifted to Gao Chong and Yaoguang City. Even if they investigated, they would never uncover his true identity. Looking at it this way, everything appeared flawless. From henceforth, this matter would be completely detached from him, Lin Han. As Lin Han contemplated this, he retrieved his portable teleportation array. Upon finalizing the coordinates, he returned to Huiyue City. As night fell, Du Wanting strolled along the dimly lit streets. Could that truly have been the powerful one? Why would he offer me assistance in secret? If it was to thwart that mage, why would he waste time on me? Just as Du Wanting pondered these questions, she spotted a familiar silhouette on the street. Gao Chong, are your injuries fully healed? I can't believe I would run into you here. She greeted him enthusiastically. You? Who are you? Gao Chong replied dismissively. You don't recognize me? I am Du Wanting. We were together in the instance earlier today. Weren't you resting in the hospital? Why are you out now? Du Wanting inquired, puzzled. Gao Chong responded with an odd expression. I've been sleeping at the hotel all day. Who has been in the instance with you? Nowadays, It seems anyone can try to forge connections. If you're infatuated with my beauty, you could just say so. What era are we in that such old tricks are still in play? How about this? I'll grant you a chance for dinner with me. Just let me know what delicacies you desire in Union City. You seem decent enough. I'll give you this opportunity. Slap. Du Wanting slapped him and scolded, Gao Chong. You shameless scoundrel. How could you utter such words? I truly misjudged you. I even thought you were quite impressive. Gao Chong, momentarily stunned by the slap, covered his face and shouted back, You crazy woman. It was you who approached me first. What does it have to do with me? You claimed to know me right from the start, and now you're pretending not to recognize me. It seems I should really teach you a lesson. So you understand that second-tier thieves are not to be trifled with. At that moment, a group of police officers rushed in. What is going on here? No fighting allowed in the city. If you want to brawl, take it to the trial grounds. The officers hurriedly pulled the two apart. Gao Chong protested. It was this insane woman who started it. Why don't you arrest her instead? Come on, as a man, can't you be a bit magnanimous? One officer replied helplessly. Magnanimous? Are you all in cahoots with her? Gao Chong retorted angrily. I didn't expect you to be part of a gang. Just so you know, impersonating law enforcement is a criminal offense. Be careful, or I might just give you a taste of your own medicine. I'm just trying to maintain order here. I was already in a foul mood, and now I run into you lot. Perfect timing to hone my skills. He's gone mad. This guy is insane. The officers quickly surrounded Gao Chong, restraining him with handcuffs. Du Wanting was also bewildered, perplexed by the sudden change in Gao Chong's demeanor. How could he claim not to know her after such a short time? Moreover, his previously battered body now seemed completely healed. Feeling the coldness of the handcuffs, Gao Chong quieted down and quickly said, Officer, I was just joking. Let me go. I'm just a student. What were you thinking? Now it's too late. The officers were not swayed. The Public Security Bureau is right nearby. It seems you need to be taught a lesson. The officer shook his head. Today's youth really don't know how to appreciate the situation. Please, I can pay. Don't take me in. Gao Chong quickly begged. Meanwhile, within the Public Security Bureau, Lin Han sat aside and remarked, We must bolster the security measures throughout Smoke Cloud City. After these two incidents, we need to start a thorough investigation and cannot overlook anyone. That individual did not cast forbidden spells in the city. Every incident has occurred within dungeons. Therefore, we must rigorously inspect dungeon entries and verify everyone's identity. The Minister of Public Security added, That person is so powerful, if a fight broke out in the city, we might not be able to withstand it. The seriousness of the matter was indeed significant. Lin Han sighed, wishing he had arrived earlier. Perhaps he could have prevented the conflict between the two. Senior, you have done your best, someone reminded him. Gazing at the ceiling, Lin Han pondered. When did a warrior of such strength emerge in Guangguang City? Chapter 78. Commenced the interrogation of Gao Chong. In the capital's investigation team's temporary location in Smoke Cloud City, someone rushed to Lin Han, exclaiming, Senior Lin Han, a major incident has occurred. The Public Security Bureau has arrested Gao Chong and is waiting for you to interrogate him. What? Lin Han sat up, furrowing his brow. Isn't Gao Chong recuperating in the hospital? What does the Public Security Bureau want? Didn't we send them all the necessary documents? The investigator, trembling, replied. I don't know why, but the gist is that Gao Chong has no injuries and has never entered the Diamond Forest. Inside the Public Security Bureau's interrogation room, Gao Chong exclaimed, Come on, guys, this is excessive. I merely shouted a few things on the street. I've already answered your questions. What else do you want from me? Sitting in the dark, despair enveloped Gao Chong as he realized his hands were shackled by iron chains, rendering him powerless. I was wrong. I promised never to shout at women again or provoke the police. Just let me go. Suddenly, the interrogation room's lights illuminated, and the iron door swung open, revealing an elderly man. You must be their leader. I've already confessed everything. Let me go? Silence. Lin Han spoke sternly as he slowly took a seat across from Gao Chong. Gao Chong felt a lump in his throat. The old man radiated an overwhelming power that made him afraid to act recklessly. To him, this elder seemed less like a man and more like a fierce beast poised to devour him whole. Gao Chong, do you recognize me? Lin Han asked calmly. Gao Chong shook his head vigorously, insisting, I don't know you. I've never seen you before. Very well. You came here to participate in the Diamond Forest mission. Yet you are the only one among the group who did not complete the job. Why didn't you show up? Lin Han inquired. Gao Chong replied truthfully. I was drinking with a classmate and lost track of time. Who? Wang Chong, a former classmate from our school. He is also here for this trial mission in the Diamond Forest. Lin Han frowned. There is no one by that name in this badge for the Diamond Forest dungeon. Impossible, Gao Chong exclaimed. We were just drinking together. He said he was participating in this trial. According to our records, the participants in this trial are you, Du Wanting, Wang Qian, Gao Gan, and Lin Han. Except for Lin Han, everyone else has participated, including you. Gao Chong was taken aback, hastily explaining, I didn't participate. I was sleeping in the hotel and missed the dungeon competition. If what you say is true, then someone must have impersonated you in the dungeon. It must be Lin Han. He is the only one who could set me up, Gao Chong shouted. He must have used Wang Chong to get information and pretended to be me, Or he could have impersonated both Wang Chong and me. Calm down, Lin Han urged. Our investigation shows Wang Chong has been in Huiyue City, where he completed his second-tier mission, and the mission location was also in Huiyue City. Then it has to be Lin Han. He needed to prepare, so he couldn't have gone far. Lin Han will certainly be investigated, but according to our findings, he is also in Huiyue City. After receiving this mission, he abandoned it, Lin Han stated. Then who else could it be? Lin Han rose, saying, your interrogation is over. Others will escort you out shortly. Over. Gao Chong's heart sank. He had expected further questioning, yet it ended so abruptly. You have nothing more to investigate. You were merely used, and you know nothing. You have been played like a fool. As Lin Han walked toward the door, he added, be cautious. I advise you to contact the police for protection when you return to Huiyue City. If they don't believe you, reach out to the Smoke Cloud City Public Security Bureau. However, since you know nothing, the possibility of retaliation against you is minimal. Gao Chong stared blankly at the table, still trying to comprehend what had transpired. Retaliation? Captain, the hospital hasn't found any records of the fake Gao Chong's departure, a team member reported, looking at his documents. Lin Han replied, someone capable of such acts would undoubtedly leave no trace behind. The news purportedly disseminated by the false Gao Chong now requires a thorough reassessment. We find ourselves back at square one. Thus it is prudent to remain vigilant for any transactions involving the Guardian's heart in the current market. A member of the group remarked, Captain, do you mean that individual is likely to sell the Guardian's heart? It is merely speculation. Yet such a formidable being would likely regard this trinket with disdain. For them, wealth is but a triviality. Lin Han interjected, by the way. Contact Sun Hu and ask him to keep an eye on Lin Han and Wang Chong. Should anything unusual arise, have him reach out to me. A team member pondered aloud, Lin Han? That individual has recently gained considerable notoriety. Notoriety? Indeed, this young man has been making waves online, reportedly displaying remarkable prowess in the entrance examination held in Huiyue City. Lin Han feigned indifference. A genius in a primary combat role, I presume? The team member shook his head. He is a priest, apparently a hidden priest class, known as a life priest. And what of it? The future prospects of that class are rather limited. He forcefully carved his path to the finals, overpowering a multitude of second-tier primary combat classes, ultimately claiming victory. Lin Han's interest was piqued. An aggressive priest. How intriguing. Indeed, the team member continued. This fellow is practically a berserker during his job transition. Everyone anticipated he would awaken as a warrior, yet he ultimately became a priest. It is astonishing that he achieved such success regardless. Chapter 79. The Berserker, Uncooperative. It is said that Lin Han is now considered invincible within his realm. Even the most esteemed primary combat classes must tread carefully in his presence. As the team member elaborated, Lin Han, however, remained unfazed. What does it matter if his power is overwhelming? He is merely a priest after all. And the path ahead is still too short. The second tier is relatively manageable, but beyond that, the resources required to harness the calamities of nature become exponentially greater. A burden not all can bear. The team member concurred. Indeed, it seems fate is envious of exceptional talent. In Huiyue City, Lin Han had returned home, reclining on his bed and contemplating various matters. He had not anticipated that these individuals would seek him out so swiftly. It appears the authorities are rather astute. However, according to protocol, his private hospital room should remain off-limits without authorization, and it had only recently been time for addressing change. Could there have been some unforeseen development? Lin Han felt a sense of resignation. He had presumed that even if they discovered something, it would merely be a fleeting awareness of his absence. Yet, the call from the police department in Yanyan City had unmistakably carried an air of scrutiny. They even inquired about Wang Chong's situation. The breadth of their investigation seemed excessive. No, something must have gone awry. There are hardly many who could link Wang Chong to him during this period. Gao Chong. Yes, it had to be Gao Chong. If they discovered that his impersonation of Gao Chong had ceased, most would simply conclude that Gao Chong had departed without further consideration. However, if they were investigating him and Wang Chong, it meant they had uncovered that the person who entered the Diamond Forest was not Gao Chong at all. This implies they have traced the true Gao Chong. Upon realizing this, Lin Han sat up in shock, immediately activating his divine eye to survey the villa area. 1, 2, 5. There were 5 members of the police department conducting surveillance nearby, although they were clad in plain clothes. A keen observer could discern that they were all fixated on his villa, effectively monitoring him. Had they indeed stumbled upon some evidence? He should have been more cautious. How could he have overlooked the potential threat posed by Gao Chong? If this were the case, his subsequent actions would require greater prudence. The following afternoon, after finishing lunch at home, Lin Han prepared to head to the trading market in Huiyue City. While he intended to go, he needed to make certain preparations first, as plainclothes officers were still observing him from a distance. If he did not conceal himself, those individuals would undoubtedly trail him to the trading market, and through careful investigation, they might ascertain that he was the one who had taken the Guardian's heart. However, concealing his presence was not an insurmountable challenge. Shadow Veil. This was the first time Lin Han employed this magic as a staff priest. Upon unleashing this field, he distinctly felt himself separate from the world. Although he retained awareness of his surroundings, it was evident that those outside could no longer sense his presence. With that, Lin Han strode confidently out of his home. Team A, what is the situation? Is Lin Han still at home? Team A reporting. Lin Han remains at home. He has not left. Continue the surveillance. At that moment, unbeknownst to the surveillance agent, Lin Han stood right behind him, eavesdropping on the exchange with great amusement. The Hui City Surveillance Department? Lin Han scrutinized the logo on the agent's earpiece. Indeed, it bore the mark of the surveillance department, not that of the Hui City Police. As for why this was the case, Lin Han chose not to dwell on it, instead making his way directly to the trading market in Hui City. At that moment, his visage transformed into that of an elderly man. Lin Han retrieved his phone, donned the pre-prepared cloak, and called. Hello, Manager Lu? I have arrived outside your trading market. Please come to escort me. All right, I will be there shortly. Soon, Manager Lu approached warmly. Hello, sir, I am Manager Lu. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? There is no need for formalities. After this encounter, we likely shan't meet again, Lin Han replied coldly. Manager Lu, seemingly unfazed, acknowledged, such customers are quite common. Please, follow me inside. I also need to verify the authenticity of the Guardian's heart. They proceeded into the VIP room. And Lin Han wasted no time, promptly placing the Guardian's heart on the table. Take a look. If everything checks out, we can settle the payment. Remember my previous request. Manager Lu produced a box, assuring, rest assured, everything has been prepared as you requested. Then I shall inspect it. With that, Manager Lu began examining the Guardian's heart. A faint golden light dancing in his eyes as if he could see through everything. What a remarkable find. The quality of this Guardian's heart is nearly indistinguishable from platinum. If utilized for crafting, it could even yield superior quality golden tier equipment. As it stands, I see no issues, and as you stated, we can proceed with the transaction. Lin Han responded nonchalantly. Very well, hand over the payment, and you may take the Guardian's heart. Of course. Manager Lu placed the Guardian's heart into a box and slid the leather pouch across the table. Sir, please verify that the money is correct. If all is in order, our transaction will be concluded. Having heard of Manager Lu's reputation, Lin Han doubted he would attempt to deceive him. Coldly, he took the pouch. If you come across any similar items in the future, feel free to find me at the trading market. I hope we can establish a pleasant trading relationship. Manager Lu followed Lin Han out, bidding him farewell. There will be no next time. Lin Han spoke as he leaped into the air, instantly activating the shadow cloak, causing his figure to vanish before Manager Lu. What an impressive shadow skill. Manager Lu stood there, dazed, gazing at the sky where Lin Han had disappeared, feeling as if all traces of his presence had been erased in an instant, as though he had never set foot in the trading market at all. Truly, he is a formidable figure. Chapter 80. Action? I am not aware. Boss, Lin Han has taken action and has already left. Follow him and see what he intends to do at this hour. So they have indeed followed me? Lin Han mused inwardly, while utilizing the eye of God to meticulously observe his surroundings. The undercover agents, who had lain in wait within the residential area, began to converge towards his direction. After handing over the Guardian heart to Manager Lu, Lin Han returned home, then stepped out of his house in his own guise. Since you are willing to follow, then do so. Let us see what you can uncover. Subsequently, Lin Han, as per usual, utilized the teleportation array to arrive at the trading market, where Manager Lu had already been waiting for quite some time. After the previous gentleman departed, he re-examined the details of the Guardian heart, composed a report, and then called Lin Han. Mr. Lin, please follow me. The items have been prepared for you and their quality is quite commendable. Manager Lu maintained his affable demeanor as he escorted Lin Han to the VIP room. On the table lay the Guardian heart that Manager Lu had just acquired. Very well. You may proceed with the transaction. Lin Han presented the black card, demonstrating his familiarity with the process. Since the Guardian heart was obtained by him, there was no need for further scrutiny. This transaction had only netted Manager Lu a modest sum of 200,000, which in his view was merely a small fee to eliminate some troubles. Overall, it was not considered a loss. Manager Lu swiftly returned, handing the black card back to Lin Han, and remarked, Mr. Lin, I was just about to deliver the invitation to your home, but since you are here, I shall hand it to you personally. Lin Han accepted the invitation, which bore the words VIP invitation to the auction center of Huanyu City. At this auction, your heavy earth battle armor and bloodslaughter greatsword will serve as the highlight of the event. We have also reserved a VIP seat for you in a private room on the second floor. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction and inquired, You will not disclose my personal information, will you? Rest assured, we would never do such a thing. The protection of our client's privacy is paramount, even against government officials. We remain steadfast. Our millennium commerce is reputable, else we would not have a presence across various empires, and even the emperors regard us with some measure of respect. You can trust us completely, Mr. Lin. Once your goods are sold, we will transfer the funds to your card, only taking a modest interest. I understand all of that. Lin Han rose to take his leave. With Manager Lu's assurance, he felt a newfound confidence, less apprehensive about the inquiries of the surveillance department. As the largest conglomerate in the world, Millennium Commerce's renown had reached Lin Han's ears. In a sense, it was more than just a conglomerate. It resembled a massive force, causing even the great empires to tread cautiously. Provoking such a powerful entity could lead to unpredictable consequences. Mr. Lin, with the Guardian Heart now in your possession, you can proceed to complete your third transition, correct? Allow me to extend my congratulations on being the first third transition priest in history, Manager Lu remarked politely. Though he knew that becoming a third transition priest merely meant belonging to a support class, which was not particularly noteworthy. You are too modest, Mr. Lin. A touch of humility is always commendable. As they strolled along, the surveillance personnel concealed within the trading market report, Lin Han has emerged, personally escorted by Manager Lu from the trading market. Good. Team A, continue following Lin Han. Team B, seek out the head of Millennium Commerce to inquire about Lin Han's activities. Remember, maintain a courteous tone. We cannot afford to provoke Millennium Commerce. Understood. Team A with me. After sending Lin Han off, Manager Lu was about to return to his office when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Hello, Manager Lu. We are from the Huinyu City Surveillance Department and would like to consult you on some matters. My name is Tung Jibwa. Here is my identification. Tung Jibwa displayed his credentials for Manager Lu to see. Hello, Manager Lu replied calmly, then inquired, what brings the surveillance department to me? Are you looking to purchase some equipment? I would be happy to discuss that with you. Tung Jibwa maintained a stern demeanor as he replied. We are not here to purchase equipment, but rather to inquire about a specific individual. Inquire about someone? Manager Lu chuckled. If you wish to ask about someone, you should seek your colleagues in the Public Security Department. This matter does not concern us. I believe what I know may not be credible to the Public Security Department. And this is not an intelligence consulting center. Tung Jibwa pressed on. Manager Lu, you must be familiar with Lin Han. Of course, Mr. Lin is a VIP here. If you wish to inquire about him, you have come to the wrong place. I have only conducted a few transactions with him and no little else. Manager Lu's tone suggested he was dismissing them, showing no deference to the imperial officials, especially regarding Lin Han, a significant client he would not offend. We are not probing into private matters. We simply wish to know what Lin Han purchased or sold during this visit. Tung Jibwa stated plainly. Captain Tung, do you not understand the meaning of privacy? Manager Lu retorted with a cold smile. As businessmen, we cannot divulge client information to you. If you wish to know, you should ask Mr. Lin directly. You will not extract any information from me. Manager Lu, this constitutes a lack of cooperation in an investigation. Tung Jibwa's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such resistance from this individual, who had exhibited reluctance from the very beginning. Captain Tung, discussing this with me is futile. We at Millennium Commerce have our own regulations. Our clients are our gods, and we cannot share their information with you. Now, please do not waste my time. Manager Lu stated flatly, preparing to depart.